Your dad is the ceiling of martial arts combat power. Your mom is a high-up in the martial arts fund. And you, born into a top martial arts family, only awoke to the worst C-grade talent. So, your mom pushed you to join the army. Your dad even thinks you're a disgrace to the family and has disowned you. But what they don't know is you've awakened another talent. 3S grade. Heaven rewards hard work. Just a bit of effort on your part can yield returns 10,000 times over. Even when you level up in military ranks, you get a legendary level lottery chance. Right now, at the Beijing 8th Battalion's new recruits camp, the instructor's voice blares from the high platform. In this world, where martial arts rule and giant beasts roam, only the strong are respected. You all ended up enlisting in Beijing, which means your awakened talents are subpar. If you don't want to be useless, show all your strength. Just then, an icy electronic sound fills your mind. Ding! Host recruit detected. System now transforming into the supreme military god system. C-grade talent perception enhanced to SSS grade. Heaven rewards hard work. Your pupils dilate in shock, and you inhale sharply in disbelief. C-grade talent upgraded to SSS grade in an instant. Worldwide, the birth of SSS grade talents each year is exceedingly rare. Immediately, you curiously ask, System, what does SSS grade Heaven rewards hard work do? The system aims to forge the host into a peerless military god. Within the scope of the military god talent, whether you're cultivating martial arts, practicing combat skills, or learning special abilities, every bit of effort results in 10,000 times the yield. Hearing this, you gasp again. This talent is overwhelmingly dominant. Your excitement is still peaking when the system voice chimes in again. Friendly reminder, each time the host levels up in military rank, you get a lottery chance. Holy crap, that's twisted. Know that military ranks are divided into 9 levels, a total of 9 lottery opportunities. And now, just randomly binding a gift package has upgraded your C-grade talent to SSS grade. The things you might draw in the future are bound to be exceptional. Imagine gaining another SSS grade talent. It's unthinkable. Then you open the system panel, host, Lin Bei, realm, awakening level 1, military rank, new recruit, talent, SSS grade Heaven rewards hard work, martial skill, dragon country basic body tempering fist, beginner level, physique, 12, ordinary people are 10. Just then, the instructor's voice rises again. Next up is practical combat training. Form pairs freely within a minute for one-on-one battles. Losers will be punished. As he speaks, a mocking, hostile voice from behind you chimes in, isn't this young Master Lin? How did you also end up enlisting at the border? I almost forgot, young Master Lin, because you awakened to a garbage C-grade talent and tarnished the Lin family's face, you were kicked out. Ha 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 ha. You turn and smile lightly. Oh, isn't this the son of my family's servant? Are you preparing to follow in your father's footsteps? Hearing this, Wang Chang explodes, cursing loudly. Just a few months ago, Wang Chang thought he had awakened a first-class talent and could finally shed his servant status. So, he waved the Lin family's flag and gathered a little resource from others outside. But the Lin family found out, not only did they kick him out, but he also lost the chance to take the university exams. In the end, he had no choice but to enlist at the border. But he is still a first-class talent, capable of making grand plans even at the border. Yet, he never imagined he would meet Lin Bei here. Just seeing Lin Bei reminds him of the shame of being expelled from the Lin family. Then Wang Chang fiercely challenges, this is the military camp, where strength is everything. If you dare, pair up with me. Seeing this, your lips curve upward, sure. After all, I only need a casual practice to deal with you. Immediately, you practice the body tempering fist right there, stunning everyone on the training ground. They've seen people cram for exams, but never someone practicing moves just before a fight. Note that Wang Chang is the only A-grade talent among the new recruits, with a very strong combat capability of physical strengthening. And Lin Bei, with his trash C-grade talent, is not good at fighting. Even if Lin Bei trained for another month, he couldn't catch up. Listening to the surrounding whispers, Wang Chang's face shows a proud smile, his vanity greatly satisfied. In the Lin family, he was just an insignificant son of a servant. But in the military camp, he is a genius with an A-grade talent. Lin Bei, if you're scared, kneel down and kowtow 10 times to me, say please let me off, Boss Chang. I might consider going easy on you later. And from then on, I'll cover for you in the camp. You scoff and continue to punch. Punching speedily 10 times, you gain a 10,000 times critical hit. Body tempering fist upgraded to perfect mastery. Your indifferent, contemptuous attitude instantly infuriates Wang Chang. He then activates his A-grade talent for physical strengthening, his body visibly bulging with speed. Then Wang Chang gathers all his strength in his right fist and charges at you. Seeing this, you calmly stand in horse stance and perform the 7th hand of the body tempering fist. Without any fancy moves, you also punch out. With a bang, Wang Chang flies back like a cannonball, landing far away. At this moment, the entire field falls silent. At the same realm, a C-grade talent one punches an A-grade talent. Could this really happen in the real world? Then the instructor waves to send Wang Chang to the infirmary. Afterwards, he squints at you. Although these new recruits can't see your strength, he can completely tell. That seemingly simple, effortless punch actually compressed all the power into muscles and blood vessels, striking a small point and causing massive explosive damage. To achieve this, your body tempering fist must have been trained to perfection. After a long time, the battle practice ends. Out of 120 new recruits, aside from Wang Chang being sent to the infirmary, the remaining 59 losers are still standing here. Then the instructor scolds, losers, do 500 push-ups each. No eating until you're done. Beijing Corps doesn't need waste. If you can't take this pain, get out early. Of course, losers get punished, winners naturally get rewarded. I can fulfill a small request within my powers for you. Dinner, add giant beast meat. I am. Everyone started cheering and echoing in agreement. Beast meat is a great supplement, and warriors who eat it can enhance their vitality and break through their realms faster. But good things are always expensive, and even the cheapest beast meat costs hundreds per pound. A warrior in the awakening realm, before stepping into the next stage, can eat 5 to 6 pounds of beast meat a day, while those who have entered the ranks can eat 10 pounds or more daily. Ordinary families simply can't afford it. If winning daily training battles meant getting to eat beast meat, then everyone would surely train desperately every day. All right. The instructor nodded, and the training ground instantly erupted in excited cheers. Then, the instructor's gaze shifted to Lin Bei and asked, "What do you want?" "Report, instructor." "I want to be promoted to squad leader." Lin Bei's voice was powerful and firm, every word hitting like a hammer. As soon as he said that, everyone on the training ground was stunned. What's up with this guy? He just enlisted and barely awakened his first level, yet he wants to be a squad leader? The Northern Legion is full of strong warriors, and even the lowest squad leader must at least reach awakening level 6. He's nowhere near that. Being overly ambitious and arrogant is not a good thing. The instructor reprimanded. "Report, instructor." A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Lin Bei's words shocked everyone. The other recruits were completely dumbfounded. So he doesn't just want to be a squad leader, he wants to be a general. The word ambition was practically written all over his face. Even the instructor was slightly taken aback. He had been an instructor in the Northern Legion's 8th Battalion for years, training countless recruits. He had met plenty of troublemakers, but recruits with such wild ambition? Only 2. One was Lin Bei. The other had already become a famous marquis of 10,000 households. But that marquis had an S-rank talent, while Lin Bei was only a C-rank. His ambition didn't match his strength. So, Jiang Hao decided to humble Lin Bei a bit. "All right. I'll suppress my power to awakening level 1. If you can last 10 minutes against me, I'll promote you to squad leader. But if you lose, not only will you forfeit your previous reward, but you'll also have to do 1,000 push-ups as punishment. You have 1 minute to think. Your time starts now." The martial arts realms, from weakest to strongest, range from awakening level 1 to 9. After awakening comes the rank stage, which is divided into 9 ranks, each further split into 9 layers. Awakening and rank 3 may seem close, but in reality, they are 31 minor levels apart. In ancient times, that would be like the difference between an emperor and a beggar. Even with the instructor suppressing his realm, his battle experience, refined martial techniques, and strong physique gave him an overwhelming advantage over Lin Bei. But Lin Bei answered without hesitation, "Report, instructor." No need to count. Let's begin. Chapter 3, Facing the Instructor, a Born Martial Genius. Against a veteran warrior like instructor Jiang Hao, Lin Bei decided to seize the initiative. He threw the first punch. His fist was swift, dark energy surging through it, leaving behind afterimages in the air, stunning the recruits watching. No wonder he had the confidence to challenge the instructor. Lin Bei had already mastered the tempering fist to perfection. Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lin Bei to be so decisive, attacking without hesitation. But a perfected tempering fist alone wasn't enough to beat him. Jiang Hao countered with a punch, faster and stronger, carrying the aura of battlefield slaughter. It was just a casual strike, yet it brought immense pressure to Lin Bei. It felt as if the man before him wasn't an instructor, but an insurmountable mountain, an invincible force. The instructor's punch lands after but arrives first. His strength is terrifying. Yeah, this battle is completely one-sided. Lin Bei doesn't stand a chance. Now it's just a matter of how long Lin Bei can hold out. The spectators whispered among themselves, shocked by Jiang Hao's overwhelming power. Even while suppressing his level to awakening 1, he was still this strong. If he fought at full strength, it would be unimaginable. The two exchanged blows for several minutes, and Lin Bei was already struggling to breathe. No matter how he attacked, Jiang Hao could always predict his moves in advance. The force, angle, and posture of Jiang Hao's punch were all unique, unlike any boxing technique, more like the instinct honed through countless life and death battles. No need for thought, the body directly reacts. So much so that Lin Bei's perfected body tempering punch couldn't even gain an advantage in front of him. However, the continuous suppression didn't make Lin Bei despair, instead, it heightened his fighting spirit. Practicing with strong opponents is a chance to discover one's own shortcomings and learn from the opponent's strengths. Being able to last 3 minutes under my hands, you're already qualified. Jiang Hao's words of praise fell, and his fist, like lightning, slammed toward Lin Bei's chest, ready to end the fight. This punch was incredibly fast. Before Lin Bei's brain could react, the fist was already close to his chest. At this moment, it was too late to dodge. Host has learned combat instincts from fighting with Jiang Hao, gaining a 10,000 times critical hit bonus, and has entered the beginner stage of combat instincts. In an instant, Lin Bei's body bent backward at an unbelievable angle, narrowly avoiding the punch. Only when he stood up again did Lin Bei come to his senses and exclaim, "Is this combat instinct?" In a dangerous moment, the body reacts faster than the brain to avoid danger. You dodged? Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. This was an unexpected turn of events. Instructor Jiang. Being qualified isn't enough. My goal is to be promoted to a 5th sergeant. Lin Bei grew more courageous with each fight, throwing a punch at Jiang Hao's chest. Jiang Hao precisely retreated half a step to dodge, and Lin Bei changed his punch into a claw to grab Jiang Hao's shirt. At the same time, he closed in, his right leg slightly bent, ready to launch a second attack at any moment. This was no longer just body tempering fists, but the most optimal attacking method driven by the body's combat instincts. Jiang Hao was startled. As soon as Lin Bei's fingers touched his shirt, he performed a somersault to evade. Before he could catch his breath, Lin Bei rushed forward again, directly reversing the disadvantage that had been pressing on him. What kind of freak is this kid? In just a few minutes, he understood combat instincts from the stiff body tempering fists? No, this kid is getting stronger with each fight. He's learning my combat instincts. Jiang Hao was greatly shaken. The crowd watching saw the shock on Jiang Hao's face, and it stirred up a huge wave in their hearts. This meant Jiang Hao wasn't letting up, it was Lin Bei's strength suddenly skyrocketing, allowing him to have a real back and forth with the instructor. Clearly, both were rookies. How could the gap between them be so huge? It was like being a version ahead. Instructor Jiang. 6 minutes. Lin Bei grinned, and his fists rained down on Jiang Hao. Don't get too smug. Jiang Hao spoke harshly, but in his heart, he was even more shocked. As their battle intensified, Lin Bei's combat instincts continued to improve. He had already surpassed the beginner stage and was touching the threshold of mastery. Back then, Jiang Hao spent 2 years to understand combat instincts. Then, he spent another year to master them. Lin Bei had completed in a few minutes what had taken Jiang Hao 4 years. This was no ordinary C-grade talent, it was a martial genius comparable to SSS-grade talent. Time passed, and it was nearing 10 minutes, Jiang Hao began to get anxious. If he lost this fight, it would be a minor loss of face. The key was that there had never been a case of a rookie being promoted to 5th sergeant. If Lin Bei was promoted, the commander would make him find it impossible to get out of trouble. I must give my all and end this fight quickly, I can't give him any more chance to learn and grow stronger. Jiang Hao's eyes darkened, his momentum suddenly surged dozens of times. Lin Bei glanced at the time, already over 9 minutes. In the next few seconds, as long as he avoided the battle and dragged it on to 10 minutes, he would win. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Hao threw a punch. Bang! 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 Before the punch even arrived, the wind of it came first. Is he serious now? Lin Bei's expression tightened, and he instinctively sidestepped. To be able to learn combat instincts from me? You're indeed excellent, but you're still far from beating me. Jiang Hao's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the spot. Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply as he quickly searched for Jiang Hao's position. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his back, and his entire body was knocked flying more than a meter away. Lin Bei climbed up from the ground, looking at Jiang Hao, who had appeared behind him without him noticing, with deep shock in his eyes. He didn't even have time to react with his battle instincts. This strength is too terrifying. 9 minutes and 58 seconds, you lost. Jiang Hao said seriously. 1,000 push-ups, I'm willing to bet and lose. Lin Bei knew in his heart that the gap in this battle was more than just 2 seconds. If Jiang Hao had gone all out from the start, he wouldn't have lasted a single move. However, this battle unlocked a new feature for Lin Bei's SSS-level talent: heaven rewards hard work. That is, by learning the strengths of his opponent during the battle, he could trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit reward. After the whole battle, his battle instincts were directly upgraded to the proficient level. Keep practicing, with your potential, becoming a corporal will definitely not be difficult. Jiang Hao patted Lin Bei with appreciation and then returned to the office. As soon as he pushed the door open and walked in, a middle-aged man in military uniform looked at him with a smile. How was the feeling of almost capsizing in the gutter? Jiang Hao's face stiffened, awkwardly saying, "General, you weren't here the whole time, right?" "Yes," the general nodded. Jiang Hao's face turned red with embarrassment, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. A dignified third-stage 5th-level instructor was forced by a rookie to use all his strength. Even winning felt disgraceful. The most awkward part was that the entire process was witnessed by the general. Actually, it's not entirely your fault. Who could have guessed that a rookie could comprehend battle intuition in just 10 minutes, the general said. Jiang Hao nodded repeatedly, yeah. That S-class freak took 3 months to comprehend battle intuition back then. This kid is simply a freak. He's a good seed worth cultivating, but I came to find you today because there's something more important. The general's tone became serious. Chapter 4, The Rapid Growth of Physical Strength. The God-slaying thunder gun. Is it related to the beast nest? Jiang Hao frowned. Yes, the beast nest hatching is accelerating, and in at most 6 months, another large-scale beast tide will erupt. By then, the entire northern defense line will be torn apart. If we don't stop it in advance, this will become a nationwide catastrophe. The general paused, then turned and looked at Jiang Hao, saying, while I'm away, the military camp will be under your command. If I'm not back in a month, immediately contact the army headquarters. You're going personally? Jiang Hao was startled. The previous 3 independent squads have all been wiped out. Sending more people will only increase casualties. Besides, is there anyone in this camp stronger than me? If I can't handle the beast nest, no one else can. The general smiled casually, patting Jiang Hao's shoulder, and said, your duty is to train soldiers well and cultivate more good seeds for our camp. Don't let us old guys die off and leave no one to carry the flag. Especially keep an eye on that kid who comprehended battle intuition. Maybe he'll bring a glimmer of hope to the northern region, just like that S-class freak did. Understood. Jiang Hao said, tears welling up as he made a promise. The general coming to find him and saying all this meant he had already accepted the possibility of death. Back then, they both enlisted together, and now, after more than 20 years, only the 2 of them remained alive from their batch of recruits. In the future, there might be only one left. The situation is critical, and they can't afford to slowly train new recruits as before. They must make them grow as quickly as possible. Host completes 1,000 push-ups, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit reward, physical strength increased by 100, realm breakthrough to awakening stage 2. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, awakening stage 2. Military rank, rookie. Talent, SSS level, heaven rewards hard work. Martial skill, dragon country basic body tempering fist, perfect. Physique, 121. Looking at the updated information on the panel, Lin Bei was completely stunned. Continuous battles, combined with high-intensity physical training, led to a breakthrough to Awakening Phase 2, which was a natural result. The internal chi and blood surged even more, and the physique strength increased from 12 points to 21 points. This value was considered average among new soldiers of the same realm. But with the 100 points of physique gained from a 10,000 times critical hit, it became absurd. Awakening Phase 2 had a physique of 120 points, which meant the body's strength, defense, recovery, endurance, and other data were more than 8 times that of other martial artists in the same realm. 8 times. If he were to fight Wang Chang again, Lin Bei wouldn't need to use the body tempering fist. He could easily crush his jawbone with a single slap. After the physique skyrocketed, the most intuitive change in the body was becoming stronger. Bones as strong as a tiger, muscles as large as a dragon, and the whole body's muscles unfolded like scales. Lin Bei, just standing there, gave an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if no one could match him. A talent like heaven rewards hard work is already so strong. If I gain a second talent, won't I just soar? Lin Bei's mouth could hardly suppress a grin. The promotion to sergeant couldn't be rushed. The most important thing now was to cultivate martial skills and improve strength. Even with cheats, one still had to outwork others. After all, in this world of the weak being prey to the strong, strength is everything. After finishing his push-ups, Lin Bei headed straight for the martial skill building. The martial skill building had 5 floors. Ordinary soldiers could only enter the first floor, sergeants and squad leaders could enter the second floor, and centurions and above could enter the third floor. The 4th and 5th floors were special training rooms, accessible only by those above sergeant rank. Training there was highly effective, but there was a time limit and it required military merit to enter. Lin Bei entered the first floor, where the first thing that caught his eye was a stone pedestal with a long spear standing on it. Around it were a dozen or so bookshelves with martial techniques, surrounding the pedestal like a bagua formation. The spear was nearly 3 meters long, pitch black like ink, and made of an unknown material. The spear tip had 6 sharp edges, razor-sharp, and staring at it caused a stinging pain, as if pricked by needles. Heavy and deep, mysterious and unpredictable, it was clear that it was not an ordinary weapon. On the pedestal, 4 large characters were carved, those who are capable take it. Does this spear belong to whoever is strong enough to take it? Lin Bei asked the nearby veteran soldiers. Exactly. But you're not qualified to pull out this spear yet. It's best if you don't touch it at all, a scruffy, one-legged old veteran slowly spoke. Why? Lin Bei was even more curious. This spear is called the God-slaying Thunder Spear, a top-tier grade 4 weapon. It was the weapon of the first commander of the Northern Border Legion's 8th Regiment. The spear weighs 1,000 pounds and contains terrifying thunder power. Even advanced martial artists wouldn't dare to try it lightly, let alone someone at awakening phase 2. The old veteran, after explaining the danger, lowered his head and began massaging his injured leg, occasionally coughing. "Thanks for the warning, but I still want to give it a try." Lin Bei walked up to the stone pedestal and slowly extended his hand toward the god-slaying thunder spear. Another arrogant, reckless newbie. Just asking for trouble, the old veteran shook his head. Weapons and martial skill rankings are divided into 9 grades. Usually, 1 or 2 grades are seen. Grade 3 is precious, and in the black market, it can be sold for millions. The price of grade 4 is several times higher, and a top-tier grade 4 weapon is even more expensive, with no market price. Such a huge temptation makes taking a bit of risk worthwhile. Time to gamble. Lin Bei furrowed his brow, made up his mind, and reached out to grip the god-slaying thunder spear. The spear's body was as cold as ice, fitting perfectly into his hand. Just as he was about to use strength to pull it out, the spear's tip flashed with an eerie blue electric arc, instantly enveloping the entire spear. Zzzzzzz. Zzzzzzz. Terrifying thunder spread from Lin Bei's fingertips throughout his body, and in an instant, his body stiffened and became numb. Not even a single finger could move. The hair all over his body stood on end and curled, releasing a faint burnt smell. The power of thunder raged wildly within his body, causing excruciating pain. Look! Someone is challenging the god-slaying thunder gun again. Who's this fresh face? Could it be a newly enlisted soldier? Awakened to the 2nd stage. Truly a rookie. Isn't he seeking death? The terrifying thunder of the god-slaying thunder gun attracted many people inside the martial skills tower to watch. It's often said that a newborn calf isn't afraid of tigers, and this saying is absolutely true. This group of veteran soldiers who had reached the rank wouldn't even dare to touch the god-slaying thunder gun, yet a rookie with a 2nd stage awakening dares to try pulling it out. The host's body undergoes lightning tempering, gaining 10,000 times critical strike rewards, with a 20% immunity to thunder attributes. As the system prompt echoed, the pain in his body greatly diminished, and his senses began to return. Lin Bei was slightly stunned, not expecting that the way of heaven rewarding hard work had a 3rd triggering method. If he could raise his thunder attribute immunity to 100%, he would become a nightmare for all thunder attribute warriors and giant beasts. However, as his body's immunity grew stronger, the effect of the 10,000 times critical strike became weaker and weaker. A few minutes later, his thunder attribute immunity reached 38%, hitting the maximum limit. Lin Bei adjusted his breathing, gripping the god-slaying thunder gun tightly with both hands. This kid withstood the terrifying thunder of the god-slaying thunder gun? The veteran soldier turned around, his eyes filled with shock as he looked at Lin Bei. The onlookers were also stunned by this scene, holding their breath and staring at Lin Bei without blinking. A mere 2nd stage awakening, yet he withstood the terrifying thunder of the god-slaying thunder gun. This was simply unbelievable. Looking at Lin Bei, it seemed like he was going to pull out the gun as well. The terrifying thunder would numb the body, reducing strength and other attributes by a lot. In such a situation, pulling out the god-slaying thunder gun was definitely not an easy task. Since the 1st generation general perished, this gun had stood in the martial skills tower for decades, with countless geniuses trying and failing. Could it be that today, a miracle would be witnessed? Lin Bei gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body straining. The muscles stretched, causing his clothes to rip apart, revealing the clear lines of his muscles beneath. His face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, his expression gradually turning savage. Finally, the god-slaying thunder gun loosened slightly, inch by inch being pulled out of the stone platform. Rise up! Lin Bei roared, unleashing all his strength, pulling the god-slaying thunder gun out in one explosive motion. At this moment, the god-slaying thunder gun seemed to recognize its master, and the power of thunder fully merged into the gun's body. His stiff and numb body gradually returned to normal, and swinging the god-slaying thunder gun became much easier. Almost at the same time, the entire martial skills tower fell silent. All the veteran soldiers looked at Lin Bei in disbelief, their hearts churning with immense waves. Decades had passed. Someone truly pulled out the god-slaying thunder gun. The strength of this gun was unquestionable, and Lin Bei's strength was also unquestionable. Given some time, the Northern Border Legion would surely see the rise of another world-shocking powerhouse. Lin Bei didn't know what the veterans were thinking. Right now, he only wanted to study the god-slaying thunder gun. The gun's tip was sharp, and with a gentle swipe on the ground, it sliced through the cement stone slab as if cutting through tofu. The gun's body was extremely heavy, and just swinging it down with force would be unbearable for most people. Its most powerful feature was the thunder attribute hidden within the gun's body. Unless the opponent had immunity to thunder attributes, one strike would instantly shatter their internal organs with the terrifying thunder power. Is there something else beneath? Lin Bei bent down and took out a martial skill from the high platform, its cover emblazoned with the words Ninefold Thunder Gun Technique. Top-tier 4th grade martial skill? Lin Bei's pupils contracted sharply, shock overwhelming him completely. This trip to the martial skills tower was certainly not in vain. At first, he gained 38% Thunder attribute immunity, then obtained the 4th-tier top-grade God-slaying Thunder Gun. Now, he has obtained the 4th-grade top-tier martial skill, the Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. With these two things, his strength will increase dramatically again. The goal of being promoted to 5th Sergeant is now closer. Lin Bei calmed his mind and carefully studied the Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. This martial skill is divided into 9 levels, and with each level, its power doubles, reaching a maximum of 9 times the original power. Combined with the terrifying thunder of the God-slaying Thunder Spear, no one can block a single strike. Really at it? Didn't he just awaken the 2nd stage? I have a feeling a monster will appear in the North region, surpassing the one from the past. This guy's potential is definitely not just a marquee. He joined the army and immediately gained a 4th-grade top-tier weapon and martial skill. In future competitions in the North region, it will be hard for him to lose. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. In the army, this is even more obvious. The onlookers looked at Lin Bei with respect, as witnessing the rise of a strong person seemed to be an honor. I didn't expect I misjudged. This really is an unexpected little guy. The old soldier laughed self-deprecatingly and limped out of the martial skill building. At the same time, Lin Bei arrived at the training room. Unlike the special training rooms on top of the martial skill building, there are no training enhancements here. It's just ordinary small rooms, specifically for soldiers to comprehend and practice martial skills. Lin Bei placed the God-slaying Thunder Spear in front of him, then began flipping through the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. The higher the rank of a martial skill, the harder it is to train and the stricter the requirements for the body. Without guidance, an awakener of the 2nd stage would never be able to comprehend a 4th-grade top-tier martial skill. But Lin Bei was different, he had a cheat. The host carefully studied the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique and gained a 10,000-fold critical hit bonus, entering the beginner stage of the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. The next day, as the sky brightened, Jiang Hao blew the assembly whistle. The new soldiers hurriedly rushed out of their dormitories and stood in line on the training ground. After a whole day of treatment, Wang Chang's injuries had healed completely, and his realm had advanced to the 2nd stage of awakening due to the misfortune. He turned his head and glared at Lin Bei fiercely, as if telling Lin Bei, the matter from last time will not end so easily. Lin Bei remained calm, having already mastered the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique, and with the God-slaying Thunder Spear, he had already stood in an invincible position within the same realm. A clown like Wang Chang was no longer qualified to be his opponent. Humph. Wang Chang snorted, his anger flaring again from Lin Bei's cold disregard. The giant beasts are watching closely, the situation in the North region is getting more and more dangerous, and the time left for us is running out. From today onwards, all training will be changed to real combat, fighting the giant beasts with real swords and guns. Blood and sacrifice are inevitable. If anyone is afraid, now is the time to leave. Jiang Hao stood on the high platform and delivered a serious speech. His gaze lingered on Lin Bei for a few seconds. He already knew about Lin Bei drawing out the God-slaying Thunder Spear last night, and had been shocked, unable to sleep the whole night. As his words fell, the new soldiers all stood straight. Not a single person retreated, and even their expressions didn't change. They came to the North region to join the army, unable to swallow the humiliation of being called trash. Either they die here in battle or return home successful, with no other choice. Good. The North region army truly has no cowards. Do you see the mountain behind you? Killing one giant beast is enough to qualify. The more you kill, the higher the reward. The first place can enter the special training room at the top of the martial skill building. If anyone can't even kill a single one, then prepare to accept punishment. The mission time is 12 hours, begin. With Jiang Hao's command, the new soldiers received their equipment and charged towards the large mountain behind them. The first place can enter the special training room. This reward was too tempting. In the past, to qualify for the special training room, you had to be above the rank of 5th Sergeant and exchange military achievements to get in. It was basically reserved for old soldiers, and new recruits didn't even dare to think about it. Now the opportunity is right in front of us, it's worth fighting desperately. Instructor Zheng, there's news from headquarters. At that moment, the limping old soldier from the martial arts building yesterday appeared on the training ground. Is it related to the beast nest? Jiang Hao asked. No, it's about the annual Northern Border New Soldier competition starting soon. Headquarters wants us to select suitable contestants. The limping old soldier handed Jiang Hao the document. Jiang Hao glanced at the document, then tore it to pieces in a fit of rage, saying angrily, the beast tide is coming. I'm racing against time to train soldiers, and those useless bureaucrats at headquarters are still working on this cosmetic project to make things look peaceful. Tell them this. My 8th Battalion refuses to participate. Instructor Jiang, this competition was personally planned by the Northern Border Army commander, and the order is that all 8 battalions must participate, the limping old soldier replied. If we can't avoid it, then just pick a few people to go and fill the numbers. Anyway, my 8th Battalion always ranks last, so it doesn't matter, Jiang Hao said dismissively. Chapter 6, A One-Sided Slaughter. Real combat training first. At this moment, a large group of new soldiers rushed into the mountain. Low-level giant beasts have no intelligence, only the most basic survival instincts. In their eyes, this group of new soldiers is nothing more than food delivered right to their mouths, so they all hide in the shadows, ready to strike. The eerie silence in the mountain also made the new soldiers' hairs stand on end, their nerves stretched to the breaking point. They all gripped their weapons tightly, cautiously observing their surroundings, every slight rustle of leaves making their anxiety grow. Swish! Lin Bei turned the god-slaying thunder spear, hitting a first-tier awakened rat demon hiding in the bushes with precision. The tip of the spear was sharp, full of power, and with one strike, it pierced through the creature's body, creating a bloody hole. It was so effortless, like stepping on an ant, leaving everyone speechless in shock. Too weak. If I want to improve my strength through real combat training, I need to find stronger opponents. Lin Bei collected the rat demon's body into his storage ring, then turned and rushed deeper into the mountain. Idiot. Do you really think that just because you got lucky and won against me and the instructor, you're invincible? You'll definitely die in there. Wang Chang sneered, watching Lin Bei's retreating figure. Both of them were second-tier awakened, and staying at the outskirts to hunt first-tier awakened giant beasts was the safest and most effective way to win. The further you go in, the more dangerous it gets. If you're unlucky enough to encounter a second-tier or higher giant beast, there won't even be a chance to escape. After running for some distance, Lin Bei stopped. He looked back but could no longer see the other new soldiers, and there were several strong auras surrounding him. Unfortunately, his battle instincts had only reached the proficient level, so he couldn't pinpoint the exact locations of these auras. If he could reach the perfect level, it would be like having full map visibility. Even with his eyes closed, he would be able to sense any aura around him accurately. Roar! At that moment, a deep roar echoed. Immediately after, a giant scale boar charged out from the forest. Its body was covered in tough scales, with 2 sharp tusks protruding. The aura it exuded was powerful, already at the peak of second-tier awakening. As soon as it appeared, the auras that had been hiding around disappeared. Clearly, it had already marked Lin Bei as its exclusive prey, and the roar was a warning and expulsion to the other giant beasts. Fine. Then I'll practice on you first. Lin Bei was the first to take action. The god-slaying thunder spear was heavy, and with his current strength, he couldn't wield it like an extension of his arm. So, he kicked the rear end of the spear, using the inertia to launch the spear forward, and its sharp tip aimed at the giant boar's forehead. This strike was immense and full of raw power. The scaled boar didn't retreat but charged forward, roaring as it collided with the god-slaying thunder spear. Put! The god-slaying thunder spear easily pierced through the boar's outer scales, went through its forehead, and came out through its throat. Bright red, scalding hot blood slid down the shaft of the spear and dripped onto the ground. The scaled boar stared in disbelief at Lin Bei. Its most proud defense had been like paper in front of this human. Lin Bei pulled out the god-slaying thunder spear, shook off the blood remaining on the spear's body, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He used to only know that a 4th-grade weapon was very powerful, but as for how strong it was, he had no concept at all. Now, he understood. The scale armor pig had one of the top 3 defensive capabilities among the giant beasts of the same level. If it couldn't withstand a strike from the god-slaying thunder spear, then no other giant beast at the same level could withstand it. If you add the terrifying power of thunder, even a 3-stage awakened giant beast could be killed. After storing the scale armor pig's corpse, Lin Bei continued to hunt other giant beasts. With his battle instincts from mastering his realm and the god-slaying thunder spear, he carved through everything in his path like a hot knife through butter. 12 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Many new recruits slowly exited the forest, with the expressions on their faces showing exactly how they felt. They joined yesterday, and today they had to slay giant beasts. The difficulty was not ordinary. Out of over 100 new recruits, less than a third successfully killed a giant beast. These recruits who killed giant beasts began to dump the giant beast corpses from their storage rings, and the limping veteran recorded and compared them. Wang Chang strutted out of the forest with his head held high, his stride full of confidence, as if he had already claimed the title of first place in this live combat training. He deliberately stood in front of all the new recruits, opened his storage ring, and dumped out all the giant beast corpses. Crash! 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 The giant beast corpses piled up into a small mountain, deeply triggering the nerves of every new recruit present. 1, 2, 3, holy crap! 12 giant beasts. I barely killed 2, and Wang Chang actually killed 12. How strong is that? He killed one every hour on average, no wonder he's got A-level talent. Looks like he'll definitely get the spot in the special training room. All the new recruits were stunned. Such a steep lead, others couldn't catch up at all. Jiang Hao raised an eyebrow, a little surprised too. Killing a 2-stage awakened giant beast would be much easier than killing a 1-stage awakened giant beast, but the quantity made up for the lack of quality. 12 whole giant beasts, this could only be considered excellent. Instructor Jiang, 12 hours are up, should we announce the results? Wang Chang said smugly, enjoying the adoring looks from everyone. Let's wait a little longer. Jiang Hao gazed towards the direction of the forest, a hint of worry in his expression. I don't think we need to wait. Lin Bei is arrogant and rushed deep into the forest. He hasn't come out by now, he's probably not coming out at all, Wang Chang secretly rejoiced. He's out. The limping veteran spoke suddenly, and everyone turned to look behind. Lin Bei dragged the god-slaying thunder spear, covered in blood and staggering towards them. In no time, Lin Bei arrived at the field. His aura was like a demon god, making everyone dare not approach. Although it had only been 12 hours since they last saw him, Lin Bei felt completely different to them now. He exuded an air of cold killing. He managed to escape after being injured so badly. He really is lucky. But looking at you, you probably didn't kill many giant beasts. Wang Chang said coldly. Why did it take you so long to come out? Are you alright? Jiang Hao asked with concern. When I was killing a 3-stage awakened giant beast, I ran into a swarm of thunder ants. I accidentally got hurt, but I'm not injured. All this blood is from the giant beasts, Lin Bei explained. The battlefield is always unpredictable. No one knows what will happen in the next second. You must remember this lesson, Jiang Hao admonished. Lin Bei nodded. He had already figured out where the thunder ant's nest was. The loss he suffered today, he would return in the future. Besides, it seemed like there was something valuable hidden inside their nest. Ha! A mere 2-stage awakened killing a 3-stage awakened giant beast? Don't you think you're bragging too much? You might as well say you were chased by a 3-stage awakened giant beast and barely escaped. Wang Chang sneered. Don't use your ignorance to question my strength. Lin Bei opened his storage ring, and dozens of giant beast corpses fell out, piling up into an even larger mound. This scene caused an overwhelming impact. Countless times larger than before. Everyone present was dumbfounded. You must know that Wang Chang had slain Awakening Stage 1 giant beasts, while these here were mostly Awakening Stage 2. Besides the difference in quality, there was also a huge difference in quantity. Chapter 7, Power Surge. Terrifying combat strength shocks Jiang Hao. 36. My god. An average of 3 giant beasts slain every hour. From the wounds of these giant beasts, it's clear they were killed with a single shot. This is absolutely invincible in the same realm. Look here. The corpse of an Awakening Stage 3 black-striped python. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone present looked towards the black-striped python. Its body length exceeded 10 meters, and its body was twice as thick as an adult's waist. Even though it was just a corpse lying on the ground, the terrifying aura made people's hearts freeze. Unlike the other giant beast corpses, this black-striped python had numerous wounds, with a fatal injury to its waist and abdomen, a bloody gash that was several meters long. To kill an Awakening Stage 3 giant beast with an Awakening Stage 2 realm, it seemed not easy, but in reality, it was very difficult. In the Northern Army's 8 major camps, new recruits capable of doing such a thing were rare. Just with this black-striped python alone, one could easily crush Wang Chang's 12 Awakening Stage 1 giant beasts, securing first place in this live combat training. Not to mention the 34 Awakening Stage 2 giant beast corpses and 1 Awakening Stage 1 giant beast corpse. In the military camp, strength was everything, and all the new recruits cast looks of admiration and awe. Creak. Creak. Wang Chang clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted in jealousy. He was originally the confirmed first place, but now he was pushed down by Lin Bei. The gap was so huge that he didn't even have the right to be a background player. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His C-grade talent's cultivation boost is completely unsuitable for combat. Even if his martial arts are excellent, there's no way he could slay so many giant beasts. Wang Chang angrily stepped forward to question. You don't deserve to question me. Lin Bei turned around, his rebuttal sharp and direct. The tip of his spear was less than half an inch from Wang Chang's skin, almost touching his face. The cold gleam of the blade was chilling, making Wang Chang gulp nervously. Wang Chang looked at Lin Bei at this moment, suddenly having the illusion of being targeted by a flood or a ferocious beast. His body stiffened, fear slowly spreading in his heart. It seemed that with just a thought from Lin Bei, he could easily take his life. So powerful. Despairingly powerful. But they were both Awakening Stage 2, he was an A-grade talent, and he had worked hard in his training. Why did he lose so completely? Wang Chang was so scared he stood frozen, unable to utter a word for a long time. Since no one is questioning, let's announce the result. The first place in this live combat training is Lin Bei, who will receive 3 hours of special training in the top-floor cultivation room of the martial arts building. Additionally, the corpses of these giant beasts will be exchanged for military merit, which will be credited to your accounts. Zhang Hao tossed Lin Bei a key card, then announced the punishment for the new recruits who hadn't completed the training. Lin Bei took the key card and immediately headed for the martial arts building, entering the special cultivation room on the 4th floor. The special cultivation rooms on the 4th and 5th floors were identical, with a total of 8 rooms. The 4 walls were all made of special metal, capable of withstanding any attack from martial artists below the 4th stage. In the center stood a black stone pillar, used specifically to measure combat strength. These were basic settings, but what made the special cultivation rooms even more alluring was the special formations carved into each wall. These formations helped calm the mind, completely entering a state of meditation, increasing the chances of sudden insights, and enhancing the speed of cultivation. Such a cultivation room alone cost millions. The Northern Army's 8 camps had nearly 20,000 soldiers, but only 8 such cultivation rooms, so the opportunity to train here was incredibly rare. Lin Bei sat cross-legged, immediately entering a cultivation state. Host cultivated continuously for 2 hours, receiving a 10,000 times critical hit reward, and broke through to the Awakening Stage 4. Host focused intently on mastering the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique. The host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening Stage 4. Rank, New Recruit. Talent, SSS level Heaven's Reward for Hard Work. Weapon, 4th tier top level God-slaying Thunder Gun. Martial art, Dragon Kingdom basic body tempering fist, complete, 4th tier top level Ninefold Thunder Gun technique, mastered. Ability, Combat Instinct, minor success. Immunity, 38% Thunder immunity. Physique, 168. Lin Bei opened his eyes after finishing his cultivation, looking at the updated information on the panel, his mouth curling into a wild smile. His realm had soared from Awakening Stage 2 to Awakening Stage 4, proving that the special cultivation room lived up to its reputation. The Ninefold Thunder Gun technique had also reached the mastered stage, allowing him to unleash the 4th level, quadrupling its power. Combat instinct at minor success meant he would sense danger more acutely. With a physique of 168 and 38% thunder immunity, his strength had already reached a terrifying level. Since I still have a few minutes, why not test my strength? Lin Bei adjusted his state and punched the black stone pillar with all his might. A loud bang echoed, but the black pillar remained unmoved. Then, the top displayed the number 1142. Lin Bei checked it, finding that the qualifying combat power for Awakening Stage 4 was 388. He had reached an astonishing 1142, surpassing by 754 points, almost double. Next, let's test the God-slaying Thunder Gun and Ninefold Thunder Gun technique. Lin Bei adjusted his stance again and unleashed the Ninefold Thunder Gun technique. Countless bolts of thunder surged from the gun's body, gathering at its tip. Electric arcs flickered, and with a boom, it struck the black pillar. The black pillar swayed slightly but was completely unharmed. As soon as the first shot landed, Lin Bei fired a second, third, and fourth shot. Each shot was more fierce than the last, with greater force and thunder power. The black pillar shook continuously, and the numbers on the screen kept changing, finally stabilizing at 5,719, 5 times the power of a bare fist. This was only the 4th level of the Ninefold Thunder Gun technique. If he trained to the 9th level, his combat power would definitely exceed 10,000. The Ninefold Thunder Gun technique is powerful, but my realm is too low. After firing 4 shots in a row, I exhausted all my energy. I can only use it as a trump card. I still need to learn some lower-level martial arts, Lin Bei muttered to himself. At this moment, in the instructor's office, Zhang Hao was discussing the candidates for the new recruit grand competition with the one-legged veteran. Fu Tai, what do you think about having Wang Chang lead the team? A-level physical enhancement talent, strength is decent, should be able to get by, the one-legged veteran Fu Tai nodded. Then we'll send a few others to make up the numbers. Zhang Hao circled a few names on the list, his attitude casual. The situation in the northern border was dire. Instead of wasting time on some ridiculous new recruit grand competition, it was better to save time for cultivation to improve strength. Moreover, each camp in the northern border would use any means to compete for first place in the competition. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's computer started ringing wildly, and the special cultivation room's screen popped up. Someone broke the combat power record in the cultivation room again? Fu Tai, recognizing the meaning of the alarm, immediately stretched his neck to look. Yes, it's Lin Bei. This kid actually reached Awakening Stage 4. Zhang Hao was slightly surprised and quickly pulled up Lin Bei's combat power test data. Bare fist 1142. Fully equipped 5,719. Seeing these two values, Zhang Hao and Fu Tai exchanged a shocked glance and simultaneously gasped. The qualifying combat power for Awakening Stage 4 Bare Fist is 388, Lin Bei surpassed it by 2 times. The qualifying combat power for Awakening Stage 4 Fully Equipped is 800, Lin Bei surpassed it by 7 times. No wonder the computer was alarmed so wildly. The records were shattered in so many ways. In the past, that S-rank Wan Huo only reached these two values when he was at Awakening Stage 5. Could this really be C-level talent? If you said it was SS-level talent, no one would doubt it. At this moment, Zhang Hao became even more determined not to let Lin Bei participate in the new Recruit Grand competition. 1. To avoid wasting time, and 2. To prevent other camps from targeting him. Moreover, the honors won in this kind of competition. Not even worth a penny. Only by going to the battlefield, fighting with real weapons and slaying giant beasts, is there true honor. After a whole night of rest, the sharp whistle sounded again, and the new recruits hurriedly ran to the training ground to assemble. It was the same training program as yesterday, with Lin Bei leading the charge into the mountain forest. This kid Lin Bei lacks combat experience and suffered last time. You go keep an eye on him, just in case, Zhang Hao ordered Fu Tai. Understood, Fu Tai nodded and disappeared into the crowd. At this moment, Lin Bei was heading straight for the Thunder Ant's nest. Thunder Ants are social giant beasts, covered with powerful lightning, and they grow by devouring thunder-attributed items. They are also highly sensitive to thunder attributes and can even resist some of the thunder's power. Last time, when Lin Bei fought the awakened 3-stage black-striped python, this group of Thunder Ants sensed the aura of the god-killing Thunder Spear. There were several hundred Thunder Ants, most of which were awakened to the 2nd stage, with some even at the 3rd stage. Lin Bei knew he wasn't a match, so after killing the black-striped python, he quickly disengaged from the battle. Zhi! Before Lin Bei could reach the Thunder Ant's nest, several Thunder Ants, drawn by the scent of the god-killing Thunder Spear, came rushing over. Each Thunder Ant was the size of a palm, with 2 antennae swaying, seemingly transmitting some kind of information. With a swing of the god-killing Thunder Spear, he cleaved them, not pausing and continuing deeper. Fu Tai, hidden in the shadows, was slightly surprised. Good kid, his shooting skills have improved quite a bit. I wonder how many giant beasts he'll slay this time. Soon, Lin Bei reached a small hill. The hill was several meters high, and its interior had been completely hollowed out, with dozens of winding tunnels leading straight down to the ground. Sensing the aura of the god-killing Thunder Spear, hundreds of Thunder Ants swarmed out of the nest, and their numbers were still increasing. The sight was overwhelming, with a sea of blue, making one's scalp tingle. The weakest among these Thunder Ants was at the 1st stage of awakening, and the strongest was at the 3rd stage. Is he crazy? Challenging the Thunder Ant's nest? Fu Tai's pupils trembled, and his heart sank. Thunder Ants are social giant beasts, and there were at least 1,000 of them here. As long as the number advantage is big enough, it can make up for the lack of quality, not to mention there is also a 4th stage Thunder Ant King in the nest. Moreover, Thunder Ants are immune to some thunder-based damage, which would weaken Lin Bei's combat power. Fighting alone against such numbers? This isn't something a normal brain could think of. Fortunately, Instructor Jiang told him to keep an eye on him in secret, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If you want to gnaw at my god-killing Thunder Spear, you better see if you have the teeth for it. Lin Bei's eyes changed, and he swung the god-killing Thunder Spear to charge. The tip of the spear swept across, and more than 10 Thunder Ants were cleaved in half. With his combat proficiency at the minor achievement stage, no Thunder Ant could get within half a meter of him. But this group of Thunder Ants seemed endless. When one died, 2 more would immediately rush in. As more and more Thunder Ants swarmed in, Lin Bei finally understood what it meant by too many ants can kill an elephant. But still, the number of Thunder Ants wasn't enough. 9-fold Thunder Spear. 1st stage. With Lin Bei's words, terrifying thunder burst from the spear, swirling like little snakes. These thunder serpents gathered towards the tip of the spear, forming a dazzling blue light. Boom! Rumbling! The spear tip hit the ground, and explosions rang out one after another, with countless arcs of electricity spreading. The terrifying power of the thunder spread in all directions, and Thunder Ants fell one after another, creating a shocking scene. The Thunder Ants could only resist weak lightning, but they couldn't withstand the double thunder from the god-killing Thunder Spear and the 9-fold Thunder Spear technique. 9-fold Thunder Spear. 2nd stage. Another strike fell, and the terrifying thunder spread even further, with stronger power. The surrounding Thunder Ants fell in large numbers like dominoes. More than half of the over 1,000 Thunder Ants were dead or wounded, and the remaining ones instinctively felt fear, retreating and not daring to move forward. 9-fold Thunder Spear technique, entry level. Fu Tai's pupils shrank, and a huge wave of shock surged in his heart. A mere 4th stage awakened beast, without any guidance, understood a top-tier 4th grade martial technique in just 2 days. Is this something a normal person can do? This is a monster. No wonder it can unleash a high battle power of 5,700, no wonder it dares to challenge the Thunder Ant nest. Such a genius coming out of the 8th Battalion, the day of pride and glory is not far away. Squeak! Squeak! At this moment, a deep, sharp screech echoed from the nest. Then, a mountain-sized mound exploded, and a gigantic Thunder Ant King emerged from it. It was more than a meter long, and half a meter tall. Its body was covered in hard armor, with the power of thunder swirling around. Its mouth had 2 rows of sharp saw teeth, and its breath was on par with Lin Bei's. The moment the Thunder Ant King appeared, the other Thunder Ants seemed to see their leader, and their fear vanished instantly. Lin Bei gripped his god-slaying Thunder Spear, ready to fight, but saw the Thunder Ant King devour a regular Thunder Ant in front of it. The other Thunder Ants showed no reaction, instead lining up to be eaten. As the number of Thunder Ants devoured increased, the Thunder Ant King's power visibly grew, about to break through to the 5th stage of awakening. At the same time, a large number of Thunder Ants recklessly charged forward, giving the Thunder Ant King more opportunities to devour and grow stronger. Lin Bei furrowed his brows, having used his 9-fold Thunder Spear twice in a row, nearly exhausting half of his strength. Continuing to use it would certainly clear out the regular Thunder Ants, but he wouldn't have enough strength to deal with the Thunder Ant King. After this training ends, I must learn 2 low-level martial skills. Using the strongest moves right from the start, even with Lin Bei's incredible physical condition, it was becoming hard to handle. After a long while, the Thunder Ant King's realm finally broke through to the 5th stage of awakening. Its size increased by a whole circle, and no Thunder Ants were left around it. Squeak! The Thunder Ant King screeched angrily, its 2 rows of sharp saw teeth eager to tear Lin Bei apart. What are you screaming for? Do you think that just because you've reached the 5th stage of awakening, you won't die? Lin Bei was unafraid, raising his spear and charging forward. A cold gleam flashed, followed by a spear strike like a dragon. The sharp spear tip, wrapped with explosive thunder power, was aimed directly at the Thunder Ant King's face. The Thunder Ant King could sense the terrifying power of the thunder, far beyond its immunity, so it dodged the spear. What speed? Lin Bei was startled. After dodging, the Thunder Ant King left an afterimage at the spot it stood. Such terrifying speed was more than 10 times faster than the regular Thunder Ants. Chapter 9, Killing the Thunder Ant King. 50% Thunder Immunity. Lin Bei focused all his attention, not daring to be careless. Sensing danger from the left, Lin Bei immediately blocked with his spear, assuming a defensive stance. With a clang, the Thunder Ant King's sharp rows of saw teeth bit into the god-slaying Thunder Spear. 2 thunder powers clashed, and Lin Bei felt a slight tingling sensation. It wasn't that the god-slaying Thunder Spear wasn't strong enough, but rather that Lin Bei's strength wasn't enough to fully unleash its true power. Gradually, the human and the ant became entangled in a battle, unable to decide the winner in a short time. This scene was witnessed by Fu Tai, whose eyes grew more amazed. Even his battle instincts are small but developed. This kid really is a freak. However, killing this 5th stage awakening Thunder Ant King won't be that easy. 9-fold Thunder Spear. 3rd strike. After a long pause, Lin Bei fiercely thrust out a spear. The Thunder Ant King was no fool like the scale-armored pig. It wouldn't be stupid enough to charge straight at the spear. To kill it, you had to use your brain. The Thunder Ant King, as fast as lightning, easily dodged the attack. After the attack failed, Lin Bei immediately withdrew his spear and started running toward the mountain's edge. Squeak! The Thunder Ant King screeched excitedly, immediately giving chase. Although it was a low-tier giant beast, it could sense Lin Bei's stamina was rapidly depleting in the intense battle. The most obvious change was that his strikes and reactions had weakened dramatically. The previously powerful strike was clearly his last trump card. Now that all his methods had been exhausted and his stamina drained, his only option was to flee. If it weren't for the Thunder Ant King's fear of the sharpness of the god-slaying Thunder Spear, Lin Bei would have been torn apart long ago. Now, it was finally time for its hunting moment. The Thunder Ant King was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared behind Lin Bei, its 2 rows of sharp saw teeth aiming for his back. If this bite hit, half of its body was about to be bitten off. Damn it! Fu Tai's face darkened, ready to step in and save the person. Almost at the same time, Lin Bei suddenly stopped, turned around, and made a counterattack, 9-fold Thunder Gun. 4th level. Zitzi. Raging thunder burst from the tip of the gun, and the momentum suddenly increased several times. The Thunder Ant King finally realized it had been tricked, shrieking in fear, trying to dodge. But at this close distance, it was too late to avoid. There was a sharp sound, and the Thunder Ant King watched helplessly as the god-killing thunder gun pierced through its body. Blood flowed out in torrents, and its life force rapidly faded away, visible to the naked eye. After struggling for a moment, it finally stopped breathing. Phew, this little thing is tough to kill. Lin Bei gasped heavily. Using the 9-fold thunder gun continuously, combined with the high-intensity battle, had nearly drained all his energy. If he hadn't used a bit of strategy, he really wouldn't have been able to take down this Thunder Ant King. However, the battle was over, and it was time to tally the rewards. The 5th level awakened Thunder Ant King, along with the bodies of hundreds of Thunder Ants, could be exchanged for a lot of military merit. This was just the small prize. The real big prize was in the Thunder Ant's nest. Last time, Lin Bei had personally seen the Thunder Ants digging out many Thunder Crystals, which must have all been transported back to their nest. These things could enhance the Thunder Ant's strength, and they could also be used to temper a warrior's body. It was precisely because of these Thunder Crystals that Lin Bei had headed directly for the Thunder Ant nest. I really underestimated this monster. Not only has he cultivated the 9-fold Thunder Gun to the 4th level of mastery, but he also knows how to use his brain in battle. No wonder he's a key talent cultivated by instructor Jiang. Fu Tai's mind surged with waves of admiration, and he didn't hold back any praise. With such powerful strength and a flexible mind, Lin Bei already had the basic conditions to become a commander. It wouldn't be long before Lin Bei would be promoted to sergeant. By then, he would become the youngest and fastest promoted sergeant in the history of the Northern Border Regiment. Lin Bei entered the Thunder Ant nest and indeed found a large number of Thunder Crystals inside. The Thunder Crystals varied in size, all showing a deep blue color, and inside contained extremely pure Thunder power. To avoid any unnecessary delays, Lin Bei immediately began refining the Thunder Crystals on the spot. The host has refined the Thunder Crystals and gained a 10,000-fold critical hit reward. Constitution strength increases by 200, and Thunder attribute immunity rises to 50%. Hiss. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Bei couldn't help but suck in a cold breath in disbelief. Last time, increasing his constitution by 100 points allowed him to barely pull out the god-killing Thunder Gun. This time, with an increase of 200 points in constitution, the once heavy god-killing Thunder Gun could now be wielded as if it were an extension of his arm. The spear spun in his palm, moving with a fierce wind. The body under his clothes seemed unchanged, but in reality, his muscles, bones, and flesh had undergone another round of transformation. The significant improvement in constitution meant an increase in strength, defense, recovery, and endurance at the same time. Although he was still at the 4th stage of awakening, if he were to undergo another combat power test now, the instrument would probably explode off the charts. Moreover, his Thunder attribute immunity had reached 50%. This was an incredibly exaggerated immunity rate. In the future, when facing Thunder attribute beasts, the power of their attacks would be reduced by half. After leaving the nest and cleaning up the Thunder Ant bodies on the ground, Lin Bei immediately headed back to the camp. After a long while, Jiang Hao on the training ground saw Lin Bei walk out, instinctively looking down at his watch. It's only been 3 hours, how could he be done so quickly? Killed enough. Lin Bei opened his storage ring, and hundreds of Thunder Ant corpses spilled out. Jiang Hao's expression went from shock to numbness, standing there for a long time, unable to speak. Although they were just 2nd and 3rd stage awakened Thunder Ants, wasn't this quantity a bit too much? After a rough count, there were probably 600 or 700. As Jiang Hao counted, his pupils suddenly shrank. 5th stage awakened Thunder Ant King. Did you take down a Thunder Ant nest? Yep. Lin Bei nodded casually. Jiang Hao. Having been an instructor for so many years? The first time I've seen a new recruit kill so many giant beasts during practical combat training. For others, practical combat training is a test of life and death. For Lin Bei, it's just like going to a buffet to get supplies. One awakened giant beast is worth a bit of military merit. Killing so many Thunder Ants together earns over 1,000 military merits. You should know that Lin Bei just joined the army 2 days ago, and has already broken the record for the highest military merit by a new recruit. Starting tomorrow, you won't need to participate in this kind of practical training anymore, Jiang Hao said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Lin Bei asked, confused. Simply put, your strength is too great. This level of training is not significant for you. I will create a special training plan for you, Jiang Hao said. Okay. Lin Bei nodded, agreeing that it was true. During his first practical training, his combat instinct went from proficient to a small mastery. And this time, although he killed more giant beasts and spent effort to kill the Thunder Ant King, his combat instinct showed no progress. The main reason is that Lin Bei's strength is too great, and these giant beasts can't give him enough pressure. If he challenged an awakened 6th stage giant beast, it would be too risky. After leaving the training field, Lin Bei headed straight for the martial arts building. The first floor is all basic martial arts, with the highest being only 1st grade top level. After seeing the power of 4th grade top martial arts, looking at this level of martial arts didn't stir any emotions in his heart. Higher grade martial arts are on the upper floors, but Lin Bei is just a new recruit and doesn't even have the qualification to enter the 2nd floor. What's wrong? No martial arts you're interested in? Or do you look down on these basic martial arts? At that moment, the crippled old soldier Fu Tai slowly walked in from outside. The ranks are too low, Lin Bei said with a bitter smile. Ha, I knew you were ambitious. Come with me to the second floor. Fu Tai hobbled up the stairs. According to the rules of the northern region, only sergeants and above are qualified to enter the second floor. Lin Bei stood still. You have amazing potential. Instructor Jiang has specially approved for you to enter the second floor, Fu Tai explained. Oh, okay. Lin Bei's face lit up with joy as he followed Fu Tai upstairs. On this floor, there were only a dozen or so bookshelves, and each bookshelf had only a few martial arts techniques. According to the grade of the martial arts, they were arranged from front to back, from bottom to top. Lin Bei casually took down a martial arts technique and saw a group of numbers labeled on it, 2000? What does this mean? Martial arts above the second floor require military merit to exchange, and this second-grade intermediate martial arts technique is worth 2,000 military merit points, Fu Tai explained. Upon hearing this, the smile on Lin Bei's face instantly froze. He opened his personal military merit account and checked. He had just over 1,000 military merit points. The cheapest second-grade lower martial arts technique costs 1,500 military merit points. No wonder only sergeants and above can enter the second floor. Because even if new recruits get in, they don't have enough military merit to exchange for martial arts techniques. I still have over 11,000 military merit points in my account. I'll transfer them all to your account. Take a look, Fu Tai said after witnessing Lin Bei's battle with the Thunder Ant King. He understood Lin Bei's strengths and weaknesses very well. The strength is high damage and high burst, unbeatable at the same level, and capable of fighting above his level. The weakness is also very obvious. Lin Bei's realm is too weak, and he cannot fully unleash the power of the God-slaying Thunder Spear and the ninefold Thunder Spear technique. Forcing it would only put more strain on his body, easily causing exhaustion and an inability to continue. So, he needs to practice other martial arts that consume less energy to make up for his shortcomings, hiding the ninefold Thunder Spear technique as a trump card. Currently, only Fu Tai and Jiang Hao know that Lin Bei has mastered the ninefold Thunder Spear technique within the entire Northern Region Corps. Lin Bei refreshed his personal military merit account, and sure enough, there were more than 11,000 points added. He joyfully said, "Thank you, Brother Tai." How do you plan to use these military merits? Fu Tai asked. Lin Bei looked at the exchange prices of martial arts techniques of different grades on the bookshelf. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "Let's exchange for more martial arts techniques." Wrong. Martial arts should be about quality, not quantity. Even if you practice 10 second-tier martial arts, it's not as good as mastering one third-tier martial art. Besides, with your remarkable comprehension, mastering a top-tier third-grade technique shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Fu Tai fixed his intense gaze on Lin Bei. Exchanging a segment of an awakened giant beast's corpse only earned him a bit of military merit. His generous offer of over 10,000 military merits was to help Lin Bei grow quickly. Naturally, he didn't want him to take a wrong turn on the martial arts path. Alright, thank you for your guidance, Taigu. Lin Bei heeded the advice and walked to the last row of bookshelves, selecting a top-tier third-grade martial arts technique. The martial arts technique was called Wind Spirit Spear Technique, known for its speed and agility. The explosive power was far less than martial arts of the same rank, but Lin Bei possessed a top-tier fourth-grade weapon, the god-killing Thunder Spear. With this spear's support, the shortcoming of the Wind Spirit Spear technique would be perfectly compensated. Next, you have 2 days to comprehend this martial arts technique, and after 2 days, your specialized training will officially begin, Fu Tai said seriously. What specialized training? Lin Bei asked curiously. Have you heard of a secret realm? Fu Tai replied with a question. Hearing the word secret realm, Lin Bei's body shook, and his eyes revealed deep anticipation. There is a mysterious power in the world. When this power descends upon a region, a primitive secret realm is formed. The creatures within the secret realm will undergo crazy evolution under the enhancement of this mysterious power, eventually becoming giant beasts. Some special primitive secret realms can even hatch 9th-tier giant beasts. As more giant beasts hatch, the power of the secret realm will gradually decline. According to the strength of the secret realm's power, it is divided into primitive secret realms, advanced secret realms, intermediate secret realms, and the weakest, beginner secret realms. Even the weakest beginner secret realm attracts countless martial artists. Because the mysterious power within the secret realm not only allows giant beasts to evolve but also greatly benefits martial artists' training. Entering such a place is better than going into the special training room of the martial arts building. Looking at Lin Bei's eager eyes, Fu Tai poured a bucket of cold water. The secret realm holds countless opportunities but is also fraught with dangers. Many talented individuals have died inside. Moreover, the most frightening aspect of the secret realm is that giant beasts do not divide territories based on strength levels. This means that the moment you step into the outskirts of the secret realm, you may encounter an advanced giant beast attack. Understood. Lin Bei nodded and then returned to the training room to practice the Wind Spirit Spear technique. The host diligently studies the Wind Spirit Spear technique and gains a 10,000-fold critical hit reward, achieving entry-level mastery of the Wind Spirit Spear technique. The host practices the Wind Spirit Spear technique 10 times, gaining a 10,000-fold critical hit reward, achieving perfection in the Wind Spirit Spear technique. After mastering the spear technique, Lin Bei did not rush to enter the beginner's secret realm. The strength of awakening at the fourth segment is indeed too weak. He wanted to take this time to continue improving. 2 days passed in a flash. Lin Bei stepped out of the training room, feeling more energetic than ever, and then opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening 5th segment. Rank, New Soldier. Talent, SSS level Heaven's Reward for Hard Work. Weapon, Top Tier 4th Grade God-Killing Thunder Spear. Martial Arts, Dragon Kingdom Basic Body Quenching Fist, Perfection, Top Tier 3rd Grade Wind Spirit Spear Technique, Perfection, Top Tier 4th Grade Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique, Minor Accomplishment. Ability, Combat Instinct, Minor Accomplishment. Immunity, Lightning Attribute Immunity of 50%. Physique, 368. After 2 days of secluded training, in addition to achieving perfection in the Wind Spirit Spear technique, both the Ninefold Thunder Spear technique and his realm had also improved by a minor level. Though he couldn't say he was 100% ready to conquer the beginner's secret realm, at least he had some chance. Lin Bei left the training room and headed toward the instructor's office. On the way, he noticed some new recruits training and suddenly realized that several familiar faces were missing, including Wang Chang. Those new recruits all looked at Lin Bei, their gazes filled with respect as if they were worshipping a deity. After 3 hours of slaying 500 to 600 Thunder Ants, he also killed a Thunder Ant King of the 5th Awakening segment. Such a terrifying record, they wouldn't even dare to dream so boldly. Lin Bei quickened his pace into the office, knocked on the door, and walked in, but there was no sign of Zhang Hao. Only Fu Tai was sitting on the sofa. Taigu, where is Instructor Jiang? Weren't we supposed to leave for the primary secret realm today? Instructor Jiang took some people to participate in the recruit competition held by the northern headquarters. I will be driving you to the secret realm. Fu Tai explained. Recruit competition? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, only now learning about this. Do you feel it's a pity that you didn't participate in this competition? No need to feel that way. This kind of competition is meaningless for improving strength, and the rewards are worthless. It's purely a way for privileged second-generation kids to get a legitimate way to gild their resumes, making them look better. Chapter 11, Former Classmate. The Overbearing Fu Tai. Fu Tai sneered at the competition hosted by headquarters, then patted Lin Bei's shoulder in consolation. Lin Bei, just focus on your cultivation. The real time to shine is in the Four Regions Tournament. The Four Regions Tournament was the highest level event jointly organized by the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Northern military districts, gathering the most outstanding geniuses in the army. Those who could rank in this competition were all the elites among their peers. Its value was equivalent to the martial arts college entrance exam. All right. Lin Bei nodded, not asking any more questions. Then, the two got in the car and headed to the primary secret realm. Every secret realm was heavily guarded, mainly to prevent giant beasts from escaping and causing disasters, but also to train the younger generation of martial artists. In other words, besides the soldiers from the northern camps, top students from nearby city schools would also be sent here for training. After a few hours, the vehicle arrived at the secret realm camp. Looking at the secret realm covered by a mysterious light curtain, Lin Bei felt an endless sense of curiosity and anticipation. For hundreds of years, no one knew what the mysterious power shrouding the secret realm was, nor did anyone know where it came from. All that was known was that this power had caused the outbreak of the giant beast Catastrophe, while also giving birth to powerful human warriors, officially ushering in the high martial era. Wait here for a moment, I'll go handle the entry procedures. Fu Tai instructed before heading toward the camp building. All right. Lin Bei nodded and casually found a place to sit. Lin Bei? You actually followed here too. At that moment, a surprised yet disdainful voice came from behind. Lin Bei turned his head, and what entered his sight was an absolutely beautiful face. Old memories were instantly stirred up. The self-important girl in front of him was Zhu Hong, his former girlfriend. They had once studied together at Jiangqing Experimental High School. Later, Lin Bei was tested with a C-grade talent for cultivation amplification, while she was tested with an A-grade talent for corrosive swamp. For the sake of the Lin family's young master, Zhu Hong had stayed by his side. Until Lin Bei was disowned by his parents and expelled from the Lin family. Only then did she reveal her true colors, immediately cutting ties with him. You're just a C-grade talent loser. And I am an A-grade talent genius. We are people from two different worlds, don't you understand? Before the rest of the class arrives, you'd better get lost, so you don't embarrass yourself. Before Lin Bei could explain, Zhu Hong arrogantly crossed her arms, not even bothering to look at him directly. Zhu Hong, do you think I came here for you? Lin Bei countered. Isn't that the case? Even though you brought me breakfast every day for 3 years in school, and the cultivation resources assigned to you by the Lin family, you never used them yourself but gave them all to me. But now, we are worlds apart. Stop having unrealistic fantasies. Zhu Hong grew impatient. So noisy. Lin Bei couldn't be bothered with nonsense and swung his hand in a slap across Zhu Hong's face. With the support of 368 points of physique, this slap carried no less force than a giant iron hammer smashing into her face. With a loud bang, Zhu Hong spun 720 degrees mid-air before crashing heavily to the ground. Half of her face swelled up with blood. Several teeth broken and fallen out. Dazed, lying on the ground, like a dead dog. Who dares to hit our class beauty? A few students dressed in the same uniform as Zhu Hong rushed over aggressively. Lin Bei stood up and stared at them. Damn! I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the useless young master of the Lin family. Oh wait. You've already been expelled from the Lin family. Now you should be called the useless orphan. You see great talent waste, what are you doing here? You didn't come here to ask for a reunion with the class beauty, did you? The class beauty definitely rejected your reunion request, and then you sneak attacked and injured her. The few of them instantly imagined a dramatic scene and then looked at Lin Bei with pity. Not because they sympathized with Lin Bei's situation, but because Zhu Hong had become the girlfriend of Hanan, the captain of the school team. Hanan was known for his bad temper. Seeing his woman getting such a heavy slap would surely make him furious enough to crush Lin Bei's skull, and at the very least, break 2 of his arms. Soon, Hanan and the leading teacher finished the procedures and walked towards the side. Seeing Zhu Hong lying on the ground, Hanan's face changed suddenly, and he rushed over to help her up. Who did this? Zhu Hong gradually regained her composure and pointed to Lin Bei not far away. Brother Han. It's him. He sneaked up and slapped me when I wasn't paying attention. You have to take revenge for me. Damn it. Die for me. Hanan cursed loudly and directly took out a long sword from his storage ring, stabbing it towards Lin Bei's chest. Stop. In a flash, a pebble shot from a distance, deflecting Hanan's long sword. Immediately after, Fu Tai, who had finished the procedures, hurried over and blocked in front of Lin Bei, glaring fiercely at Hanan and the others. The leading teacher also stepped forward at this moment. Seeing that Fu Tai was a lame man, looking sickly, he sneered, "Friend, your person hurt my student. We just want to repay evil with evil. What's the problem? My person hurt your student, and you want to repay evil with evil, that's the biggest problem." Fu Tai said flatly. What do you mean? The leading teacher's face tightened. What school are you from? You can't even understand such a simple thing? No wonder you brought out such a group of useless students. Fu Tai waved his hand disdainfully, full of contempt. The leading teacher was furious, not expecting that a lame man like Fu Tai could be so arrogant. If he showed weakness now, how would he have any prestige in front of the students in the future? So, the leading teacher unleashed the powerful pressure of a second-tier warrior, wanting to overpower Fu Tai with his aura. Want to test my depth? You are not qualified. Fu Tai snorted coldly, and a terrifying wave of pressure suddenly swept over, quickly engulfing the leading teacher's pressure, causing him to spit blood and retreat. Teacher Wang. Hanan and the others' expressions changed drastically, instantly panicking. Not even having truly made a move, just relying on pressure to injure a second-tier warrior. His realm was very likely to have reached the 3rd tier, at least infinitely close to it. I am Wang Chang, the head teacher of Class 3 at Jiangcheng Experimental Middle School. Do you know the cost of attacking me? Wang Chang wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring fiercely at Fu Tai. Bully Fu Tai of the 8th Camp of the Northern Border Legion, if you're not convinced, let's fight, I'll let you use both hands. Fu Tai grinned provocatively, not putting this group of people in his eyes at all. Northern Border Legion. Bully. Hearing these 2 words, Wang Chang and the others were instantly terrified, fleeing in panic. Unlike them, who grew through bitter cultivation and resources, border warriors crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and their combat power was many times stronger than theirs, not even in the same league. Moreover, Fu Tai's realm was already above his. Chapter 12, First Tier Spirit Herb. Zhu Hong's Corrosive Swamp Talent. Kid, the secret realm may be dangerous, but it's not as dangerous as human hearts. You just need to remember one thing, Commander Jiang and I will always be your backing, the entire 8th camp will be your backing. In a critical situation, you can take any means necessary, remember, any means. Fu Tai heavily patted Lin Bei's shoulder, his expression serious and his eyes filled with chilling killing intent. Lin Bei could naturally hear the deep meaning in these 2 sentences, and immediately nodded, saying, Brother Tai, I understand. Yes, this is a locator. Press the red button when you encounter danger, and the camp will send someone to rescue you. Fu Tai took out a small card. Thank you, Brother Tai. Lin Bei's heart warmed. Go on, I'll wait here for your good news. Fu Tai smiled and waved his hand. Okay. Lin Bei responded and turned to enter the secret realm. In the distance, Hanan and a few others were glaring fiercely at Lin Bei's departing figure. Teacher Wang Chang noticed the killing intent surging in Hanan's heart, so he fanned the flames, saying, "The secret realm is dangerous. Every year, many warriors die inside. Some die from giant beasts, some from resource battles, and others die for unclear reasons. Do what you want, just don't leave any evidence, and the school will back you up." "Thank you, Teacher Wang." With Wang Chang's words, Hanan felt emboldened. He was the captain of the experimental school team, an A-level sword control talent, and a genius awakened to the 7th stage. Xu Hong was the deputy captain of the school team, with A-level corrosive swamp talent, and awakened to the 6th stage. In addition to the two of them, there were 3 other school team members with B-level talents, all of whom had awakened to the 5th stage. With such a lineup, they would have a chance to kill a giant beast at the 8th stage. Dealing with someone like Lin Bei, a waste, would be effortless. "Brother Han, don't interfere when the time comes. I want to personally kill this waste," Xu Hong said, covering his swollen cheek, filled with hatred. "All right." Hanan grinned and nodded, then led the team into the secret realm. At this time, Lin Bei had already walked a distance inside the secret realm. He was somewhat lucky, as he had not encountered any first-stage giant beasts right after entering. However, to clear this primary secret realm, he must kill the strongest beast king inside, whose strength is at least first stage. For someone awakened at the 5th stage to kill a first-stage beast king, it indeed sounded unbelievable. But this is the secret realm. Under the cover of mysterious power, Lin Bei's blood and energy surged. Even if he did nothing, his physique would automatically strengthen. Moreover, the secret realm is more likely to give birth to all kinds of spiritual herbs. Warriors who consume these herbs can greatly increase their strength. If luck is on his side and he encounters high-quality spiritual herbs, coupled with a 10,000-fold critical hit reward, it would not be impossible to rise 3 or 4 small stages. Boom! Boom! At this moment, ear-splitting crashing and roaring sounds came from not far away. Driven by curiosity, Lin Bei cautiously walked toward the sounds, and indeed saw 2 giant beasts fighting. One was a 9th-stage awakened scaled snake, and the other was a 9th-stage awakened magic ape. Both sides were already covered in wounds but were still fighting, holding on to their last breath. To make the giant beasts fight for their lives, it must be for some kind of treasure. Lin Bei muttered, carefully observing the battlefield surroundings, and indeed spotted a strange flower taller than a person, with several red blood fruits hanging beneath its petals. Spiritual herbs are graded from 1 to 9, from weak to strong. These red blood fruits in front of him are all first-stage spiritual herbs. According to the exchange conditions in the northern region, 1 red blood fruit requires 2,000 military merits. There are a total of 5 here, which equals 10,000 military merits. But the most valuable is this red blood flower that stands taller than a person. This type of spiritual herb is very difficult to cultivate, has very strict environmental requirements, and takes 100 years to mature and bear fruit. So aside from the secret realm, there are rarely any mature red blood flowers outside. No wonder they're fighting so fiercely. Lin Bei's eyes were blazing, yet he maintained his rationality. Both of these 9th-stage awakened giant beasts still had their last breath. If he rushed in now, he would definitely be attacked by both beasts. With his strength at the 5th stage, he had no chance against 2 9th-stage giant beasts. Against 1 severely wounded and dying beast, he might have a slight chance. After a long time, the demon ape finally seizes the opportunity, biting the scale snake 7 inches with its mouth, while using its 2 hands to pull hard. With a crackling sound, the scale snake was forcibly torn in half. Blood splattered, and the 2 half-bodies fell to the ground with a crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. At this moment, the demon ape was also at the end of its strength, with many bites from the scale snake on its body, and the toxin had spread throughout. The demon ape staggered towards the chi blood fruit, hoping to eat these spiritual herbs and advance to a giant beast, which would naturally resolve the snake's poison. The opportunity has come. Lin Bei's expression brightened as he took out the god-slaying thunder gun, preparing to act. Swish! Suddenly, a graceful figure sprang out from the forest, snatching away 5 chi blood fruits and fleeing in haste. From the back view, it appeared to be a cloud-chasing monkey awakened at the 8th stage. This type of giant beast is small in size and has weak combat power, but its only advantage is its extreme speed. The demon ape's body was heavy, having just gone through a life-and-death battle and being poisoned by the snake, making it impossible to catch up with the cloud-chasing monkey. It roared angrily and unwillingly, but ultimately fell to the ground as the snake poison took effect. Watching this scene, Lin Bei was startled at first, then smiled. 5 chi blood fruits are indeed precious, but the even more valuable chi blood flower is still here. Lin Bei stepped forward. The rich floral fragrance was heartwarming. Taking a deep breath made him feel refreshed. The chi blood flower can also be used as medicine. Consuming it can enhance strength, but such behavior is akin to killing the chicken to get the egg. Taking this flower out to plant in the Northern Territory would allow for annual harvests of chi blood fruits, wouldn't that be better? Lin Bei carefully dug up the chi blood flower, afraid of breaking the root stem at the bottom. Whoosh! At that moment, a flying sword stabbed towards Lin Bei's back from behind. His battle instincts triggered, Lin Bei narrowly rolled to avoid it. Upon looking closely, several martial artists were walking over, and the leader was actually Hanan. Oh, what a coincidence, we meet so soon, Hanan sneered coldly. Brother Han. It's the chi blood flower. And it's a mature one. The three awakened 5th stage team members couldn't close their mouths in excitement. The chi blood flower is a first-tier spiritual herb, but its price is higher than some second-tier spiritual herbs. Because a mature chi blood flower can continuously produce chi blood fruits. Moreover, the petals and roots of the chi blood flower can be used as medicine, enabling warriors to enhance their strength. To encounter such a fortune right as entering the secret realm is definitely a good omen. As for Lin Bei, a waste with sea-level talent, no one paid him any mind. Kneel down. Carry this chi blood flower to me, and I might consider giving you a quick death. Hanan said arrogantly. Lin Bei calmly dug out the chi blood flower and provocatively said, "Want the spiritual herb? Then it depends on your ability. Brother Han. You don't need to take action personally. We can deal with this waste ourselves." The few awakened 5th stage members volunteered to step forward. Stop. I want to take revenge for this slap myself. Zhu Hong blocked them and immediately used her corrosive mire ability. Chapter 13, A Strong Physical Constitution. Running is also a specialty. The mire spread around her as the center and rapidly expanded. It was filled with a highly corrosive venom, and grass and rocks melted at a visible speed. The mire spread quickly and, in the blink of an eye, reached Lin Bei's feet. Just when everyone thought Lin Bei would retreat to avoid it, they saw him walk directly into the mire. The class flower's corrosive mire not only restricts mobility but also causes corrosive damage. Does this kid not think straight? Daring to walk in. It's also possible that he knows he can't win and wants to use this method to beg for mercy. Humph. His feet will soon be corroded down to mere bones. The three members coldly mocked. Hanan and Zhu Hong also looked puzzled, as any sane person wouldn't walk into a corrosive mire. But what happened next left them wide-eyed. The venom in the mire corroded away Lin Bei's shoes. His feet were wrapped up, but half a day had passed without even the outer skin rotting away. A curious teammate crouched down and dipped his fingers into the swamp. Ah. The venom instantly corroded flesh, making him scream in pain. How is this possible? Zhu Hong's face was full of disbelief. No one knew the power of the corrosive venom better than her, even Hanan, who had awakened to the 7th stage, dared not step in. Could it be that Lin Bei's strength was even greater than Hanan's? Even if his power was greater, it shouldn't be possible for him to withstand the damage of the corrosive venom with just his flesh. Probably has trained in some kind of martial skill that increases physical defense, Hanan analyzed. So that's it. Then you try this move. Binding vines. Zhu Hong pointed and unleashed her martial skill. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of thorny vines burst out from the swamp, lunging toward Lin Bei from all directions. After mastering the combat instinct, he could dodge such attacks even with his eyes closed. Wielding the god-slaying thunder gun, he swiftly severed all the vines in just a few moves. Then, stepping forward, the gun's tip aimed straight at Zhu Hong's vital point. A move meant to kill. This group of people wanted to kill him for revenge and seize the spirit medicine, so Lin Bei could not show mercy. Killer. Those who kill must be killed. Among these few, only Zhu Hong's talent was the most troublesome. If she does not die, Lin Bei will be limited everywhere. At that time, facing the siege of Hanan and the others, the situation would become even worse. Hangu, save me. Zhu Hong's face was filled with terror. With me here. He won't even hurt a single hair on you. Hanan's voice had just fallen when a flying sword brushed past Zhu Hong's cheek, aiming for Lin Bei's face. Forced to lean back to dodge, Lin Bei's god-slaying thunder gun also retreated a distance. Zhu Hong seized the opportunity to try to retreat and create distance, but Lin Bei immediately rotated the god-slaying thunder gun, swinging it and striking Zhu Hong's waist and abdomen. With a loud bang, Zhu Hong flew backward like a cannonball, soaring over 10 meters. Put! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Zhu Hong's face was filled with shock. He stepped lightly into the corrosive swamp, easily dealt with the vines, then dodged Hanan's deadly attack, and found the gap to severely injure her with one shot. The whole process was fluid, without any unnecessary movements. Putting aside his strength, just this level of combat quality was far beyond what his peers could match. In these 10 days since dropping out, what has Lin Bei experienced? Why does he now look like a different person? The three awakened 5th stage teammates were also shocked, each secretly glad they hadn't rushed in earlier. Otherwise, they would have been the ones seriously injured. Damn it! Frustrated by his missed attack, Hanan angrily threw out another flying sword, directly targeting Lin Bei's vital point. Lin Bei swung the god-slaying thunder gun, deflecting the flying sword, and charged towards Zhu Hong. It's better to injure a finger than to lose a whole hand. The sharp gun tip aimed at Zhu Hong. Don't even think about it. Hanan shouted, waving his big hand, while 3 flying swords shot out from different directions attacking Lin Bei. The momentum of Lin Bei's charge came to a halt, forced to flip and dodge. He possessed 368 points of physicality, an abnormal physical defense comparable to a lower-tier warrior, enough to block the corrosive venom, but could not withstand the second-tier flying swords. What are you 3 still standing there for? Attack together. I want him dead here. Hanan ordered the 3 teammates with a fierce expression. Yes. The 3 did not dare to offend Hanan and promptly unleashed their talents and martial skills. Lin Bei attempted several waves of attack but could not get close to Zhu Hong, so he turned and ran. 1 against 4 may not guarantee victory, but running is something I excel at. If he couldn't kill Zhu Hong, then once she caught her breath, she would unleash the corrosive swamp again. And Hanan could control the flying swords from a distance, making things very troublesome. Continuing to drag this out wouldn't grant him a good chance, it was better to avoid their sharpness first. In any case, with 368 points of physicality, the enhancements included not only strength and defense, but also speed. This useless brat wants to run. Chase him. Hanan was the first to pursue. Han Gu. This guy, aside from practicing defensive martial skills, they must have practiced speed martial arts, they're so fast I can't catch up, a player at Awakening Stage 5 complained. Seeing Lin Bei were running further away, Hanan, unwilling to give up, shouted angrily, "Damn it! If I ever catch you again, I will definitely kill you." After leaving the battlefield, Lin Bei slowed down and took a small breath. Just entering the secret realm and finding a mature blood-red flower, there must be even greater opportunities hidden inside. No wonder so many martial artists are desperate to enter the secret realm. It's simply irresistible. For the next few days, Lin Bei kept exploring inside the secret realm. Perhaps his luck had run out, he didn't encounter a single spirit herb and instead ran into several high-stage awakened giant beasts, being chased around. At this moment, Lin Bei, who had just stopped to rest, heard the tragic cry of the cloud-chasing monkey. Could it be that monkey? Lin Bei recalled the cloud-chasing monkey that had snatched 5 blood-red fruits that day and quietly approached the source of the sound. As he focused his gaze, he saw several martial artists attacking the cloud-chasing monkey. And those martial artists were precisely Hanan, Zhu Hong, and others. Zhu Hong had the A-rank talent of Corrosive Swamp, which perfectly countered the speed of the cloud-chasing monkey. 3 teammates assisted from the side, while Hanan was responsible for the main attack, leaving the suppressed cloud-chasing monkey with no power to fight back. Ha ha ha! Once I kill this monkey, all 5 blood-red fruits will be mine. Hanan laughed excitedly. Hangu, I helped too, aren't you going to share with me? Zhu Hong pouted and glared at him. Fine. I'll give you 2. Hanan completely ignored the 3 teammates beside him. Hearing this, the 3 teammates exchanged glances, feeling extremely unhappy. Clearly, it was a joint effort by 5 people that had pinned down this awakened Stage 8 cloud-chasing monkey. Although Hanan and Zhu Hong deserved more credit, without the 3 of them, Hanan and Zhu Hong would not have captured this cloud-chasing monkey. What are you 3 spacing out for? If this monkey gets away, I won't spare you. Hanan's gaze turned, viciously glaring at the 3. Han Gu. This monkey is charging at me. Save me. Zhu Hong exclaimed in shock, quickly moving closer to Hanan. Her talent was Corrosive Swamp, which perfectly countered the cloud-chasing monkey. If the latter wanted to escape, it first had to kill her. What are you panicking for? Hanan flicked his fingers, and a long sword flew out, directly stabbing at the cloud-chasing monkey's vital spot. The latter dodged instinctively, but that long sword seemed to have eyes, relentlessly pursuing it. With 3 awakened Stage 5 teammates assisting from the side, the cloud-chasing monkey quickly became battered and bruised. Die, beast! Death Sword! Seeing the timing was almost right, Hanan unleashed a second-grade martial technique. The long sword burst into light, its momentum soaring. With a whoosh, it shot out, leaving behind trails of afterimages in the air. The cloud-chasing monkey instinctively tried to evade, but underneath was a muddy swamp, causing its movement speed to slow drastically. Now, the only thing it could do was lean its body to avoid being hit in vital areas. PFF. The long sword pierced through its shoulder, blood gushing out, exposing its ghastly white bones. Chapter 14, Hanan's Cruelty. Dark and dismal cave. Just a desperate struggle. Hanan shifted his gaze to Zhu Hong beside him. Understood. Binding vines. Zhu Hong activated a first-grade martial technique, and the swamp instantly sprouted over a dozen vines, tightly binding the cloud-chasing monkey. Let's see how you dodge this time. Hanan flicked his finger again, using the second-grade martial technique death sword, the sharp blade aiming directly at the cloud-chasing monkey's head. Aoo! The cloud-chasing monkey knew it could not escape, but it was unwilling to let a few humans take its blood-red fruits, so it howled to the sky, letting out an ear-piercing, sharp sound. PFF. The long sword pierced through its head, blood splattering, and the cloud-chasing monkey's corpse crashed heavily to the ground. At this moment, Lin Bei, who had been secretly watching the entire battle from the shadows, was secretly amazed. The five of them together could slay even an awakened stage 8 giant beast. Such strength was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, last time he dealt with Zhu Hong first, or his fate would have been the same as that cloud-chasing monkey. Suddenly, a deadly threat came from behind. Lin Bei instinctively took out the god-slaying thunder gun, accurately blocking it behind him. With a loud bang, a spike thicker than a finger was shot away. Just as Lin Bei turned around, over a dozen spikes came rushing at him, and he quickly twisted and dodged. Upon closer inspection, a gigantic hedgehog was charging towards him swiftly. Who is there? Come out. The noise of the battle alerted Hanan. It's me. Lin Bei shot the giant hedgehog dead and slowly walked out of the shadows. Lin Bei. I let you escape last time. This time, leave your life behind. Hanan sneered, controlling a flying sword to stab at Lin Bei's chest. Lin Bei swung his gun to block the flying sword, saying meaningfully, instead of dealing with me, you should think about how to cope with what is coming next. What do you mean? Hanan showed a look of surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of cloud-chasing monkeys surged out from all directions. The weakest among them were awakened to the 4th stage, and there were several at the 8th stage. Although the fighting power of the cloud-chasing monkeys wasn't strong, their sheer number was overwhelming. As the monkey swarm drew closer, the sense of oppression grew stronger. Han bro! What should we do now? I don't want to die here. We've already got 5 blood-red fruits, so let's press the emergency button. Forget it. I don't want to die. I want to live. The 3 awakened 5th stage warriors trembled nervously. Among them, one timid person reached out to press the red button on his handcard. Hanan immediately controlled his flying sword, cutting into that person's finger, scolding, we obtained 5 blood-red fruits as soon as we came in, and there will definitely be bigger opportunities ahead. If you press the button, it means the trial in the secret realm ends. Do you really want to give up those big chances? But the 3 warriors felt bitter but dared not voice their thoughts. The number and strength of these giant beasts were overwhelming. Warriors at the 6th and 7th stages could barely hold on. People like them, at the 5th stage, could lose their lives with just a slight mistake. The key effort was theirs, yet all the resources belonged to Hanan. Who would be willing? But apart from being powerful, Hanan had the support of the Han family, a martial arts family in Jiangcheng. If they offended Hanan today, with the Han family's influence in Jiangcheng, there were countless ways to kill them and easily strip them of their qualifications for the martial arts college entrance exam. Follow my orders. We will definitely kill our way out. Hanan was determined. Han bro, how do we deal with Lin Bei? He almost killed me with one shot last time, can we just let it go? Zhu Hong said reluctantly. Humph. After we deal with this group of monkeys, I will cut off his limbs. You can do whatever you. But compared to the blood-red fruit, he wished for this group of people to die at the hands of the giant beast. Damn it! Hanan cursed angrily, his brow furrowing, his face looking as ugly as it could get. With just the 5 of them, they could not possibly deal with so many giant beasts. If Lin Bei could join, their chances of winning could increase significantly. But he never expected that after offering such high conditions, Lin Bei would remain unmoved. Brother Han. I can't hold on any longer. Call for help, a team member, covered in wounds, pleaded. Don't panic. I still have a trump card. You 3, come closer to me. Hanan decided firmly, like he had made some kind of determination. Okay. Hearing there was a trump card, the 3 team members immediately moved closer to Hanan. Puff. 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 Hanan flicked his fingers, and 3 long swords pierced through the chests of the 3 team members. Blood gushed, and all the strength in their bodies was instantly drained. The 3 team members widened their eyes in disbelief, falling straight into the pool of blood. Brother Han. What are you doing? Zhu Hong asked, terrified and pale, fearfully moving away from Hanan. Even teammates are killed. She even suspected that when necessary, Hanan would kill her too. Opportunities for realm trials are rare, and there are even greater chances waiting for us ahead. We absolutely cannot let these 3 useless ones press the help button. Don't worry, I have my ways to pin their deaths on Lin Bei. Hanan controlled the 3 flying swords and changed the topic, saying, stick close to me, I'll lead you out to kill. Hanan's strength was limited, he could take at most one person out. The remaining 3 could only die here, so they wouldn't press the help button. Okay, Zhu Hong stuttered, terrified as she followed behind Hanan. At this moment, Lin Beibei left the battlefield, attracted by a dark cave. The cave was bubbling with thick thunder power. There must either be a powerful thunder attribute giant beast or a precious thunder attribute treasure. If it's the former, with a 50% thunder immunity, he could withstand 1 or 2. If it's the latter, that would be a great opportunity. After adjusting his state, Lin Beibei carefully entered while holding the god-slaying thunder spear. The cave entrance had faint light, but the deeper he went, the darker it became, until it was pitch black, with hands unseen. An ordinary martial artist might have panicked in such a situation. But Lin Beibei had a battle instinct at a small achievement level. Even if his eyes couldn't see, his body would instinctively react to avoid danger. It's a giant beast. Lin Beibei's expression tightened, and he immediately stopped. Chapter 15, Awakening of the 8th-stage Thunder Bat. Commander Luo Yuanshan. Please vote. From deep within the cave, a powerful thunder attribute giant beast aura emerged, at least an 8th-stage awakening. A martial artist's intuition told Lin Beibei that this giant beast was watching him. Squeak! A roar sounded, and a blue electric light shot toward Lin Beibei. With the illumination of the electric light, Lin Beibei finally got a clear view of the giant beast in the cave. It was an 8th-stage awakened thunder bat. Its size was larger than that of an adult male, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. The thunder bat's attack method was very simple. It typically only spewed thunder attribute rays from its mouth, and it feared sunlight. That scared me. I thought it was some terrifying giant beast. Lin Beibei's heart relaxed as he braced himself against the thunder ray without dodging. If there were others standing here, they would definitely think Lin Beibei was crazy. A mere 5th-stage awakened martial artist dared to withstand the ray attack of an 8th-stage awakened thunder bat. But Lin Beibei alone knew that with 50% thunder immunity, it would be enough to cancel out most of the ray's power. Ziz! The thunder ray hit Lin Beibei, and a wave of paralysis instantly spread throughout his body. His body stiffened momentarily, and all his body hair stood up, emitting wisps of white smoke. The host's body has undergone thunder baptism and received 10,000 times critical reward. Thunder attribute immunity has increased by 1%. Hearing the system prompt sound, Lin Beibei's mouth curved upward. He originally just wanted to try, but he didn't expect it to be really effective. The so-called body tempering refers to attacks that cause damage but are not fatal. As long as he could withstand this damage, the physical body can transform and become stronger, just like when pulling out the god-slaying thunder spear back then. This excellent opportunity to refine my body absolutely cannot be missed. Big guy. Is this all your strength? Not even close. This is nothing more than a tickle. Lin Bei provocatively spoke, yet cautiously stood 50 meters away from the thunder bat. Although thunder bats usually only use ray attacks, one can never be sure if the opponent might recklessly charge in for close combat. Just those sharp teeth and claws could take half your life with a single scratch. Eek! Provoked by the human, the thunder bat instantly became furious, opening its mouth to unleash a stronger thunder ray. The host's body undergoes thunder refinement, gaining 10,000 times critical strike rewards, and lightning immunity increases by 1%. Still too weak. Lin Bei pouted and shook his head, showing a contemptuous face. Eek eek! The thunder bat, agitated, flapped its wings, roaring as it unleashed another thunder ray. It couldn't understand why this mere awakened human at the 5th level could continuously withstand its 2 attacks. To be clear, against previous humans, it could easily electrocute them to death. The host's body undergoes thunder refinement, gaining 10,000 times critical strike rewards, and lightning immunity increases by 1%. You're so weak, do your family members know? Lin Bei kept provoking. Meanwhile, at the northern border headquarters, at the rookie competition venue, Wang Chang and others sat disheartened in the audience, listening to the ridicule around them. Each of them wished they could bury their heads in the ground. The 8th camp is becoming more useless. Sent 5 people to compete, yet none made it to the semi-finals. Every year, the rookie competition has the 8th camp at the bottom. Why not just merge the 8th camp with the other 7? A bear is a bear, and a den of bears is still a den of bears. Mainly, it is the 8th camp's commander and instructors who are too useless. Zhang Hao also sat in the audience, looking calm as if he were already used to this kind of chatter. The Northern Border Legion has a total of 8 large camps. Due to the 8th camp's commander not understanding sycophancy, the resources allocated from the headquarters are always only half of what other camps receive, and sometimes only a third. Aside from resources, the new recruits each year are leftovers that other camps do not want, thrown to the 8th camp. In addition, the 8th camp's defensive zone is closest to the area where giant beasts roam, and the frequency of battles and casualty numbers are also the highest among the 8 camps. In such a situation, expecting the 8th camp to perform well in the rookie competition is simply impossible. Therefore, Zhang Hao had long since given up. He only wanted to train Lin Bei well so that he could shine for the 8th camp in the 4-camp competition. Instructor Jiang, Commander Luo is looking for you. At that moment, a soldier walked up to Jiang Hao. Lead the way. Jiang Hao replied. Please follow me. The soldier led Jiang Hao out of the venue into a luxurious office. Instructor Jiang Hao of the 8th Camp, greeting the commander. Jiang Hao performed a standard military salute. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, gesturing for the soldier to leave, then walked around Jiang Hao and asked, I heard your 8th Camp has a good seedling, why didn't ye come to participate in the rookie competition? Commander Luo, from where did you hear such gossip? Our 8th Camp has never had a good seedling. The best is that A-grade talent Wang Chang. If you fancy him, just take him directly. Jiang Hao repeatedly denied. The data from the special training rooms of all 8 camps is connected to the headquarters computer, so don't act dumb in front of me. Luo Yuanshan meaningfully patted Jiang Hao's shoulder. Jiang Hao suddenly understood, his expression changing dramatically. The 8th camp had not had a good seedling for too long that he forgot such a simple matter. Only just enlisted, yet pulled out the god-slaying thunder spear of the previous commander of the 8th camp, and broke both the unarmed combat power at the 4th awakening level and the full gear combat power record. Such an excellent seedling, not participating in the rookie competition would surely be wasted. Luo Yuanshan returned to his seat, speaking in a commanding tone, while the rookie competition hasn't ended yet. Hurry up and bring him over. Reporting to the Lord of Luo Army, Lin Bei has already entered the number 137 beginner secret realm, and we don't know when he will come out. Jiang Hao replied evasively. Lin Bei is the only hope for the 8th camp. He absolutely cannot be snatched away by other camps or army leaders. Luo Yuanshan ignored Jiang Hao and directly dialed the number for the 137 secret realm camp, asking, find out Lin Bei's information for me, see how long he has been in the secret realm. Reporting, sir, Lin Bei has been in the secret realm for 3 days and has not come out yet. Doesn't everyone who enters the secret realm have a locator? Then just send someone to bring him out. After saying this, Luo Yuanshan directly hung up the phone, then smiled at Jiang Hao. Instructor Jiang, the 8th camp's conditions are limited. It's a waste to keep such good talent, don't you think? Jiang Hao clenched his fists secretly, remaining silent. Having hidden for so long, he didn't expect that such a small mistake would ruin everything. On the other side, after continuously provoking the Thunderbat, Lin Bei finally forced it to a high temperature. As he had predicted, the Thunderbat no longer used its thunder ray but wanted to tear him apart with its sharp claws. Ah! I'm in. Ah! I'm out again. Come hit me. Lin Bei jumped in and out of the cave entrance, wildly provoking the Thunderbat. Squeak! The Thunderbat roared in anger, its sharp teeth flashing cold light, saliva flying everywhere. It had tried to rush out of the cave more than once, but each time it was burned back by the sunlight, forced to retreat into the cave. A grand awakened 8-segment giant beast, being toyed with to such a degree by a 5-segment awakened human. The Thunderbat's eyes were filled with not only anger but also deep frustration. Chapter 16, Slay the Crimson. Battle instinct reaches perfection. After being shocked countless times, Lin Bei had changed drastically. His entire body was blackened like charcoal, his hair scorched and curled, looking like he had lost half his life. In reality, he had only suffered some superficial injuries, and his immunity to lightning had reached an astonishing 70%. Unfortunately, the sun was about to set, otherwise, he could have gained more lightning immunity. I'll let you go today. Lin Bei sat cross-legged, immediately adjusting his breathing to regain his strength. The giant beasts were more active at night, and danger increased exponentially, so he had to remain at peak condition. At this moment, Hanan and Zhu Hong finally broke out of the encirclement, shaking off the group of cloud-chasing monkeys. Both of them looked pale, clearly having sustained serious injuries. I can't keep going, I need to rest. Zhu Hong let go of Hanan's hand and sat down heavily on a rock, breathing heavily. We should have shaken them off, so let's take a break. Hanan looked back to confirm that the cloud-chasing monkeys had not followed before taking out 2 bottles of potions from his storage ring, handing one to Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong took the potion and drank it in one go, gradually recovering some strength from her previous exhaustion. The minor wounds on her body also healed at a visibly fast pace. Han. Brother Han, are you sure nothing will happen? Zhu Hong remembered the deaths of the 3 team members and looked up at Hanan, her eyes revealing an unhidden fear. Their bodies were completely eaten by the giant beasts. As long as you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, there will be no problem. Hanan said grimly. I definitely won't say anything. Zhu Hong promised with great certainty. Alright, let's quickly rest and recover. The danger in the secret realm increases at night. Hanan took his potion, sitting down to adjust his breathing. Just as he finally calmed down, he heard the roaring sound of the Thunderbat. The sound was very close and extremely angry. Could there be an opportunity? Hanan stood up from the ground, cautiously walking towards the direction of the sound. Soon, he saw an awakened 8-segment thunder bat hanging upside down at the cave entrance, roaring at a young martial artist outside the cave. Lin Bei? Hanan shifted his gaze to the young martial artist, suddenly overjoyed. Although he didn't know how Lin Bei dared to confront an awakened 8-segment thunder bat head-on, it seemed he had suffered serious injuries. This is a great opportunity to kill him. Not only can I take revenge, but I can also snatch the mature blood flower from his hands, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Bei? Where is he? Zhu Hong immediately opened her eyes upon hearing the voice. The slap before entering the secret realm and the blow after entering have made her hate Lin Bei to the core. Since 3 people have already died, 1 more doesn't matter. Hanan waved at Zhu Hong and whispered, I will use my flying sword to launch a sneak attack first. If I miss, you immediately use the corrosive marsh to trap him. Understood. Zhu Hong nodded fiercely, glaring at Lin Bei not far away. Killing sword. Hanan pointed with his finger, unleashing a second-grade martial skill. The attack was lethal, and the flying sword whistled toward Lin Bei, aiming for his heart. Sensing the deadly danger, Lin Bei instinctively rolled on the ground to dodge while taking out the god-slaying thunder gun. How can this kid react so quickly? Hanan was shocked and turned to look at Zhu Hong. Zhu Hong instantly understood, corrosive marsh. Activate. The marsh no longer spread from her as the center, instead, it surged up from beneath her feet, rushing towards Lin Bei at high speed. Sacrificial range, used to extend distance. Binding vines. Dozens of spiked vines emerged from the marsh, sealing off 3 directions, forcing Lin Bei to retreat towards the cave. Lin Bei stopped retreating, going back further would put him in the attack range of the thunder bat, he had nowhere left to run. Since you want to die so badly, I will grant you your wish. Lin Bei steeled his heart and stepped into the marsh, forcefully throwing the god-slaying thunder gun, aiming the gun's tip directly at Zhu Hong. Hanan and Zhu Hong's combined battle strength, Lin Bei had witnessed firsthand, they could even slay awakened 8-segment behemoths. One of them had to be taken down first. Hanan was stronger, dealing with him wouldn't be easy. Moreover, Lin Bei had the combat instincts of a minor success realm, even unarmed, he could dodge the flying sword attacks. Han Gu, save me! Zhu Hong, tucked behind the stone mill, shouted loudly. What are you panicking about? Hanan waved his sleeve, and a flying sword collided with the god-slaying thunder gun. Clang! Crack! The flying sword was struck by the god-slaying thunder gun and shattered into 2 pieces on the spot. Then it pierced through the stone mill, impaling Zhu Hong from behind. Puff! Zhu Hong stared in shock at the gun barrel protruding from her chest, her eyes filled with disbelief. She couldn't believe that hiding beneath such a thick stone mill, from a distance of dozens of meters, and even with the flying sword blocking, she still couldn't stop Lin Bei's shot. What terrifying physical power must this be? He must be infinitely close to becoming a martial artist. But he was clearly just a waste who was expelled from his family and forced to drop out of school. No matter how lucky he was to gain some opportunities, it couldn't change the fact that he had C-grade talent. Lin Bei was too strong. So strong that it made her feel everything was unreal. But the sharp pain radiating from her chest told her this was not a dream. The terrifying thunder within the god-slaying thunder gun suddenly erupted, causing Zhu Hong to scream in agony. As her voice grew softer, Zhu Hong completely lost her breath. Hanan turned his gaze, and there was little sadness in his eyes as he looked at Zhu Hong. As the young master of the Han family from the martial arts lineage of Jiang City, he was never short of women. One Zhu Hong died, and naturally, there would be Chen Hong, Zhao Hong, and Zhang Hong. But any woman who dared to kill his must pay with her life. Lin Bei, I have to admit, your strength is indeed strong, even qualifying to compete with me. Hanan slowly walked to Zhu Hong's corpse, looking down at the god-slaying thunder gun, he changed his tone and said, but without this weapon, how much chance do you have left? Without a weapon, I can still kill you. Lin Bei was full of confidence. Ha ha ha. Arrogant. Once I kill you, the blood fruit, the mature blood flower, and this gun will all belong to me. Hanan laughed madly, his face twisted. To easily shatter a second-grade weapon, this gun must be at least a top-grade 3rd grade. It might even be 4th grade. An adventure into the secret realm that can yield so many treasures. What a journey it has been. Die. Hanan pointed, the last 2 flying swords stabbed towards Lin Bei from left and right. Awakening at level 7 against awakening at level 5, long range against close combat. With this double advantage, he truly didn't know how to lose. Lin Bei dodged left and right, and the 2 flying swords couldn't even touch his clothes. Damn it! Die for me! As the flying sword attacks continued to miss, Hanan was burning with anger. The speed of the flying swords grew faster and faster, and Lin Bei felt the pressure multiply. In this state, he could only ensure he wasn't hit by the flying swords, simply unable to approach Hanan, thus unable to end the battle. The key was that the sky was gradually darkening, and soon, the thunder bats would rush out from the cave. The threat of the thunder bats was far greater than that of Hanan. The host continuously hones combat instincts, gaining 10,000 times critical strike rewards. Combat instincts reach great perfection. Chapter 17, Slaying Hanan. Power Surge. With the perfection of combat instincts, Lin Bei's power rose another level, his perception of danger becoming more acute. Before the flying swords even got close, Lin Bei could predict their trajectories and react in advance. His reactions were quicker, and his body's evasive movements became smaller, saving more stamina. Most importantly, with the time for an early reaction, he had a chance to close the distance with Hanan. Lin Bei took a step forward, like a ghost dodging the two flying swords, quickly approaching Hanan by several meters. What kind of monster is this guy? Clearly, his realm is lower than mine. Why does he have such strong reaction abilities? Hanan was furious, like someone who only had brute strength, yet found every punch landing in cotton. With that little strength, you think you can kill me? Maybe in your next life. Lin Bei laughed lightly, continuing to close the gap. Damn it! Hanan was already seething with rage, and Lin Bei's words were like adding fuel to the fire, igniting him instantly. While controlling the flying swords, Hanan charged towards Lin Bei, fist clenched. He didn't believe that a warrior awakening at level 7 would lose to one awakening at level 5. Besides, he was wearing a piece of first-class armor. It was hard for a warrior of awakening realm to break through this armor's defense. Do you think I can only use flying swords? In close combat, Hanan is not inferior to anyone. Body refining fist. Hanan channeled all his strength and smashed a punch towards Lin Bei. The fist wind was fierce, already reaching the minor completion realm. Awakened at level 7, mastering 2 martial techniques, one even reached minor completion. This strength could be called outstanding among peers. But unfortunately, his opponent was a monstrous talent of the same age. Lin Bei unleashed the body refining fist to clash head-on, displaying power like a tidal wave. Fool! Hanan was first stunned, then overjoyed. In his eyes, Lin Bei could completely dodge this punch and then find an angle to counterattack. That would maximize his advantages. But the result was that Lin Bei chose to meet punch with punch. A mere C-grade cultivation boost, not a physical talent. What qualification does he have to compete? Bang! The two fists collided. Lin Bei stood still, a subtle smile on his lips. Hanan looked on in disbelief, truly feeling Lin Bei's fist was harder than steel. Then an explosive force surged from the fist into his arm, shattering bones and flesh wherever it passed. Bang! His entire arm exploded on the spot. Blood mixed with bits of. The power will be magnified many times. Don't say that an awakening level 7 can't withstand it. Even a level 9 with non-physical abilities can endure it. If Hanan kept attacking from a distance and retreated while fighting, Lin Bei really wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But he was foolishly overconfident in his own strength. Watching Lin Bei approach with a gun full of killing intent, Hanan was so scared that he kept backing away, tripping over a stone and falling to the ground, pleading in fear, don't kill me. I am the young master of the Han family, a martial arts family in Jiangcheng. You wouldn't dare kill me. The arm holding the positioning card was shattered, and now he didn't even have the chance to push the emergency button. Other than begging for mercy, he had no other way out. Is that so? Lin Bei slowly raised the Divine Slayer Thunder Gun, the tip aimed at Hanan's head. I beg you, don't kill me, spare my life. I can give you everything valuable on me. Hanan was completely terrified, hastily pulling out everything from his storage ring. If I kill you, won't these things still belong to me? Lin Bei sneered and shot through his brain. Screech! At that moment, the cave was filled with the roaring cries of a thunder bat. It seemed to be telling Lin Bei, the sky is getting dark, I will soon kill you. Lin Bei looked up at the sky, the sun about to set completely. He immediately stripped off the storage rings from Zhu Hong and Hanan, and just as he was about to leave, he noticed that Hanan was wearing a vest made of special material. A first-grade armor? What a pleasant surprise! Lin Bei smiled. Like weapons, armor ranges from weak to strong and is also classified from 1st to 9th grade. The price of this first-grade armor exceeds the total of 5 crimson blood fruits. Fortunately, that punch hit in a clash. If it had hit the armor, it might not have seriously injured Hanan. After collecting the spoils, Lin Bei threw Zhu Hong and Hanan's bodies into the cave and then took off running. With the thunder bat in a state of red heat, it would surely tear these two bodies to shreds. After running for a long time, Lin Bei carefully observed his surroundings, ensuring there were no hidden beasts or martial artists, before finally feeling a bit at ease as he sat down. First, he opened Zhu Hong's storage ring. Aside from clothes and feminine items, there was nothing of value. Then he opened Hanan's storage ring, where 5 first-grade crimson blood fruits and 1 second-grade thunder fruit caught his eye. Aside from these 2 items, the rest of the things of some value were just a few stacks of cash. To leave no traces, Lin Bei only kept the crimson blood fruits and the thunder fruit, incinerating everything else completely. No wonder he's the young master of the Han family. There is even a second-grade thunder fruit. Lin Bei's smile widened. After consuming the thunder fruit, a martial artist with lightning attributes can enhance their innate abilities. Conversely, an ordinary martial artist can also improve their immunity to lightning attributes by consuming the thunder fruit. Lin Bei's immunity to lightning was already at 70%, consuming the thunder fruit should bump it up by another 10%. After observing his surroundings again to make sure no beasts or martial artists were approaching, Lin Bei immediately consumed the crimson blood fruits and the thunder fruit. The host consumes 5 first-grade crimson blood fruits, gaining a 10,000-fold critical reward, and the realm rises to awakening level 6. The host consumes 1 second-grade thunder fruit, gaining a 10,000-fold critical reward, and the realm rises to awakening level 7, while lightning immunity increases to 80%. With a surge in power, Lin Bei instantly returned to his peak state. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, awakening level 7. Rank, new soldier. Talent, SSS level heavenly reward for diligence. Weapon, top grade divine slayer thunder gun of 4th grade. Martial skills, basic body refining fist of dragon kingdom, perfect, top grade wind spirit spear technique of 3rd grade, perfect, top grade 9-fold thunder spear technique of 4th grade, minor completion. Ability, combat instinct, major completion. Immunity, 80% immunity to lightning attributes. Physique, 404. Looking at the newly updated information on the panel, Lin Bei felt an unprecedented confidence. He was not just a little strong now, he was extremely strong. Could that thunder bat still deal with him? Just do it. Chapter 18, Slay the Thunder Bat. Leave the secret realm. Lin Bei quickly returned, arriving at the thunder bat's cave. At the entrance, there were only 2 pools of blood. Zhu Hong and Hanan's bones were nowhere to be found. Eek! Suddenly, a sharp shriek of the thunder bat came from behind. A huge creature swooped down from the sky, shooting out thunder rays from its mouth while its sharp claws reached for Lin Bei's back. Lin Bei braced against the thunder rays, wielding the god-slaying thunder spear to block the claws. Now with 80% thunder immunity and having awakened to the 7th stage, this level of thunder ray could no longer harm Lin Bei. Even the slightest physical paralysis was hard to inflict. Clang! The thunder bat's claws struck the god-slaying thunder spear, producing a metallic buzzing sound. In the next second, it suddenly retracted its claws and grabbed the god-slaying thunder spear. Then it spread its several meter-long wings, lifting both Lin Bei and the spear into the air and continuously gaining altitude. Is it trying to throw me to my death? Lin Bei looked down, already several meters off the ground. If he didn't respond quickly, he might end up dead from the fall. So, he controlled the god-slaying thunder spear to unleash a powerful force of thunder. Zzzzz, blue thunder slithered around the thunder bat's claws like a little snake, but even the thunder attribute giant beast had high thunder immunity. This level of thunder attack could only make it feel a slight numbness. Flying giant beasts are really troublesome. Lin Bei quickly changed his strategy, gripping the god-slaying thunder spear tightly with one hand and using his other hand to unleash the body refinement fist into the thunder bat's ankle. Bang! Crack! The immense power broke the thunder bat's ankle, causing it to scream in pain and instinctively release its grasp, dropping Lin Bei. Lin Bei plummeted rapidly from the air, but fortunately, it was only about 10 meters. With his physical body, he could withstand it. Eek! The thunder bat spiraled around in the air, angrily diving straight towards Lin Bei. Oh no! Lin Bei thought, this is bad. In midair, he couldn't gain any leverage, and despite having a high level of combat instinct, he couldn't react perfectly in this moment. In a hurry, he immediately positioned the god-slaying thunder spear to shield his head and neck. Eek! The thunder bat roared, as if it had already sentenced Lin Bei to death. Then, it lunged at Lin Bei's chest with its sharp teeth. Bang! Bang! Lin Bei was hit and accelerated downwards, crashing to the ground in pain, feeling as if his whole body was falling apart. His chest was torn open, revealing an inner great protective vest. The place where he was hit left a deep dent. Hiss! Lin Bei gasped in pain and immediately got back up from the ground. Eek! The thunder bat roared in disbelief. That lethal attack just now actually couldn't kill Lin Bei. Even heavily wounding him wasn't accomplished. I can't fight it in an open area, it's too disadvantaged. Lin Bei learned from his mistake, scanning his surroundings before charging directly into the thunder bat's cave. Inside the cave, the space was narrow, which could limit the thunder bat's flying ability. The thunder bat seemed to see through Lin Bei's intention, circling above the cave and roaring repeatedly, refusing to enter. Not coming in, huh? Fine. Then don't blame me for tearing down your nest. Lin Bei took out a flashlight from his storage ring and fumbled deep into the cave. After walking a while, he reached the end of the cave. On the ground lay piles of white bones, both of giant beasts and humans. The heavy stench of blood mixed with the damp, rotting smell made him feel like he could vomit up the meals he had eaten last week. Lin Bei covered his mouth with his clothing, holding his breath to observe his surroundings, trying to see if there was anything valuable only to find it was all empty. Awakening to the 8th stage in a primary secret realm considered one a ruler, but living in a nest this poor was really a disaster. Lin Bei couldn't stand the strange odor any longer and turned back towards the cave entrance. Eek! The thunder bat circled in the sky, roaring repeatedly, wishing to tear Lin Bei into pieces. The thunder bat's flying ability was simply unbeatable. To kill it, he had to force it down. Lin Bei's brain raced, and suddenly he had an idea, grinning wickedly, "If you don't come down, I'm going to pee in your nest." The thunder bat does not understand human speech, but it can understand human actions. When it saw Lin Bei take off his pants and pee in its nest, it instantly exploded with rage. Even dogs know not to poop in their own homes, let alone a giant beast awaken to the 8th stage? This is an outright provocation and insult. Squeak! The sheer anger made the thunder bat lose its mind, and it shrieked as it charged at Lin Bei. A low-level giant beast is still a low-level giant beast, so easily fooled. Lin Bei raised his arm and drew his gun, unleashing the wind spirit gun technique. Swish, swish, swish. The gun shot out like a dragon, leaving behind illusory shadows. As the thunder bat approached the cave entrance, it was punctured with several bloody holes. Almost at the same time, powerful warriors from the secret realm camp followed Lin Bei's signal to find this place. They looked at Lin Bei, then at the thunder bat on the ground, now a sieve, their faces revealed intense shock. "Captain, did we get the target wrong? The one the Lord Commander specifically asked for has only awakened to the 5th stage, yet this guy can kill an awakened 8th stage thunder bat," a team member wondered. The captain also fell into doubt, so he took out the information to compare Lin Bei's appearance with the locator data, confirming, the comparison is correct. "This guy is Lin Bei. Damn! This kid is too unbelievable," the team member exclaimed in shock. From his aura, he has already stepped into the 7th stage. It seems he has gained significant opportunities in the secret realm these past few days. Even as a 7th stage awakener, him being able to kill an 8th stage thunder bat is still impressive. After all, thunder bats are flying giant beasts. Yeah, as expected of someone the Lord Commander has taken an interest in. "Let's go." With a command from the captain, they immediately ran toward the cave. Sensing the presence of newcomers, Lin Bei stuffed the thunder bat's corpse into his storage ring and dashed away into the distance. The secret realm may be dangerous, but it is not more dangerous than the human heart. This was Fu Tai's original words. "The little guy is pretty quick." The captain quickly caught up and blocked Lin Bei's path. Entry-level warrior. Lin Bei was slightly surprised and warily gripped the god-slaying thunder spear. "Don't be alarmed, we are from the 137th Primary Secret Realm Camp, sent to bring you out," the captain explained. "Do secret realm trials have a time limit? Why have I never heard anyone mention that?" Lin Bei still did not dare to relax his guard. "Secret realm trials do not have a time limit, but the North Frontier Commander has personally ordered to see you. You must end the trial early," the captain said firmly. "North Frontier Commander? Why does he want to see me?" Lin Bei was puzzled. He had only been in the North Frontier for a little over a week, and the highest official he knew was Zhang Hao. The North Frontier Commander, he didn't even know their surname. "Who knows? We are only responsible for bringing you out," the captain said. "All right," Lin Bei nodded and followed behind them. As long as it wasn't for Hanan and the others coming in, Lin Bei felt at ease. After a long time, Lin Bei was let out of the secret realm. Fu Tai was waiting by the exit in the car. When he saw Lin Bei come out, there was no hint of joy on his face, but rather, his expression was dark as coal. "Taigo, what happened?" Lin Bei asked curiously. "Get in the car, we'll talk on the way," Fu Tai said. "Okay." Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, realizing that things weren't simple, and then got into the car. The engine roared to life. Just as Fu Tai pressed the gas to start moving, Wang Chang ran up and blocked the road, forcing him to slam on the brakes. Fu Tai's mood was already bad, and now it seemed like he had found a target to vent his anger on as he got out of the car fiercely. "Do you want to die? I can make it happen for you." Chapter 19, Han Jintian's Fury. Fu Tai severely injured. Come on. Fire at me. You've already killed Hanan, so you are not afraid of killing one more." Wang Chang stretched his neck and said. "Hanan is dead?" Fu Tai felt a chill in his heart. "Stop pretending to be ignorant. The locator can not only locate but also check the life signs of the wearer. All 5 students from our school are dead. You North Frontier Legion guys act with such tyranny. Today I've seen this firsthand. But don't get too pleased, I've already notified the school leaders and the head of the Han family. This matter must have an explanation." Wang Chang's strength was inferior to Fu Tai, but his imposing manner was not at all less than Fu Tai's. As the lead teacher for this trial, losing 1 or 2 students would only result in minor school disciplinary actions. Now that Hanan was dead, if the murderer was not found, the Han family would definitely blame him, and in a fit of rage could even kill him. After such a big incident, Fu Tai knew he wouldn't be able to leave for a while, so he sent a text message to Jiang Hao, then returned to the car. Brother Tai, I really didn't want to kill. Lin Bei was about to explain. Fu Tai's expression changed, his eyes deepening as he interrupted, shut up. Revealing the secret will only harm you and me. Remember, some things must stay buried in your heart forever. Lin Bei nodded seriously. Don't worry too much, I've already informed Instructor Jiang. Fu Tai comforted with his mouth, but inside he felt no confidence at all. Jiang Hao was the instructor of the 8th Battalion of the North Border, a strong third-level five-fold warrior. And the Han family was a martial arts family in Jiang City, with a solid foundation, and the head of the family, Han Jintian, was a fourth-level warrior. When Han Jintian was young, he was injured and was unable to have children for a long time. After trying various methods, he finally had Hanan with his wife when he was over 40. Having a child late in life and being an only son naturally made him extremely spoiled. With Hanan's death, the Han family's lineage would be cut off. The key point was that Han Jintian was now close to 70 years old and had no chance to have another son. Moments later, several black cars sped in, seemingly trying to run over the crowd. Screech! The sound of brakes echoed, leaving black marks on the ground. More than 20 entry-level strong warriors got out of the cars, surrounding Fu Tai and Lin Bei. Among this group, the weakest were first level, and the strongest were close to third level. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive, and others in the camp saw the situation and quickly took a detour. Immediately after, two imposing men walked out from the crowd. The man on the left, in his 50s, wore glasses and a Zhongshan suit, looking refined and amiable. He was He Zhengying, the principal of Jiang City Experimental Middle School, a third-level six-fold warrior. The man on the right was nearly 70, with white hair and a face marked with deep lines, his eyes dark like a venomous snake hiding in the shadows. He was Han Jintian, the head of the Han family, a fourth-level one-fold warrior. Seeing these two appear, Fu Tai's brows furrowed deeply, and he instinctively protected Lin Bei behind him, forcing a calm smile to greet them. Principal He, head of Han, long time no see. He Zhengying nodded in response. Han Jintian ignored Fu Tai, staring intently at Wang Chang, questioning, you said my son Hanan is dead. Where is his body? I only saw the locator lose its life signal. Young Master Han's body should still be in the secret realm, Wang Chang stammered out, sensing Han Jintian's suppressed anger. Then what are you waiting for? Send someone in to find him. Han Jintian roared angrily. As long as they didn't see the body. Not seeing the locator. Then they couldn't draw a 100% conclusion. Yes, I will contact the camp right away. Wang Chang nodded repeatedly as if waking from a dream, then immediately turned to head for the camp building. Han Jintian's gaze shifted, sizing up Lin Bei, as if he could see through him, a useless person expelled by the Lin family, yet he can cultivate to the 7th awakening stage, truly impressive. Head of Han, the secret realm is dangerous, and many warriors die in it every year. I firmly believe this incident has absolutely nothing to do with Lin Bei, Fu Tai vowed. Whether it has anything to do with him is not for you to decide. Han Jintian said coldly. After a long while, Wang Chang rushed over from the camp building, holding 5 locator tags in Hanan's tattered clothing. Creak, creak. Upon seeing this scene, all remaining hope in Han Jintian's heart vanished. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and the pressure of a fourth-level warrior suddenly erupted. The terrifying pressure swept over like the ocean, making everyone present feel the burden. Even breathing became difficult. It was well known in Jiang City that Hanan was Han Jintian's beloved son. Once he dies, the Han family will be extinct. Wang Chang was afraid that Han Jintian would take his anger out on him, so he immediately shifted blame and distorted the facts. Han family head, Hanan was definitely killed by Lin Bei. Let me explain the details of this matter. In his description, it turned into Lin Bei seeking to reconcile with Zhu Hong but failing, and instead holding a grudge against Hanan. He also dragged Fu Tai into it, claiming that all of this was Fu Tai supporting Lin Bei from behind. Shut your damn mouth. Clearly it was. Fu Tai was about to explain. Han Jintian did not give Fu Tai a chance to explain and forcibly interrupted. Fu Beifachang, considering your status as the commander of the 8th camp, you can leave, but Lin Bei must stay. What do you want to do with him? Fu Tai fiercely protected Lin Bei. I, Han Jintian, have always been clear about rights and wrongs. Taking Lin Bei is just to ask him for the truth of this matter. If it wasn't his doing, my Han family will compensate 100 times. If it was his doing, he must pay with blood for blood. Han Jintian erupted with a furious killing intent. Fu Tai knew the methods of the Han family would definitely involve torture for interrogation, so he firmly refused. No one can take Lin Bei away today. Fu Tai, I've already given you face, don't push it. Han Jintian threatened coldly. I'm saying it again. No one can take Lin Bei away today. Fu Tai took a strong stance, unafraid of the threat from the 4th-tier warrior. Damn it. You refuse to drink the wine of favor and instead seek the punishment wine. The pain of losing a child made Han Jintian explode with rage, and he directly punched Fu Tai. Bang! With a loud bang, Fu Tai didn't even have a chance to react before being blasted away several meters. He tasted blood in his throat, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and had several broken ribs, suffering serious injuries. Lin Bei's pupils shook. He hadn't even seen when Han Jintian threw the punch. The power of a fourth-tier warrior far exceeded his imagination. Tai Gu. Lin Bei immediately stepped forward to help Fu Tai up. I'm fine, I won't die. Fu Tai coughed repeatedly, continuing to shield Lin Bei, looking defiantly at Han Jintian, and firmly stated, unless I die. No one can take Lin Bei away today. Good, good, good. The 8th camp really is hard and stinking like dung. Since you sincerely seek death, I will fulfill you. Han Jintian's earlier punch was just a warning, now he was going to get serious. The aura of the 4th-tier warrior continued to rise, like a volcano about to erupt. With his strength, killing the 2nd-tier Fu Tai with one punch was as easy as squashing an ant. Fu Tai understood the power of this punch, yet he still resolutely stood in front of Lin Bei with determination in his eyes. Tai Gu. Lin Bei suddenly reached out and grabbed Fu Tai's shoulder, taking 2 steps forward. One person does the deed, one person bears the blame. Hanan was killed by him, yet he was to let Fu Tai die in his place. That did not fit his character. Chapter 20, The Followers of Luo Yuanshan. The Punishment of Cutting Off the Tongue. At a critical moment, a military green off-road vehicle honked as it drove in. Everyone present turned to look, curious about who was so audacious. But when they saw the license plate number 00001, their expressions immediately turned serious, and they instinctively made way. This was the vehicle of the Northern Border Army leader, Luo Yuanshan. A 5th-tier warrior. In this world that values strength above all, strength represents both power and status. Han Jintian did not dare to act recklessly, suppressing his anger as he obediently stood aside, but his heart was filled with confusion. A person of this status definitely wouldn't appear without reason. He must have come for something, or someone. Lin Bei had already been expelled from the Lin family. Luo Yuanshan wouldn't make a long trip just for a useless person. Could it be that there's some great opportunity in the 137th secret realm? The off-road vehicle door opened, and Jiang Hao was the first to step down. Instructor Jiang. Fu Tai waved to signal, and a heavy heart lightened by half. You're injured? Who did it? Jiang Hao asked with a frown. Ah, just a few broken bones, a small problem. Fu Tai forced a smile. It was Han Jintian. Lin Bei said. This old man has become increasingly reckless, taking advantage of the commander being away. When the general returns, this debt will definitely be settled properly. Jiang Hao clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in anger. He only had a strength of 3 levels and 5 ranks, not even close to the opponent Han Jintian of 4 levels. This humiliation had to be swallowed for now. Next, the rear door of the off-road vehicle opened, and a young man stepped out. He looked to be in his late 20s, wearing black knee-high military boots and a military green coat. With his hands in his pockets, he walked over with a swaggering stride. Instructor Jiang, who is this person? Lin Bei asked curiously. This person is named Yi Xiao, the captain of Luo Yuanshan's personal guards, here to help us, Jiang Hao explained. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Zhengying and Han Jintian, then walked straight to Lin Bei's side, forcefully stating, by the order of the Northern Border Army commander, I am here to take Lin Bei back to headquarters. Unrelated people, get out of the way. Hiss. A stir rose like waves. How could a waste expelled by the Lin family possibly have ties to the Northern Border Army commander? Furthermore, Yi Xiao was the captain of his personal guards, truly Luo Yuanshan's trusted aide. His personal visit to welcome Lin Bei showed how much Luo Yuanshan valued him. He Zhengying silently stepped aside. There was no evidence to prove that Lin Bei killed Hanan and his group. Even if Lin Bei did kill them, with Luo Yuanshan backing him, they could do nothing to Lin Bei. Officer Yi, until the cause of my son's death is clarified, Lin Bei cannot leave. Han Jintian gritted his teeth and stepped forward. What? I didn't hear clearly, say it again. Yi Xiao walked in front of Han Jintian and leaned in close. Until the cause of my son's death is clarified. Smack. Before Han Jintian could finish, Yi Xiao slapped him across the face. The sound of the slap was crisp and loud, and Han Jintian's cheek instantly turned a bright red. Everyone was stunned, incredulous at the scene before them. The head of the Han family, a 4-level powerhouse, was actually slapped in public. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if killed. Can we leave now? Yi Xiao stared into Han Jintian's eyes, as if daring him to say even one word of refusal, or he would receive another slap. Officer Yi, I am also an old acquaintance of Commander Luo. If he knows that my son died by Lin Bei's hands, he will definitely give me an explanation. Han Jintian held back his frustration and anger. Position brings pressure. Yi Xiao came with Luo Yuanshan's orders, representing Luo Yuanshan himself. Moreover, although Yi Xiao was young, his strength was not any weaker than Han Jintian's. Fine. You say Lin Bei killed your son, then show me the evidence. Yi Xiao extended his hand. I have no evidence. But according to Wang Chang, this matter surely cannot be unrelated to him. Just hand him over to me for interrogation, and I will definitely find the evidence. Han Jintian said confidently. Yi Xiao shifted his tone and asked, Who is Wang Chang? Officer Yi, it's me. Wang Chang stuttered and stepped forward. Oh, did you see Lin Bei kill Hanan in the secret realm? Yi Xiao questioned. No, but... Wang Chang immediately recounted the fabricated story he just made up. Yi Xiao shook his head, uninterested in listening to him ramble, directly drew out a dagger from his waist and threw it on the ground, casually stating, To slander a northern border soldier without any evidence, especially one highly favored by Commander Luo, I see no reason to keep your tongue. Everything I said is true. Wang Chang felt instantly bewildered. If I were to personally take action, it wouldn't just be your tongue I'd cut out. Yi Xiao's expression darkened, with a murderous intent radiating. Wang Chang felt a chill run down his spine, no longer doubting the truth of this statement. He bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground, glancing at He Zhangying and then at Han Jintian. With so many people present, no one could help him. Either he would lose his life or lose his tongue. Wang Chang clutched his tongue, waving the dagger that flashed coldly. Ah! Wang Chang screamed in agony, his cries full of pain. The crowd was stunned by Yi Xiao's ruthless methods, each one of them shivering in fear. A mere captain of personal guards was so overbearing and arrogant. I can't imagine how arrogant the North Border Army leader must be. After doing all this, Yi Xiao took back the dagger and looked at Han Jintian meaningfully, saying, Master Han, let's not catch wins without evidence. If you make the army leader unhappy, next time, it won't just be a slap. Han Jintian's heart was filled with blazing anger, but on the surface, he could only grit his teeth and remain silent. With Luo Yuanshan backing him, revenge was impossible. Let's go, Lin Bei will sit in my car. Yi Xiao returned to the vehicle. Thank you, Officer Yi. Lin Bei followed into the car and sat beside Yi Xiao, expressing his gratitude. You brat was awakened at the 5 stages before entering the secret realm, and in the blink of an eye, you've awakened to the 7 stages. Could it really be that Hanan was killed by you? Yi Xiao asked with a smile. Lin Bei was taken aback, recalling what Fu Tai had advised him. He quickly shook his head to deny, I was just lucky in the secret realm and gained a lot of opportunities, but Hanan's death has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if it does. You brat are now favored by the army leader. That old thing from the Han family wouldn't dare to lay a hand on you. Yi Xiao laughed heartily, not knowing whether he saw through Lin Bei's lie or not. Actually, I always wonder what the army leader wants with me. Lin Bei shifted the topic and asked. The army leader personally hosted this recruitment competition to select good seeds, and in the end, Jiang Hao and Fu Tai sent some useless contestants. Later, when the army leader heard that you broke the record in the special training room and pulled out the god-slaying thunder gun, he naturally wanted to see your abilities on the arena. Brat, you must seize this opportunity. If you can become one of the army leader's underlings, you can walk with pride in the North Border from now on. Yi Xiao patted Lin Bei's shoulder heavily, having high hopes for him. Lin Bei smiled in agreement but felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. Jiang Hao and Fu Tai treated him well, especially since Fu Tai had just risked his life to protect him. Chapter 21, Thunder Calamity Liquid. I want 1 against 9. Seeking votes. So, Lin Bei again shifted the topic, asking, Officer Yi, you just said the army leader put in serious effort to host the recruitment competition. The rewards must be substantial, right? Of course. The champion gets 10 drops of Thunder Calamity Liquid, the second place 9 drops, the third place 8 drops, and so on. The top 10 all have rewards. Yi Zhao's eyes sparkled with desire when mentioning the Thunder Calamity Liquid. This treasure has no grade, cannot grow naturally, and can only be collected with special means when heavenly thunder falls. 1 drop of Thunder Calamity Liquid is worth as much as a second-tier spiritual medicine, greatly beneficial for tempering the body. Adding up the top 10, there are 55 drops of Thunder Calamity Liquid in total. As soon as this reward news came out, the various camps in the North Border went into an uproar, each selecting the most outstanding new soldiers. Even a 4th-tier martial artist like Yi Xiao was drooling over it, showcasing the preciousness of the Thunder Calamity Liquid. Another Thunder Attribute treasure. Lin Bei's face brightened. His immunity to thunder properties had already reached 80%. If he could obtain a lot of Thunder Calamity Liquid combined with a 10,000-fold critical hit reward, he might directly break through to 100%. Don't look at that seemingly small 20% difference, it was a world of difference. If he encountered a 4th tier or even 5th tier Thunder attribute expert, even if Lin Bei could immunize against 80% of the Thunder attribute damage, that remaining 20% of damage could still take his life. But if he reached 100% immunity, then regardless of a 4th tier, 5th tier, or even 8th tier, 9th tier Thunder attribute expert attacking with full force, they wouldn't be able to inflict any harm on Lin Bei. After a long while, the off-road vehicle arrived at the North Border headquarters. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Bei was dumbfounded. The first thing that caught his eye was towering city walls, with a lookout tower every 100 meters, making it very heavily guarded, like a small city. Upon entering the city, a 10-meter tall stone statue stood prominently on the main street, representing the North Border Army leader, Luo Yuanshan. The surrounding buildings had an ancient charm, collectively guarding the Grand Palace in the center. The central building was magnificent and imposing. Luxurious elegance can only be described as a palace. Lin Bei could not believe that this was actually the northern headquarters. Unlike the tense and oppressive atmosphere of the 8th Battalion, it was filled with a lavish and relaxed vibe everywhere. It felt less like a stronghold against giant beasts and more like a private estate. "Welcome to the northern headquarters," Yi Xiao said with a smile, driving the off-road vehicle smoothly into the arena. This was a huge open-air arena, surrounded by circular stands filled with spectators. There were commanding officers from various battalions, instructors, veterans, and new recruits, among others. The commander of the Northern Army, Luo Yuanshan, sat on the stage. He was tall and muscular, with a thick beard, dressed in a gold-embellished coat symbolizing nobility. Just by sitting there, he exuded an overwhelming presence like Mount Tai. When he turned to look at Lin Bei in the car, Lin Bei suddenly felt a terrifying sensation as if he were being targeted by a natural disaster, and his hair stood on end, back drenched in cold sweat. It was as if, before such a powerful figure, any secret in his heart would be seen through. So strong. Is this the power of the Northern Commander? Lin Bei took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his mindset. "Let's go, the commander has seen you." Yi Xiao led Lin Bei to the stage immediately. New recruit Lin Bei of the 8th Battalion, greeting the commander. Lin Bei stood straight and saluted, his gaze and voice neither humble nor fearful. "Not bad. A good seed." Luo Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction. What satisfied him was not Lin Bei's strength. After all, there were countless talents in the Northern Army, many of whom were more gifted than Lin Bei. What truly pleased him was Lin Bei's ability to remain composed and confident in his presence. Before Lin Bei, hardly any genius could achieve this. They were either nervous, cowardly, or flattering. Such people were of little use in Luo Yuanshan's eyes. If only Lin Bei's strength could be a bit stronger, that would be even more perfect. "Since the person is here, let's start the revival match as planned," Luo Yuanshan said. "Revival match? What does that mean?" Lin Bei asked, confused. Luo Yuanshan looked at Yi Xiao, and Yi Xiao understood, explaining, "When you entered the secret realm, the new recruit competition already started. After several days of competition, the final 4 were decided. Now, to include you, we need to add a revival match to recompete." "What is the strength of the final 4 candidates?" Lin Bei inquired. "The weakest has awakened to the 8th stage, and the strongest to the 9th stage. You want to challenge the top 4 directly?" Yi Xiao gasped, looking at Lin Bei in disbelief. In the Northern Army, among so many people, those selected for the new recruit competition were all geniuses from various battalions, except for the 8th Battalion. These 4 managed to enter the top 4, they were truly the best among the best. Moreover, Luo Yuanshan only added a revival match because he didn't think Lin Bei could reach the top 4. In his view, if Lin Bei could make it to the top 10, that would be incredible. Lin Bei did not answer but looked fixedly at Luo Yuanshan. "Commander, if I challenge all 9 at once and win, can I obtain all the Thunder Calamity liquid?" The immunity against Thunder attributes became harder to improve as one progressed. It was just like cultivation, the higher the realm, the tougher the breakthrough. If he could obtain 55 drops of Thunder Calamity liquid, Lin Bei would have absolute confidence to push for 100% immunity against thunder. Moreover, Lin Bei wasn't blindly confident. The strongest of the top 4 had just awakened to the 9th stage, so the 9th strongest would at most have awakened to the 7th stage. Although he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and realms, Lin Bei's equipment and martial skills had all the advantages. The key point was, Lin Bei possessed an instinct for battle at the pinnacle realm, which alone could make up for his disadvantages. Yi Xiao looked completely baffled, somewhat unable to believe his ears. Lin Bei looked refined and scholarly, yet it turned out he was so audacious and arrogant at heart. But among the new recruits who could make it to the top 9, which one of them was ordinary? To break into the top 4 is to be a genius among geniuses. Directly challenging the top 4 is already outrageous. Who knew he would challenge the top 9 at the same time? With Lin Bei's mere awakening of 7 segments, he has absolutely no chance of winning. Kid. Confidence has its limits. I advise you to honestly participate in the resurrection match. If you can make it into the top 10, you will receive the reward of the Thunder Liquid," Yi Xiao said. Lin Bei ignored him and confidently looked at Luo Yuanshan. Lord Commander, if I lose, this god-slaying thunder spear will belong to them. This is a top-grade weapon of the 4th rank. It is worth far more than 55 drops of thunder liquid. Are you sure? Luo Yuanshan was astonished. He knew Lin Bei had grasped the instinct of combat and possessed the 9 layers thunder spear technique and the wind spirit spear technique. But in such a short time, these two techniques could only reach the introductory level at most. Even with the advantages of the god-slaying thunder spear and the combat instinct, it could not make up for the huge gap in number and realm. Luo Yuanshan instinctively prepared to refuse, but when he looked up, he saw Lin Bei's eyes were not filled with the arrogance of other top talents, but only an extreme calmness full of confidence. In other words, betting the god-slaying thunder spear was a judgment he made based on his own strength. He had absolute confidence in this match. Where did this confidence come from? Could it be that my information about Lin Bei is not complete? Luo Yuanshan's thoughts of refusal gradually faded, instead feeling a bit of anticipation for Lin Bei to take on 9. He wanted to see what his trump card was, so he agreed, alright. Since you are so confident, let's see you try. Lord Commander, do you really believe he can take on the top 9? Yi Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Announce the change in the competition rules. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand, signaling Yi Zhao to arrange it. Yi Zhao did not understand but dared not disobey. He immediately announced, everyone be quiet. Lord Commander has decided to change the competition rules. All 9 of the top-ranked contestants will come to the stage. Chapter 22, one by one? Or all together? After the announcement, the 9 new soldiers walked onto the stage in a fog of confusion. The audience was also bewildered. Clearly only 2 more matches were needed to determine the champion. What was happening now? Yi Zhao switched his tone, pointing at Lin Bei on the stage. From now on, Lin Bei will challenge all 9 of you by himself. If you lose, all 55 drops of thunder liquid will belong to him. If you win, you will share the top-grade god-slaying thunder spear he has. This announcement stirred up a tremendous uproar on site. Countless gazes turned to Lin Bei, wishing they could see through him from head to toe. Who is this kid? So arrogant. He actually dares to take on 9. He looks down on the 10 drops of thunder liquid for the champion. He even wants 55 drops. Greed can lead to self-destruction. I see this kid's aura only has the awakening of 7 segments, comparable to the 9th-ranked soldier. Where does his confidence in challenging 9 come from? He is truly seeking death. Betting with a top-grade weapon of the 4th rank. This kid must be out of his mind. Strong murmurs erupted from the audience. They had witnessed this new soldier competition firsthand and seen the strength of the 9 new soldiers on stage. Talent, realm, combat strength, each one was outstanding among their peers. The 9 working together could compete with an entry-level martial artist. This kid wants to show off in front of Luo Yuanshan, Fu Tai said, with a hint of jealousy in his tone. Water flows downwards, people go upwards, that's how it is, Jiang Hao sighed silently. That said, this kid is still too impatient. With his strength, he could easily break into the top 10. Now that he has created this situation, if he wins, it's fine. If he loses, he not only misses his ranking but also loses the god-slaying thunder spear. Fu Tai shook his head. You underestimate Lin Bei. If it's a one-on-one fight, the only one who can pose a threat to him among the 9 is the awakening 9th segment Lei 1. Jiang Hao spoke with certainty, then shook his head as he changed the subject. What a pity, he chose the most risky way to play. I'm afraid this time he will take a big fall. Fu Tai deeply agreed and nodded, then looked at Lei 1 on the arena. This person was nearly 2 meters tall, sturdy as a bear. He came from the Lei family, a martial arts family in Jiang City, and was also the only S-class talent amongst the new recruits from the northern region this year. Raging was also a type of physical talent, but it was several levels stronger than mere physical enhancement. Aside from boosting strength and defense several times, the key point was it could also immunize pain. Such a talent also had its drawbacks, which was that it consumed the body greatly, making it unsustainable for long periods. However, up to this point in the new recruit competition, no contestant had been able to force Lei Wan to use his talent, as most battles ended in just one punch. At this moment, the 9 new recruits stood on the arena ranked by strength, each with a proud look on their faces. Being among the top 9 out of thousands of recruits, they all had absolute confidence in their own strength. Even the 9th-ranked awakened of the 7th stage felt they wouldn't lose to Lin Bei, let alone the other stronger new recruits. The God Slayer Thunder Spear is just one, how about we change the rules? Whoever knocks Lin Bei out of the arena first gets the God Slayer Thunder Spear. What do you think? One recruit suggested. Great idea. I agree. I agree too. Everyone on the arena unanimously agreed. This method was fairly fair, giving even those at the 8th and 7th stages a chance to win. Big brother Lei, what do you think? The recruit asked him alone. If you guys can win, the God Slayer Thunder Spear is yours. Lei Wen calmly walked to a corner of the arena with his hands in his pockets, yet his gaze remained locked on Lin Bei. As the eldest son of the Lei family, he received stricter education than others since childhood, and his insight was naturally higher than average. Lin Bei was able to make Luo Yuanshan change the rules of the competition for him, and just this point alone was enough to prove he was extraordinary. If he treated him as an ordinary awakened of the 7th stage, he would certainly suffer a great loss. 9 against 1 would be unfair, winning wouldn't allow Luo Yuanshan to see his true strength. It would be better to let the other 8 first test Lin Bei's depth and tactics, then he would defeat Lin Bei to gain fame. Lin Bei stood still at the center of the arena, waving the Godslayer Thunder Spear with its but pointed at them, straightforwardly stating, one by one? Or all together? Pointing the butt of the spear at us. Kid. You are too arrogant. When heaven is wild, there will be rain. When people are wild, there will be disaster. Let's teach you a lesson today. All together. Whoever knocks Lin Bei out of the arena first gets the Godslayer Thunder Spear. The 8 new recruits activated their talents at the same time. The Godslayer Thunder Spear was a top-quality weapon of the 4th grade, its value far exceeded that of Thunder Liquid. They all appeared as if they were on adrenaline, attacking Lin Bei with all their might. Just when everyone speculated how Lin Bei would defend, a series of explosive sounds echoed, bang. 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 Immediately, all 8 new recruits spat blood and flew out of the arena. Their faces were filled with shock, the speed was too fast, an incomprehensible speed. In one moment they saw the shadow of the spear attacking, and the next moment, they felt a sharp pain in their chests. They were completely on different levels of opponents. Fortunately, Lin Bei used the butt of the spear. If he had used the spearhead, there would now be 8 corpses on the arena. No wonder he could make Commander Luo change the rules for you, your strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Lei Wen was first shocked, then calmed down. Though speed-type talents restrained him, they also had a biggest flaw: the body was weak. Raging could immunize pain, allowing him to withstand countless attacks from Lin Bei. And Lin Bei, as long as he hit once, the match would be over. At this moment, the stands were silent. The onlookers all widened their eyes in disbelief. They had been wondering how Lin Bei would defend, not expecting him to instantly kill the top 8. Such terrifying strength already qualified him to wrestle with the awakened of the 9th stage, Lei Wen. Fu Tai, when did Lin Bei exchange for the Wind Spirit spearmanship? Zhang Hao asked with a serious expression. 4 days ago, I remember it clearly. He even borrowed over 10,000 military merits from me. Fu Tai replied affirmatively. In just 4 days, mastering a top-tier 3rd-grade martial skill to perfection? And breaking through to the great success stage of combat instinct? This kid is simply a monster. Zhang Hao gasped in disbelief. He had already greatly estimated Lin Bei's strength, which is why he said that the only person qualified to threaten Lin Bei in the arena was Lei Wen. But he never expected that Lin Bei was several times stronger than he had imagined. In just one face-off, he instantly defeated the top 8. Instructor Jiang, we always compare the Marquis Wanhou with Lin Bei. Now it seems that Wanhou is no longer qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as Lin Bei. Fu Tai was also deeply shocked by the scene before him. Yes, it's a pity that such a genius is to be taken by Luo Yuanshan. Zhang Hao sighed repeatedly, filled with regret. If only they had been more cautious, cutting off the special training room's network transmission, Lin Bei would not have been noticed by Luo Yuanshan. Although the conditions of the 8th camp were not as good as the headquarters, they could train Lin Bei into a true soldier. Ha ha ha. Yi Xiao. Did you see that? This kid is even stronger than you were back in the day. Luo Yuanshan, who had just thought Lin Bei was slightly lacking, was now extremely satisfied. Good kid. Hiding so deep. I can basically conclude that Hanan died at his hands. Yi Xiao murmured. Chapter 23, Immune to Pain? Try this move. Seeking votes. On the arena, the match continued. Lin Bei pointed the tail of his spear directly at Lei Wen in the corner, a curve of excitement on his lips, filled with battle intent. Come fight. Out of all these people, you are the only one qualified to make me use my talent and wield a weapon. Lei Wen stomped the ground, a mighty force erupting, causing a wave of energy that made the arena floor tremble slightly. Immediately, the sound of bones cracking echoed as his robust muscles tore through his clothes, revealing an imposing physique. His body grew wildly, transforming into a 3-meter-tall humanoid beast in an instant. Even the muscles on his arms were thicker than Lin Bei's waist. Standing together, Lin Bei seemed incredibly petite. This visual discrepancy made people instinctively feel that Lei Wen was stronger. Buzz. The storage wristband flickered, and a pair of special material gauntlets appeared in Lei Wen's hands. His already overwhelming aura became even more formidable at this moment. Go for it, brother Lei. This kid is too arrogant. You have to show him what's what. Brother Lei will definitely win. Brother Lei will definitely win. Cheers erupted in the stands. Except for a few people from the 8th camp, everyone else was shouting and cheering for Lei Wen. He was the only S-class talent among the new recruits, the only one who awakened to the 9th stage, and he came from a martial arts family in Jiang City. Although Lin Bei's strength was not weak, Lei Wen had so many buffs stacked, it was clear he had a bigger chance of winning. Lin Bei, I have to admit you are strong, but you are still not strong enough. In front of absolute power, any technique is useless. Lei Wen said confidently. When you win, there will be time to give a victory speech. Lin Bei took the initiative to strike first, still using the tail of the spear. Buzz. A glimmer of cold light preceded, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. Lei Wen scoffed and threw a punch to meet it. If Lin Bei attacked with the god-slaying spear's tip, he might have to evade its sharpness. But with just the tail of the spear, it wouldn't even break through his physical defenses. Then he would end the battle with this punch. Mount Tai Fist. Lei Wen's muscles exploded like scales, all his power converging towards his fist, as unstoppable as a collapsing mountain. This strike is already a second-grade martial skill. It seems Lei Wen also doesn't dare to underestimate Lin Bei. Yi Xiao smiled. Although the power of this punch from Lei Wen is close to a beginner warrior, Lin Bei has understood battle instinct and should be able to dodge. Luo Yuanshan murmured. Why doesn't Lin Bei retract his spear at this distance? What is he trying to do? Yi Xiao's smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by intense confusion. Following his gaze, the god-slaying lightning spear's tail collided with Raven's fist. Bang! With a loud crash, both men staggered back half a step. Raven's eyes were filled with horror, never imagining that Lin Bei's physical strength was so formidable, able to match him evenly. Lin Bei quickly steadied himself, ghost-like, circling behind Raven, launching a fierce attack with the Wind Spirit Spear technique. The huge body transformation increases strength and defense, but inevitably loses agility and speed. Bang! 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 The spear's tail struck Raven's back, each hit piercing deep. Not painful at all. Is this all you've got? Raven turned and swung his fist, forcing Lin Bei back. To defeat you, this is enough. Lin Bei fired his spear again, unleashing the Wind Spirit Spear technique. Raven, relying on his immunity to pain, completely gave up defense, charging through the spear attacks toward Lin Bei. After finally cornering Lin Bei to the edge of the arena, he prepared to unleash a killing move, but Lin Bei slipped away like a loach. Then Raven pressed Lin Bei into the corner again, only to have Lin Bei evade once more. Watching the two struggle, everyone present stared blankly. Thinking Raven would crush the fight with overwhelming force, they were instead left shocked as Lin Bei danced around him. Raven is going to lose, Yi Xiao felt a huge wave of turmoil in his heart. I never expected Lin Bei to be equal to Raven in strength. He truly is a martial arts prodigy. Luo Yuanshan looked at Lin Bei with admiration, already planning his cultivation strategy in his mind. With Lin Bei's potential, the northern region would only be his starting point, he would have a bigger stage. Given time, Lin Bei would surely surpass Luo Yuanshan. But Luo Yuanshan couldn't understand why the Lin family would expel such a promising talent, and why his parents had severed ties with him. With the Lin family's background, they shouldn't have made such a mistake. Aha! Lin Bei. Is all you can do is dodge? Raven, infuriated, swung his fists wildly at the air. Hearing this, Lin Bei stood firm, gripping the god-slaying lightning spear, pointing the spear tip at Raven. He said seriously, withstanding over 100 attacks from the Wind Spirit Spear technique and still maintaining combat strength, your talent is indeed strong, but this next strike, you definitely can't withstand. I advise you to admit defeat. In my dictionary, there are no words for surrender. Raven's eyes filled with bloodshot anger, his fury burning in his chest. As a proud awakened level 9 with S-class talent, to be unable to deal with a C-class loser at level 7 was already shameful enough. Being danced around like a dog for so long, he had lost all his face. He must win. Only by winning could he regain a bit of dignity. I respect your choice. Lin Bei's gaze darkened, twirling the god-slaying lightning spear. Fierce lion technique. Raven gritted his teeth, unleashing a top-tier third-grade martial technique. This is the Lin family's clan technique. Combining with his fierce talent and intermediate third-grade black iron gauntlets, it could unleash 200% of its power. With all his strength in one punch, even an ordinary entry-level powerhouse would avoid its edge. In terms of strength, I, Raven, have never lost to anyone. Raven roared, his face twisted as he smashed his fist down. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fist wind tore through the air, creating faint waves to either side. This punch was heavy, like 1,000 pounds of force. This would be the turning point to decide victory, and everyone present focused intently, not daring to blink lest they miss the most thrilling moment. Ninefold lightning spear technique. 6th form. Lin Bei stood sideways, boldly firing his spear with one hand. In an instant, lightning burst forth. Thunder wrapped around the spear tip, transforming into a roaring lightning snake. In terms of momentum, it completely crushed Raven's fierce lion technique. In the blink of an eye, the god-slaying lightning spear struck the black iron gauntlets. Bang! With a resounding explosion, Lin Bei remained still. The shockwave from the explosion whipped his clothes, making him look like a war god. Meanwhile, Raven staggered back several steps, his massive body crashing into the edge of the arena's railing, falling heavily to the ground. Due to severe injuries, his rampage was automatically released, and Raven returned to his original form. The black iron gloves absorbed most of the power of the god-slaying thunder gun, revealing a fine crack on the surface. Even so, the shockwave of this strike still shattered Raven's right arm. The palm and 5 fingers within the gloves were drenched in blood, resembling a pile of minced meat. Ah! Raven's pain was heart-wrenching. Not only was there the pain in his right arm, but the more than 100 attacks from the gun's tail that he had endured without feeling anything had now exploded all at once. The intense pain twisted Raven's face, filled with shock and unwillingness. I haven't lost. I'm not done yet. I have a trump card. Raven gritted his teeth and climbed onto the platform, pulling out a bottle of red potion from his storage ring with one hand. Die, or lose. Lin Bei pointed his gun at Raven's throat. I can die on the platform. But I will not lose on the platform. Raven glared fiercely into Lin Bei's eyes, viciously opening the bottle cap of the potion, preparing to consume it. Chapter 24, Champion's Reward. Refusing to join the loyal team. Good. Lin Bei closed his eyes and raised his arm to pull the trigger. But he found that the god-slaying thunder gun seemed to be caught by some force, and no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge an inch. This was definitely not Raven's power. Lin Bei opened his eyes and saw a tall middle-aged man standing beside Raven, bearing a strong resemblance to him. It was this middle-aged man who had seized the god-slaying thunder gun. Young man, you have won, the middle-aged man said, releasing the god-slaying thunder gun. I haven't lost. As long as I take this strengthening potion, I can temporarily gain the strength of a first-tier warrior, and then I will surely win. Raven shouted madly, having lost his sanity. Do you still not understand? Even if you forcibly elevate to the first-tier realm, you're just a living target before him, you're not on the same level of opponent. The middle-aged man slapped Raven across the face, sternly rebuking him. After the slap, Raven's eyes immediately grew a little clearer, but if he hadn't shown mercy, you would have been stabbed into a bee's nest long ago. Your talent is merely pain immunity, not damage immunity. After reprimanding Raven, the middle-aged man turned his gaze to Lin Bei, took out a business card from his pocket, and introduced himself. I am Ramon, head of the Lei family from Jiang City's martial arts clan. Thank you for your mercy today, young friend. If you encounter any trouble in Jiang City in the future, feel free to seek me out. Lin Bei nodded and accepted the business card. Goodbye. Ramon lifted the 2-meter-tall Raven as if he were a chick and quickly walked away. As the match concluded, the stands first fell into dead silence, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause. This rookie named Lin Bei is really strong. I really underestimated him just now. He actually won 1 against 9. What's more, he just awakened at stage 7. So he's not just bragging. He's really strong beyond measure. Strength equals status. Even though Lin Bei came from the 8th Battalion, he gained the respect of everyone present. Now that he had won the rookie competition and gained the admiration of Luo Yuanshan, he would surely join the loyal team. Members of the loyal team may not hold any military rank, but their identity and status are on par with the instructors of each battalion. Those with powerful strengths in the loyal team hold positions even equal to the commanding generals of each battalion. In the north, everyone dreams of entering the loyal team, but the selection criteria are extremely strict, with only 1 or 2 spots available in a year. He has grown to such a point? Wang Cheng in the crowd stared wide-eyed, his face filled with shock. They enlisted on the same day, and during this time, he had trained hard every day, barely achieving Awakening Stage 4. Yet Lin Bei had unknowingly reached Awakening Stage 7, defeating Raven at Stage 9. It had only been a few days. Why did it feel like a lifetime had passed? Wang Cheng could not comprehend it, but he knew that from now on, he and Lin Bei were in 2 different worlds. Instructor Jiang, Lin Bei won, Fu Tai said, a storm rising in his heart. This kid never fails to impress every time he makes a move, he's truly a prodigy. Jiang Hao remarked. Yes, it's a pity that such a good seedling has to leave the 8th camp. Fu Tai sighed and shook his head repeatedly. All the good seedlings in the northern region have become private soldiers of Luo Yuanshan. Each camp is losing talent. How will we resist the beast tide in the future? Jiang Hao frowned, showing his worries. Instructor Jiang, do you think Lin Bei will refuse Luo Yuanshan's invitation? Fu Tai suddenly asked. Jiang Hao smiled, and Fu Tai also started to smile. Among the 8 camps in the northern region, the 8th camp is the weakest, the least established, and has the fewest resources. Joining any other camp is better than joining the 8th camp. And Luo Yuanshan's personal team, in terms of resources, treatment, and status, is far above the 8 camps. Water flows downwards, and people seek higher grounds, everyone knows how to choose. The two turned around despondently, preparing to leave with the new recruits of the 8th camp. Lord Commander, your eye for talent is truly sharp. Lin Bei is indeed extraordinary. Yi Xiao, having witnessed Lin Bei's terrifying potential, quickly began to flatter Luo Yuanshan. Luo Yuanshan smiled with pride and waved his hand, signaling, announced the competition results. Yes. Yi Xiao leaped onto the stage, holding the microphone and loudly announced, I declare. The champion of this new recruits competition is Lin Bei. This is your champion reward. 55 drops of Thunder Calamity liquid. Yi Xiao took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lin Bei. Thank you. Lin Bei accepted the jade bottle, opened it, and saw it was filled to the brim with Thunder Calamity liquid. With this Thunder Calamity liquid, his thunder immunity will reach 100%. At that time, whether he encounters thunder attribute martial artists or giant beasts, he will be invincible. This will be his biggest life-saving card, even Fu Tai and Jiang Hao don't know. Lin Bei carefully placed the jade bottle into his storage wristband and looked up at the 8th camp's position, only to find they had already left, and he quickly shouted, Instructor Jiang, Brother Tai, why did you leave so fast? Wait for me. Hearing Lin Bei's voice, Jiang Hao and Fu Tai both stopped and turned around. Lin Bei, I still have something to say. Yi Xiao grabbed Lin Bei's shoulder. Then hurry up and say it. Lin Bei urged. On behalf of Lord Commander, I officially invite you to join the personal team. Yi Xiao said seriously. Lin Bei looked at Yi Xiao's shoulder. He was clearly a 4th-tier martial artist but had no military rank. If the leader of the personal team was like this, ordinary members would be even less likely to have ranks. If there were no ranks, the supreme military god system would be useless. Thus, Lin Bei firmly refused, sorry, I just want to stay in the 8th camp. Yi Xiao was suddenly shocked, not daring to believe his ears, are you sure you want to refuse? Lin Bei nodded. Lin Bei, you have seen the strength of the personal team in the secret realm. I am not exaggerating when I say that as long as you have the identity of a personal follower, everyone in the northern region will have to look at your face. Besides status, the personal team has the best resources, the best treatment, and the safest environment in the entire northern region. Isn't that better than struggling in the 8th camp? Yi Xiao tried hard to persuade him. However, Lin Bei shook his head and said firmly, please thank Lord Commander for his favor, but I still want to stay in the 8th camp. One side was the personal team, and the other was the supreme military god system. Even thinking with his toes, he knew the latter was more beneficial. After saying this, Lin Bei hurriedly ran down from the stage. Instructor Jiang, am I dreaming? Lin Bei really refused to join the personal team and wants to stay in the 8th camp? Fu Tai pinched himself hard, wincing in pain. We underestimated him. Jiang Hao felt a wave of guilt rise in his heart. Damn, I'm really not a good person, doubting Lin Bei's loyalty to the 8th camp. Fu Tai slapped himself in the face. Saying it smaller, it was only doubting Lin Bei's loyalty to the 8th camp. Saying it bigger, it was a lack of trust in his comrades. I was wrong too. However, since Lin Bei has decided to stay in the 8th camp, we must not disappoint him. From now on, let's mobilize all camp resources to train him. Jiang Hao said seriously. Instructor Jiang, Tai, why aren't you waiting for me? Lin Bei caught up from behind. We all thought you would stay with the escort team, a new recruit said. The escort team is great. But it's not better than the 8th battalion. Lin Bei smiled. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. Fu Tai punched Lin Bei in the chest, then hugged Lin Bei's neck like a bro. Chapter 25, The Reward of the 8th Battalion. The day the ancestor of 10,000 soldiers is bestowed. At this moment, everyone watched Lin Bei leave without looking back, filled with confusion. That's the escort team. Who in the north would dare to disrespect the escort team? Forget the instructors and the general, even the martial families and top experts in Jiang City would respect the escort team. Moreover, Lin Bei's strength is astonishing, with boundless potential. After joining the escort team, he would surely receive great training from Luo Yuanshan. Such a fantastic opportunity is right in front of him, but Lin Bei chooses a winding, dark little road with no end in sight. Master Commander, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. Should I? Yi Xiao hesitated. The passion of youth will eventually be defeated by reality. Don't worry, he will definitely come back begging to join the escort team. Luo Yuanshan, instead of being angry, had even more faith in Lin Bei. He has character, strength, and most importantly, he values loyalty. A good seedling like this is worth spending extra time to cultivate. On the other side, the news that Lin Bei won the new recruit competition with a 1-on-9 victory spread back to the 8th Battalion, instantly igniting the whole battalion. Since the former general died in battle, the 8th Battalion has been at the bottom for over 10 years in the new recruit competition. Finally, they can hold up their heads. The champion. And it's a 1-on-9 victory. This gold content is far beyond previous champions. Lin Bei's name echoed throughout the 8th Battalion and even the entire north. After dispersing the others, Jiang Hao took Lin Bei and Fu Tai back to the office. Lin Bei, this time you brought great honor to the 8th Battalion, I must reward you well. Can you reward me with a promotion to sergeant? Lin Bei had been thinking about this. Of course. I will grant you the rank of sergeant right now. Jiang Hao took out the new shoulder insignia from his desk and personally put it on Lin Bei, then updated Lin Bei's identity information in the northern records. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have been promoted to sergeant. You have received one lottery chance. The moment Lin Bei put on the new shoulder insignia, a system notification sound appeared in his mind. Immediately after, a lottery wheel that only he could see appeared in front of him. The prizes included talents, rare bodies, armors, martial arts skills, resources, etc., and each prize was extremely rare. All the talents were SSS level, the rare bodies were top tier, and the armors and martial arts skills started at rank 9. As for the other resources, Lin Bei had never even heard of them, but being able to be on par with these prizes surely means their value isn't low. I wonder what kind of prize I will draw. Lin Bei's expression was filled with expectation as he immediately pressed the lottery button. The wheel spun, and lights kept flashing. Finally, the golden light stopped at one of the small segments. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the SSS level talent, Ancestor of 10,000 Soldiers. Another SSS level talent. Lin Bei's pupils shook, filled with uncontrollable joy. The Ancestor of 10,000 Soldiers, as the name suggests, reaches the ultimate understanding of weapons, making him a grandmaster. He is proficient in all cold weapons like swords, spears, halberds, axes, and can skillfully handle various modern firearms. And this is just the initial effect of the Ancestor of 10,000 Soldiers, there are advanced effects yet to come. For example, when Lin Bei uses gun-type weapons, under the boost of the Ancestor of 10,000 Soldiers talent, he can gain additional armor-piercing effects, causing his damage to explode directly. Using other types of weapons, he can also receive corresponding effects. An SSS-level talent for diligence transformed him from a waste into a genius. Now, with an SSS-level Ancestor of 10,000 Soldiers, it's like a grandmother crawling into bed, making me laugh till I drop. A mere sergeant can make you this happy? I haven't finished saying the other rewards yet. Jiang Hao laughed and patted Lin Bei on the shoulder. There's a reward? Lin Bei exclaimed. Jiang Hao nodded and said, from now on, you can access any floor of the martial arts building, and you can use the special training room for free. Lastly, I'm also rewarding you 100,000 military merits. Kid, you're the only one in the 8 camps who can use the special training room for free, plus 100,000 military merits. Instructor Jiang, this must be considered an overreach. Fu Tai admired. Thank you, Instructor Jiang. Lin Bei's heart raced wildly, happiness came too fast and too much, making him feel like he was dreaming. Lin Bei deeply understood the effects of the special training room. In there, closing himself off and training martial skills allowed his strength to grow faster and easier. The key was that he was also rewarded with 100,000 military merits. If Lin Bei had to accumulate this by himself, he would have to kill 100,000 awakened giant beasts. He didn't know how long that would take. Now, with sudden wealth, he could freely exchange resources, weapons, and martial skills. Lin Bei, the foundation of the 8 camps is not as strong as the headquarters, but this is already the best reward the 8 camps can give you, Jiang Hao said seriously. With the general absent, as the instructor, he was acting on behalf of the general's authority. Lin Bei nodded, understood. Don't worry, instructor. I will definitely work hard to train. I will continue to bring glory to our 8 camps. Good, then it's settled. At the time of the 4 Realms competition, you must shine for our 8 camps again. Jiang Hao smiled with satisfaction. Absolutely. Lin Bei affirmed. The 4 Realms competition gathered the brightest talents in the army, and the difficulty of the competition was dozens of times higher than that of the rookie competition. If it had been someone else, the pressure might have doubled. But Lin Bei possessed dual SSS-level talents, crushing those talents was as easy as eating and drinking. Then, Lin Bei turned his gaze to the side at Fu Tai. Brother Tai, I borrowed over 10,000 military merits from you at the martial arts building last time, I'm returning it now. My strength has already hit a bottleneck, keeping the military merits would be of no use to me. On the contrary, you need these military merits more to grow stronger, so keep them for yourself. Fu Tai waved his hand to refuse. Okay. I really need these military merits. No need for formalities then. Lin Bei said. He had now obtained the talent of the Ancestor of 10,000 Soldiers and must open up a second weapon. Exchanging for weapons required military merits, and exchanging for corresponding martial skills also required military merits. Lin Bei already had plans in his heart. The god-slaying thunder spear was a melee weapon, and the most reasonable secondary weapon should be something ranged. Last time in the initial secret realm, if he had a means of ranged attack, he wouldn't have been forced into such a dire situation by the Thunderbat and Hanan. After making up his mind, Lin Bei looked at Jiang Hao and asked, Instructor Jiang, I want to exchange military merits for a ranged secondary weapon. You want to train a second weapon? Jiang Hao was slightly surprised. To make up for their shortcomings, some warriors choose to train dual weapons. But a person's energy is limited. It's quite challenging to train one weapon to the extreme, and training two at the same time would only lead to falling behind in both. Yes. Lin Bei nodded. Don't bite off more than you can chew, and your talent for the spear is higher, Jiang Hao advised. I know, but I still want to give it a try, Lin Bei insisted. Seeing Lin Bei so determined, Jiang Hao helplessly said, all right. I can't argue with you. Fu Tai, go to the armory and bring back that dragon bone bow, Jiang Hao instructed. Yes. Fu Tai nodded and immediately complied. Chapter 26, Dragon Bone Bow. Supersonic Arrows. After a long while, Fu Tai came back carrying a heavy wooden box. With a thud, the wooden box hit the ground, kicking up dust. Just by the sound, one could guess that this bow weighed no less than the god-slaying thunder spear. Jiang Hao opened the wooden box. Inside was a bone-white long bow and 3 white arrows. This dragon bone bow is made from the spine and dragon tendons of a 6th-tier flood dragon. It is a top-grade weapon of the 4th rank. The bow itself weighs 400 pounds, with a pull weight of over 2,000 pounds. These arrows are also made from the spine, incredibly sharp. Good stuff. Lin Bei's eyes were fiery. Both the bow body and bowstring are sourced from the 6th-tier flood dragon, giving this bow a hint of the giant beast's aura. To be precise, it should be called oppression. It felt as if the soul of the 6th-tier flood dragon had fused into the bow. Give it a try, Jiang Hao said. Okay. Lin Bei could not wait to step forward, grabbing the dragon bone bow and drawing it back with one hand. Lin Bei's expression tightened. The bowstring was too hard, like rebar. 2,000 pounds was merely the basic requirement to draw this bow. To fully draw it, one must exceed 4,000 pounds with one hand. Converted to physical ability, it was equivalent to 800 points. This meant that the minimum requirement to draw this bow was at least a 2nd-tier warrior. Suddenly, all sorts of experiences and techniques about archery flooded into his mind. Lin Bei understood that this was the activation of the innate talent of the ancestor of all weapons. He immediately adjusted his stance, channeling all his strength into his arms, slowly pulling back the dragon bone bow. Using brute strength combined with skill, along with an ultimate understanding of archery, he quickly pulled it back halfway. Then, a voice in his mind introduced the advanced talent of archery mastery. Ancestor of archery, arrow speed increased by 200%, accuracy increased by 100%. The shooting speed of a normal bow and arrow is about 60 meters per second. The dragon bone bow, being of higher quality, can reach at least 100 meters per second. 300% means 300 meters per second. And the speed of sound is only 340 meters per second. Once this arrow is loosed, the opponent has no time to defend. Plus with 100% accuracy, it's a one arrow, one little kid. It's simply monstrous. Seeing this scene, the people of Fu Tai were stunned. What kind of monster are you? It's one thing to have high talent in spear techniques. But your bow and arrow talent is just as high. You must have practiced archery before, otherwise, your form couldn't be so practiced. Jiang Hao affirmed. Both were battle-hardened veterans, familiar with various weapons. Lin Bei's grip and draw were clearly from an old hand, making even them feel inferior. What was most shocking was that a 7th-tier warrior had drawn a top-grade 4th-rank bow, and even if only halfway, it was unbelievable. Could it be that true geniuses have no weaknesses? I practiced a little back in the Lin family. Lin Bei casually deflected the question. That makes sense. Lin Bei. You have unlimited potential. As long as you cultivate well, the Lin family will ask you to return the same way they kicked you out. Jiang Hao consoled him. Lin Bei smiled freely. Instructor Jiang, my hard work is not to return to the Lin family. I simply want to prove one thing. I, Lin Bei, am no worse than anyone. Good. Well said. Jiang Hao looked gratified. Determination is one of the driving forces to become stronger. But if one can bypass determination and still have the drive to grow stronger, that means their vision is not ordinary. Few can achieve that. Yet, Lin Bei did it. With such potential, such vision, and such character, he is destined to stand on a broader stage. And the Northern Territory is just his starting point. How much military merit is needed to exchange for this bow? Lin Bei asked directly. Jiang Hao pondered for a moment before replying, 60,000. That's good. Lin Bei immediately deducted 60,000 military merits from his account, leaving him with 40,000. Instructor Jiang, Taiga, I'm heading into seclusion now, Lin Bei said simply, placing the dragon bone bow back into the wooden box and putting it into his storage ring as he left. Instructor Jiang, the exchange price for a top-grade 4th rank weapon is over 100,000, this dragon bone bow is of even higher quality, which requires at least 120,000 military merits. If the armory doesn't receive that amount, they will deem the weapon lost, and that will be a big trouble. Fu Tai said anxiously. The 60,000 price difference. I'll take care of it. Zhang Hao took out the dragon bone bow, intending to prompt Lin Bei to focus on practicing the god-slaying thunder gun, but unexpectedly, Lin Bei's talent for archery was also very high. In this case, investing more military merit to train Lin Bei is worthwhile. On the other side, Lin Bei arrived at the martial arts building. The first floor was filled with basic martial arts, and the second floor displayed second and third tier martial arts. Lin Bei did not stop, and went directly to the third floor. This floor had only a few shelves, totaling no more than 30 martial arts books. The lowest was a 4th tier beginner level, and the highest was a 4th tier peak level. Lin Bei still remembered what Fu Tai had said, martial arts are valued for their quality, not quantity. Moreover, as a secondary weapon, the dragon bone bow wouldn't be used frequently, practicing more consuming martial arts techniques was fine. Godspeed arrow. Lin Bei turned around and looked at all the martial arts, finally, he only found a 4th tier peak archery technique, so he opened it to take a look. After practicing Godspeed arrow, both shooting speed and arrow speed can be doubled. Hiss. Lin Bei's pupils shook, and he gasped. The basic shooting speed of the dragon bone bow is at least 100 meters per second. With the addition of the bow and arrow advancement talent effect from the ancestral bow of 10,000 weapons, the arrow speed reaches 300 meters per second. After using Godspeed arrow, it can double again, directly breaking the sound barrier and reaching a horrifying 600 meters per second. In martial arts, only speed is unbreakable. At 600 meters per second, no matter which country's genius came, they would be pierced with 2 holes and leave. Plus, with 100% accuracy, defeating enemies of higher ranks would be as easy as eating and drinking. Aside from thunder immunity, archery will be my second trump card. Lin Bei was incredibly excited, his heart racing, and he then went up to the 5th floor's special training room. 7 days passed in a blink, and Lin Bei opened his eyes to check the system panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, Awakening 9 levels. Military rank, Sergeant. Talent, SSS level hard work pays off, SSS level ancestral bow of 10,000 weapons. Weapon, 4th tier peak god-slaying thunder gun, 4th tier peak dragon bone bow. Martial arts, Dragon Kingdom basic body tempering fist, perfect, 3rd tier peak wind spirit spear technique, perfect, 4th tier peak 9-layer thunder spear technique, perfect, 4th tier peak Godspeed arrow, perfect. Ability, battle instinct, perfect. Immunity, 100% immunity to thunder attributes. Physique, 622. After refining 55 drops of thunder tribulation liquid, thunder immunity has increased to 100%. As his realm rose to Awakening 9 levels, his physique also soared to 622 points, which has reached the level of an entry-rank martial artist. At the same time, under the blessing of the ancestral bow of 10,000 weapons talent, archery and spear techniques become much easier to reach perfection. Lin Bei took the time to review all his recent battles, unexpectedly triggering the effect of the hard work pays off talent, and his battle instinct also rose from great perfection to the perfect realm. Each time he secluded himself, his strength would have a qualitative leap. With Lin Bei's current combat power, ordinary entry-rank martial artists couldn't last even one strike against him. Chapter 27, The Sergeant's First Mission. The Cleanup of Hanjintian. Leaving the special training room, Lin Bei headed to Zhang Hao's office. Now that his strength had improved, he couldn't wait to enter the mountains to hunt giant beasts. Knock, knock, knock. As Lin Bei knocked on the office door, Zhang Hao's deep and serious voice rang out from inside, "Come in." Lin Bei pushed the door open and stepped inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a weathered face. It was General Xin Zhong of the 8th Battalion, a 4th tier 7th level martial artist. "General Xin, your arm." Lin Bei looked at the empty sleeve on Xin Zhong's left side, feeling he guessed something. To come back alive, losing an arm is a fair trade. Xin Zhong laughed heartily, then shifted the topic and asked, "You must be Lin Bei, the champion of this year's new soldier competition?" Yes. Is something big going to happen in the north?" Lin Bei nodded and replied. Xinzhong and Jiang Hao exchanged glances, and the latter casually explained, "There are certainly issues, but they can't be called big deals. The general has already figured out the location of the bug nest, and the army lord has promised to provide enough artillery support. At that time, they will directly level the ground with artillery. Let's charge up and finish him off, and the problem will be solved." Insect nest? Lin Bei's pupils shrank sharply, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Among many giant beasts, the insect race is the most special existence. The insect race's strength is not top-notch, but their reproductive speed is extremely fast, and they possess terrifying evolution abilities. If Xinzhong feels lucky to survive with a broken arm, then this insect nest is probably 5th tier. In a situation of sufficient energy, a 5th tier insect nest can breed at least 100,000 insect troops in a month. What does 100,000 mean? The entire Northern Army is only fully staffed at 100,000. This is just for 1 month of breeding. As time goes on, the number of insects will surge. Besides their reproductive ability, another feature of the insect race is their evolution ability. When a certain number of insect giants die from the same type of damage, the newly bred insects will evolve methods to counter that damage, such as increasing attribute resistance, evolving special defensive parts on their bodies, or having attacks that can mitigate damage, and so forth. So, artillery can only be used once. Is it only our 8th camp? Lin Bei asked gravely. Zhang Hao smiled but didn't answer, putting his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder to shift the topic. You don't need to worry about the battle, we have an important task for you. What task? Lin Bei asked. The 8th camp needs to go deep into the heart of the giant beasts to fight, and logistical support is very important, so we need you to go to Jiang City. Zhang Hao said. Isn't all the military supplies for the 8 camps in the north handled by the headquarters? Lin Bei wondered. The headquarters has no money. After providing sufficient artillery support, they cannot offer enough logistical supplies. Zhang Hao said with a bitter smile. Lin Bei's face darkened, feeling even worse about the headquarters. The 8th camp is fighting desperately in front, and the people behind not only don't help but also drag them down. Could it be that if the 8th camp's defense is torn apart by the giant beasts, others will gain any benefits? Let's not talk about that. General Xin and the mayor of Jiang City are longtime brothers. He will help solve the supply issue, you just need to bring it back. Zhang Hao said. Instructor Jiang, let someone else take this task, I want to go to the battlefield too. Lin Bei said firmly. The soldier's duty is to obey orders. This is a notification, not a discussion. Zhang Hao's expression was rarely serious. Then, fine. Lin Bei reluctantly nodded, and after receiving the relevant information, he drove to Jiang City. Sigh. Standing by the window in the office, watching Lin Bei's receding figure, Zhang Hao sighed helplessly. Actually, he knew well that keeping Lin Bei in a greenhouse for training was not beneficial for his growth. But Lin Bei's potential was simply too great, so great that he didn't dare let Lin Bei take risks. Just like a flawless piece of raw jade, he could only be cautiously protected in hand. Moreover, the insect nest is filled with thunder attribute giant beasts. Among many attributes, the damage from thunder is the highest and most terrifying. 4th tier 9-fold thunder attribute giant beasts can completely compete with ordinary 5th tier giant beasts. Bringing Lin Bei on a mission carries too much danger. Meanwhile, at the Han family in Jiang City, Han Jintian obtained all the positioning data from that day from the secret realm camp through connections. The data graph showed that Hanan had encountered Lin Bei twice. Besides that, he had not encountered anyone else. And it was right after the second encounter with Lin Bei that his life signs disappeared. Lin Bei was present at the scene. Combining this with Lin Bei winning the championship of the new soldier competition, Lin Bei completely has the strength to kill Hanan. Uncle, since it's confirmed that Lin Bei killed Hanan, what are we waiting for? Let's kill him and avenge Hanan, a young man stepped forward and said. Killing Lin Bei will bring disaster to the Han family. Han Jintian sighed deeply, his gaze profound, seeming to have aged several years in just a few days, like he was nearing his end. Why? Didn't he refuse to join the faction? Without a military leader backing us, with just the 8th battalion, our Han family is completely unafraid. The young man said arrogantly. Han Jintian shook his head and explained, Little tiger, you can't just look at the surface. This time, the crisis of the insect tide, Luo Yuanshan wants to destroy the 8th battalion, cutting off Lin Bei's retreat, so he can openly recruit Lin Bei. Are we just going to watch, unable to take revenge for Hanan? Han, who did not understand. At least until Lin Bei loses the value that Luo Yuanshan places on him, we can only watch. Han Jintian patiently continued to explain, helplessness filling his eyes. The more loyalty Lin Bei shows, the more value Luo Yuanshan will place on him. One day, Lin Bei will be absorbed into the close circle. By that time, don't even think about taking revenge. I'm afraid the Han family will have to kneel at Lin Bei's feet just to survive. Thinking about that future day, Han Jintian felt helpless and desperate. This is just too suffocating. Damn. Han Hu swore as he left the hall. As he just returned to the hall, a lean man approached, bending down beside Han Hu and whispering, Brother Tiger, the head of the family only said we can't kill Lin Bei, but he didn't say we can't make things difficult for Lin Bei. What do you mean? Speak clearly. Han Hu became interested upon hearing this. I heard Lin Bei is coming to Jiang City to receive supplies, and the location should be the East City Dock Warehouse, which happens to be the territory of the Overpass Dragon. The lean man lowered his voice again, telling the complete plan. The plan is good. What's your name? Han Hu asked happily. My name is Chen Huang, and I'm a servant of the Han family. Chen Huang replied. You have such a good mind. It's too much of a loss for you to be a servant. From now on, just follow me. Your treatment will be doubled. Han Hu waved his hand generously. Thank you, brother tiger. Thank you, brother tiger. Chen Huang repeatedly expressed his gratitude, his heart blooming with joy. With Han dead, the position of heir to the Han family was now vacant. Among the sons of Han Jintian and his brothers, only Han Hu had the highest talent, the strongest power, and the greatest potential to become the heir. From what happened earlier, it was clear that Han Jintian intended to train Han Hu, which is why he patiently explained so much to him. Chen Huang saw this point and seized the opportunity to please Han Hu, hoping for a chance to soar high. Leave this matter to you. If you handle it well, I will reward you generously. Han Hu said. Please rest assured, brother tiger. I will definitely handle it properly. Chen Huang confidently promised, then left. Chapter 28, Overpass Dragon? Just a bug. Seeking votes. At this moment, Lin Bei arrived at the East City Dock Warehouse in Jiang City and asked, who is in charge here? I am. A tattooed man came forward, surrounded by a group of smaller brothers, exuding an aggressive aura. I am the squad leader of the 8th Battalion, Lin Bei, from the Northern Border Army, here to receive military supplies. Lin Bei stated his identity succinctly, then took out all the supply receipt documents from his storage ring. The tattooed man took the documents, glanced at them, and said flatly, the documents are incomplete. Take a closer look, all the documents are here. Lin Bei replied. The tattooed man pulled out 2 of the documents, crumpled them up, stuffed them into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Now they're incomplete. You're looking for trouble on purpose, aren't you? Lin Bei's expression darkened. And what if I am? This is Jiang City, not your 8th Battalion. The tattooed man arrogantly provoked, completely disregarding Lin Bei. Fine. Lin Bei couldn't help but smile in anger. The 8th Battalion fights hard at the front line, but those protected by the 8th Battalion drag their feet from behind. This is military supply. It concerns the lives of the soldiers at the front line. Kid, when in Jiang City, you have to abide by the rules of Jiang City, do you understand? The tattooed man arrogantly poked Lin Bei's chest with his finger. May I ask what the rules of Jiang City are? Lin Bei asked, barely containing his anger. Simple, hand over all the thunder liquid in your hands, and I'll let you take these supplies away. The tattooed man said greedily. Detaining military supplies during wartime and extorting soldiers, each charge is a death penalty, aren't you afraid of dying? Lin Bei coldly questioned, his eyes revealing a murderous intent. Ha, the laws of the northern border, let me tell you. You can't control Jiangcheng. The tattooed man scoffed, his face filled with disdain. Jiangcheng has 3 major martial arts families, namely Lei, Han, and Zhou. Among them, the Lei family is the strongest. Aside from Lei Wen, a standout of the younger generation, Lei Mang is a 4th-level 9-stage warrior. Such powerful strength can rank them in the top 3 of the entire northern region. And he just happens to serve Lei Wen of the Lei family. In contrast, Lin Bei is the champion of the rookie competition, awakened to 7-stage strength, with combat power comparable to that of a 9-stage awakened warrior, hailing from the 8th Battalion of the northern region. This is the weakest battalion with the least background, having no support at all. That's why he dared to brazenly extort Lin Bei. The Thunder Calamity liquid isn't of much use to him, but if he offers it to the head of the Lei family, he will definitely be rewarded. Moreover, making things difficult for Lin Bei today is also a way to vent Lei Wen's grievances, a 2-for-1 deal. All this information was revealed to him through an anonymous call, and after verifying its authenticity, he specially came to the warehouse. In fact, the tattooed man knows very well that the person in the shadows is clearly using him as a pawn. But everyone has their own needs, so being a pawn doesn't matter. Is that so? Then let me try. Does the law of the northern region really have any control over Jiangcheng? Lin Bei took out the god-slaying thunder spear, filled with killing intent. Kid, I advise you to think carefully about your strength before making a move. The tattooed man sneered. A mere 7-stage rookie dares to wield a knife in front of our brother Gui Jianglong? Our brother has long since advanced to a tiered warrior. He can crush you with a single finger. That's right. If you obediently hand over the Thunder Calamity liquid, you can suffer less pain. The onlooking lackeys echoed in agreement. Although Lin Bei heavily injured the 9-stage awakened Lei Wen with his 7-stage awakening, his combat power is terrifying. However, there are tiered Gui Jianglong and a dozen 9-stage awakened experts here. No matter how strong Lin Bei is, he can't turn the tide. Buzz. A ray of cold light shot forward, followed by the gun shooting out like a dragon. With a piercing sound, the god-slaying thunder spear pierced through the tattooed man's throat, blood gushed out from the wound. He tried to speak but found he couldn't utter a word, only his face filled with horror. A dignified tiered warrior could not even react to an opponent at the awakened level's attack. Lin Bei pulled back his spear, flicking off the remaining blood from the tip, looking at him with indifference. He instinctively covered his throat's wound with both hands, but blood still flowed between his fingers. Besides shock, there was more regret in his heart. But at this time, regretting is useless. He could only watch his life force drain away and finally collapse on the ground, completely lifeless. Brother is dead. One hit to kill a tiered warrior. This guy is a monster. Hurry, run. 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 With the strongest Gui Jianlong dead, the others were instantly terrified. One by one, they lost their previous arrogance and scrambled to flee outside. Lin Bei retracted the god-slaying thunder spear, taking out the dragonbone bow at a calm pace. To kill these useless pawns, he didn't need to use dragonbone arrows, so he took out some spare arrows. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, 6 arrows flew simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 With the dragonbone bow, the talent of the father of 10,000 weapons, and the godspeed arrow combined, each arrow's speed broke the sound barrier. The ear-splitting explosion sounded continuously, and a sound barrier was formed in front of each arrow. Due to the arrow's incredible speed, the crowd was pierced through the chest before they even noticed anything amiss. It wasn't until a moment later that their bodies slowly reacted, collapsing in pools of blood in disbelief. Bang! 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 At that moment, several far-flying arrows suddenly exploded in the air, turning to a pile of fragments. The few who had managed to escape saw the scene and rushed out with all their might as if they had survived a disaster. The speed is too fast, the strength of ordinary arrows isn't enough, I need to replace this batch of spare arrows. Lin Bei ignored the few stragglers and picked up the scattered fragments on the ground to examine. With the death of Gui Jianlong, Lin Bei immediately summoned the dock workers to count and ship the supplies. At this moment, at the Lei family in Jiangcheng, the few escaped fish darted into the hall in panic, kneeling on the ground with a thud, pretending to be pitiful and said, "Young Master Lei, you two must stand up for us." What happened? Lei Wen frowned and asked. Just now, a person came to the dock warehouse to pick up goods, but because the paperwork was incomplete, we refused to let him through. That person just went on a rampage, even killing our boss, Gui Jianlong, several people exaggeratedly described. Damn! Hitting us Lei family's head. Gather our people. I want to see who is so arrogant. Lei Wen thundered with rage. Gui Jianlong was one of his subordinates. If his subordinate was killed and he, as the master, didn't take charge, who would dare to work for him in the future? Lei Meng's gaze sharpened, stopping Lei Wen with his eyes, then he looked at those few people and asked, who killed Gui Jianlong? It seems to be someone named Lin Bei, from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Border Legion, one person explained. Indeed. A glimmer of light flashed in Lei Meng's eyes. Everyone in Jiangcheng knew that the Eastern Dock was under the Lei family's industry, and Gui Jianlong was a subordinate of Lei Wen. The fact that the other side dared to do this meant they were either not from Jiangcheng or had a stronger backing. He just didn't expect that this person was Lin Bei. In just a few days of not seeing him, had he already grown to the point of being able to kill an entry-level warrior? Are you sure it's Lin Bei from the 8th Battalion of the Northern Border Legion? Lei Wen stood up from his chair in disbelief. I'm sure. Lin Bei used a big gun and shot straight through my brother's throat with one shot, that person said. One shot. The waves surged in Lei Wen's heart. Since returning from the Northern Border headquarters, he had been practicing day and night, already touching the threshold of entry level. He thought he was moving at a fast speed. He never expected that Lin Bei had become so strong that he could instantly kill an entry-level warrior. After that match ended, Lei Wen still felt a bit unconvinced, always thinking that after using the potion, he could counter-kill Lin Bei. But now it seemed that it was purely his wishful thinking. Chapter 29, The Lei Family's Kindness. 100 Fine Arrows. Young Master Lei. You must stand up for us. If we can't make Lin Bei pay today, the outside world will think we are weak and easy to bully. That's right. When have we ever suffered such a loss? We must retaliate. Although our lives may be worthless, what Lin Bei did completely disregards the Lei family. Too arrogant. Several escaped fish sparked off each other in unison. Lei Wen frowned tightly, his anger within already suppressed to a great extent. If other oblivious people had offended the Lei family, then killing them wouldn't matter, it wouldn't have any impact. But Lin Bei was different, he had won the championship of the new soldier competition and would definitely receive the full support of the 8th Battalion. To touch him was equivalent to making an enemy of the 8th Battalion. Seeing that Lei Wen had calmed down, Lei Meng showed a gratified smile and asked, Gui Jianlong was your man, how do you plan to handle this matter? Even though our Lei family is not afraid of the 8th Battalion, it obviously isn't worth offending them for just a small Gui Jianlong. Let's treat it as if nothing happened, Lei Wen said. You only see Lin Bei having the support of the 8th Battalion, but you didn't see that Lin Bei also has Luo Yuanshan behind him, Lei Meng said. Dad, what does this matter have to do with Master Luo? Lei Wen looked confused. The insect race-beast tide is about to break out, and Luo Yuanshan clearly wants to let the 8th Battalion be cannon fodder to cut off Lin Bei's retreat, then seamlessly pull him into the inner circle. The key is that this batch of goods is wartime military supplies, and has also been arranged by the city government. Moving these goods means offending both the military and the city government at the same time. Lei Meng carefully analyzed and explained the entire situation to Lei Wen in detail. After listening, Lei Wen suddenly realized, a cold sweat broke out on his back. With Lin Bei's potential, he would definitely not be limited to a mere 8th Battalion in the future. It is highly likely to join the family team. If this matter is not handled well today, it will be equivalent to burying a fatal hidden danger for the Lei family. Just the point of maliciously detaining military supplies could bring down the Lei family. After all, no matter how strong the Lei family's foundation is, it is still just a small martial arts family, with only a few dozens of people at most. Regardless of the military or city officials, they cannot afford to offend them. Do you now know what to do? Lei Meng asked. Lei Wen's gaze sharpened as he nodded and ordered, come here. Tie up these clueless ones and bring them before Sergeant Lin to confess. Yes. Several martial artists quickly stepped forward, tying these few lucky fish tightly with ropes. Young Master Lei. Young Master. We are wholeheartedly working for you, what are you doing? Please spare us, young Master. The few of them knelt on the ground, pleading bitterly. Lei Wen snorted coldly, humph. Working for me? I see you want to harm me. Take them away. Moments later, Lei Wen personally drove these people to the dock warehouse. Seeing the Lei family's car appear, the workers moving goods all stopped. Lin Bei also shifted his gaze over. A small entry-level martial artist from the river-crossing dragon dared to be so arrogant, he must have some backing. Sergeant Lin, how have you been? Lei Wen opened the car door and got out, waving to Lin Bei. Lei Wen? Lin Bei was slightly taken aback, not expecting the backing of the river-crossing dragon to be the Lei family. Sergeant Lin, I am not here to support these fools, I am here to explain a misunderstanding. Lei Wen waved his hand, and several martial artists behind him immediately brought forward the few lucky fish. Misunderstanding? Lin Bei was astonished. Yes, the river-crossing dragon and others were indeed hired by me to guard the dock warehouse, but I absolutely did not order them to detain military supplies. Now that they have broken the law, it is only right for Sergeant Lin to kill them, and here are a few lucky fish that should also be handed over to you for handling. With just a few words, Lei Wen distanced himself from the affair. Since the other party was not here to back them up, Lin Bei was too lazy to continue entangling in this matter. He just wanted to quickly complete the task assigned by Jiang Hao and then rush back to the 8th Battalion to join the battle, so he said, let the city justice handle it. Alright. Then I will hand them over to the city justice. Lei Wen waved his hand, and those martial artists took the few people away and immediately set off for the city justice. Sergeant Lin, this misunderstanding was indeed my management oversight. As compensation, I can agree to a small request from you within my capabilities. Lei Wen intentionally lowered his stance. Lin Bei was startled at these words, looking at Lei Wen in disbelief. On that day in the arena, Lei Wen was domineering and strong, wanting both victory and life or death. How could he have changed so much into such a slick and worldly person in just a few short days? But if there was a benefit presented, one should take advantage of it. I do have a small matter that I need you to help with. Lin Bei said. Alright, my Lei family may not be as deeply rooted as the Northern Frontier Army, but we have stood in Jiangqing for 100 years and still have some capabilities, so you can just say it, Sergeant Lin. Lei Wen vowed. I need a batch of special arrows that can withstand supersonic flight and won't disintegrate. Lin Bei said straightforwardly. Arrows? Isn't the weapon you are best at, Sergeant Lin, a spear? Lei Wen asked in surprise. Do you have them or not? Lin Bei asked. Lei Wen pondered for a moment and replied, it seems like we do, Sergeant Lin, follow me. Lin Bei followed Lei Wen into the warehouse and found a dusty box in the corner. Using a pry bar, he pried open the lid, revealing a large number of silver arrows inside. He casually picked up one, it weighed a lot, estimated to be more than 20 pounds. The texture was smooth, and the tip was extremely sharp. The power of these arrows was far less than that of dragon bone arrows, but they were more than enough to be used as spare arrows. These are fine arrows made from aviation alloy, each one costs 30,000, and there are 100 here. If Sergeant Lin likes them, you can take them all. Lei Wen generously said. Lin Bei appeared calm on the surface. In fact, a huge storm had already surged in his heart. An arrowhead costs 30,000. 100 arrows would be 3 million. Even though the arrow shot out can be recovered, there's no way to guarantee every single one will return. All of them? Lin Bei asked. All of them. Lei Wen replied confidently. Alright, then I'll take them all. Lin Bei waved his hand, storing the entire batch of precision arrows into his storage ring. A smile appeared on Lei Wen's face. 3 million worth of items was just a drop in the bucket for the Lei family. This amount of money could resolve the grievances with Lin Bei. It was completely worth it. After all, Lin Bei wouldn't take long to join the personal guard, even replacing Yi Xiao to become the captain of the personal guard. By then, he would be the number 2 figure of the troop, the number 3 figure of the entire northern border. Currently, the strongest in the northern border was Luo Yuanshan, followed by Jiang Cheng's first, then Lion. Although Yi Xiao did not hold a rank, his status was special, supported by Luo Yuanshan and the entire northern troop, almost equal to Jiang Cheng's first. A few hours later, the supplies were finally loaded, and heavy trucks headed towards the 8th camp. Lin Bei drove the front car leading the team. Suddenly, a series of howling noises came from the sky. Lowering the car window and looking up at the sky, it was shells piercing through the air. The dense artillery fire blotted out the sun. The scene was truly shocking. Oh no, the war has started. Lin Bei's heart jumped. He stepped on the gas to accelerate. Chapter 30, Jiang Cheng's first. The 8th camp's distress signal. After a few hours, Lin Bei arrived at the 8th camp first. The once lively playground was now empty, the vast camp not a single shadow visible. You must be Lin Bei, right? At that moment, a woman's voice came from behind. Who are you? Lin Bei stood up cautiously and retreated. Don't be nervous, I am Jiang Cheng's first, Jiang Yinqing. I'm old friends with your General Shen. Jiang Yinqing paused, bitterly smiling while saying old friends, then changed the subject. Stop looking, they have already left. Right now they should be engaging the giant mother. Why leave in such a hurry? The supplies haven't even arrived yet. Lin Bei was confused. 10,000 against 100,000, the insect mother is still a 5th-tier giant beast. Do you think the 8th camp lacks these supplies? Jiang Yunqing retorted. 10,000 against 100,000? Lin Bei couldn't believe it, feeling like struck by lightning. Last time he asked Zhang Hao, he only said not to worry about the battle matters. At that time, Lin Bei thought the headquarters had already made plans, that the 8 camps would join forces to encircle the insect nest, just sending the 8th camp to take the lead. He never expected that only the 8th camp would be fighting. With so few people in the 8th camp, the strongest Xinzhong was only tier 4, level 7, what could they use to wipe out the 5th-tier insect nest? Wasn't this clearly sending them to their deaths? Jiang Yinqing saw through Lin Bei's thoughts, affirming, you're right, Luo Yuanshan wants the 8th camp to disappear. Why? The destruction of the 8th camp provides no benefit to Luo Yuanshan. Instead, it would weaken the overall strength of the northern border. Lin Bei still didn't understand. For you. Jiang Yunqing's gaze burned intensely on Lin Bei. Lin Bei froze, an absurd thought popped into his mind. He asked in disbelief, do you mean Luo Yuanshan intentionally let the 8th camp die, cutting off my escape route, then invite me to join the personal guard? Yes. Jiang Yunqing nodded. Hiss. Lin Bei's pupils shook, drawing in a cold breath, and the hairs on his back stood on end. Sacrificing a whole camp of thousands, just to recruit a genius. How selfish and insane must one be to make such a decision? This incident directly hit the essence. It was still a matter of strength. If the 8th camp were strong enough, Luo Yuanshan would absolutely not dare to make such a decision. Furthermore, if today they can sacrifice the 8th camp, tomorrow they might just sacrifice Lin Bei. To grasp one's fate, one must possess stronger power. Lin Bei's fists tightened. He had never desired power as he did now. He had the unparalleled war god system and urgently needed ranks to trigger the system's lottery. The members of the personal guard have no military ranks, just like the private soldiers under Luo Yuanshan. Even if the 8th Legion really disappeared, he still could not join the personal guard. Lin Bei, come back to Jiang City with me. As long as you are willing, I can recommend you to join the Eastern Frontier Corps. Jiang Yunqing said seriously. She came to the 8th Legion for 2 reasons. First, to see Xinzhong. Second, to protect Lin Bei as entrusted by Xinzhong. A good seedling like Lin Bei, once he grows up, will definitely become a pillar of the nation. So, she couldn't just stand by and watch him be assimilated by Luo Yuanshan. Thank you for your kind intentions, but until the matter in the 8th Legion is settled, I will stay here. Lin Bei said with seriousness. Jiang Yunqing looked at Lin Bei for a long time and asked sternly, you have seen Luo Yuanshan's methods. Are you sure you still want to stay? Yes. Lin Bei nodded. Alright. Come find me in Jiang City anytime when you have made up your mind. Jiang Yunqing said this and then left the camp. For the next few days, Lin Bei stayed in the special training room, closed off from the outside world. His level finally rose from awakening level 9 to level 1, first stage. Boom! At this moment, a red firework suddenly exploded in the distant sky. The sound was loud, and the color was bright, even those far away in Jiang City could see it. Lin Bei rushed out of the training room, looking at the red firework in the sky with a heavy and oppressive expression. It's the 8th Legion's distress signal. During his time in the 8th Legion, besides daily grueling training to improve his strength, he also had to learn other knowledge. Different colors of fireworks represent different meanings. Red means the 8th Legion is facing a death crisis and urgently needs rescue. Lin Bei immediately drove his off-road vehicle toward the northern headquarters. He knew very well that since Luo Yuanshan's goal was to make the 8th Legion disappear, he would never send troops for rescue. But Lin Bei could not just watch the 8th Legion be destroyed and do nothing. Even if there was only a 1 in a billion chance, he had to try. Not long after, he arrived at the headquarters and hurriedly barged into Luo Yuanshan's office. Lin Bei. This is the office of the Northern Military Commander. Don't you know to knock before entering? Don't you understand the rules? Yi Xiao reprimanded in a serious voice. It's all right. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand magnanimously, signaling Yi Xiao to be quiet. Commander Luo, you must have seen the 8th Legion's distress signal, right? Lin Bei said directly, without wasting time. Yes, I saw it. Luo Yuanshan nodded. Since you saw it, why aren't you hurrying to send troops to support them? That is a 5th-stage insect nest. How can the 8th Legion handle it alone? Lin Bei questioned. Kid. You are just a small corporal. What qualifications do you have to shout at the commander? Yi Xiao's face changed, and he scolded again. Luo Yuanshan again waved his hand to signal Yi Xiao to be quiet, then looked at Lin Bei and explained, Lin Bei, it's not that I won't send troops, but the commander of the 8th Legion acted rashly and went deep into the insect nest, thus falling into the surrounded danger. I'll tell you the truth. At their current location, there are 9 4th-stage 9th-level giant beasts, and they're all of the lightning attribute. You also know that among many attributes, the lightning attribute is the most overbearing and fierce. A 4th-stage 9th-level lightning beast is no weaker than an ordinary 5th-stage beast. Charging in now would only increase the casualties. What a good strategy. One sentence cleansed his hands of guilt and shifted all the blame onto Xinzhong. Eventually, when the higher-ups lay blame, it would be because of Xinzhong's misjudgment that led to the 8th Legion's destruction. However, Lin Bei still seized the key information from his words. You just said, it's all lightning attribute giant beasts inside? Exactly, the insect mother should have long planned to invade the northern territory, so it has been breeding all lightning attribute giant beasts. But don't worry too much, the 8th Legion has divine protection, and they will definitely find a way to kill their way out. Luo Yuanshan comforted. Lin Bei mocked coldly in his heart, too lazy to expose his hypocritical face. The current result is exactly as he expected when he came here. However, the fact that the insect nest is filled with lightning attribute giant beasts was something Lin Bei never thought of. He had 100% immunity to lightning, no lightning-based attack could harm a single hair on his body. With the Dragon Bone Bow and Dragon Bone arrows, he had the chance to slay giant beasts beyond his level. This idea was crazy and risky. If he acted carelessly, he could lose his life. But in life, it is impossible to have everything under control. When it's time to be crazy, one must be crazy. Moreover, the 8th Battalion had treated him well. He could not just stand by and watch it get annihilated, then switch sides to the Eastern Legion as if nothing happened. This did not align with Lin Bei's character, and his conscience would not allow him to do such a thing. So, Lin Bei turned and walked away. Where are you going? Luo Yuanshan asked. To save people. Lin Bei replied firmly. Chapter 31, Into the Insect Nest. The despairing 8th Battalion. With your little skills, rushing in is just seeking death. Yi Xiao coldly mocked. Lin Bei scoffed and quickly went downstairs. He started the off-road vehicle and rushed towards the signal location as fast as he could. Luo Yuanshan stood up from his chair, placed his hands behind his back, and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Lin Bei gradually distance himself, sighing, I underestimated Lin Bei's determination, he truly is a rare talent. In this world where strength is paramount, if he doesn't even understand the simple truth of good birds choosing good trees, no matter how much potential he has, he will struggle to achieve anything. Yi Xiao asserted. Indeed, it's a pity for such a good seedling. Luo Yuanshan shook his head regretfully, then changed the subject and said, bring Lei Wen from the 1st Battalion here. What do you need him for? Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. The Four Realms Grand Tournament is about to begin, and several military gods from Dragon Country will come to observe. Our northern realm cannot be at the bottom like before, it's time to cultivate some newcomers, Luo Yuanshan explained. As one of the Four Realms, the northern realm could annually select numerous exceptionally talented individuals through the new recruit competition. However, most of these elites were recruited into personal squads and did not shine in the Northern Realm Legion. This directly led to a talent gap in the Northern Realm, with overall strength ranking at the bottom among the Four Realms. Luo Yuanshan previously did not care about such matters, he only enjoyed the satisfaction of gathering all the elites under his command. Every elite was like a carefully selected private collection for him. But this Four Realms Grand Tournament was different. Not only were the rewards substantial, but there were also several military gods observing the matches. For the contestants, if their combat performance was recognized by the military gods, it would be a fantastic opportunity for them. For the military leaders of each realm, it was more like an examination. No one wanted to come in last in this test. Especially since the high-ranking military officials had already received many complaint letters about Luo Yuanshan, he urgently needed to perform well in the Four Realms Grand Tournament to crush these complaints with strength. Originally, he planned to train Lin Bei well, letting him earn glory for himself in the Four Realms Grand Tournament before bringing him into the personal squad. Now it seemed he could only settle for less and cultivate Lei Wen. Although Lei Wen was far from Lin Bei, under his training, securing a top 10 finish in the Four Realms Grand Tournament should not be a problem. After a long time, Lin Bei arrived at the battlefield in his vehicle. Nearby mountains, forests, and grasslands had all turned into scorched earth under the baptism of artillery shells. The air was filled with a strong burnt smell, and there were large craters and burning vegetation everywhere on the ground. Hot weapons were ineffective against high-level giant beasts, but they worked surprisingly well against low-level giant beasts. As Lin Bei continued to advance deeper, a large number of human and giant beast corpses appeared on the battlefield. From the clothing on these human corpses, it was evident they were all soldiers of the 8th Battalion. The path ahead was rugged. Lin Bei abandoned the vehicle and carefully continued on foot. Chirp! Chirp! Suddenly, several strange sounds rang out. Lin Bei sensed danger approaching and instinctively flipped in the air 180 degrees. 2 bolts of lightning grazed his nose. After landing steadily, Lin Bei looked towards the direction from which the lightning struck. 2 lightning worms, over half a meter tall, stood there, spitting lightning from their mouths. One was of the first stage, the first level, while the other was of the first stage, the second level. I just entered the outer area of the worm's nest and encountered giant beasts? Lin Bei was slightly surprised. Gee. The 2 lightning worms sprayed out lightning again. This time, Lin Bei did not dodge. He wanted to test what 100% lightning immunity felt like. Zizz. 2 beams of lightning struck Lin Bei, and he felt no discomfort, or rather, he felt nothing at all. A gust of wind blew by, and he could feel the coolness or warmth. Yet, these 2 lightning attribute attacks landing on Lin Bei caused him at all no sensation. 100% lightning immunity. Truly terrifying indeed. Then, Lin Bei took out the dragon bone bow and directly shot 2 arrows at once. Whoosh, whoosh. The finely crafted arrows made of special alloy sliced through the air, piercing through the 2 giant beasts at supersonic speed. At this moment, Lin Bei felt an unprecedented confidence. The greatest advantage of the insect race lay in reproduction and evolution. After a round of cannon fire, their numerical advantage had been greatly weakened, and now only the evolutionary advantage remained. To enhance their attack capabilities, all the insects evolved into lightning worms, and this advantage became a disadvantage in front of Lin Bei. Moreover, the lightning worms had a singular attack method, which was to spray lightning from their mouths. Their bodies lacked any physical attack methods and had very weak defenses. As long as he hit a vital spot, 1 arrow would certainly kill. However, Lin Bei was not overly confident enough to single-handedly clear the entire worm nest. After all, the gap in strength and numbers was apparent. What he wanted to do was just exploit his lightning immunity advantage to tear open a hole in the insect encirclement and rescue Xinzhong and the others. That's all. Thus, Lin Bei charged forward, unstoppable like a breaking bamboo, slaying hundreds of lightning worms. In his storage ring, there were originally 100 fine arrows, leaving only 13 now. The other 87 arrows either did not hit the vital spots of the lightning worms, the latter instantly fled with the arrows, or pierced through the lightning worms but no longer knew their whereabouts. In addition, the dragon bone bow was a top-tier weapon of the 4th rank, requiring a significant amount of stamina for each draw. After continuous fierce battles for several hours, Lin Bei's stamina was nearly exhausted, and he had to stop to rest. Meanwhile, deep within the insect mother's nest, Xinzhong and Jiang Hao stood back to back, both covered in wounds, looking disheveled and exhausted. At their feet lay dozens of the corpses of their comrades. These were the strongest veterans of the 8th Battalion, all with strengths above the 3rd stage. Yet they fought desperately and had only barely slain 5 giant beasts of the 4th stage, the 9th level. There were still 4 4th stage 9th level giant beasts here, and Xinzhong and Jiang Hao could hardly deal with them alone. Let alone the insect mother deep in the nest, who was currently breeding the 10th 4th stage 9th level giant beast. The battle situation within the nest was grim, and the situation outside was equally severe. Fu Tai and many other 8th Battalion soldiers were surrounded by tens of thousands of insect giant beasts, with despair hanging heavy over everyone's hearts. Old Jiang, it seems we're going to meet our end here today, Xinzhong said, holding a large knife, wiping the blood off his face. I'm just an old bachelor, nobody will care if I die, but if you die here, the city owner will surely cry red-eyed, Jiang Hao teased Xinzhong, dropping formality. That woman has kids. I won't take over. Xinzhong scoffed. This was also the reason he always called Jiang Yunqing his brother. Ha ha ha. She's the city owner of Jiang City. Her kid is mixing quite well with the Eastern Border Corps, the future is limitless. Isn't she good enough for you? Jiang Hao did not understand Shin Zhong's thoughts. Clearly, all he had to do was give a nod, and he could already enjoy a life of wife and children by the stove. At worst, the two could have another little one. Shin Zhong didn't want to continue this topic and quickly changed the subject. Got any cigarettes left? Pass me one. Jiang Hao took out his cigarette case from his pocket. All the cigarettes inside were soaked and damp with blood. The lighter wouldn't light no matter how it was struck. Chapter 32, Meeting Jiang Yunqing again. The terror of a fifth stage stronger. Boom! Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded in the distance. The earth trembled, and dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Lin Bei immediately stood up, fully alert, and looked towards the explosion's direction. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. In the sky, a giant stone with a diameter of over 50 meters was floating, and just from a distance, one could feel its deadly pressure. Next to the giant stone stood a woman, whose silhouette seemed a bit familiar. Lin Bei cautiously moved closer and finally saw the figure clearly, exclaiming in surprise, Mayor Jiang? He had seen Jiang Yunqing a few days ago at the 8th camp, and she was wearing the same outfit. Moreover, Jiang Yunqing was a first-level 5th-stage warrior with S-level manipulation talent, capable of controlling the giant stone to rise. It must be her, there was no mistake. In the sky, Jiang Yunqing also sensed someone watching her, so she turned to Lin Bei's direction, slightly startled. What are you doing here? I'm the 5th sergeant of the 8th camp, so of course I should be here. But why is the mayor here? Lin Bei replied with a smile, already guessing the answer. If you guessed it, why ask? Jiang Yunqing glared at Lin Bei and then controlled the giant stone to smash down. Another loud boom resounded, as if the earth were about to split apart. The ground lay in ruins, filled with the disfigured bodies of the thunder insects smashed by the rock. A quick glance revealed at least 2,000 of them. That said, with your mere first-level strength, how could you have come here? Jiang Yunqing regarded Lin Bei with suspicion. They were already close to the mother insect's lair, where the weakest were second-stage beasts, with a small number of fourth-stage beasts. It was a miracle for a first-level warrior to survive and walk this far. To be honest, I have 100% immunity to lightning attribute. The attacks of these thunder insects can't deal any damage to me. Lin Bei laid it all out. The two would certainly continue together, and Lin Bei's lightning immunity secret wouldn't stay hidden for long. Since this was the case, why not reveal it straightforwardly? Jiang Yunqing's beautiful eyes widened, her heart surged with disbelief as she asked, Did I hear you right? You just said 100% lightning immunity? Yes. Lin Bei nodded seriously. With a confirmed answer, Jiang Yunqing gasped in surprise. No wonder he could fight his way to near the mother insect's lair with first-level strength. In fact, lightning immunity, fire immunity, water immunity, and so on were not rare things at all. But 100% immunity, that was extremely rare. In the Northern Territory, with dozens of cities and millions of people, only 3 or 2 could achieve 100% immunity. For 100% lightning immunity, Lin Bei was probably the only one. Jiang Yunqing regained her serious expression. Further ahead is the mother insect's lair. Although you can withstand the damage from the thunder insects, the backlash from the 8th camp soldiers fighting the thunder insects is not something a warrior of your level can withstand, so your situation remains very dangerous. Are you sure you want to go further? Having come this far, how can I give up halfway? Lin Bei countered with a smile. All right. Then stay close to me. Jiang Yunqing admired Lin Bei's loyalty and courage even more. In the Northern Territory Army, under the control of Luo Yuanshan, it had been many years since someone like Lin Bei had appeared. With strength, bravery, and a sense of justice, he was indeed worth risking their lives to protect. If they could survive and participate in the Four Realms competition, the name Lin Bei would surely echo throughout the entire army. With Jiang Yunqing leading the way, Lin Bei needed to do nothing but follow. After a moment, they finally saw the soldiers of the 8th camp surrounded by a swarm of insects. Shattered Star Kill. Jiang Yunqing decisively unleashed her martial skill. Under her S-level manipulation talent, the flat ground was forcefully excavated into a giant stone. Immediately after, the giant stone exploded with a bang, turning into countless sharp stone blades. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sharp stone blades rained down from the sky, piercing through the bodies of the thunder insects with horrific screams. Green plasma burst forth, forming a thick river on the ground. In just an instant, thousands of thunderbugs perished, among them many powerful 4th-level thunderbugs. 5th-level powerhouse. Indeed, terrifying beyond measure. Watching the encirclement tear open, the 8 battalion soldiers who were previously low in morale now surged with battle spirit as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. We're alive. We're alive. While this gap hasn't been closed, let's charge out quickly. Kill. 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 Let's fight this pack of beasts. Fu Tai glanced and saw Jiang Yunqing standing at a distance, weakly grateful. Thank you, City Leader Jiang, for coming to our rescue. Let's quickly lead the people to retreat, Jiang Yunqing said. Yes. Fu Tai didn't dare delay and quickly led his men to break out. As he passed by Jiang Yunqing, he saw a familiar figure. He thought it was an illusion from the long battle, so he stopped to look carefully at that person, incredulously saying, Lin Bei? Why are you here? Like City Leader Jiang, I'm here to save you, Lin Bei smiled slightly. Nonsense. City Leader Jiang is a 5th level powerhouse. But you, what can you help with? Hurry and retreat. Fu Tai said seriously. At that moment, Jiang Yunqing interrupted. Fu Tai, you all retreat first. Lin Bei has me protecting him, he won't be in danger. But, fine. Now was not the time for prolonged discussions. Fu Tai sighed and immediately led the team to retreat. The artillery fire caught the bug army off guard. The 1st level thunderbugs turned to ashes, and the 2nd level thunderbugs suffered heavy losses. Even so, the number of thunderbugs still exceeded 50,000. The 8th Battalion fought valiantly, sacrificing over 4,000 men to slay more than 15,000 thunderbugs. This was a truly glorious achievement. But as long as the bug mother was not destroyed, slaying any number of thunderbugs would be futile. So the 8th Battalion decided after discussion to concentrate all their elite forces to launch a surprise attack on the bug mother. Fu Tai did not know what the situation inside was. He only knew that breaking free from encirclement did not mean being safe. The continuous tide of bugs from behind quickly caught up, and there were also thunderbugs blocking the way ahead. The battle was far from over. Let's go, Jiang Yunqing took a bottle of potion, her vitality instantly restored to peak condition. As they were about to enter the bug mother's lair, she had to be fully alert. The 5th level bug mother could breed 4th level 9-fold bugs, which were as strong as ordinary 5th level giant beasts. With her strength, dealing with 1 or 2 wouldn't be difficult. If there were too many, she would have to escape with Lin Bei. Lin Bei followed Jiang Yunqing into the underground lair. Dark, sticky, suffocating, as soon as Lin Bei entered the lair, the hair all over his body stood on end. It was as if there were invisible eyes staring at him intently from the shadows. Stay close to me, do not lose focus. Jiang Yunqing reminded repeatedly. I understand. Lin Bei nodded slightly. The thunderbugs in the lair had been cleared out, leaving only corpses. The two moved unimpeded and quickly arrived at the core of the lair. Following Lin Bei's gaze, Shinzhong and Jiang Hao lay on the ground, covered in wounds, on the verge of death and had lost their fighting capability. A few thunderbugs opened their mouths and shot out lightning, aiming directly at Shinzhong and Jiang Hao's heads. If they were hit, even a divine being couldn't save them. Shinzhong. Jiang Yunqing panicked in an instant, using her talent to control a boulder to block in front of Shinzhong and Jiang Hao. At almost the same moment, another bolt of lightning roared toward Lin Bei from the side. This bolt of lightning was unstoppable, scorching the very air black behind it. Lin Bei, be careful. Shinzhong and Jiang Hao, whose eyes were almost closed, now stared wide open like copper bells. Oh no! Jiang Yunqing's attention was all on Shinzhong, and at that moment, it was too late to protect Lin Bei. Chapter 33, The Power of the Dragon Bone Arrow. The god-slaying thunder gun shatters armor. Bang! Boom! Terrifying lightning consumed Lin Bei, and the escaping bolts of lightning blasted the lair into ruins. In an instant, the entire area fell into a deathly silence. Even a 5th level powerhouse would not dare to withstand this blow, while Lin Bei had just recently entered the ranks. What if it turns to ash? However, Lin Bei brushed off the dust from his body and walked out unscathed from the lightning strike, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. A full-force attack from a 4th level, 9th layer thunder insect is nothing more than this. Ha ha ha. I almost forgot. You brat have 100% lightning immunity. You can be immune to any lightning damage. Jiang Yunqing's heart, which had been in suspense, suddenly settled as he rushed to Shinzhong and Jiang Hao's side, feeding them recovery potions. As the potions went down their throats, the external injuries of the two quickly healed, and their energy and spirit were also somewhat restored. The two looked at Lin Bei as if they had seen a ghost and exclaimed in unison, "What did you just say? Lin Bei has 100% lightning immunity?" "Yes, didn't you know? Lin Bei hides deep. But hiding a bit is good. That way, he can live longer than others." Jiang Yunqing laughed heartily. Hearing the affirmative answer, Shinzhong and Jiang Hao exchanged incredulous glances. When they first saw Lin Bei appear, they were all very surprised. Now they finally understood why Jiang Yunqing had brought Lin Bei here, because only Lin Bei could traverse the lightning pool barrier before the mother bug, and he was the only one who had the chance to slay the mother bug. Zizizi. The 4th level, 9th layer thunder insects seemed to receive some kind of command and all charged towards Lin Bei. Protect Lin Bei. Jiang Yunqing and the others shouted in unison, forming a human wall in front of Lin Bei. Not good. The 10th giant beast in the mother bug's belly is about to change attributes. Jiang Hao exclaimed. It's coming for Lin Bei. Shinzhong waved his knife with one hand, his brow furrowing into a shape. Once the 10th bug with a different attribute is hatched, everyone here will die, unless the mother bug can be slain before it hatches. But there are 4 4th level, 9th layer thunder insects blocking the way, there's no chance to get in. Should we retreat? Jiang Hao suggested. Shinzhong's face darkened, deep in thought. If they retreated now, the mother bug would have a chance to breathe and would surely breed crazily. Moreover, next time using the cannon to plow the ground wouldn't have such a good effect. But if they didn't retreat, they would all die here. Retreat! Shinzhong ordered after careful consideration. Commander Shin, I want to give it a try. Lin Bei took out the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows, speaking earnestly. The 4th level, 9th layer giant beasts move extremely fast, you'll find it very hard to hit, and you may not even be able to break their defenses. Shinzhong shook his head. Trying once won't take much time, let him give it a try. Jiang Yunqing said. Alright. Then you go ahead and try. Shinzhong finally relented. Lin Bei's strength was too low to fully draw the dragon bone bow. So he sat on the ground, using his feet to brace against the bow body, and pulled the bowstring with both hands. Using all his strength, he barely managed to pull the dragon bone bow 2/3 of the way. Whoosh, the dragon bone arrow shot out like a flash. Breaking the sound barrier, a sharp explosion echoed. In an instant, a 4th level, 9th layer thunder insect was pierced through its body. The arrow hole in the front was only as thick as a thumb, looking like a light wound. But behind it, a large area exploded, green blood mixed with flesh splattering everywhere. The scene was incredibly shocking. The dragon bone arrow penetrated the thunder insect and flew into the lightning pool barrier, a special area completely covered by thunder. Anyone and anything that steps into this place will be crushed to ashes by the thunder. The dragon bone arrow was made from the spine of a 6th level flood dragon and could withstand the power of thunder, but its flying speed visibly slowed down and eventually didn't make it out of the lightning pool area. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yunqing and the others simultaneously gasped in awe. A mere 1st level, 1st layer rookie actually killed a 4th level, 9th layer giant beast in one hit. This news would be hard to believe if it spread out. Putting aside the power of the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows, wasn't the speed of the arrow Lin Bei shot just a bit abnormal? How could it produce a sonic boom? In the martial building of the 8th Battalion, there was only one book on archery skills called God Speed Arrow, which could increase arrow speed by 100%, but the speed of the arrow just now didn't look like it was only enhanced by 100%. This skilled ground bow stance, if one didn't know better, would think it's a master who has immersed in archery for decades. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Bei shot the last 2 dragon bone arrows in succession, both hitting DS vital spots with perfect accuracy. Supersonic arrows, plus a 100% hit rate of the ancestor of bows and arrows. Aim, and it's a sure kill. Among the 4 4th stage 9 weight, only one remained at this moment. Jiang City Lord, this one is up to you, I will go deal with thee, Lin Bei said as he took out the god-killing thunder gun. Are you confident? Jiang Yunqing asked. Lin Bei nodded. He still had a trump card he hadn't used, which was the advanced talent of the of all weapons, Gunmaster Break Armor. The ancestor of bows and arrows enhances arrow speed by 200% and hits rate by 100%. The effect of Gunmaster is to ignore physical defenses and directly inflict true damage. Everything in the world has its strengths, and naturally, there are weaknesses. Perfection is rare. They can endlessly breed and hatch bugs, and can grant bugs abilities of evolution, which is its strength. But it also gave up on offensive and defensive means, which was its weakness. The bugs in the nest are its first line of defense. The forbidden zone in front is its second line of defense. Once both of these barriers are shattered, it is just fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Zizizi. The remaining roared in anger, blocking Lin Bei's path. Your opponent is me. Jiang Yunqing immediately struck. I will assist you. Shinzhong and Jiang Hao spoke in unison. Although the 3 of them were strong, they could not cross the forbidden zone. Lin Bei tightened his grip on the god-killing thunder gun, taking steps closer to the. They looked very strange, its head several times larger than a water tank, and below it was not layers of stacked bodies, but a huge round egg pouch. As he entered the forbidden zone, with each step Lin Bei took, the fear in his heart was amplified. All the hairs on his body stood on end, his hands and feet cold and trembling uncontrollably. It was the most primitive fear of a small creature meeting a great being. Lin Bei. It's its mental power affecting you. Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward. Shinzhong reminded loudly. Okay. Lin Bei bit his tongue, and under the sharp pain, he instantly regained his clarity. Lin Bei quickened his pace across gripping the god-killing thunder gun tightly, shouting, "Nine-way thunder gun technique. Ninth weight." Ziz. The gun body radiated endless thunderlight, all converging at the tip of the gun. The power was compressed to the extreme, 9 times the might, unmatched. Lin Bei stepped on the wall for leverage, leaping up, the god-killing thunder gun stabbing towards Thea's head. Zizizi. They sensed the threat of death, immediately channeling all its strength to evolve a thick shell around its head, trying to block the shot. Chapter 34, Killing the Insect Armor and Core. Asking for votes. It's the insect armor. Zhang Yunqing exclaimed in surprise. Thea has bred and hatched so many bugs, yet still has the strength to evolve insect armor. Zhang Hao is shocked. It's over. Shinzhong shook his head, sighing. The insect tribe has 2 great advantages, breeding and evolution. But whether it is breeding or evolution, both consume a lot of energy from thee. It has already bred nearly 100,000 bugs, including a large number of 3rd and 4th stage bugs, plus 9 4th stage 9 weight. Therefore, the 3 could reasonably assume that thee was at its last gasp, and as long as they could break through the forbidden zone, they could easily take its life. But the reality was that thee still had the energy to evolve insect armor. With Lin Bei's 1st stage weight, even with the god-killing thunder gun and 9-way thunder gun technique, it would still be impossible to break the defense of the insect armor. Even using dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows would be the same. Only true 4th stage warriors could fully unleash the power of these 2 weapons. Bang! The god-killing thunder gun hit the insect armor, resulting in a collision sound that made one's eardrums hurt. Looking closely, the insect armor was completely intact. Not even a trace of a dent was left. Indeed, sigh. Zhang Yunqing and Shinzhong sighed in unison. No. You guys look quickly. Zhang Hao pointed at the head of the insect mother. The 2 turned to follow his finger, and to their surprise, green liquid was flowing from the gaps in the insect shell. Did this shot injure the insect mother? No. No way. The green liquid kept flowing more and more, covering most of the egg sac. This is definitely not just a simple injury. Boom. The enormous body of the insect mother crashed to the ground, and the thunder pool restricted area began to dissipate. At this moment, it felt as if time had stopped and space had halted. Dead? Jiang Hao stared with disbelief. It's definitely dead. Otherwise, the thunder pool restricted area wouldn't have dispersed. Shinzhong asserted. The insect shell is completely unharmed. How could Lin Bei have injured the insect mother? As a level 5 expert, Zhang Yunqing also couldn't see the oddity of the shot. It was as if this shot's power penetrated the insect shell and directly struck the head of the insect mother. This requires extremely high power control. Even Zhang Yunqing at level 5 could not achieve this, let alone Lin Bei at only level 1. It's simply unimaginable. The 3 looked at Lin Bei as if he were a monster. This guy had created too many miracles. Clearly, everyone lived in the same world, yet Lin Bei seemed to have activated a cheat. In less than a month since joining the army, he had advanced to level 1 and comprehended so many high-level martial skills. Not just them, Lin Bei was also shocked by the power of this shot. Ignoring physical defense, causing real damage. This means, no matter what level of armor the enemy wears, they cannot withstand the power of this shot. Unless the enemy's body is extremely strong, they might be able to endure it. This is no longer invincible within the same realm. This is invincible in close combat. Below level 5, no one can withstand Lin Bei's full power shot. Above level 5, unless they are non-physical talent warriors, they cannot compete. Can I take this insect shell? Lin Bei snapped back to reality, pointing at the insect shell on the insect mother's head. This is your trophy, of course, you can dispose of it as you wish, Shinzhong said. Good. Lin Bei swiftly slashed down, severing the insect mother's head and cutting off the insect shell that was larger than a water tank. Both inside and out, it was completely unharmed. If forged into armor, it would at least be top-notch level 4. And such a large piece of insect shell could easily forge 5 or 6 sets. There's something good on the insect mother you don't want? Shinzhong smiled. What else is there? Lin Bei asked. The core of the insect mother. Shinzhong cut open the egg sac, and a large amount of green liquid gushed out like water. Shinzhong waded through the slime, entered the egg sac, and walked out holding an irregular stone. This stone was about the size of 2 basketballs, entirely blue, and emanated a faint pressure. All the strength of the insect mother is stored in this stone. Reproduction and evolution also rely on this stone. Although its strength is far less than it used to be, its value is still greater than this insect shell. Shinzhong tossed the insect mother core to Lin Bei, his eyes reflecting no greed. In fact, with their strength, they could easily seize the insect shell and the insect mother core. They could even openly make Lin Bei hand them over for unified distribution. Especially since Xinzhong and Jiang Hao were severely injured, refining the insect mother core would not only recover their wounds but also enhance their strength. But they wouldn't, and they despised such actions. They could already foresee their future, that they would never leave the northern frontier in their lifetime. But Lin Bei was different. He was still young and full of potential. Nurturing him was the more meaningful thing. Thank you, General Shun. Lin Bei gratefully accepted the insect mother core. Xinzhong nodded. Looking at Jiang Hao, he instructed, launch the signal flare and gather the troops to clean up the battlefield. Yes. Jiang Hao immediately complied. Lin Bei grabbed Jiang Hao and looked at Xinzhong with confusion. General Shin, the toughest insect mother has already been slain. Isn't gathering the troops now just giving the credit away to them? The 8th Battalion underwent a fierce battle, with only over 5,000 soldiers left, while the insect horde numbered more than 30,000, a six-fold disadvantage. Moreover, the remaining insects were generally strong, putting us at a disadvantage in combat. The 8th Battalion could charge into this war with heads held high, but do you want to exchange the lives of our comrades for merit? Xinzhong looked at Lin Bei with a serious expression. Lin Bei remained silent, silently releasing his grip on Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao charged out of the insect mother's lair and immediately released a blue signal flare. Red signified a call for help, while blue indicated everything was going smoothly. Other battalions, upon seeing the signal flare, would know that the 8th Battalion had dealt with the insect mother. Then, what remained was a one-sided cleanup of the remaining insects. The other 7 battalions entered swiftly, scrambling to slay the remaining insects, even picking up the charred insect corpses on the ground as trophies, since these counted as military merits. With the addition of the other 7 battalions, the pressure on the 8th Battalion was instantly much lighter. The war lasted from dawn until midnight before it finally ended. After a brief night of rest, Lin Bei and Xinzhong headed to the northern headquarters. As per tradition, after the war, the headquarters would surely discuss achievements and rewards. Although Luo Yuanshan wouldn't give the top achievement to the 8th Battalion, even the legs of a mosquito are meat. Upon arrival, the other 7 battalion commanders came in one after another. Luo Yuanshan sat in the main seat of the conference room, with Yi Shao standing behind him. He first glanced at Lin Bei and then surveyed the commanders present. This time, putting down the chaos of the insect mother's nest, every one of you should be credited. Let's start discussing rewards. The 1st Battalion receives the top merit. Reward, 1 5th grade lower level martial skill. 1 4th grade spiritual herb. 10 3rd grade spiritual herbs. 52nd grade spiritual herbs. The 3rd Battalion and 4th Battalion receive 2nd class merit. Reward, 1 4th grade top martial skill. 5 3rd grade spiritual herbs. 22nd grade spiritual herbs. The 2nd Battalion, 5th Battalion, 6th Battalion, and 7th Battalion receive 3rd class merit. Reward, 1 4th grade advanced martial skill. 1 3rd grade spiritual herb. 10 2nd grade spiritual herbs. As Luo Yuanshan declared each sentence, the many commanders in the conference room eyed the rewards with burning zeal. 5th grade martial skills. 4th grade spiritual herbs. These were indeed rare items. 2nd grade and 3rd grade spiritual herbs were also quite valuable, and the key was that they hadn't exerted much effort in this war, making these rewards feel like free gifts. However, Lin Bei and the others' faces turned black, their displeasure clear as day. Bang! Xinzhong slammed the table fiercely, questioning loudly, Lord Commander, our 8th Battalion entered the fray first, suffered the most, and even killed the insect mother. Why isn't the top merit ours? Xinzhong! Mind your tone. Yi Shao pointed angrily at Xinzhong, as if ready to act at the slightest provocation. Luo Yuanshan waved his hand to signal Yi Shao to step back, then turned to Xinzhong and said, Commander Shin, though the 8th Battalion killed the insect mother and should logically get the top merit, due to your command errors, the 8th Battalion suffered heavy losses, with over 5,000 dead and several thousand injured, nearly annihilating the entire battalion. Given such a severe mistake, I have every reason to revoke your position. But considering your achievement in killing the insect mother, let's just call it even. With just a few light words, Luo Yuanshan completely negated all the achievements of the 8th Battalion. Xinzhong felt his blood pressure skyrocket, nearly losing his temper on the spot. In truth, he knew deep down that the 8th Battalion could not claim the top merit. But he never expected Luo Yuanshan wouldn't even grant them a 3rd class merit, and to say the words let's just call it even was simply twisting right and wrong to the extreme. Commander Shin, if it weren't for my 1st Battalion providing ample fire support before the war began, your 8th Battalion wouldn't even have managed to enter the insect mother's lair. This top merit rightfully belongs to my 1st Battalion, the 1st Battalion commander boasted. Your 8th Battalion lost so many men, and you still have the face to ask for the top merit? Moreover, did your 8th Battalion kill the insect mother? Surely, there is a significant contribution from the Jiang City 1st Battalion here, right? Humph. Xinzhong, merely a 4th rank and 7th level, what do you have to kill a 5th rank mother insect? Let me say, the mother insect will definitely be slain by the Jiang City 1st, and it has nothing to do with the 8th camp. You still have the nerve to ask the military lord for the first credit. Truly shameless. The generals of the other camps seemed to mock Xinzhong, but in reality, they were flattering Luo Yuanshan. When murkiness is a norm, being innocent is also a crime. The other 7 generals all looked up to Luo Yuanshan, while the 8th camp, not fawning over him or flattering him, naturally became an excluded oddity. Watching this scene, Lin Bei felt disgusted. If given the chance, I must clear all this scum out of the northern borders ranks. General Shen, do you still have any objections to my decision? Luo Yuanshan asked. Xinzhong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and no matter how unconvinced he felt, he could only swallow this humiliation. A higher official can easily suppress the lower. As a mere general, what can he use to compete with the lord of the northern border? But he couldn't understand, why hasn't there been a reply yet to the countless reports sent to the military department in Wuchang? Since there are no objections, I will also announce another matter. The grand competition of the 4 realms is about to begin, and I have drafted a participant list here. Everyone take a look. Luo Yuanshan signaled, and Yi Shao immediately distributed the list in his hand. Xinzhong received the list, which contained densely packed 30 names. To his shock, the first name was not Lin Bei, but rather his subordinate, Lei Wen. Xinzhong patiently continued to read, and until he finished the last name, he still did not see Lin Bei's name. He thought he might have missed it, so he read it again, yet still did not find Lin Bei. Lord Luo. You say my 8th camp does not deserve the first credit. I accept it. But why is Lin Bei not on the participant list for the grand competition of the 4 realms? He is the champion of this rookie competition. If he isn't qualified to participate, then no one on the list is qualified. Xinzhong was furious, as if fire were boiling oil, glaring at Luo Yuanshan and loudly questioning him. It is the decision of the military lord. You are not qualified to question it. Yi Shao sternly rebuked. Fine, since you asked, I'll explain, to avoid misunderstandings. Luo Yuanshan paused and said, Lin Bei is suspected of murdering Hanan and others, so we may have to accept an investigation by the city guard. Rather than having him taken away by the city guard during the competition, which would embarrass the northern border, it's better to simply remove him from the list. Good. Good. Very good. Lin Bei. We are leaving. Xinzhong feared that if he stayed any longer, he would be unable to restrain himself from a bloody rampage, so he stormed out. He could give up the first credit. But he absolutely could not allow Lin Bei to miss out on participating in the grand competition of the 4 realms. What the 8th camp wanted was not this honor but rather the stage Lin Bei needed. This grand competition of the 4 realms is unlike any before. Several military gods will be present as spectators. With Lin Bei's talent, he would surely secure a top 3 position, and he completely had a chance to compete for first place. Once he enters the sight of those military gods, he will undoubtedly gain immense resources that the 8th camp cannot provide. This will be a competition that changes the course of his destiny. Lin Bei, don't worry, I will definitely help you secure a spot in the grand competition of the 4 realms. Xinzhong bowed on the way back. Actually, whether or not I participate doesn't matter much to me. Lin Bei said. Kid. It matters a lot. Let's not even discuss other impacts, just look at the rewards for this competition. The champion can receive 10 4th-grade spiritual herbs, a complete set of 3rd-grade weapons and armor, 2 books of 3rd-grade martial skills, and the qualification to enter the intermediate secret realm. Most importantly, the champion will also receive guidance from the military god personally. Xinzhong was serious. After hearing this, Lin Bei was slightly moved. 3rd-grade weapons, armor, and martial skills are not very meaningful to him, but they can all be sold for money. 10 4th-grade spiritual herbs are quite good, they should be able to directly enhance several small realms. The qualification for the intermediate secret realm is also good. If luck permits, he could obtain many good things. However, what Lin Bei cared about the most was the guidance from the war god. When he first joined the army and fought against Jiang Hao, he gained an instinct for combat. If he could receive guidance from a more powerful war god, he would definitely avoid many detours in his training, and his strength would skyrocket. Moreover, these were just the surface rewards of the tournament. Once he achieved a good ranking, the real rewards would certainly be much more. Are you tempted? Actually, I have a ready-made way that can definitely help you gain qualification to participate. Xinzhong said. What method? Lin Bei asked. One of the war gods watching the match happens to come from your Lin family. With your current strength, as long as you actively contact the Lin family, they will definitely help you secure this opportunity. Xinzhong said. Lin Bei refused without hesitation. Commander Shen, I have already severed ties with the Lin family, and from now on, we are no longer related. You have guts. You're truly a soldier of my 8th battalion. Then let me think of another way. Xinzhong shifted his tone, already guessing this answer. Chapter 36, Promotion of Squad Leader Rejected. First rank, 5th level. Moments later, the two returned to the 8th Battalion. When Jiang Hao and Fu Tai heard about the situation at the headquarters, they were both furious. The war was fought by the 8th Battalion, and the Worm Mother was killed by the 8th Battalion, yet the 8th Battalion received nothing. What made them angriest was that Luo Yuanshan initially planned for the 8th Battalion to sacrifice, and now after barely surviving, they were being blamed for the high cost of sacrifice. What's the use of cursing Luo Yuanshan's ancestors here? Shut up! Shin Zhong was already full of anger at the headquarters, and seeing the two chatter on made him even more furious. The two dared not provoke Shin Zhong, instantly falling silent. Shin Zhong shifted his gaze to Lin Bei and said seriously, I originally wanted to leverage military merit to get some benefits for you from the headquarters, but now it seems impossible. But rest assured, I, Shin Zhong, never treat meritorious soldiers unfairly. Reward 1, 300,000 military credits. Reward 2, promotion to squad leader. Reward 3, a wife. The first two rewards sounded normal, but when Lin Bei heard the third reward, he couldn't hold back. So it turns out the military really gives out wives? She has a daughter who is an outstanding soldier of the Eastern Border Legion, with SS-level talent, strong ability, and looks great with a nice figure, Shin Zhong explained. The daughter of the head of Jiang City? Lin Bei asked. Exactly, mainly because she thinks you're quite good, and I'm just delivering the message for her, Shin Zhong said. It's still a matter with no concrete foundation, it's better to settle the first two rewards first, Lin Bei said. Alright. Shin Zhong immediately operated the computer, updated Lin Bei's rank information, and transferred the 300,000 military credits into his account. Promotion rejected? Military credit rejected? Jiang Hao stood beside Shin Zhong, clearly seeing these two lines of prompts. Fu Tai also curiously leaned over, his eyes widening. To receive the military credit reward of 300,000 indeed requires verification from the headquarters. But according to the Northern Border regulations, the commander has the authority to directly grant any rank below that of 1,000-man leader, only ranks of 1,000-man leader and above require verification from the headquarters. Now even the promotion to squad leader was rejected. It's clearly targeting the 8th Battalion. To be more straightforward, it was targeting Lin Bei. Damn it! Luo Yuanshan, that bastard. He left no room for us at all. Fu Tai cursed angrily. It's already bad enough that our 8th Battalion fought hard in the war against the worms without any benefits. Now, even within the scope of power, we can't do anything good for Lin Bei. Luo Yuanshan is still playing dirty behind the scenes. This is really disgusting. Jiang Hao was also furious. No promotion? How to trigger the reward of the legendary war god system? Without rewards, how can I cheat? Lin Bei's eyes darkened, he suddenly placed great importance on the Four Realms competition. Luo Yuanshan is a 5th-tier powerhouse, wanting to match his strength in a short time is impossible. The only shortcut is to win the championship in the Four Realms competition and catch the attention of those war gods. Or rather, get a war god to be his backing. As long as he has a strong backing, Luo Yuanshan wouldn't dare so boldly trip Lin Bei up. Then it's 100,000 military merits. Damn it, Luo Yuanshan. Even 100,000 is rejected. Shin Zhong looked at the dialogue box that popped up on the operation interface, instantly infuriated. Lin Bei said, it's okay, being able to obtain the Bug Mother Core is already a huge opportunity. Sai, it's the 8th camp that has wronged you, but don't worry, the 8th camp will compensate you someday. Shin Zhong vowed. Alright, then I'll go into seclusion first to prepare for the upcoming Four Realms competition. Lin Bei said, then went to the special training room on the top floor of the martial arts building. This time, killing the Bug Mother, the greatest gain was the Bug Mother Core, and only then the Bug Armor. The former has incomparably pure energy, comparable to any high-grade spiritual medicine. After refining it, it can at least raise him 2 small realms, or even 3. The Bug Armor has incredible defensive power, but it requires a special craftsman to cut and forge it into armor. Besides crafting the Bug Armor, Lin Bei also planned to purchase a batch of exquisite arrows, and prepare some special potions. Lin Bei had never valued potions before, but this time the insect war truly made him realize their importance. Shin Zhong and the others forcibly raised their strength with special potions to kill so many Tier 4-9 heavy thunder bugs. This kind of thing might not be needed, but it's better to be prepared. 10 days passed in a flash. Lin Bei suddenly opened his eyes, a powerful aura sweeping through the entire training room like a strong wind. Then, he opened his attribute panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 1st tier, 5th heavy. Rank, squad leader. Talent, SSS level hard work rewarded by heaven, SSS level ancestor of 10,000 soldiers. Weapon, 4th grade top quality God-slaying thunder spear, 4th grade top quality dragon bone bow. Martial skills, Dragon Kingdom basic body refinement fist, perfect, 3rd grade top quality wind spirit spear technique, perfect, 4th grade top quality 9 heavy thunder spear technique, perfect, 4th grade top quality Godspeed arrows, perfect. Ability, combat instinct, perfect. Immunity, 100% immunity to thunder attribute. Physique, 882. The realm jumped from first tier, first heavy, directly to first tier, fifth heavy, crossing 4 small realms. Such a huge improvement, Lin Bei never expected. Additionally, his physique surged from over 600 to nearly 900. What does this mean? He had already reached the threshold of a second-tier warrior. Within the same realm, even physique-type talent warriors might not surpass Lin Bei. With the rise in strength, the god-slaying Thunder Spear and Dragonbone Bow could unleash even greater power. Leaving the special training room, Lin Bei prepared to drive to Jiang City. Your aura has become so rich? It seems absorbing the Bug Mother Core has greatly improved you. Jiang Hao said with a smile as he saw Lin Bei approach. Yes, I'm at first tier, fifth heavy now. Lin Bei replied. That's for sure, the effect of the Bug Mother Core is no less than, wait. What did you just say? First tier, fifth heavy? Jiang Hao's pupils shook, staring at Lin Bei in disbelief. Lin Bei smiled. The world of hanging walls is like this, normal people cannot understand. Unfortunately, resources are still lacking. Theoretically, with sufficient resources, breaking into the second tier would be no problem. You've only been in the army for a month. This strength is already among the best in the Four Realms Legion. Jiang Hao knew Lin Bei was monstrous, he just didn't expect him to be this shocking. Is the quota for the Four Realms competition sorted out? Lin Bei asked. It's all sorted. Jiang Hao replied. Alright, while the competition hasn't started, I'll go handle some matters in Jiang City. Lin Bei said, then drove straight to the Jiang City Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 37, worth 50 million. The Deadly Han Hu. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are only 2 top financial conglomerates, namely the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce and the Martial Arts Foundation. In terms of financial strength, the former even surpasses the latter. The Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce has branches in cities large and small across the Dragon Kingdom, with the Jiang City branch located in the city center, in a more than 20-story tall building. The exterior is grand and majestic, while the interior is luxurious and splendid. Lin Bei parked his car and walked inside, where he immediately saw a familiar face. It was Lei Wen. Seeing Lin Bei, Lei Wen was slightly surprised, then showed a smug smile. Lin Bei, we meet again. I really didn't expect that you would repeatedly refuse the olive branch thrown by Lord Luojun, but thanks to your rejection, I have become who I am today. Under Lord Luojun's tireless training, I have already stepped into the first stage, 4th level. You are probably still struggling in the entry stage, right? In just 10 days, from awakening to the 9th tier, soaring to the first stage, 4th level. Aside from Lei Wen's efforts, the more important factor is the resources. Various grades of spiritual herbs and potions were crazily stuffed into his mouth as if they cost nothing. Even a pig, if raised well, can grow into a beast, let alone that Lei Wen's talent is already not weak. The increase in strength excited Lei Wen, but what thrilled him even more was that from now on, he had firmly latched onto the big leg of Luo Yuanshan. A good bird chooses its tree to rest. As long as the Lei family clings tightly to this leg, they can disregard even the capital of Jiang City. Naturally, there is no need to take Lin Bei seriously anymore. Looking back now, it was truly a loss to have given 100 exquisite arrows to please Lin Bei in the first place. I am about to represent the northern region in the great competition of the 4 regions, and I will definitely win a good place. By then, we will be 2 people from different worlds. Oh no, we are already people from 2 different worlds, just wait and rot slowly in the 8th camp, haha. Lei Wen laughed heartily, leaving the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce with satisfaction. Sick. Lin Bei cursed, then walked to the front desk and wrote 2 lines on a piece of paper. Mature blood flower. 5th tier insect armor. When the beautiful receptionist saw it, she immediately tossed the paper into the shredder and politely said, Sir, please follow me. Okay. Lin Bei followed her, entering the VIP lounge to wait. At this moment, a burly man in the hall looked at Lin Bei in the VIP lounge and murmured, it seems this guy has something valuable, otherwise, he wouldn't be invited to the VIP room. Brother Hu, haven't you always wanted to take revenge on Hanan? Now the opportunity has come. Chen Huang said. Alright. As soon as this kid leaves the martial arts chamber, I'll hit him with my car. Han Hu said viciously. Chen Huang had a black line on his forehead and patiently suggested, Brother Hu, to be safe, I recommend you notify the strong of the Han family first, and wait until we're in a deserted place before we act, to eliminate Lin Bei once and for all. That works too, you stay here to guard, I'll go out to call my uncle. Han Hu dialed the phone and walked outside. Luo Yuanshan had given up on Lin Bei, focusing instead on training Lei Wen, which had become common knowledge in the northern region. This also meant that killing Lin Bei would not offend Luo Yuanshan, on the contrary, it might even gain his protection. The only hassle would be offending the 8th camp. But after the battle with the insect race, the 8th camp was greatly weakened, the Han family no longer viewed them as a threat. At this time, a scholarly old man wearing glasses entered the VIP room and introduced himself. Hello, sir, I am Su Hai, the number 7 appraiser of the Jiang City branch of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce. May I ask your name? Lin Bei. Alright, Mr. Lin, please take out the items you intend to sell. They're all right here. Lin Bei took out the bloodflower and insect armor from his storage hand ring. This bloodflower was originally intended to be kept for the 8th camp, but with so much going on later, he had forgotten about it. And given the current predicament of the 8th camp, it probably couldn't hold on to this flower anyway. Mature bloodflower, a first-grade spiritual herb, valued at 1,200,000. The appraiser Su Hai flatly put down the bloodflower, then picked up the insect armor for inspection. Although the insect armor is large in area, the weight is not high, and it can be lifted easily. Su Hai carefully observed it for a moment, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. This insect shell is different from any I have seen before. Its texture is harder. And it contains a hint of pressure. Is it valuable? Lin Bei asked. If it were an ordinary insect shell, it would only be worth about 1 million, but this one is extraordinary and can be valued at 50 million. Su Hai said seriously. 50 million. Hearing these 3 words, Lin Bei's eyelids twitched. For someone with no money, this was definitely a huge sum. I forgot to tell you, I do not plan to sell this entire insect shell, I want to keep a portion to make armor, Lin Bei said. Then let's deduct 10 million from the 50 million, what do you think? Su Hai asked. Sounds good. Lin Bei nodded. Great, please wait a moment. Su Hai collected the blood red flower and insect shell, then asked for Lin Bei's card number before leaving the VIP room. While they were cutting the insect shell, Lin Bei selected fine arrows and potions in the online mall of the Martial Arts Association. Alloy fine arrows, priced at 40,000 each. Ordering 300 arrows, totaling 12 million. Various high-level recovery potions, healing potions, rampage potions that enhance strength, etc., added up to another 10 million. All were added to the shopping cart, then clicked to place an order. A few hours later, Su Hai walked into the VIP room with a smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lin. It's fine. Lin Bei said. Su Hai took out a large pile of items from his storage ring and explained, all the items you ordered are here, and the remaining funds have been entirely credited to your card. Additionally, the association has crafted a piece of insect shell armor for you free of charge. Su Hai took out the insect shell separately. Thank you. Lin Bei eagerly received the insect shell. There were no flashy decorations, just a few simple pieces of insect shell strung together with special materials. The body and limbs could all be protected. Joint movements were not affected, the only drawback was that it wasn't very good looking. With this 5th level insect shell for protection, he would not fear any surprise attacks. You are now a gold member of the Martial Arts Association, this is the treatment you should enjoy, Su Hai said politely. Gold member? Lin Bei asked in slight surprise. Yes, the membership levels of the Martial Arts Association are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme. If your spending exceeds 100 million, you can upgrade to platinum member, at which point you will enjoy more privileges. Su Hai explained. Goodness. Spending 100 million just to upgrade to platinum. Isn't it true that Supreme requires spending tens or even hundreds of billions? Lin Bei was astonished and curled his lips, then carefully checked the items. Confirming everything was correct, he got up to leave the Martial Arts Association. Brother Tiger. Lin Bei is out. Chen Huang said quietly in the hall. Keep up. Han Hu woke from his sleep and immediately followed. Lin Bei had already noticed someone tracking him from behind, either from the Han family, the Lei family, or Luo Yuanshan's men. Whoever it was, they were a force Lin Bei alone could not deal with. And right now he was in Jiang City, far from immediate help. So, Lin Bei calmly took out his phone and dialed Jiang Yunqing's number. Mayor Jiang, I'm in trouble. What happened? Jiang Yunqing asked. There are a few people. Lin Bei truthfully replied about the current situation. Where are you now? Jiang Yunqing asked. At the bus stop in front of the Martial Arts Association, Lin Bei said. Alright, walk north for a kilometer, you will see an abandoned warehouse named Ankang, I will wait for you there. Jiang Yunqing hung up the phone and immediately rushed to the abandoned warehouse. Lin Bei pretended nothing was wrong and continued walking north. A kilometer later, he indeed saw the abandoned warehouse across the road. Crossing the street, Lin Bei swiftly entered the warehouse. Inside, the light was dim, and he vaguely saw a figure standing on the beam. Squinting his eyes to look closely, it was indeed Jiang Yunqing, the mayor of Jiang City. Ha ha ha. I was just worrying about not having a chance to strike in broad daylight. I didn't expect you to come knocking at my door. Han Hu laughed loudly as he rushed into the warehouse. Beside him were Chen Huang and several martial arts masters from the Han family. As soon as they entered, they immediately locked the warehouse door tight. Who are you? Lin Bei asked. Since you're genuinely asking, I will kindly tell you. I am called Han Hu. Hanan is my younger brother. Han Hu's gaze was mischievous, seeing Lin Bei as a prey caught in a trap. The martial arts masters behind him moved in unison, blocking all of Lin Bei's escape routes. Lin Bei was stunned, the corners of his mouth turning up in a playful smile. Do you know what will happen if you make a move on me? Without the protection of Lord Luojun, what does your potential mean? I can crush you with just one finger. You don't think you're just going to wait for the 8th camp to come save you, do you? Forget the fact that they are far away. Even if they did come, my Han family wouldn't take the 8th camp seriously. Han Hu was arrogant, his aura confident. He had waited too long for this day, and finally, it had arrived. Killing Lin Bei would not only avenge Hanan, but also allow him to seize the valuable things on Lin Bei's body. He had spent so much time in the VIP room, and the valuables were definitely more than Han Hu had anticipated. Brother Hu, we shouldn't waste time, let's kill him. Chen Huang whispered from the side. This is Jiang City. What could possibly happen? Han Hu's eyes shifted coldly, threatening, Lin Bei, if you kneel down and give me 100 kowtows right now, I might consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise, I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead. Lin Bei smiled slightly, looking up at the beams. Mayor Jiang, did you hear that? Stop putting on a show. How could Jiang Yunqing possibly be here? Han Hu sneered. The Han family is really bold. Jiang Yunqing leaped down, landing steadily in front of Lin Bei. Jiang. Mayor Jiang? How are you here? Han Hu's pupils shook, trembling backward as if he had seen a ghost, and fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Bei is my future son-in-law, so of course, I will stay here in Jiang City to protect him, Jiang Yunqing said. Hearing this, Han Hu gasped, his eyes filled with shock and jealousy. Jiang Yunqing's daughter, Jiang Linger, possessed SS-level talent and was a star soldier of the Eastern Brigade, both beautiful and talented. Many people had lined up from the Northern Territory to the Southern Territory just to be with her, yet she was now going to marry Lin Bei. Mayor, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just joking around with brother Lin Bei, we didn't mean to actually harm him. Chen Huang stepped forward, smiling to ease the situation. Yes, just a joke. Han Hu echoed repeatedly. As one of the 3 major martial arts families in Jiang City, the Han family did have some standing and could afford to look down on the depleted 8th camp. But Jiang Yunqing was a genuine 5th-tier powerhouse and the mayor of Jiang City. In terms of both strength and status, he overshadowed the Han family completely. How do you want to deal with them? Jiang Yunqing's gaze turned to Lin Bei. Kill them all, Lin Bei said calmly. Lin Bei. I am a young master of the Han family. My uncle is Han Jintian, the head of the Han family. If you dare touch me, the Han family will never let you go. Han Hu threatened fiercely. Are you sure? Jiang Yunqing pressed. The feud has already been established. Even if we let them go today, they won't let me off. It's better to kill them and put an end to it, Lin Bei said. All right. Jiang Yunqing nodded, his oppressive aura suddenly spreading. Seeing Jiang Yunqing prepare to take action, Han Hu panicked and begged, No. If you let me go today, I promise I will never trouble you again. The whole Han family will not bother you, I swear on my life. Jiang Yunqing turned to Lin Bei, who remained expressionless, clearly unmoved by Han Hu's words. Jiang Yunqing's lips curled up, revealing a smile of appreciation. So ruthless. So decisive. This is the essence of surviving in a chaotic world. If she wavers because of a few words from Han Hu, then she would look down on Lin Bei. Mayor Jiang. You definitely won't kill me, right? My father is your friend. If you kill me, how can you explain it to my father? Han Hu pleaded, crying as he fell to his knees. Really annoying. Jiang Yunqing waved his hand, and the S-level control talent erupted, tearing Han Hu's body in half. Chen Huang and the remaining few martial artists from the Han family were not spared either, all having their bodies forcibly twisted apart by an invisible force. Control talent is incredibly domineering, able to manipulate nearly any object. When strong enough, one could even lift a mountain out of thin air. After doing all this, Jiang Yunqing casually waved his hand, and the scene was cleared away, then looked at Lin Bei and asked, Did old Shin mention my daughter's matter to you? He mentioned it. Lin Bei nodded. So how about it? Are you interested in being my Jiang family's son-in-law? Jiang Yunqing asked happily. Lin Bei found it difficult, Mayor Jiang, I have never met Jiang Linger and we have no emotional foundation. Isn't it too early to talk about this? So what? As the saying goes, feelings grow over time. A fine young man like you. If I can see my daughter, surely you can too. Jiang Yunqing said confidently. The Great Four Realms competition is coming soon, let's talk after we meet. Lin Bei deflected. Alright. Then I will send you back to the 8th camp. After what happened earlier, Jiang Yunqing was worried about Lin Bei returning alone. 2 days later, 30 new soldiers took the North Border Army's special plane to the Marshall City military headquarters to participate in the Great Four Realms competition. Only Lin Bei, escorted by the 8th camp, went to Jiang City Airport to take a commercial flight to the Marshall City military headquarters. General Shun, hasn't the quota issue been resolved? Why can the other new soldiers take the special plane while only we have to take a commercial flight? Lin Bei looked puzzled at Xin Zhong after boarding. The quota issue is a bit complicated, we can't get past Luo Yuanshan, so we have to take an unconventional route. I have privately discussed it with Wang Chang, and you will compete on his behalf. Xin Zhong stated truthfully. Lin Bei was stunned. General Shin, this doesn't adhere to the rules, right? Besides, will Wang Chang agree? I know you have some conflicts with Wang Chang, but he has let it go now. This is his competition card. Xin Zhong handed Lin Bei the competition card engraved with Wang Chang's name, seriously saying, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are necessary. Competing under someone else's name doesn't follow the rules, but as long as you stand out in the competition, all rules will bow to you. All right. Lin Bei nodded and accepted the competition card. Well, the Great Four Realms competition is divided into 2 parts. The first part is the elimination round, where 120 competitors from the 4 realms wear special bracelets and enter an artificial secret realm to score points by slaying giant beasts. New soldiers ranked below 20 will be eliminated. Then comes the regular arena matches. With your current realm, among the outstanding talents of the 4 realms, there are very few stronger than you. You only need to remember 3 people. The first is Jiang Linger from the East Realm, 7th level of the first stage, with SS level talent control. She has a slight difference in control talent from her mother, but the power difference is vast. She can manipulate everything in the world, including controlling the internal organs of her opponent and the flow of their blood. However, she has a fatal weakness: the farther away, the weaker her control becomes. The second is Li Qiuo from the South Realm, 7th level of the first stage, with S-level talent in the field of darkness. Within the range of his field, he can block the opponent's 5 senses, and their ability to act will be greatly restricted. The third is Zhao Ming from the West Realm, 6th level of the first stage, with S-level talent in fire manipulation. His attack methods are slightly stronger than ordinary martial artists, but there doesn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy. After Xin Zhong finished the introductions, he looked at Lin Bei with a sly smile and said, in a world where S-level talents are everywhere, what scene would it be if a C-level talent mixed in? Lin Bei smiled, not replying. Others only knew he was a C-level talent enhancer in cultivation, but they did not know he was actually a double SSS level talent. However, the 3 people introduced by Xin Zhong were indeed not weak. He relied on the 10,000-fold critical strike of hard work to suddenly rise to the 5th level of the first stage. Yet, the realms of these 3 people were still above him, and their talents were each more troublesome than the last. Especially Jiang Linger and Li Qiuo, both had area-type talents. If the arena is very small, once the opponent unleashes their talent, they would be unbeatable. I'm giving you this information about them to prepare you psychologically, not to put pressure on you. Relax your mindset. As long as you can perform normally, the top 3 is definitely not a problem, Xin Zhong encouraged. No, I want to be first. Lin Bei's gaze was steadfast. Only by securing first place can he obtain the richest reward, avoid being looked down upon by the Lin family, and make the military leaders pay enough attention. Especially the last point, it was crucial for Lin Bei. Ha ha ha, good. Ambitious. Xin Zhong laughed with satisfaction, heavily patting Lin Bei's shoulder with the only arm he had left. More than 2 hours later, the airplane arrived at Wuching Airport. Since Xin Zhong was the commander of the 8th Battalion, after revealing his identity, he easily brought Lin Bei into the military headquarters. This is the core area of the Long Kingdom military. A slap could knock down a large number of noble families. There were countless centurions and 1,000-man leaders, and many dukes and princes were present here. At the top of the military headquarters building was embedded a red 5-pointed star, grand, atmospheric, solemn, and imposing. There were 2 soldiers standing guard at the entrance, all of whom were 3rd-tier warriors. 3rd-tier warriors guarding the door, truly worthy of the Wuching military headquarters. You wait here for a moment, I'm making a call. Xin Zhong led Lin Bei to stand under a large building, then took out his phone to make a call. Soon, a young woman with a cool appearance and a hot figure walked out from the building. Uncle Shin, did you need something from me? Oh, it's not a big deal, mainly connecting you and your mother, so you young people can get to know each other. I have something to do, you 2 chat. Xin Zhong pushed Lin Bei forward a few steps and then cleverly slipped away. Lin Bei and Jiang Linger stood under the shade of trees, exchanging awkward glances. The atmosphere was unbearably tense. Let's officially introduce ourselves. I am Jiang Linger from the East Border Brigade's 1st Battalion. Jiang Linger graciously extended her hand. I am Lin Bei from the North Border Brigade's 8th Battalion. Lin Bei shook her hand. I heard that your name isn't on the participant list for the North Border Brigade this year, is that true? Jiang Linger asked. That is true, Lin Bei answered honestly. Jiang Linger's expression slightly changed. She immediately withdrew her hand, her face even colder. The participant list is selected based on the strength of new recruits from each brigade. If you can't even get a spot for the Four Realms competition, it seems your mother exaggerated a bit when introducing you. Honestly, I still can't believe that you could kill a 5th-tier insect mother with a first-stage first-level strength. My time is precious, I'll be direct. In this world where strength is paramount, only the strong deserve the strong. Do you understand? Lin Bei nodded, understood. Well, since you've come to Wuching, consider it a tour and wander around. Jiang Linger dropped this sentence and turned away without looking back. Lin Bei smiled wryly. He wanted to say that he didn't get a competition spot not because of strength, but because he was targeted by Luo Yuanshan. Forget it, it's not necessary. He hadn't paid much attention to this matter from the start anyway. Seeing Jiang Linger leave, Xinzhong immediately rushed out from hiding. Hey, do you even know how to flirt? Don't you know to ask her to dinner or a movie or something? I'm not interested in her, she looks down on me too, Lin Bei replied. What? This girl has such high standards? Even you are not good enough for her? Xinzhong couldn't believe his eyes, wide in disbelief. Though Lin Bei was only at the first stage of the 5th realm, his true combat strength was definitely beyond the first stage of the 5th. Not to mention being stronger than Jiang Linger, he was certainly strong enough to match her. Lin Bei nodded. Well, then let's forget it. Rest well tonight, gather your strength for tomorrow's elimination match. Xinzhong sighed, then led Lin Bei to the hotel. The next day, Xinzhong brought Lin Bei back to the military department, mingling in the competition venue. 120 new recruits from 4 realms entered the artificial secret realm sequentially according to the lottery draw. The elimination match was limited to 12 hours, and the recruits who entered the secret realm earlier had more time. Those who entered last would have a full hour less than the first ones. Wang Chang originally drew number 37, which was a decent number. However, if Lin Bei entered the artificial secret realm as the 37th, he would surely be recognized by the northern recruits behind him. So, he could only delay, using the excuse of having a stomachache, waiting to be the last to enter. As he watched the other recruits all enter the venue, Xinzhong encouraged, Lin Bei, although you have 1 full hour less than the first person entering the secret realm, as long as you make it to the top 20 in the elimination match, you can advance to the arena battle. I believe you can do it. Lin Bei nodded, swiping Wang Chang's competition card to enter the artificial secret realm. Chapter 40, Rising Above. Wang Chang's Moment of Glory. With a flash of white light, Lin Bei arrived at a deserted town. The sky was blue, and the air was fresh. A gunshot pierced the ground, stones flew, and the ground was punctured, creating an intense sensation. The artificial secret realm, which looked just like the real world, was actually a virtual world. This was a very advanced virtual reality technology. If contestants died within the secret realm, they would not truly die but would be teleported out of the secret realm instead. Only Sains currently mastered this technology. Sains, also known as the City of Technology. It was an island city suspended offshore, not belonging to any country. When the catastrophe of monstrous beasts broke out, most countries implemented a dual approach of martial arts and technology. However, the base number of martial artists was large, and their growth was fast, consuming fewer resources than scientific research. Over time, countries gradually reduced research funding, and smaller nations turned to martial arts for all. In this era, only a few major countries still persisted on the research road, but their progress was very slow, still stuck at the level of hot weapons. Sains achieved significant advancements in technology because the reduction in research funding led to a brain drain, ultimately gathering top talents to Sains. Of course, there were rumors that Sains had made contact with more advanced alien civilizations. Ding, just then, an unusual bracelet on Lin Bei's wrist displayed 2 holographic images. One showed the ranking of the contestants, while the other was a map of the artificial secret realm. The map clearly marked 3 areas, peripheral, central, and core. The deeper one went, the stronger the monsters, and the corresponding points were higher. From the map, the strongest beast in the core area was at the first stage of the 7th realm, specifically prepared for Jiang Linger and Li Quo. After understanding all the information, Lin Bei raised the corner of his mouth and took out the dragon bone bow. Killing beasts was not hard, the challenge was to break into the top 20. This required faster killing speed. Compared to the God-Slayer Thunder Spear, the killing efficiency of the dragon bone bow was clearly higher. Hunting time. Lin Bei charged toward the core area, unstoppable and fierce. Almost at the same time, in the military observation room, 3 military gods and the 4-realm military commanders all looked at the big screen on the wall. This massive screen was divided into 20 small screens, each displaying the combat footage of a contestant. The northern region always comes last. This year's performance is even worse, with only Lei Wen making it into the top 20. Luo Yuanshan, you really should reflect on yourself. Sitting in the middle, the god of war suddenly spoke, his expression and tone showing clear displeasure. Luo Yuanshan instantly broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles as he stood up to explain, God of War Yi, it is not that I want to shirk responsibility, but the North is lacking in resources and talent, and with the beast attacks, this situation has come about. I can only focus on nurturing a few good seeds. Is that so? But how come I hear that you, Luo Yuanshan, hold a new soldier competition every year in the North, gathering all the excellent seeds under your command? God of War Yi questioned. Thud. Luo Yuanshan's heart sank, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He instinctively looked to the left at another god of war, but seeing that God of War was silent, he gritted his teeth and explained, God of War Yi, this is absolutely a baseless accusation. I, Luo Yuanshan, am devoted to the country. I would never do anything to harm the nation for my own benefit. You better hope so, said God of War Yi. Seeing that God of War Yi did not press further, Luo Yuanshan's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, eased a little. In the north, he was a military leader with immense power. In front of a few gods of war, he was like an ant that could be easily crushed. Now, he only hoped the new soldiers in the north would work hard, even if they couldn't compete for the top 3 spots, as long as they could make it through the elimination rounds, it would still bring glory to the north. Suddenly, the screen changed, and a new face appeared before everyone. Seeing the information displayed next to the new face, Luo Yuanshan was first delighted, then stunned. North 8th Battalion. Wang Chang. Awakened to the 8th stage. A grade talent, enhanced physique. 558 points, ranked 20th. Except for the points ranking being a bit off, all the other information matched perfectly. Looking down further, who was this Wang Chang? It was obviously Lin Bei. This little guy named Wang Chang, who clearly entered the secret realm last, has unexpectedly jumped into the top 20, not simple at all, said the previously silent god of war on the left slowly. Look! Wang Chang's rank is still speeding up. 17, 14, 10, damn, how can his rank rise so fast? Is there a bug in the points system? It's not a system bug, he's entered the core area and is hunting high-level beasts. His points are increasing several times faster. The data shows Wang Chang only has 8th stage awakening strength. How can he kill intermediate level beasts like it's as easy as eating or drinking? First stage 5-weight beasts can't withstand his single arrow. The other 3 military leaders were dumbfounded. 8th stage awakening killing 9th stage beasts can be considered a genius. 8th stage awakening killing intermediate level beasts, that's a monster. Wang Chang is now crossing 7 realms, killing first stage 5-weight beasts, and even instantaneously with 1 arrow. This is too outrageous. In comparison to Wang Chang's strong performance, the other popular contenders like Zhang Linger and Li Kuo seemed dimmed. Yuan Shan, being able to train a good seed like Wang Chang, you deserve great credit, said the god of war sitting on the left, showing no hesitation in affirming Luo Yuanshan's work. Luo Yuanshan's nervous sweat poured down like rain, not daring to respond. This is not Wang Chang at all. This is Lin Bei. He was now in a dilemma. Admitting was not an option, and denying was also not an option. If he admitted it, it would mean deceiving the gods of war. If he denied it, then those gods would ask why there was such a good seed in the north who didn't come to participate in the 4 realms competition. Is it true what they say, that you, Luo Yuanshan, hoarded all the good seeds for yourself? How could he explain that? Just as Luo Yuanshan was struggling, the god of war from the Lin family on the right frowned slightly and turned to look at Luo Yuanshan for confirmation. Is he called Wang Chang? Luo Yuanshan stammered, unsure how to respond. What? You don't even recognize your own soldier in the north? Lin family god of war questioned. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the viewing room turned their eyes to Luo Yuanshan. Everyone present was sharp, looking at Luo Yuanshan's guilty expression. It was clear he was hiding something. He is not called Wang Chang. His name is Lin Bei. Luo Yuanshan took a deep breath and bravely spoke the truth. It really is him. The Lin family god raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. When he first saw Lin Bei in the footage, he thought they were 2 similar-looking people. After all, Lin Bei was sea-level talent, a cultivation enhancement, and this kind of talent was not suited for combat. He could not possibly be selected to participate in the 4 realms competition. Never did he expect that the waste expelled from the Lin family back then has now become one of the outstanding youths in the military. From the live footage, Lin Bei's strength is at least stage 1/4 to 5th. Why didn't he get the qualification for the 4 realms competition? Yi Junqin questioned in a deep voice. Luo Yuanshan hesitated for a moment and explained weakly, Lin Bei is suspected of a murder case. Considering that the Wei Cheng department may summon him at any time, I cancelled his qualification to compete. Luo Yuanshan. You better be telling the truth today. Otherwise, I won't spare you. Yi Junqin slapped the table angrily, startling everyone in the viewing room. Chapter 41, Ranking Soars. Information about Lin Bei. In the viewing room, these three are all military gods, but there are differences in strength among military gods. The middle Yi Junshin is a 2-star military god, while the left Xia Junshin and the right Lin family god are only 1-star military gods. It may seem like a 1-star difference, but in reality, it is like heaven and earth. The two on the left combined are no match for Yi Junshin. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Yi Junshin had been displeased with Luo Yuanshan for a long time, and today he was genuinely angry. Angering such a big figure meant his good days in the military were basically over. I am telling the truth, every word is true. Luo Yuanshan nodded repeatedly, sweat had drenched his shirt from nerves. At this moment, a huge wave had stirred inside the artificial secret realm. Each competitor could check their scores and rankings at any time through the special wristbands on their wrists. When they looked, they were shocked. What the heck? What's going on? Wang Chang has surpassed Zhao Ming, ranking 3rd on the leaderboard? With this scoring speed, surpassing Li Qiuo and Zhang Linger is definitely a done deal. Who exactly is this Wang Chang? Why have I never heard of him before? The people in the secret realm were all dumbfounded, shocked by Wang Chang's terrifying speed. He clearly entered last, yet his score had already risen to 3rd place. A definite dark horse. When did such an impressive figure appear in the Northern Territory? Why was there no wind about this beforehand? Wang Chang? Zhang Linger raised an eyebrow, carefully recalling the contestant list from the Northern Territory military group. The only person she somewhat remembered was Lei Wan, a stage 1/4 with S-level talent and violent abilities. The rest were all recruits who hadn't entered the stages and were not worth her attention at all. But how could a recruit who hadn't entered the stages possess such strong combat power? The speed at which he killed the giant beast was much faster than hers. It should be known that this artificial secret realm was built solely by Saiyans, and there had been no problems for decades. Normally, there should be no system bugs. It was too strange. This is interesting, it seems I am not the only one hiding my strength. Li Qiuo smirked, showing a hint of expectation. Damn! Where did this Wang Chang come from? He's pushed my ranking back by 1. Zhao Ming cursed as he looked at the leaderboard and burned another giant beast. Besides the competitors from the southeast and west who were confused, the Northern Territory contestants were also left bewildered. In the Northern Territory's newcomer competition, they had all witnessed Wang Chang's strength with their own eyes, and it was just average, not able to last a round against Lei Wan. Now that Lei Wan had received Luo Yuanshan's full support, his strength had surged to stage 1/4. How could Wang Chang grow his strength faster than Lei Wan in the resource-scarce 8th Battalion? Just in this short time of discussion, Lin Bei had already approached Li Qiuo's score of 1,300 points. The knockout stage had just started a little over 3 hours ago. This terrifying scoring speed. Is it started? While everyone was in shock, Lin Bei was still wildly slaying the giant beasts. Although Zhang Linger and Li Qiuo had strong talents, their energy consumption was also huge, and even using recovery potions couldn't sustain them for long. As time passed, their rate of increasing points obviously dropped a level. But Lin Bei's ancestor of 10,000 soldiers' talent consumed no stamina at all. Only a bit of effort was needed each time he pulled the bow, and compared to their talent consumption, it was almost negligible. With this, surpassing them was an inevitable outcome. Several hours later, Lin Bei's score reached 6,000 points. The second place, Zhang Linger, and third place, Li Qiuo, had scores of 3,300 points and 2,900 points, respectively. A cliff-like lead of 2,700 points over Zhang Linger. Such terrifying scores broke the highest record in the history of the artificial secret realm. At this point, even Zhang Linger started to doubt whether there was a bug in the secret realm system. In the military observation room, 3 military gods and 4 generals watched Lin Bei slay the giant beasts with their own eyes, all of them amazed. To see more clearly, they merged 20 small screens into one large screen. This meant that now, only Lin Bei remained on the screen. 1 arrow, 1 kill of a 5-star giant beast. He could shoot 6 arrows at once. When facing a 6-star or 7-star giant beast, at most, he could shoot 2 arrows. What was terrifying about Lin Bei wasn't just his killing efficiency, but his terrifying combat ability. Killing a giant beast 2 levels above himself was like eating and drinking, even easier than Zhang Linger, who was a 7-star. Such a good talent, don't even talk about the possibility of him killing someone. Even if he really killed someone. As long as there was a reason, and it was certain that his character was fine, he was still worth the military's strong support. Slap. General Yi slammed the table hard and ordered, "I want all the information on Lin Bei within 1 minute." Yes. The officer standing behind General Yi nodded and immediately made a call to retrieve Lin Bei's data. Soon, all the information on Lin Bei appeared on the big screen. Age, height, weight, hometown, talent, realm, military rank, achievements, experiences, etc. Almost everything related to Lin Bei was recorded in this file. C-level talent? When General Yi saw the talent section, he was slightly surprised. How could he possibly just have a C-level talent? I thought at least SS level to start. This mere C-level talent has crushed so many S and SS level geniuses. How can they accept this? Could there be an error in the data? The generals all had questioning looks on their faces, clearly not believing that Lin Bei only had a C-level talent. It is C-level talent, there's no mistake. At this moment, the Lin family's military god spoke slowly. Lin Bei's father was a top-level powerhouse of the Dragon Nation, and his mother was a senior manager at the Martial Arts Foundation. The entire Lin family had high hopes for Lin Bei, but unfortunately, he disappointed them by awakening only a C-level talent. Because of this, he was expelled from the family. A good talent only means relatively strong, not absolutely strong. This world has never lacked people with perseverance and opportunity. General Yi said. You're right, indeed, our Lin family misjudged him. The Lin family's military god agreed. It's over, it's over. Luo Yuanshan sat in his chair, as cold as if struck by lightning. The situation now clearly showed that General Yi valued Lin Bei. The tone of the Lin family's military god also revealed his importance to Lin Bei, probably wanting to take him back home. At this moment, Luo Yuanshan was filled with regret. He should have been more ruthless and directly killed Lin Bei back then. That way, there would have been no situation like this today. Now that Lin Bei's information was retrieved, the 300,000 military merit reward and promotion to squad leader were both rejected, and these things would appear in the files. Everyone could tell with just a glance that Luo Yuanshan was intentionally targeting Lin Bei. As the military leader of the northern region, targeting a newly enlisted soldier was secondary, the key was those rumors from the past. This matter will be perfectly verified because of Lin Bei. His good days in the northern region are really coming to an end. Luo Yuanshan slowly raised his head and looked at the left side where General Xia was. The other party directly ignored his gaze, with an indifferent expression. The meaning was clear. Chapter 42, An Indestructible Record. The Lie Detection Talent. Time flew by, and the elimination round was finally nearing its end. As the last second ended, all the contestants in the secret realm were teleported out. They did not immediately celebrate their advancement to the arena, nor did they lament their failure in the elimination round, but rather looked around for Wang Chang. 12 hours, gaining more than 11,000 points. To be precise, it was only 11 hours, equivalent to 1,000 points per hour. What does this mean? Killing a first-tier beast earns only 10 points, meaning one must kill 100 to obtain 1,000 points. Killing 100 giant beasts in an hour and continuing for a whole 11 hours. Is this something a normal human can achieve? Even aliens would get slapped twice. To be aware, the second place, Zhang Linger, and the third place, Li Kuo, only got 4,000 points and 3,800 points respectively. In fact, these two individuals have already broken the historical scoring record of the Four Realms competition, but they encountered the monster that is Wang Chang. More than 11,000 points. This will be an unbreakable record. Who is strong brother? The one with more than 11,000 points. Big shot, come out and show your face. So freaking amazing. Big shot, add me on WeChat. Contestants from the southeast and southwest regions did not know what Wang Chang looked like, but the other 29 contestants from the northern region did. They weaved through the crowd, identifying one by one. Soon, they spotted Lin Bei, standing at the back. Lin Bei? What are you doing here? Lei Wen, surrounded by many new recruits from the northern region, questioned Lin Bei fiercely. None of your business. Lin Bei did not hold back and shot back directly. You, Lin. Who do you think you are? Dare to talk to our brother Lei like this? A new recruit from the northern region stood up angrily to defend Lei Wen. Lin Bei's gaze darkened, a murderous intent bearing down on the speaking new recruit. His time in the army was not long, but his battle experience was absolutely rich. In one act of slaughter after another, his killing intent continued to accumulate. With just a glance, he scared the new recruit so much he nearly wet his pants, completely unaware. I know why you are here. You didn't earn the qualification to participate in the Four Realms competition, but you're unwilling and snuck over to watch, am I right? To put it bluntly, there are many talents in the Four Realms competition. With your mere C-level talent, you can't even pass the elimination round. Lei Wen stood tall and proud, full of arrogance. He ranked 9th in the elimination round. This is proof of strength, and also a symbol of honor. Once, he had lost miserably in the new recruit competition and even had to swallow his pride to please Lin Bei. Now the tables had turned, and he could finally spit out the pent-up frustration. Actually, I'm very much looking forward to fighting you again, winning back the dignity I lost in a fair match. But unfortunately, under the training of General Luo, my strength has improved by leaps and bounds. You don't even qualify to be my opponent. Lei Wen let out a proud cold laugh and then brushed past Lin Bei. They continued to search for Wang Chang in the crowd, but after looking in every corner, they still did not find Wang Chang's figure. At this moment, 3 military gods and 4 generals walked out from the observation room. In an instant, the atmosphere on site turned serious. The new recruits stood in formation on the playground, afraid to leave a bad impression in front of these important figures. First of all, congratulations to the top 20 contestants for advancing to the arena match. Secondly, there was a small issue in this elimination round. The leaderboard had an error, and Lin Bei was mistakenly input as Wang Chang. General Yi said. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the playground gasped. The 29 contestants from the northern region all turned to look at Lin Bei, their eyes wide with astonishment. Everyone arrived at Wuchang by private jet, and Wang Chang was indeed there. How did Wang Chang suddenly turn into Lin Bei? If this was said by Lin Bei, they would definitely not believe it. But Yi Junshin holds a high position and has no reason to lie about such a small matter and ruin his reputation. That means the one who scored over 11,000 points is truly Lin Bei. Gulp. Lei Wen was shocked and swallowed hard, his face instantly turning red. Recalling the words he just said made him feel embarrassed enough to want to find a hole to hide in. But he didn't understand why, under Luo Yuanshan's relentless training, he still lost to Lin Bei. It is him? Zhang Linger slightly raised her beautiful eyes and turned to glance at Lin Bei. Lin Bei ignored Zhang Linger's gaze and looked up at Yi Junshin. It turns out that Xinzhong was right. When a person is strong enough, the rules will indeed make way for him. How dare he ignore me? Zhang Linger stomped her foot in anger. Is it really just because he got first place in the elimination match? If not for knowing better, one would think it was first place in the grand competition. The elimination match focuses more on killing efficiency, while the arena competition tests overall practical abilities. In one-on-one combat, Zhang Linger was confident she could crush any opponent with her SS-level talent. It's getting late, everyone go back and rest, gather your strength for tomorrow's arena match. Lin Bei, come here. Yi Junshin said. Yes. Lin Bei nodded and followed Yi Junshin into the office. General Shin, you're here too? Lin Bei was slightly surprised to see Xinzhong. Yes, General Yi has some matters he wants to discuss with us. Xinzhong replied. I heard from General Shun that you killed a 5th stage insect mother when you were only 1st stage, is that true? Yi Junshin asked. Yes. Lin Bei nodded. Yi Junshin looked back at his aide behind him, saw the aide nodding, and then asked, did you kill Hanan and the 4 students from Jianqing Experimental Middle School? No. Lin Bei denied. Yi Junshin looked back at his aide again, but the aide shook his head slightly, so he reminded, my aide has a rare lie-detecting talent, he can see through every word you say, understand? I did not kill them. Lin Bei still denied. Ha ha, what a stubborn boy. Yi Junshin laughed heartily. Lin Bei, Officer Shang's lie-detecting talent has never been wrong. Besides, it's no secret that you killed Hanan and others, just answer honestly. Xinzhong advised. Seeing that he couldn't evade the truth, Lin Bei admitted, Hanan and Zhu Hong were indeed killed by me, but they wanted to kill me first, I retaliated out of self-defense. The deaths of the other 3 students have nothing to do with me. Lin Bei laid out what happened that day without hiding anything, not adding a single embellishment. Yi Junshin continued to look at his aide behind him, saw the aide nodding, and a smile immediately appeared on his face, those who kill are always killed, you did nothing wrong. In fact, Yi Junshin had already guessed that Lin Bei killed in self-defense. After all, a person who refused to betray Luo Yuanshan for the 8th Battalion would find it hard to engage in filthy acts like killing and robbing. But to be absolutely certain, he needed to test Lin Bei. The reason General Yi called me here is just to understand these matters? Lin Bei asked. That's only part of the reason. Yi Junshin signaled to his aide behind him. The aide nodded, understanding, and went to operate the computer. Chapter 43, Promoting the Squad Leader. Element Tyrant. Requesting gold tickets. Soon, Lin Bei's military merit account received a deposit of 300,000 military merits. Immediately after, the system's notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have been promoted to squad leader. You have gained 1 lottery opportunity. Do you wish to draw immediately? Lin Bei was initially stunned, momentarily caught off guard. He thought he had to win the Grand Competition Championship to seamlessly be promoted to squad leader. He didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. Draw, Lin Bei silently thought. The lottery wheel that only Lin Bei could see began to spin, shimmering with golden light continuously. After a few seconds, the golden light stopped flashing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn the SSS level talent Elemental Tyrant. Another talent? Can't something new come up? Lin Bei murmured to himself, feeling a bit disappointed. The prizes are divided into talents, strange bodies, weapon armors, martial skills, resources, and so on. He now already possessed the SSS level talent of hard work and the SSS level ancestor of 10,000 weapons, which was more than enough in terms of talent. If he could draw a strange body or a 9th grade weapon armor martial skill, that would be even better. Thinking like this in his heart, but when Lin Bei saw the introduction of Elemental Tyrant, his pupils immediately widened like copper bells, and he was so shocked that he forgot to breathe. This talent can control any element between heaven and earth and can achieve transformation between different elements. Lin Bei murmured, a storm of excitement surged in his heart. In just a short sentence, the amount of information was explosive. The basic elements are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and there are also mutated elements on top of the basic elements, such as ice, thunder, light, darkness, and so on. For example, Zhao Ming's S-level talent, fire control, belongs to the fire element. Li Qiuo's S-level talent, dark domain, belongs to the dark element. Both of their talents are strong, but they still belong to relatively superficial element control. And Lin Bei is control. One word difference, heaven and earth apart. Just like Jiang Yunqing's S-level talent control and Jiang Linger's SS-level talent mastery. Furthermore, this talent comes with full attribute immunity. Most outrageous of all, besides being able to control any element in heaven and earth, Lin Bei can also realize the transformation between different elements. This means that if Lin Bei has enough power, he can turn water into fire, and he can also turn fire into water. Any element can transform into each other. What the hell is this? This is a god. Even with the same SSS level talent, compared to Elemental Tyrant, the hard work and ancestor of 10,000 weapons seem dim. Let alone Jiang Yunqing and Li Qiuo, they are simply not worth mentioning in front of Elemental Tyrant. What? A little small leader can make you so happy for so long? Yi Junshin joked. Lin Bei snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Thank you, Yi Junshin. No need to thank me, you stopped the insect tide outbreak and saved so many people, this is the reward you deserve. Yi Junshin affirmed. Yi Junshin, if there is nothing else, can I go back first? Lin Bei could not wait to try the effect of Elemental Tyrant. I look forward to your performance in the arena competition. Yi Junshin nodded. Lin Bei rushed out of the office and returned to the hotel he was resting at. He closed the doors and windows and drew the curtains. The room was pitch black. He lightly snapped his fingers, and a point of light appeared out of thin air in the room, then expanded to fill the whole room. Clearly not turning on any lighting devices, but the room was bright as day. Then he snapped his fingers again, the water molecules in the air condensed into ice and then transformed into fire. No wonder it's Elemental Tyrant. Lin Bei was shocked and lay in bed unable to calm down for a long time. This world is constructed of 5 basic elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whoever masters these 5 elements is equivalent to mastering this world. The next day, the 20 contestants who passed the elimination round arrived together at the military base playground, waiting to draw lots for the arena competition. Lin Bei stepped up first, reached into the box, and casually grabbed a piece of paper. Opening it, he saw it was number 7. God bless. Please don't draw number 7. As long as I safely get through the first round of the arena, I can advance to the top 10. Please don't encounter Lin Bei, this monster. I would rather face Zhao Ming than encounter Lin Bei. Everyone quietly chanted in their hearts while lining up to draw lots. 11 hours later, they scored over 11,000 points. From their perspective, Lin Bei was several times more terrifying than Jiang Linger, Li Qiuo, or Zhao Ming. If they encountered him in the first round, it would be simply disastrous. Number 7. Lei Wen opened the paper in his hand. When he saw the number 7, he immediately crumpled the paper into a ball, wishing he could crush it into powder. Didn't you always want to fight me again? Look at your appearance, are you afraid? Lin Bei saw the note in Lei Wen's hand and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm afraid that if I hit too hard later, I might accidentally kill you. Lei Wen's heart was completely unconfident, but he refused to lose verbally. You don't have that ability. Lin Bei chuckled lightly. At this moment, Yi Junshin stood up and said, before the arena competition officially starts, let me briefly introduce the rules. The competition venue will randomly select from a desert, forest, swamp, city, or ocean, and it will take place in a virtual space. Any means can be used, and victory is only declared when one side is killed. Luo Yuanshan suddenly stood up. Yi Junshin, I have a small suggestion. Speak. Yi Junshin said impatiently. The realm and martial arts are all improved by the efforts of the warriors themselves, they are a form of personal strength. Weapons and armor belong to external items and will greatly affect the fairness of the competition. I suggest that all participating players use the basic armors provided by the military. This suggestion is great. Otherwise, if someone uses high-level armor in battle, it would be too unfair for those without high-level armor. Yi Junshin, I also support this suggestion. I agree too. The military leaders of the Southeast, Southwest, and West all echoed in agreement. Yesterday in the observation room, they all saw Lin Bei use the 4th tier top weapon, God-slaying Thunder Gun, and the Dragon Bone Bow. The power of these two weapons is undoubted. If all 20 contestants use basic weapons, then those with higher realms will obviously have a greater advantage. Yi Junshin frowned slightly, realizing that Luo Yuanshan's suggestion was clearly aimed at Lin Bei. The other 3 military leaders supported it to benefit their own contestants. Yi Junshin, banning drugs and high-level armor will indeed make it fairer. Shen urged. Yes. Xia Junshin nodded in agreement. With 6 people unanimously agreeing, Yi Junshin had no choice but to announce loudly, to ensure fairness in the competition. Everyone, take off your armor. No one dared to disobey and obediently removed their armor, placing it on the ground. Most contestants used 1st and 2nd tier armor, only Jiang Linger, Li Kuo, Zhao Ming, and other top talents used 3rd tier armor. It's not that the Southeast, Southwest, and West couldn't provide 4th tier armor, but with their strength, they couldn't fully unleash the power of 4th tier armor. Only a prodigy like Lin Bei, with a physique comparable to an entry-level warrior at the awakening stage, had now stepped into the 1st tier journey, with a physique comparable to a 2nd tier warrior. Chapter 44, The Wealthy 8th Camp? Crushing Lei 1. Clang. Lin Bei took out the God-slaying Thunder Gun and threw it at his feet. The sound of the weapon hitting the ground immediately attracted the attention of all the contestants present. Wow! I recognize this gun. This is the weapon of the Chief General of the 8th Camp in the North. It's the God-slaying Thunder Gun. 4th tier top quality. Is the North that wealthy? They even equip new soldiers with 4th tier top weapons. Everyone looked at him with envy. Clang. Lin Bei took out the Dragon Bone Bow and threw it to the ground. What weapon is this? It looks like its grade is not low. It seems to be made from the bones of some giant beast. I heard that decades ago, a 6th tier flood dragon appeared in the north, and the military sent a 7th tier expert to slay it, then used its spine to forge this great bow. Could this be it? Clang. Lin Bei took off his insect armor and casually threw it at his feet. At this moment, the whole place fell into a deadly silence. Even the 3 military gods and 4 military leaders on the high platform couldn't hold on any longer. 2 pieces of 4th tier top weapons. 1 piece of 5th tier lower armor. Is this the kind of configuration a newly enlisted soldier should have? The chief general stared with drool, the military leaders were stunned, and the military gods remained silent. Just these few pieces of equipment have already reached a height that most warriors could hardly aspire to in a lifetime. And for Lin Bei, it was just beginner gear. The 3 military gods and 3 military leaders turned their heads to look at Luo Yuanshan, thinking, didn't you just say that the North lacks resources? I also don't know what's going on with the 8th camp. Luo Yuanshan said in confusion. Damn. This is way over the top. It's way too unfair. No wonder he got over 11,000 points. If I had those 3 pieces of equipment, I would definitely not lose to him. The participants looked at Lin Bei, and the fear and respect they had earlier were gone. If Lin Bei, like Jiang Linger and Li Kuo, purely relied on talent to slay giant beasts and got over 11,000 points, he would be regarded as a deity. Unexpectedly, it was all thanks to external items. Without these 3 pieces of equipment, how much of his strength could he still display? Probably not even half. Lin Bei. I lost to you in the new recruit tournament. It was because of that god-slaying Thunder Gun. Now that the gun is gone, I will smash you into a pulp with my fists. Lei Wen confidently smiled, moved his muscles a bit, and his whole body bulged with muscles like a mountain. Under the condition of only using basic armor, Lin Bei wouldn't even be able to break through his physical defenses. Not to mention, his S-rank berserk talent can also immunize pain. Lin Bei sneered and stepped boldly into the number 7 teleportation array. Lei Wen looked up at Luo Yuanshan on the high platform and vowed, Lord Commander, I will definitely not let you down. Luo Yuanshan nodded slightly, a fleeting sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Once the 4 realms competition is over, the military god Yi Jun will definitely suppress and punish him. There is no room for turning back on this matter. Since this is the case, let's drag Lin Bei down with him. Without the powerful armor to support him, Lin Bei's strength will be greatly reduced, and he will definitely not be able to compete with Lei Wen, who has S-rank talent. As long as Lin Bei is stopped from entering the top 10, then the rewards from the competition will have nothing to do with him, and it won't attract too much attention from the 3 military gods. By the time Lin Bei slowly fades out of the sight of these 3 military gods, he would find an opportunity to kill Lin Bei sneakily. Thinking of this, Luo Yuanshan's heart was filled with murderous intent. At first, he thought Lin Bei was weak and wouldn't stir up much trouble, so he didn't pay attention to him. Unexpectedly, though he had little strength, his ability to stir up trouble was not weak, causing great chaos in the military city and putting him in this awkward situation. You guys, you're still celebrating too early. Shin Zhong sat in the spectator seats, the corner of his mouth curling up with a hint of a smile. The 3rd tier top level Wind Spirit Spear technique is complete, the 4th tier top level Ninefold Thunder Spear technique is complete, and the 4th tier top level Speed Arrow is complete. In addition, 100% immunity to the lightning attribute and complete battle instincts. Weapons indeed belong to external items, but martial skills, abilities, and talents, like true inherent strength, belong to oneself. Even if he only uses basic armor, how many can be Lin Bei's opponents? At this moment, in the virtual world, the scene in front changed rapidly, eventually forming an abandoned city. Immediately after, the armor options appeared before Lin Bei and Lei Wen at the same time. Each person can only choose one piece of armor, one main weapon, and one secondary weapon. Without those external items, you are just a waste with C-rank talent. Lei Wen arrogantly posed, selecting armor, boxing gloves, and a heavy sword. Ha, a defeated opponent dares to bark in front of me? Lin Bei gave up on armor and chose A. His 1000 weapons ancestor talent plus the speed arrow will definitely make the arrow speed break the sound barrier. Ordinary bows and arrows cannot withstand this kind of power at all. Damn it! Seeking death. Lei Wen was hit where it hurt, immediately unleashing his berserk talent. His body rapidly swelled, transforming him into a giant nearly 3 meters tall. Wielding the heavy sword in his hand, under the blessing of the berserk power, every strike carries the power to crush everything. Non-physical talent warriors who get hit will be severely injured, if not dead. Long time no see, you are still as weak as before. Lin Bei moved slightly, skillfully dodging the heavy sword attack, then lunged at Lei Wen's knee with his spear. Fool! Lei Wen was overjoyed and swung the heavy sword again towards Lin Bei. Physical talent possess incredible defenses, not to mention they also have armor protection. Take a step back and say, even if Lin Bei really can break through his defense, what difference does it make? He can be immune to pain, at worst, he can trade injury for injury. 9th level Thunder Spear technique. 9th level. Lin Bei quickly drew his gun. Buzz. A cold light flickered, and Lei Wen's right knee exploded with a loud bang. Then, his body lost balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Bei fired again, stabbing towards Lei Wen's head. No! Lei Wen instinctively used his arms to protect his head, panic flooding his heart. He couldn't believe that his proud physical defense was as fragile as paper in front of Lin Bei. With just a simple shot, it shattered his entire knee. The huge gap in strength filled him with despair. Bang! Another deafening explosion, Lei Wen's head burst open and he was teleported out of the virtual world. In the virtual world, the 10 battles were all connected to the display screens on the playground. Naturally, everyone watching outside saw this scene. Did you just see that? How did Lin Bei win? Lei Wen is a rare S-class berserker. Not only can he enhance his physical body several levels, but he can also be immune to pain. How did he lose in just 2 shots? Lin Bei is too strong. He can crush Lei Wen without using high-level armor. If he does use it, even Jiang Luo and Li Kuo might not be his match. The audience erupted in exclamations. They were slightly weaker and couldn't see the key to this victory. But the 3 military gods and 4 military leaders understood clearly. Lin Bei's 2 shots directly burst with power inside Lei Wen's body. The power penetrated from outside to inside, completely different from exploding directly inside. It's a totally different concept. Physical enhancement strengthens bones and skin but rarely enhances the organs and meridians. In other words, other 4th and 5th tier strong warriors who took Lin Bei's shot could very well lose their lives. Chapter 45, Jiang Linger changes attitude. The arrogance of the Lin family. Is this some kind of special martial skill? A military leader wondered. It doesn't seem like a martial skill, it feels more like a power technique reached at the peak of strength control, Yi Junshin analyzed before turning to the Lin family military god for confirmation. Your analysis is correct, it is indeed a power technique. But Lin Bei is only 18 years old, and his level is only 1st tier 5th weight. It shouldn't be possible for him to master such a high-level power technique. The Lin family military god felt restless in his heart. This kind of power technique is extremely difficult to master. He spent years honing his skills and finally comprehended it when he advanced to the 6th tier martial artist. Even with Yi Junshin's higher level, he could only tell this technique existed but didn't know how to use it, which shows its difficulty. Useless trash. So many resources wasted on you. And you still lost to Lin Bei. Luo Yuanshan's eyes widened in anger, his mood at the lowest point. The ban on armor was supposed to weaken Lin Bei and increase Lei Wen's chances, but instead, it created an opportunity for Lin Bei to shine. These 2 shots clearly left a deep impression on the minds of the 3 military gods. In addition, Lin Bei scored a terrifying high score of over 11,000 in the knockout rounds. Even if he stops at the 10th rank, he will still gain the favor of the military gods and focus on his training. Compared to the astonishment and confusion of others, Shinjong always wore a faint smile, having anticipated everything. Back then, at the insect mother's nest, Lin Bei used this move to kill the 5th-tier insect mother. No. It's impossible, impossible. I have S-class talent. How could I lose to Lin Bei twice in a row? Absolutely impossible. Lei Wen, who was teleported out, knelt on the ground, dazed and acting crazily. Take him away, don't let him embarrass himself here. Yi Junshin said, displeased. Yes. The adjutant nodded and immediately arranged for people to drag Lei Wen away. Buzz. A bright light flashed, and Lin Bei was teleported back to the playground. The next second, Jiang Linger also achieved victory and was teleported back to the playground. Looking at Lin Bei in front of her, Jiang Linger sneered, sure enough, without those external benefits, your strength is worthless, not even making it into the top 10. Who says I can't even make it to the top 10? Lin Bei retorted. You left the virtual world before me, doesn't that make it clear? Jiang Linger said. After the battle in the virtual world ended, the losers were immediately teleported out, while the winners experienced a brief settlement screen. Jiang Linger possessed the S-class talent of control, directly drawing the blood from her opponent's body, ending the battle in a crushing manner. In the same realm, she believed she was unbeatable, and no one could finish a battle faster than her. And since Lin Bei came out before her, it was impossible for him to have finished the battle faster, he must have been defeated and then teleported out. Crazy. Lin Bei cursed and hurried away. He defeated Raven and successfully made it to the top 10. There was another match in the afternoon. If he won, he could make it to the top 5. The goal of becoming champion was getting closer and closer. How dare you insult me? Jiang Linger clenched her fists in anger, her control talent exploding, causing the sand around her to explode into dust. Linger, Lin Bei did indeed come out before you, said the Eastern Army leader as he walked up to Jiang Linger. My lord, are you saying that Lin Bei defeated his opponent faster than me? Jiang Linger asked in disbelief. Yes, he took down Raven with just 2 shots, in fact, he could have come out even faster, the Eastern Army leader replied solemnly. How is that possible? In a one-on-one duel, my control talent is nearly invincible, without high-level equipment, he cannot defeat his opponent faster than I can. Jiang Linger still didn't believe it. Being overly confident is just arrogance. Although Lin Bei's realm and talent may not match yours, his overall strength might not be much weaker. Moreover, we didn't investigate any information about Lin Bei before the match, so we don't know what unknown means he has hidden. In terms of danger, he even surpasses Li Kuo from the southern region. The Eastern Army leader's expression was serious. Hearing these words, Jiang Linger fell silent. She didn't expect that the Lin Bei she looked down upon yesterday had transformed into an opponent that even the Eastern Army leader deemed dangerous today. Could it be that what her mother mentioned on the phone was not exaggerated? Did he really single-handedly kill the 5th Order insect mother? Alright, I know what to do now. Jiang Linger's expression changed, and she immediately chased after the direction Lin Bei left. She had sacrificed so much for the 4 realms competition. She must obtain the championship. And facing an unknown opponent was more dangerous than facing a powerful one. It was best to understand Lin Bei's strength and hidden cards before confronting him. Lin Bei, wait for me. Jiang Linger quickly caught up. Something on your mind? Lin Bei said. What just happened was my fault. To show my apology, how about I treat you to lunch? You can choose anywhere in Wu City. Jiang Linger no longer had the icy demeanor from yesterday, revealing a hint of a smile on her face. No time, Lin Bei declined, turning to leave. Jiang Linger stood frozen in place, unable to react for a long time. As the Eastern region's military flower, top prodigy, and owner of S-class talent, those who liked her could be counted from the Eastern region to the Northern region. As long as she wanted, she could have someone invite her to dinner every single day of the year. And now, she had actively invited Lin Bei to lunch. How many people dreamt of this? But Lin Bei refused, and so bluntly. Watching Lin Bei about to disappear from sight, Jiang Linger shouted, Hey! Why are you so petty? I apologized and you still refuse to forgive me. Humph. Even if I don't know your hidden cards, I, Jiang Linger, could never lose to someone like you. Jiang Linger turned and walked away. Back at the hotel, Lin Bei finished his meal and lay down on the bed to rest. There was another match in the afternoon, the priority was to conserve energy. Knock knock. Just as he lay down, a knock came at the door. Open up, I am the adjutant of God. There's something to inform you. Just say it at the door. Upon hearing it was God, Lin Bei didn't even think about getting out of bed. I am representing the god of the Lin army. Are you sure you want me to stand at the door and speak? The adjutant's voice carried a hint of anger. If you don't say it, then get lost. Lin Bei showed no mercy. The adjutant clenched his fists, his teeth grinding in anger, and forcibly suppressed his fury as he said, "The god thinks you have decent potential, you are someone who can be developed. Now, I am giving you a chance to return to the Lin family. Do you want it?" "No." Lin Bei replied decisively. The adjutant was stunned, thinking he had misheard, and asked again, "Did you just say no?" "Yes." Lin Bei answered. "Lin Bei, you know better than I do about the Lin family's strength. That is one of the top martial families in Dragon Country. Every year, countless people want to join the Lin family. Now there's a chance to return, are you sure you don't want it? With your potential, combined with the Lin family's training, your future will definitely." Lin Bei had no desire to listen, impatiently interrupting, "Go back and tell that old man of the Lin family. I, Lin Bei, have long cut ties with the Lin family, and I will never go back in this lifetime. You dare insult the god of war?" The adjutant erupted in fury. "So what if it's the god of war? I will keep insulting," Lin Bei declared forcefully. "Fine, just you wait." The adjutant stormed off in anger. Lin Bei lay in bed, still vividly remembering the day he was expelled from the Lin family. Awakening a sea-level talent, his parents pointed at him in public, cursing him as a useless waste, staining the noble bloodline of the Lin family. The servants secretly gossiped and laughed at him, while relatives and friends watched coldly, filled with glee. In the end, the Lin family sent Lin Bei to serve in the 8th Camp of the Northern Frontier. The Lin family could not possibly be unaware of how the 8th Camp was treated in the Northern Army. They did this simply to make Lin Bei disappear from the world. Only by doing so could the Lin family avoid carrying the shame of Lin Bei. When he had no value, they kicked him out like garbage. Now that he has value, they want him to return and serve them. Is that possible? Lin Bei would rather stay in the Northern Frontier's 8th Camp for a lifetime than return to the Lin family for even one more day. Chapter 46, All Attribute Immunity. Flame Lord. After a few hours of lunch break, Lin Bei got up and headed to the military department. After the first round of the arena competition, the top 10 contenders had been decided. Next, they continued to draw lots to determine the top 5. Let me see, which unfortunate soul will draw number 1? Zhao Ming shook the piece of paper with the number 1 written on it, looking around. This time you face me, looks like your luck is pretty bad. Lin Bei pulled out a piece of paper also marked with the number 1. Zhao Ming's smile froze instantly. He had originally only been wary of Jiang Linger and Li Qiuo, but now he added Lin Bei to the list after witnessing his strength. Of the remaining 6 contenders, he was confident he could crush them. One side had a 6 out of 9 chance, while the other had a 3 out of 9 chance. To draw the latter, really bad luck. However, being wary doesn't mean being afraid. He possessed S-level talent in flame control, plus a 6th stage realm, giving him a double advantage to deal with Lin Bei, which would at most be a little tricky. But the victory would definitely belong to him. Damn. 2 horizontal and 1 vertical means fight. Zhao Ming cursed, turning to step into the teleportation array. Jiang Linger watched Lin Bei enter the teleportation array, then looked up at the military leader on the high platform. The military leader's strength was profound, capable of observing more clues from the battles. Since he couldn't find out Lin Bei's trump card, he would analyze it through each fight. In the virtual world, the scene shifted and finally settled on a desert map. Ha 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 ha. Desert. It's a desert map rich in fire elements. Zhao Ming laughed loudly, unable to close his excited mouth. All his previous wariness towards Lin Bei had vanished at this moment. The desert map was his home ground. Even if he faced the higher realm Jiang Linger and Li Qiuo, he had an 80% chance of defeating them. The desert map appeared. It seems Lin Bei's path to victory ends here. Yi Junshan sighed slightly, feeling regretful. Luck is also a part of strength. It seems his luck isn't good enough. The divine eyes flickered, emotions hard to read. Without high-level equipment, without any advantage in the arena, and with talent and realm weaker than Zhao Ming, Lin Bei is bound to lose. Xia Jun asserted firmly, offering his conclusion. Ahem. Lin Bei's strength is quite good. Maybe he has hidden cards he hasn't played yet? I think the two are 50-50. The leader of the Western realm spoke of 50-50 while struggling to suppress a smile even more difficult than an AK. No one knew Zhao Ming's strength better than him. It wasn't an exaggeration to say, under the desert map, Zhao Ming was invincible. With the rich fire elements as a boost, Zhao Ming could form a powerful fire armor surrounding him. The fire armor had no physical defensive properties, but its terrifying high temperature could instantly melt basic armor. To put it plainly, even if Zhao Ming stood there and let Lin Bei hit him, Lin Bei wouldn't scratch a single hair of Zhao Ming. Instead, he would burn himself. This battle was destined to end before it even began. Lin Bei. The one with truly bad luck isn't me. It's you. Zhao Ming snapped his fingers, and a flickering flame emerged at his fingertip. Immediately, the flames roared to life, rapidly engulfing him to form the fire armor. From head to toe, he was completely protected, not a single hair was left exposed. The denser the fire elements in the world, the more powerful the fire armor became, lasting longer and consuming less of his energy. Is that so? I don't think so. Lin Bei still chose the iron spear and took the initiative to attack. Fire snake dance. At Zhao Ming's command, two giant fire snakes took shape in midair, rushing towards Lin Bei from left and right. Lin Bei dodged sideways, every minute movement, every muscle action, was perfectly executed. After evading the two fire snakes, Lin Bei quickly thrust his spear. What a fast reaction. But do you think this is over? Zhao Ming was slightly surprised and immediately retreated to create distance, shouting, "Heavenly Fire Meteor." This was a top-level third-grade martial technique, extremely powerful. Sizzling. Sizzling. Rich fire elements gathered in the sky into massive fireballs, blocking out the sun and creating immense pressure. The temperature suddenly rose, the sand beneath their feet turned unbearably hot, and the hot wind seemed capable of roasting a person alive. However, Lin Bei stood still as if nothing was wrong. He possessed the SSS-level talent of Elemental Tyrant, which not only allowed him to control and transform elements but also provided him with full attribute immunity. Don't say it's this temperature, even if it were 10 times hotter, it wouldn't harm him. Fall. Zhao Ming pointed, and countless fireballs rained down from the sky. Lin Bei seemed to ignore the fireballs above him, charging straight toward Zhao Ming. Buzz. A glimmer of cold light flashed first, followed by the spear unleashing like a dragon. Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Flame Cage. Zhao Ming predicted Lin Bei's path forward and deployed his martial technique in advance. Against the battle instinct of Perfect Realm, your moves are nothing to mention. Lin Bei grinned, like a ghost moving around the flame cage, thrusting his spear toward Zhao Ming's chest. Sizzling. The iron spear struck the fire armor, the tip melting instantly under the high temperature. With every inch it penetrated, it melted an inch. Ha ha ha. Your reaction is indeed fast. But you can't break my fire armor. Zhao Ming laughed loudly, clearly having anticipated this situation long ago. Is that so? I want to see how many punches you can take from me. Body Tempering Punch. At that moment, Lin Bei had closed in on Zhao Ming, gathering strength for a punch aimed at his abdomen. His fist was engulfed in flames, and just when everyone thought Lin Bei's arm would melt. Bang! Zhao Ming flew out like a cannonball, carving a long trench in the sand. With high temperatures that can't even be endured by an iron spear, how could your hand withstand it? Zhao Ming got up from the ground, looking at Lin Bei in disbelief, especially at the hand he had just thrown the punch with. His fingers, palm, and arm were all perfectly intact, not even red. That was a high-temperature fire capable of instantly melting iron. Could Lin Bei's hand be harder than iron? Secret. Lin Bei leaned forward, delivering two heavy punches that defeated Zhao Ming. The playground fell silent once more, everyone was stunned in disbelief. Zhao Ming's strength was far beyond Lei Wen's, yet the battle ended with a crushing victory. Just how strong is Lin Bei? The crowd watching felt Lin Bei had even more cards to play, like a mysterious man. Good kid. I was really sweating for you. Shin Zhon's lifted heart finally relaxed. He had just seen the iron spear melted by the fiery armor, thinking Lin Bei was doomed. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei could withstand the high-temperature flames and ended the fight with just a few punches. What a genius! What kind of genius is this kid? That was S-class flames. He reached in so smoothly and came out unscathed? The Western military lord looked stunned. If I'm not guessing wrong, Lin Bei has awakened an extraordinary body. Yi Junshin said. Extraordinary body? Everyone gasped in surprise. An extraordinary body immune to fire attributes, could it be the Flame Lord? Shin's eyes widened suddenly. Everyone awakens their talents at 18 years old. And extraordinary bodies, the awakening time varies, some awaken at birth, while others may not awaken until old age. Each type of extraordinary body is incredibly rare and powerful. Even the most ordinary of extraordinary bodies can rival S-class talents, while powerful extraordinary bodies can even match SSS-class talents. The Flame Lord definitely belongs to the powerful extraordinary bodies. Damn! This kid actually awakened an extraordinary body. No wonder his talent is so poor yet he can progress so quickly. Luo Yuanshan looked displeased. If it really is the Flame Lord extraordinary body, then Zhao Ming's loss is not unfair. The Western military lord sighed. Ha ha ha. What an interesting kid. The more Yi Junshin looked at Lin Bei, the more pleased he became. Chapter 47, The Three Strong. A method to deal with Lin Bei. Seeking votes. Buzz. With a flash of white light, Lin Bei was teleported out. The top 10 competition had ended, and next was the draw to determine the 5 strong for tomorrow. If luck was on his side, a bye could directly advance him to the top 3. One step closer to the championship. 10 4th grade spiritual herbs, the qualification to enter the intermediate secret realm, a full set of 3rd grade weapons and armor, 2 3rd grade martial arts techniques, and personal guidance from the war god. 4th grade spiritual herbs could help Lin Bei rapidly advance several small ranks, and with the qualification to enter the intermediate secret realm, he might break through to a second-tier warrior in one go. Though he might not use the weapons, armor, and martial arts techniques, selling them would still be a good choice. The key was that he could receive personal guidance from the war god. The Dragon Kingdom has hundreds of millions of people, yet there are only 12 living war gods. Each war god is famous and unmatched, even the weakest is at least 9th tier. Strength is merely a basic requirement to become a war god. On top of that, you must have great military achievements. To receive guidance from a war god is a dream for countless warriors. If one's comprehension is good, it can save years or even decades of detours. After all, in martial arts training, besides talent and hard work, the most important aspects are experience and knowledge. And no one has more experience than these war gods. And this was just the rewards visible on the surface. Once Lin Bei secured the championship in the 4 realms competition, he would surely attract major powers' attention, with allies lining up to support him. At that time, Luo Yuanshan would no longer dare to target him. Lin Bei? You just came out too? A flash of white light revealed Jiang Linger, who looked at Lin Bei and asked. I've been out for a while. Lin Bei replied. Jiang Linger was struck by lightning. If I remember correctly, your opponent this time was Zhao Ming from the west, right? Yes. Lin Bei nodded, calm and composed. Jiang Linger was left speechless. After a while, Li Qiuo and 2 other talents were teleported out. Yi Junshin shouted, losers exit the stage, winners continue to draw lots, from 5 to 3, this round will have one lucky person getting a bye. Bye? Lin Bei reached into the box and blindly pulled out a slip, only to find it completely empty inside. Number 1. Jiang Linger opened her paper slip. Inside it was written the number 1. I am number 2. Nanjing Li Qiuo smiled slightly. It's over the other 2 had bitter expressions. If they were lucky enough to draw a bye, they would directly advance to the top 3. Or, if Lin Bei, Jiang Linger, and Li Qiuo faced off, at least one of them could advance to the top 3. However, what was unfortunate for them was something everyone in the audience was eagerly anticipating. Matches between strong and weak, or weak against weak, are not exciting at all. Only strong against strong can get the adrenaline pumping. Without a doubt, the 3 strongest in this competition are Jiang Linger, Li Qiuo, and Lin Bei. As the drawing came to an end, everyone returned to rest. At this moment, Jiang Linger arrived at the temporary office of the Eastern Army leader. Lord Commander, you called for me? After repeatedly watching Lin Bei's battle recordings, I have summarized these points for you to pay attention to. The Eastern Army leader handed a document to Jiang Linger. Jiang Linger opened the document, murmuring, First Stage 5-fold Realm, C-Class Talent Cultivation Enhancement, skilled in using long spear and bow and arrow. The information at the front seemed quite ordinary, but when she got to the back, Jiang Linger's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Fundamental Body Refinement Fist perfected. 3-grade top-level Wind Spirit Spear Technique perfected. 4-grade top-level 9-fold Thunder Spear Technique perfected. 4-grade top-level Godspeed Arrow perfected. Combat Instinct perfected. And he might have a Flame Lord variant body? There's one more thing I forgot to write down. Lin Bei has mastered a powerful high-level strength technique. Remember not to let him get close. The Eastern Army leader pulled up the match recording of Lin Bei and Lei Wen, analyzing frame by frame Lin Bei's 2 shots. Hiss. After watching, Jiang Linger gasped in shock. Martial skills are divided into 5 realms: entry, mastery, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. To cultivate both Body Refinement Fist and Wind Spirit Spear technique to perfection is already unbelievable. Yet Lin Bei had perfected 2 4-grade top-level techniques. Is this something an ordinary person can achieve? Jiang Linger possesses SS-grade talent, considers her comprehension not bad, and is dubbed the best in the Eastern Army. She has only mastered 1 perfected 2nd-grade martial skill, 2 minor achievement 3rd-grade martial skills, and 1 mastery 4th-grade martial skill. Her talent, comprehension, and diligence have always been praised by the Eastern Army leader, truly the number 1 genius in the East. But now, compared to Lin Bei, the so-called number 1 genius in the East seems no different from an ordinary person. And with perfected combat instinct and some powerful high-level strength technique, how did he manage that? Even if he practiced day and night without eating or sleeping, it's impossible to master everything. No wonder he can crush Lei Wen and Zhao Ming. Such terrifying power, not crushing them would be abnormal. This is all based on the rules prohibiting armor. If he could use it, Lin Bei's power would rise even further. A monster. Truly a monster. Jiang Linger was deeply shocked, unable to calm down for a long time, completely re-evaluating Lin Bei. Lin Bei's danger level has far surpassed that of Nanjing Li Qiuo. Lord Commander, do you have any way to deal with Lin Bei? Jiang Linger looked to the Eastern Army leader for help. Lin Bei is invincible in close combat, but your control talent allows you to hover for a short time, which can be a form of restraint. The real tricky part is that Lin Bei may possess a Flame Lord variant body. Your SS grade control may not be able to manage a fire comparable to SSS grade. Unless you are lucky and draw the C map when battling Lin Bei. The Eastern Army leader calmly analyzed. Right. Water counters fire. If I draw the C map, Lin Bei will have difficulty standing, then I will surely win. Jiang Linger's expression brightened, but quickly darkened again. The competition maps are divided into desert, forest, swamp, city, and sea. A 1 in 5 chance is in her favor, while a 4 in 5 chance is in Lin Bei's favor. Lord Marshal, don't you have many friends in the military department? Why not ask them to help modify the competition map? Jiang Linger said with hope, looking expectantly at the Eastern Realm Marshal. Smack! The Eastern Realm Marshal slammed his hand on the table, a powerful 5th level pressure suddenly erupted, and he sternly scolded, Jiang Linger. Correct your attitude. My soldiers from the Eastern Realm only win honorably. Winning through such underhanded means will only bring shame. Jiang Linger trembled in fear, timidly saying, I was just casually mentioning. You are not just casually mentioning. You really want me to help you cheat. This kind of thinking will only ruin you. Jiang Linger, remember this. There are no shortcuts to becoming stronger, every step must be taken steadily. Otherwise, the loophole you find today will one day become a bottomless pit waiting for you. The Eastern Realm Marshal's expression was serious. I'm sorry, Lord Marshal, I was wrong. I will fight Lin Beitang fairly with my strength. Jiang Linger realized the Eastern Realm Marshal was truly angry, and immediately softened and admitted her mistake. 2 days later, the final 3 competitors were announced. They were Jiang Linger, Li Qiuo, and Lin Bei. Unlike the previous matches, today's competition was packed with spectators. In addition to various realm marshals, generals, instructors, and new recruits, many powerful figures from different factions were present, and even a few university presidents from martial arts schools arrived. The venue was full, and the noise from the crowd was deafening. Wow! The guy in the black hat is the director of the Wei City Division, right? He actually came to watch. More than half of the top 10 martial arts university presidents from Dragon Country are here. These presidents are trying to openly recruit top talents. You can't blame them, the military department snatched a lot of people during the martial arts entrance examination. Xinzhong sat in the corner, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Bei. Little guy, whether you can soar to great heights depends on whether you can seize this opportunity. Let's start the draw. Yi Junshin announced. As soon as he spoke, Lin Bei and the others came forward to draw lots one by one. With the same rules as last round, one person would skip this round and advance directly to the finals. Number 1. Lin Bei opened the slip of paper, it had the number 1 written on it. Jiang Linger and Li Qiuo each clutched their slips of paper, staring at each other without opening them first, both feeling extremely tense. They both preferred to face each other in the first round rather than facing Lin Bei first. I'll open mine first. Li Qiuo opened his slip, it was empty, and he smiled, seems like my luck is a bit better than yours. Jiang Linger opened her slip as well, and it also had the number 1 written on it, her face immediately drooping. The thing she feared most had finally happened. Chapter 48, The Favor of Destiny. Elemental Conversion. Heaven bless, even if I don't draw the ocean map, please do not let me draw the desert map. Jiang Linger clasped her hands together and silently prayed in her heart, then stepped into the teleportation array. Buzz. In the virtual world, light flickered, and scenes changed constantly. Finally, the scene settled, revealing an endless blue ocean below. The sea was calm, the sea breeze slightly salty, and black stone pillars jutted out from beneath the water's surface. These pillars were extremely narrow, barely enough for both feet to stand. If one accidentally slipped off the pillar and fell into the sea, they would lose their ability to fight back, essentially admitting defeat in the competition. Ha ha ha. Heaven truly heard my prayer. It's the ocean map. It's the ocean map. Jiang Linger was overjoyed, the huge stone that hung in her heart dissipated, and her feelings shifted from anxious to confident. With the Eastern Realm Marshal's analysis, she already knew all of Lin Bei's means. As long as she kept her distance, she could weaken Lin Bei's power by 80%. And the ocean map would also restrict the abilities of the Flame Lord's alternate forms. This competition was secure. There is only a 1 in 5 chance of drawing the ocean map. Lin Bei really has bad luck. Yi Junshin said with a bitter smile. His luck has never been good, Xinshin said meaningfully. Old Wu, it seems this year's competition will again see your Eastern Realm winning the championship. The sea map will greatly weaken Lin Bei's combat power. In the next match against Li Qiuo from the Southern Territory, the SS level control can absolutely crush the S level Dark Domain. This year is secure. The commanders of the Southern and Western Territories looked at the Eastern Territory commander and flattered him. The Eastern Territory commander laughed heartily and humbly said, this year we win by luck. If the draw had been another map, Jiang Linger might not be Lin Bei's opponent. Luck is also a part of strength, don't be so humble, said the Western Territory commander. After the match, I will host a feast for you all. It's been a long time since we've gathered, Luo Junju, do you want to join? The Eastern Territory commander smiled brightly like a flower, already thinking about the celebration's location. I won't be going, Luo Yuanshan politely smiled and shook his head. At that moment, Jiang Linger gathered air beneath her feet to form invisible steps, walking step by step into the sky. After reaching a height of 100 meters, she looked down at Lin Bei below, her tone filled with endless superiority. Lin Bei, I have to admit, your strength is indeed formidable, you are already qualified for a head-on confrontation with me. But luck is also a part of strength. Losing to me today means you are still not as good as I am. Where do you get your confidence that you can win? Lin Bei scoffed. And where does your confidence come from, thinking you still have a chance? Jiang Linger pointed with her finger, causing all the black stone pillars on the sea surface to be destroyed, leaving only the one beneath Lin Bei. Next, the sea surface surged under her control, raising waves several meters high. Waves crashed toward Lin Bei, as if they were to swallow him into the sea. After briefly showcasing her gifted ability, Jiang Linger looked down from above and declared, this world is under my control. I am the god of this realm. You even dare to call yourself a god? Lin Bei shook his head, mocking her. Lin Bei, your arrogance, thinking you are above everyone else, is truly disgusting. Now, I will let you see the huge gap between us. Jiang Linger, embarrassed with rage, immediately unleashed her control ability. The originally calm sea surface rose in waves, surging toward Lin Bei, already dozens of meters high. This wave crashing down would definitely not be pleasant. At the same time, Jiang Linger increased her power to control the black stone pillar beneath Lin Bei. As long as she could destroy this last pillar, even if Lin Bei had unmatched combat power, he would have no way to utilize it. Consolidate. As the massive wave approached, Lin Bei did not dodge, instead, he calmly extended a finger. The moment his fingertip touched the massive wave, the wave was instantly frozen. A massive wave ice sculpture, over several meters high, appeared on the sea surface, creating a breathtaking scene. What kind of trick is this? Jiang Linger was stunned and quickly recalled the points the Eastern Territory commander had advised her, but none matched this kind of ability. Could it be that Lin Bei had a hidden card? Even if he had a hidden card, it wouldn't change the outcome of this match. Jiang Linger's expression darkened as she focused all her energy on controlling the black stone pillar beneath Lin Bei. Lin Bei's strength was not weak, and trying to use her control powers on his body was somewhat difficult. But controlling the black stone pillar under Lin Bei was much easier. As long as Lin Bei had no footing, this match would be over. Why is it so heavy? Jiang Linger began to sweat slightly, trying several times to pull out the pillar but to no avail. Since I can't pull it out, then I'll make it shatter. Jiang Linger gripped tightly with her right hand. Her controlling power erupted, and the remaining black stone pillar exploded violently, turning into countless fragments sinking into the sea. Lin Bei's body began to slowly descend, just as everyone thought he would sink with the fragments. An unbelievable scene occurred. Centered around the tip of Lin Bei's toe, the sea surface instantly froze, spreading rapidly in all directions. Such a terrifying ability caused a gasp from the onlookers. Is this all your strength? Lin Bei smiled. The water molecules in the air condensed into ice, forming a staircase to the sky. You will die for me. Jiang Linger was frantic, unleashing her power to try and crush Lin Bei's body from afar. She possessed SS-level talent and control, allowing her to dominate everything in the world. The wind, the rain, the sea, and even Lin Bei's body, along with the flesh, bones, and veins inside, were all under her command. As long as she wished, Lin Bei was like clay in her hands, moldable in any way she desired. This is indeed interesting. Lin Bei suddenly felt a mysterious force descend upon him. Unfortunately, this power could only barely slow down his movements. To control his body like a god, it was still far from enough. Jiang Linger. Not weaker than anyone. Jiang Linger's cold expression turned fierce, veins bulging on her forehead, as she recklessly charged at Lin Bei. The greatest flaw of her control talent was that the further away she was, the weaker the power became. Though approaching Lin Bei would be very dangerous, she was confident that her SS-level talent could crush all dangers. Furthermore, there were no other choices left. Die for me! Jiang Linger screamed hysterically. Boom! Boom! The overwhelming control power surged, shattering the frozen sea surface, causing roaring waves to erupt. It didn't seem like a person diving down from the sky, but more like a towering mountain crashing down, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. The increasingly strong control power bound him, making it difficult for Lin Bei to move, as he finally felt a hint of pressure. With an SS-level talent and a first-stage 7-fold strength, it was indeed unsolvable. Any opponent weaker than Jiang Linger, once enveloped by her core control range, faced certain death. But Lin Bei possessed a terrifying physique with over 800 points. This value was already comparable to a second-stage warrior. I want to see. How long can you hold on? Jiang Linger roared as she continued to close in, while being wary of Lin Bei's movements. The last bit of rationality told her that Lin Bei was invincible in close combat. Closing the distance would enhance her control power to its strongest but also gave Lin Bei the chance to strike, so she had to be careful. Chapter 49, Crushed Jiang Linger. Li Qiuo admits defeat. Ignite. Lin Bei flicked his fingers. It's coming. Jiang Linger's expression tightened, her diving motion pausing for half a second as she focused intently on Lin Bei. Zzz. Zzz. In the next moment, the water elements in the air transformed into fire elements, igniting into a blazing inferno. This faint flame spread rapidly at a visible speed, soon igniting the entire sky. Jiang Linger's pupils trembled as she quickly attempted to escape this flaming sky. But her fleeing speed couldn't keep up with the speed of the flames spreading. Soon, she was trapped in a sea of fire. The terrifying high temperature and heat waves swept over her, making her extremely uncomfortable. What made her despair even more was that her invincible control power couldn't grasp these flames at all. She couldn't even open a path, such a simple task was beyond her reach. Impossible. 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 Jiang Linger desperately continued to try, attempting to suppress the flames with her control power. The more she tried, the stronger her despair became. She looked at Lin Bei in the distance through the flames, and for the first time, helplessness and fear emerged in her confident eyes. The proud #1 genius from the Eastern Territory, the most popular champion candidate in the Four Realms competition, actually couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Bei. Now thinking back to what her mother Jiang Yunqing had said over the phone, she had no doubt about its truth. There really are people in this world who can be powerful to such an unbelievable extent. The flames roared and soon completely engulfed Jiang Linger. At the same time, the audience in the real world sat in silence. In the battle of the twin geniuses, everyone held their breath, fully focused on watching. What they thought would be evenly matched turned out to be a one-sided crush by Lin Bei. With just one move to ignite the sky, victory was secured. The word invincible was vividly interpreted by Lin Bei. Damn! Lin Bei is way too strong. He can control both ice and fire. First stage 5 heavy crushing first stage 7 heavy, what a freak. Only Li Qiuo from the southern border is left, I estimate he won't last even a round under Lin Bei's hands. The crowd murmured among themselves. The president of Jingbei Martial Arts University, sitting in the VIP seat, looked at Lin Bei with fiery eyes. Ha, this kid is not bad, I like him. The director of the Wei City division smiled slightly. This kid named Lin Bei has probably awakened a rarer ice and fire overlord variant, the military won't let him go. Humph. Olji comes to steal people for the martial arts college entrance exam every year, what's wrong with me taking one? Even if I have to kidnap him, I will take Lin Bei. The president of Jingbei Martial Arts University spoke with a strong tone, then looked at the other presidents beside him, threatening, whoever tries to compete with me. Don't blame me for turning hostile. The other presidents awkwardly smiled and could only nod in submission. Among the many top martial arts universities, Jingbei Martial Arts University has ranked first for many years. Teachers, resources, environment, talent, policies, etc., are basically all occupied by Jingbei Martial Arts University. It's hard not to be strong. Moreover, the president of Jingbei Martial Arts University is a 7th stage, 6th heavy powerhouse. Looking at the entire Dragon Nation, there are really not many stronger than him. The Eastern military leader stood dumbfounded in place, unable to return to his senses for a long time. He couldn't believe it, the goddess of fate had favored Jiang Linger so much, yet she still lost to Lin Bei. Old Wu, although Jiang Linger's SS-level talent is strong, facing an even more monstrous ice and fire overlord variant, she can only admit defeat, the Western military leader comforted as he patted his shoulder. Yes, who would have thought this kid is not a Fire Lord variant, but an even stronger Ice and Fire Overlord variant? Jiang Linger didn't lose unjustly, said the Southern military leader. Damn it. This kid is a freak. A monster. A pervert. The Eastern military leader couldn't help but curse repeatedly when thinking about how this year's Four Borders Grand Competition champion slipped through his fingers. The military god of the Lin family looked at Lin Bei, who had just been teleported out, with sparkling eyes showing strong admiration. The Ice and Fire Overlord variant is several times stronger than the Fire Lord variant, able to simultaneously control both ice and fire elements. Adding in that outstanding combat ability, Lin Bei is no weaker than those talents carefully nurtured by the Lin family. Now, he is fully qualified to return to the Lin family. The military god of the Lin family holds a noble status and is willing to send an officer to convey his intentions, which is a great respect and favor for Lin Bei. After being rejected by Lin Bei, the Lin family military god was slightly angered. But now it seems that Lin Bei indeed deserves his lowered status invitation. Haha, who would have thought this year's Four Borders Grand Competition would have such a dark horse emerge? Ha 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 ha. The Yi military god nodded in satisfaction, with a glint in his eyes as if he had made a certain decision. The Ice and Fire Overlord variant is indeed not simple, the Xia military god said, the corner of his mouth curling up in a meaningful smile. In a corner, Wang Chang looked at Lin Bei, who was the center of attention, with mixed feelings in his heart. Clearly, we enlisted on the same day, but your strength has left me with no chance to catch up. You won. With such a freak, one appears every few hundred or even thousand years. You don't need to compare with him. Just practice steadily, keep the right mindset, and you will have a bright future, Shin Zhong comforted as he patted Wang Chang's shoulder. He originally didn't think much of Wang Chang and even felt a little exclusion because he liked Lin Bei. But Wang Chang was willing to give up his spot, enough to prove he still cares about the 8 battalions. The competition has already ended, and Lin Bei ignored the heated gazes of the crowd, preparing to leave. Suddenly, Zhang Linger reached out and grabbed Lin Bei's wrist. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Lin Bei replied expressionlessly. I was overly confident and arrogant. I sincerely apologize for what happened a few days ago. Can you forgive me? Zhang Linger looked at Lin Bei with an expectant gaze, not letting go of the hand she held tightly. Actually, you are right. Only the strong deserve the strong. Lin Bei waved his hand, turning around and leaving without a glance back. Zhang Linger stared blankly at Lin Bei's retreating figure, as if she had lost something important. Or rather, she had lost a great opportunity. With her talent and background, it would be hard for her to meet anyone better than Lin Bei in this lifetime. Even if she did meet someone, if they surpassed her in every way, what reason would they have to choose her? While she was selecting others, others also had the right to choose. Yi Jun Shun. Nanjing Li Kuo. Surrender. At that moment, a loud voice rang out as everyone looked at Lin Bei. The championship is right in front of you, are you sure you want to surrender? Yi Junshin asked. The championship seems close but is actually far away. Even the stronger Zhang Linger was crushed by Lin Bei. How many moves can I hold against him? Rather than humiliate myself, it's better for everyone to save the trouble. Li Kuo smiled bitterly. He still had a trump card, meant to deal with Zhang Linger. But after witnessing Lin Bei's terrifying combat power, that trump card seemed so ridiculous. Putting aside those powerful abilities and martial skills, just the Icefire Tyrant's unique body could easily crush him. Yi Junshin did not respond immediately but turned to look at the commander of the Southern Territory, and upon seeing him nod, said, Since you surrender. The champion of this year's Four Territories competition is Lin Bei. Congratulations, everyone. Chapter 50, The Champion's Reward and the Overbearing Principle of Jingbei. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, applause roared, and cheers rang out continuously. Winning the championship of the Four Territories means becoming the strongest rookie among the Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, and Northwest. With this strength and honor, the future is bright. Next, we will distribute rewards according to the rankings. Lin Bei, please come forward first, Yi Junshin said. Yes. Lin Bei nodded and walked towards the platform. Noticing Luo Yuanshan's hostile gaze, Lin Bei did not back down and shot him a defiant look in return. Luo Yuanshan felt displeased in his heart. A little rookie who could be crushed with a finger dared to confront him with a stare. But with the 3 military gods present, he could only suppress his anger in his heart. The champion's reward is 10 4th-grade spirit herbs, a set of 3rd-grade armor, and 2 3rd-grade martial skills, qualification to enter the intermediate secret realm, and personal guidance from the military god. Since you may not need such low-level martial skills and armor, I have decided to exchange them for a 5th-grade intermediate movement martial skill. What do you think? Yi Junshin asked with a smile. Great. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Yi Junshin. Lin Bei was first stunned, then was overjoyed. Movement martial skills are one of the rarest types among many martial skills, even rarer than archery martial skills. High-level movement martial skills are even more scarce. With extreme movement combined with perfect combat instincts, just thinking about it is exhilarating. Wow. Did I hear that right? Switch to a 5th-grade intermediate martial skill. And it's a movement type? One 5th-grade intermediate movement martial skill can be exchanged for dozens of 3rd-grade martial skills and dozens of 3rd-grade armor. The participants watched with envy in their hearts. The highest level of armor and martial skills possessed by the 4 territories is generally top-level 4th grade. It's not that the 4 territories lack strength, but there are very few martial skills and armors of grade 5 or above. With each upgrade, the rarity increases exponentially. There are 2 ways to forge armor. One is through technology, but except for Saiyans, the scientific and technological levels of each nation remain stuck in the era of hot weapons, and even creating 6th grade or 7th grade weapons is the limit. The other method is to use giant beasts as raw materials, such as dragon bone bows and insect armor. To forge 7th grade or 8th grade armor in this way, one must hunt 8th or 9th grade giant beasts. The dangers involved are self-evident. The sources of martial skills are even more singular, created only by martial artists. Creating martial skills requires exceptionally high talent and comprehension, plus a certain level of strength. Not everyone is qualified to create martial arts. The Dragon Kingdom is a world where everyone awakens, meaning everyone becomes a martial artist. Out of nearly 500 million people, probably only 10,000 can create martial arts. Among these 10,000, most can only create low-level martial arts. Martial arts of level 5 and above are all treasured in the vaults of major factions, never to be shared. This is also why powerful factions remain strong, as they control vast resources, allowing them to build countless talents. When these talents grow strong, they may also create martial arts, gaining more resources, causing their power to only become greater. But for ordinary people with nothing, even if they are lucky enough to awaken a strong talent, they can only rely on these large factions to exchange for a bit of pitiful resources. At this moment, the upgrade reward from Yi Junshin obviously aims to train Lin Bei specially. Thinking deeper, Yi Junshin is Lin Bei's backing. Take it, it's your reward. Yi Junshin handed Lin Bei a storage ring. Thank you, Yi Junshin. Lin Bei excitedly accepted the storage ring, which contained 10 4th grade spirit herbs, a 5th grade intermediate movement technique called Wind Thunder Steps, and a ticket to enter the intermediate secret realm. This is really 4th grade spirit herbs. Last time at the award ceremony, Luo Yuanshan only took out 1 4th grade spirit herb. And now, there are a whole 10 of them. One can almost imagine that after absorbing these 10 4th grade spirit herbs, his rank will surely soar to the 8th level of the first stage. On top of that, with Wind Thunder Steps, his strength will see another qualitative leap. With this rate of upgrade, becoming a 100-man captain doesn't seem far off anymore. Damn! If I had known the rewards could upgrade, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I would have fought Lin Bei. Li Qiuo regretted silently. 1 in 10,000 chance? Don't joke. Lin Bei could slap you to death with one hand. Zhao Ming retorted. Zhao Ming is right. Jiang Linger nodded in agreement. Li Qiuo wanted to argue a bit, but seeing Jiang Linger say so, he had no choice but to sulk and hum a few times. Don't leave yet, I still have matters to discuss with you later. Yi Junshin instructed. Okay. Lin Bei nodded. Next, Li Qiuo. Yi Junshin continued. Li Qiuo stepped forward just as a deep, weary voice rang out from the VIP seats. Lin Bei, would you be interested in joining my Jingbei University? Old Su. If you came to watch the match, I would welcome you wholeheartedly, but if you came to the Martial City Military Department to poach someone, don't blame me for turning against you. Yi Junshin stepped out in front of Lin Bei instantly. Ye old thief. Haven't you already taken enough from the martial arts college entrance exams? Su Zhangwei yelled, pointing a finger at Yi Junshin. Yi Junshin replied with a guilty defense, right, I took people during the martial arts college entrance exams, what does that have to do with you Jingbei University? You bastard. Those good seedlings you took were originally planning to apply to Jingbei University. Well, haven't they not entered Jingbei University yet? They aren't Jingbei University students, and Lin Bei is already a soldier. Ye old thief. Stop arguing. I must take Lin Bei away today, challenge me if you don't agree, and bring those 2 useless ones beside you. I'm not afraid. Even a clay figurine has some temper, let alone a top powerhouse like Su Zhanghua. He had been taking people during the martial arts college entrance exams every year, and this time all his pent-up anger burst out. But this scene left everyone present dumbfounded. One is a 2-star military god from the military department, the other is the president of Jingbei University, both are unmatched 9th-level powerhouses. In everyone's fixed impression, such powerful beings should all be the lofty, mysterious figures of the outside world. Now, it seems they are no different from old men playing chess anxiously in the park. ****God. Xia Junshin. The 2 stood there with black lines across their foreheads, having no desire to fight at all. Strength is worlds apart. With Su Zhenghua's 9th stage, 6th level strength, even more than half of the war gods in the military gathered may not be his match. The 2 sides were on the brink, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. From Su Zhenghua's furious stance, it was clear that he was not just talking about taking action. Seeing this, Lin Bei stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Principal Su, for your appreciation, but I still want to stay in the army." Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Lin Bei is willing to stay. Yi Junshin laughed proudly, liking Lin Bei even more in his heart. Su Zhanghua walked over confidently, standing in front of Lin Bei, saying, "Young man, don't be in a hurry to refuse, why don't you listen to the conditions I offer first?" "Principal Su, no matter what kind of conditions you offer, I will not change my mind." Lin Bei answered firmly. Chapter 51, Upgrade Armor. Join the Dragon Team. Hearing this, Su Zhengwei was stunned. Do you understand Jingbei University? I understand, it's the top martial arts university in Longhua, ranked first. Lin Bei replied. Alright. Since you know, I'll just say one thing, as long as you're willing to join Jingbei, I will give you a guaranteed annual training resource of 50 million, and I will promote you to the Jingbei school team. Su Zhenghua said succinctly. Hiss. When these words were spoken, the whole place was shocked. An annual guaranteed 50 million training resources, how many children of great families could have such treatment? This means that after Lin Bei enters Jingbei, he won't have to worry about anything else, all kinds of armor, martial arts, spiritual herbs, medicine, etc., will be delivered to him for free. The only thing he has to do is work hard to practice. Secondly, the selection criteria for the Jingbei school team are extremely strict, only the best of the best can be selected. Every year, about 200 to 300 students are admitted to Jingbei, but the average number selected into the school team is less than 1 per year. And once entering the school team, they will receive the school's utmost focus on training. Graduates from the school team have a minimum strength of 4th stage, and there have even been 5th stage experts before. Imagine, the northern military master lived for half his life and only reached 5th stage, while Jingbei school team members graduated at 20 years old already at 5th stage, illustrating how valuable the school team is. Lin Bei, if you are willing to stay in the military, What about you? Can you provide 50 million? You can at most let him join the dragon team to fight. Su Zhengwei glared at Yi Junshin, forcefully interrupting. Lin Bei, let me say one more thing, the cruelty of the military, you must have already experienced. Rather than hanging your head not knowing when you will die on the battlefield, it's better to join Jingbei where I can guarantee your absolute safety before graduation. Principal Su, the military is indeed very cruel, a war can take thousands of lives, but someone in this country must make sacrifices to fight against the beasts. Moreover, if I can leave for a better future today, I can betray Jingbei for greater benefits tomorrow. Are you sure that such a person is what you want? Lin Bei asked in a low voice. This question completely caught Su Zhengwei off guard. On a larger scale, Lin Bei staying in the military is for the purpose of fighting against beasts and defending the country, which makes it difficult for him to recruit someone publicly on the grounds of righteousness. On a smaller scale, spending a huge cost to recruit a person with an unstable stance is indeed not worth it. With this, Su Zhengwei could no longer insist. Though disappointed, he found himself liking Lin Bei even more. Strong in strength, limitless in potential, and with solid character, he was simply an excellent prospect. What a pity such a good seedling did not take the martial arts entrance exam. Otherwise, he would have been brought into Jingbei at all costs. At the same time, everyone present cast respectful glances at Lin Bei. Having such high awareness and being able to resist such great temptation is not something just anyone can do. Only Xinzhong revealed a familiar smile, knowing that Lin Bei could refuse Luo Yuanshan for the sake of the 8th Battalion back then, he would definitely refuse Jingbei today for the military. However, Lin Bei should also thank himself for initially refusing Luo Yuanshan. How could we have today's brilliance otherwise? Ha ha ha. Well said. Well said. Yi Junshin was overjoyed to hear this, directly wrapping his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder, their bond deepening invisibly. Old Yi. You old fool are really lucky. Half your body is almost in the ground, yet you can still pick up such a treasure. Su Zhengwei's face was full of envy and jealousy. Ah, it doesn't help that you are envious. Yi Junshin was puffed up with pride. Humph. Su Zhengwei snorted coldly, gave Lin Bei another look, and then reluctantly left. Old Lin, old Xia, I'm leaving the rest to you too. Yi Junshin dropped this line and left with his arm around Lin Bei's shoulder. Back in the office, Yi Junshin's smile remained undiminished. Lin Bei, I truly did not misjudge you. Actually, I have a bit of selfishness in rejecting Principal Su, Lin Bei answered honestly. Whether it's for public or private reasons, the fact that you want to stay in the army is undeniable. Yi Junshin waved his hand, sat on the sofa, and personally poured Lin Bei a cup of hot tea. But then again, the military definitely can't go crazy like Jingbei and throw money to train you. After all, guarding the borders of the 4 directions and battling giant beasts for years requires a lot of funds. I understand, Lin Bei nodded. Although the military isn't as rich as Jingbei, we have materials. When the time comes, we can help you upgrade the God-slaying thunder gun, dragon bone bow, and insect armor. Yi Junshin said. Is it free? Lin Bei asked tentatively. You've already rejected Jingbei University, can I not show my appreciation? Besides, it's not that the military is stingy, they just don't have money. Yi Junshin replied. Then thank you, Yi Junshin. Lin Bei took out all his armors and handed them to Yi Junshin. The reason I called you over separately is actually because of another matter. Yi Junshin paused and then said, Are you interested in joining the Dragon Team? Dragon Team? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows, his tone filled with surprise. This is a special organization established by the Dragon Kingdom government. Members are only selected from within the army, mainly responsible for eliminating all soul members hidden everywhere, and second, for combating high-level giant beasts, Yi Junshin explained. All soul. Lin Bei's pupils constricted, thoroughly astonished. He had never heard of the Dragon Team, but the name of All Soul was known worldwide. This organization operates solely on preferences, never bound by rules. When they are happy, they might slay a few giant beasts. When they are unhappy, they might kill and massacre cities. They only worship powerful strength, with no regard for laws or morals. Hundreds of years ago, a massive beast tide erupted in the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom, and the nation's strongmen marched northward to fight the giant beasts. At that time, the capital was empty, and all soul powers swept out to raid the capital's resources. All kinds of precious spiritual herbs, high-level armors, and martial arts were looted clean. The Dragon Kingdom was well aware but couldn't spare any manpower to fight against All Soul. They could only watch them pillage. Not just the Dragon Kingdom, the whole world loathed All Soul deeply. But All Soul members are powerful and hide extremely well, making it impossible to eliminate them completely. If you are willing to join the Dragon Team, there are 3 benefits. 1. The highest identity privileges. Besides the military, no other forces or units can take action against you, and you can mobilize any local armed forces. 2. Priority for secret realms. Whenever new primitive secret realms appear, you are qualified to enter with the team. 3. Faster promotion. Killing all soul members brings more military merits than killing giant beasts. Hiss. After hearing this, Lin Bei gasped in shock. These 3 benefits are indeed more tempting than the last. Being able to mobilize any local armed forces means that the city defense division and all military camps would answer to him. What great power is this? City heads and military commanders can't achieve that. And moreover, no forces or units can take action against him. Having the military backing is sheer dominance. At first glance, priority for secret realms seemed useless, but hearing the phrase primitive secret realm made Lin Bei's heart surge with incredible waves. Secret realm levels are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and primitive secret realms. The original secret realm has the highest level, containing the most mysterious power and the greatest opportunities. Whenever the original secret realm appears, all forces will use every means to stuff their people inside, hoping to gain a share of the opportunity. And as long as you join the Dragon Group, you can easily enter with the team. However, among these 3 benefits, what attracts Lin Bei the most is the last one. Promoting faster means being able to unlock more lottery opportunities faster. When all 9 rounds are unlocked, it's hard to imagine how amazing it will be. So, Lin Bei answered firmly, Yi Junshin, I am willing to join the Dragon Group. Chapter 52, Comprehending Danger Perception. God's Grant. Good, I will add you to the group. Yi Junshin took out his phone to add Lin Bei as a friend, then pulled him into a group chat named Awesome Bombing. Yi Junshin. Did you add the wrong person? Lin Bei was filled with confusion. No, not at all. Everyone in here is your senior. If you encounter any troubles you can't solve in the future, just reach out in the group. Yi Junshin took a photo of Lin Bei and posted it in the group, saying, the new member is named Lin Bei, the champion of this year's 4 Realms competition. You all better take good care of him. Hey! A newcomer is here in the group. And he's a sunny little handsome guy. Does he have a girlfriend? Stop it. Stop your lower body thinking. Don't scare the newcomer. If we don't pull new members in, I'll think this group is dying. There are a total of 23 members in the group, apart from a few people lurking, the others all came out to chat. But these few bubble-like comments indeed matched well with the 4 words awesome bombing. Those who knew were members of the Dragon Group, those who didn't would think they were street thugs. Lin Bei sent a meme in the group and then looked at Yi Junshin, asking, so, am I in now? Yes, don't be fooled by how crazy they seem, in reality, they are just under too much work pressure and can only relieve it this way. You'll get used to it slowly. Yi Junshin explained. Okay, Lin Bei nodded with a complex tone. Now there's only the reward for guidance from the military god left. Let me think about what to teach you. Yi Junshin rested his chin on his hand, staring at Lin Bei, lost in thought. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind, right. Your combat instinct has reached a perfect state. Do you want to learn the advanced ability of danger perception? Danger perception? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows, having never heard of such an ability. The combat instinct allows you to instinctively avoid danger when faced with it and also to predict your opponent's attack path. The advanced danger perception, in addition to possessing all the abilities of combat instinct, can sense danger information within a certain range. Yi Junshin explained patiently, to give you the simplest example, if you stand in a crowd and feel someone watching you, that is the most basic sensing ability. If this ability is stronger, you can perceive if the gaze carries ill intent, if it is dangerous. If you cultivate danger perception to perfection, even if your eyes cannot see, you can clearly sense any aura around you. After hearing the explanation, Lin Bei's heart was stirred significantly. Danger perception is the advanced ability of combat instinct. Once fully mastered, it's equivalent to opening a heavenly eye. Or rather, it is an invisible realm. Within the realm, anyone showing malice, Lin Bei would be able to perceive in the first instance. Expressions can deceive, words can deceive, but the truest emotions within won't. Yi Jun Shun. I want to learn. Lin Bei answered firmly. Ah, good, then follow me. Yi Junshin led Lin Bei into the training room. Time flowed like water, passing silently. An hour later, Yi Junshin finished his guidance with a flurry of curses. Speed access to danger perception. Is this something a person can do? In the dragon group of 23 people, apart from the group leader Yi Junshin and the newly added Lin Bei, who among the other 21 is not a shining prodigy. But this group of geniuses took half a year to quickly understand the sense of danger. Yet Lin Bei only took a mere hour. He really made this group of geniuses from the dragon team look like fools. Thank you, military god Yi, for your guidance. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. I need to enter the intermediate secret realm tomorrow. Lin Bei couldn't wait to return and use the spirit medicine to practice the wind thunder step. Go back then. Military god Yi nodded. Okay. Lin Bei left the training room and returned to his hotel room. He had just taken a shower when there was a knock at the door. Then a familiar voice came. Lin Bei, open the door. Lin Bei recognized the voice and immediately started cursing. Are you that annoying? Can't you understand human speech? Get lost. Asterisk God is here. You must not be rude, the lieutenant scolded. What if it's God? Get lost. Lin Bei was unusually tough. He was no longer the ant that could be trampled on at will. Behind him was the dragon team, military god Yi, and the entire military. According to Dragon Team regulations, no power or unit has the right to deal with Dragon Team members. Even if the Lin family was strong and domineering, they could not oppose the country. At this moment, God's voice rang out, high and mighty, as if bestowing a favor. Lin Bei, I have come to see you in a lowered status. You should cherish this opportunity. So I should thank you? Lin Bei sneered in response. No need to thank me, but you must kneel before the Lin family ancestral hall and sincerely repent to return to the Lin family, God said. Ha ha ha. Wasn't it you who expelled me from the Lin family? Sent me to the northern border to die. Now you want me to kneel and repent. Lin Konghai. You are truly shameless. Lin Bei cursed loudly. The Lin family now saw his potential and wanted him back to work for them. But they could not invite Lin Bei back directly, otherwise, it would be like hitting their own face, swallowing the spit they spat out. Only Lin Bei could plead to return to the Lin family, and then they would give him another chance out of blood being thicker than water. What a hypocritical act! So shameless and false. Hearing this, Lin Konghai's face turned red with anger, his teeth grinding. He indeed thought Lin Bei had great potential and was worth nurturing, which is why he came down in person. But the Lin family was large and had deep foundations. What they lacked were geniuses. Little did he expect that Lin Bei would be so arrogant and disregard him, the military god. Humph! Lin Konghai snorted in anger and turned to leave. You'll regret this, the lieutenant muttered under his breath, quickly following Lin Konghai out. Crazy! You really think the whole world revolves around the Lin family? Lin Bei scoffed and immediately entered a state of training. The next day, Lin Bei opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was open the system panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, first stage, 8th level. Military rank, squad leader. Talent, SSS level, heaven rewards hard work, SSS level, ancestor of all weapons, SSS level, elemental tyrant. Weapons, 4th grade top quality godslaying thunder gun, 4th grade top quality dragon bone bow, 5th grade low quality insect armor. Martial skills, Dragon Kingdom basic body refining fist, perfection, 3rd grade top quality wind spirit spear technique, perfection, 4th grade top quality ninefold thunder gun technique, perfection, 4th grade top quality godspeed arrow, perfection, 5th grade intermediate wine thunder step, great accomplishment. Ability, danger perception, beginner, dot. Immunity, all attributes. Physique, 1255. After absorbing 10 4th grade spirit medicines, he instantly surged from the first stage 5th level to the first stage 8th level. His physique also skyrocketed from over 800 to over 1200. If it were a normal realm upgrade, the physique wouldn't increase so much, mainly, several of the 10 4th grade spirit medicines could enhance physique. A physique of 1255 was roughly equivalent to the second stage 8th level. Additionally, the difficulty of practicing 5th grade martial skills is high. Even with a 10,000-fold critical boost, it only reached the great accomplishment realm in one night. It was estimated that it would take another night to reach perfection. Danger perception couldn't be cultivated actively and could only be refined and improved through repeated battles like battle instincts. Chapter 53, Intermediate Secret Realm. Chuanqing Zhangsun. Lin Bei washed up and left the hotel. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw a military green off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. Yi Junshin was sitting in the back seat, waving at Lin Bei, "Get in the car. Today I will take you to the Intermediate Secret Realm." Okay. Lin Bei immediately got in the car. The lieutenant started the vehicle, heading towards the Intermediate Secret Realm around Wucheng. Lin Bei, having the military god personally accompany you to the Secret Realm is a great honor. No champion in the previous 4 realms competitions has received such treatment as you. Yi Junshin laughed heartily, taking out a few items from his storage ring. This is the upgraded God-slaying thunder gun, dragon bone bow, and insect armor. Take a look. 5th grade lower. Lin Bei's pupils shrank, overflowing with joy, eagerly taking the 3 pieces of equipment. The God-slaying thunder gun seemed to be infused with some special ore, and the thunderous power within the gun body was even stronger. The dragon bone bow had a mysterious beast bone added to its back, upgrading from a simple bow to a recurve bow, increasing the draw strength by about 50%. The increase in draw strength would boost its power as well. Moreover, the upgrade of the dragon bone bow had a thoughtful design. The beast bone and bow body could be freely attached and detached. When Lin Bei's strength was insufficient, he could use just the draw strength of the dragon bone bow. When Lin Bei's strength was sufficient, he could attach the mysterious beast bone's draw strength to enhance its power. The upgrade of the insect armor was simpler, just sewing unknown beast skin at the seams of the bone pieces. Wearing the insect armor made movement smoother, with wider defense coverage and almost no blind spots. Considering your limited strength, a significant upgrade could affect your ability to use these equipment. So I made only small upgrades. Are you satisfied? Yi Junshin asked. Satisfied. Lin Bei answered firmly. The difference between top-tier 4th grade and lower 5th grade seemed like just one level, but the price was worlds apart. The military might not be as wealthy as Jingbei University, but Lin Bei had fully felt their warmth and kindness. Then, Yi Junshin took out a small blue ball and handed it to Lin Bei. The most powerful beasts in this intermediate secret realm are at 2nd stage 9-fold. This electric ball made by Sciency can create a dense high-pressure electric net when crushed in a dangerous situation. No beast below 3rd stage would dare to approach. Thank you, Yi Junshin. Lin Bei accepted the electric ball. After a while, the vehicle arrived at the secret realm camp. After the lieutenant completed the formalities, he put the locator bracelet on Lin Bei's wrist. Go ahead. I look forward to your good fortune. Yi Junshin said. Lin Bei smiled and nodded, then entered the intermediate secret realm. What came into view was a ruined city, with skyscrapers standing tall and the streets piled with abandoned cars. Vines, nourished by mysterious powers, now climbed the 100-meter-high buildings. Roar! Suddenly, a roar caught Lin Bei's attention. Looking toward the sound, a giant beast, covered in wounds and bleeding, was running frantically into the depths of the secret realm, seemingly holding some sort of spiritual medicine in its hand. Am I going to score again? Lin Bei raised his eyebrows, thinking for a moment before chasing after it. After running alongside the injured giant for over an hour, they finally arrived at the underground parking lot of an abandoned building. The injured giant sat in a corner, licking its wounds. Lin Bei took out the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows, bending the bow and aiming. Whoosh! Just as he was about to shoot, a huge wooden spike shot up from the ground, piercing the giant beast through its heart. Is there someone else? Lin Bei's expression tightened, becoming fully alert. You want this, right? A man's voice came from the wooden spike, and then a figure stepped out. He toyed with the in his hand, then tossed it at Lin Bei's feet. Here you go. What do you mean? Lin Bei did not bend down to pick it up but stared intently at the man in front of him. His sense of danger told him this person was very dangerous. At least a 4th stage warrior. I am Chuanqing Zhangsun, nice to meet you. Consider this as a small gift for our first meeting. Zhangsun was in his 30s, smiling gently as he strode towards Lin Bei. All personality? A walking military merit. Hearing these 2 words, Lin Bei shot out the dragon bone arrow without hesitation. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air, creating a sharp sound explosion. Then came a loud bang as the dragon bone arrow struck Zhang Sen's forehead. But strangely, there was not a drop of blood flowing from the wound, and Zhang Sen's body gradually turned into a wooden stake. The hole pierced by the dragon bone arrow on the wooden stake healed at a visible speed. Once fully healed, the stake transformed back into Zhang Sr. What a fast arrow! If I didn't have a wooden spirit body, that arrow you just shot could have killed me. Zhang Sen said, his heart racing, yet his face showed no trace of fear. Seeing Lin Bei take out the dragon bone arrow again, Zhang Sen snapped his fingers. In an instant, the vines in the garage came alive, all rushing towards Lin Bei. Is this a body that controls wood elements? Lin Bei murmured to himself, not in a hurry to reveal his trump card, the Element Tyrant, but instead took out the God-slaying thunder gun and swept it around. After clearing the vines around him, Lin Bei immediately charged at Zheng Sr. Buzz! A cold gleam appeared first, then the gun shooting out like a dragon. The Wind Spirit gun technique was unleashed, and countless gun shadows stabbed at Zheng Sr. Zhang Sen's body was punctured with numerous holes, and with the armor-piercing effect, every shot inflicted true damage on him. Even if he was indeed a fourth-tier powerhouse, suffering such severe injuries would undoubtedly lead to his death. But the next second, Zhang Sen's body turned into a wooden stake again, and the holes on the stake healed quickly. In just a moment, he appeared before Lin Bei as if nothing had happened. You are truly a genius in both arrows and guns, but your attacks have no effect on me. Zhang Sen waved his hand, and countless vines intertwined to form a vine chair, in which he sat down. Lin Bei frowned slightly, his mind racing. From these two attacks, it seemed that Zhang Sen could use wood elements to repair his damaged body, achieving an effect of immortality. If all his methods were related to wood elements, Lin Bei felt no fear. Because Lin Bei's Element Tyrant talent allowed him to control any element in the world and facilitate transformations between different elements. As long as he converted all wood elements into fire elements, Zhang Sen would be like a tiger with its teeth pulled out. Let's stop the probing here and talk business. Zhang Sen said. You're here to recruit me, right? Lin Bei asked directly. Dealing with smart people is easy. Zhang Sen sat in the vine chair, smiling. I even rejected Beijing University. Do you think I would join All Personality? Lin Bei questioned. No, All Personality is different from Beijing University, from the military, and from any force in the world. We live not to serve anyone but to live for ourselves. Zhang Sen spoke eloquently before asking, those fools who dominate the world let a group of even more foolish people serve them, ultimately protecting those useless beings like ants. Do you think that's right? Using the sacrifice of a few people to ensure the survival of the majority, what's wrong with that? Lin Bei countered. But the majority who survive, will they thank the sacrificed few? They won't. They won't even honor or commemorate these people. The essence of this world is power supremacy, the weak being slaughtered by the strong. Only the strong deserve to live, and the weak should be exterminated. Zhang Sen declared. Chapter 54, Chase after Zhang Sen. Old Qin save me. Begging for votes. Responsibilities and morals are merely tools to bind you. Those few have never willingly sacrificed, they are forced by higher orders and by the pressure of this world. Lin Bei, humans are born free, and everyone has the right to choose. Now it's your turn to choose. Zhang Sen said passionately, seemingly trying to implant the ideology of all personality into Lin Bei's mind. However, Lin Bei just raised his corner of his mouth and lightly asked, Wucheng is the military's base, filled with strong men. Coming here to carry out a mission poses a great danger for you. But why, when so many people are available, did they send you? Were you doing this voluntarily? Zhang Sen was instantly speechless. It seems you also came due to orders from your superiors, but doesn't Xuanqing claim that everyone has the right to choose? Isn't that right? Are you the only one without the right to choose? Lin Bei pretended to be surprised, looking at Zhang Sen with a sarcastic expression, while silently counting the time in his heart. Zhang Sen's cultivation level was very high and he possessed a special ability similar to immortality. Seeking help from the secret realm was the safest method, and only then would he consider risking it by using his elemental tyrant talent. Just now, when Lin Bei had fired several shots without hurting Zhang Sen in the least, he had already quietly pressed the distress button on the positioning handcard. What he needed to do now was to continue exchanging words with him and wait for the strong ones from the camp to arrive. Zhang Sen glared at Lin Bei with fierce eyes that seemed to exude killing intent, and the next second suddenly burst out laughing. Ha! You really are a sharp-tongued little brat. But since I've come to you, you only have two paths ahead, either join us or die here. You still haven't told me the benefits of joining Xuanqing. Do tell me carefully, what if I get tempted? Lin Bei said. Kid, don't think about stalling for time, it's useless. This secret realm is already enveloped by a special space, and the distress signal can't be sent out. People outside can't come in either. Zhang Sen, with his sharp eyes, had already seen through Lin Bei pressing the distress button. Earlier, he didn't expose it because he felt there was no need. Now that the cards were on the table, he had to let Lin Bei understand his situation. With your strength, you can't stop the Ninth Order Yi Junshin, Lin Bei said. I indeed can't stop him, but someone can. Zhang Sen, losing patience, stepped closer to Lin Bei, with countless vines raising their heads behind him. At this moment, the terrifying pressure of a Fourth Order warrior suddenly erupted, surging towards Lin Bei like a flood. It seemed that as long as Lin Bei dared to say a single no, these vines would poke him into a beehive. Gulp! Lin Bei's heart sank, feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. A Xuanqing warrior who could withstand Yi Junshin must also be Ninth Order. You have one last chance, Zhang Sen said. Compared to living like a rat in a sewer, I prefer to bask in the sunlight, Lin Bei replied. Stubborn little brat. Then go die. Zhang Sen, having exhausted his patience, immediately pointed his finger. Whoosh! 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 Countless vines came to life, becoming sharp tentacles, stabbing towards Lin Bei from all directions. Lin Bei didn't dare to be careless and immediately unleashed his elemental tyrant talent. He transformed all other elements around him into fire elements, creating a fiery barrier. Seeing this, Zhang Sen revealed a sneer. The premise of fire overcoming wood is that your strength must be strong enough. How can a mere first order hope to stop a fourth order warrior? Ridiculously naive. Is that so? Then you can try this move. Lin Bei once again activated his elemental tyrant talent, draining all the wood elements in the underground parking lot and converting them into fire elements. In an instant, flames spread in all directions, filling the entire underground parking lot. Even the air was burning with flames. The wood elements within the vines vanished completely, igniting spontaneously and soon turning into a pile of ash. What the hell? What's going on? Zhang Sen blinked in disbelief, staring with wide eyes as the previously dense wood elements in the garage vanished instantly. It was instantaneous. It was as if some great power had emptied all the wood elements in this small space in one go. Could other powerful beings from the military have entered the secret realm? No. That's not right. If there were indeed other powerful beings secretly protecting Lin Bei, they should have shown themselves by now. Could it be Lin Bei? Realizing this, Zhang Sen blankly looked up at Lin Bei in the sea of fire, shocked. Your ice and fire tyrant body can only control ice and fire elements, it cannot turn wood elements into fire elements, unless you are not the ice and fire tyrant body. You guessed right, so I reward you with death, Lin Bei smiled slightly. The flames engulfed Zhang Sr. Damn it! How can I be so unlucky? Zhang Sen didn't dare to stay for another moment, and ran towards the exit of the underground parking garage. The wood spirit body was a top-level mutant, renowned alongside the ice fire tyrant. As long as the wood element was abundant, he could recover from multiple injuries, nearly possessing an immortal body, with his combat power doubled. For this reason, all of Zhang Sen's trained martial arts and abilities were related to the wood element. This had two advantages: 1, a faster training speed, and 2, maximizing his own strengths to the fullest. With these 2 points, Zhang Sen could slay 5th-tier experts with his 4th-tier 9th-layer strength. But he never expected that one day he would encounter a freak who could transform wood elements into fire elements. If Lin Bei could only convert wood elements into fire elements, it might still be okay. He could rely on his powerful 4th-tier warrior physical constitution to take down Lin Bei. The problem was, Lin Bei also had the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows. That terrifying speed. The outrageous power. Without his immortal body, he would try and perish. Thinking of running? Lin Bei's smile was even harder to suppress than AK, as he immediately used the Wind Thunder Step to chase after him. He had kept his distance earlier, worried that Zhang Sen might have other tricks. Now it was almost certain that all of Zhang Sen's methods were related to the wood element. A full 4th-tier expert. And also possessing the wood spirit body. Killing him would definitely be a great achievement. Whether he could advance to Centurion depended on whether he could take his head. Weren't you the one who just learned the Wind Thunder Step yesterday? How did you master it so quickly? Zhang Sen felt the sky had fallen, a tide of despair rising in his heart. I just reached mastery, it's not fully learned yet. Lin Bei flashed a smile, drawing out the god-killing thunder gun. Put! Zhang Sen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. In just one day, he had mastered a mid-level 5th-tier movement technique to the highest realm. This was simply outrageous. Now he couldn't fight, and he couldn't escape. Zhang Sen felt numb. A dignified 4th-tier 9th-layer expert, possessing the wood spirit body, had fallen into such a desperate situation. 9th-layer thunder gun technique. 9th layer. Lin Bei caught up with Zhang Sen and fiercely thrust out a spear. Zing! Countless thunder lights burst from the spear tip, carrying the power to destroy and wither. Back then, a top-level 4th-tier expert could slay a 5th-tier insect queen. Now upgraded to 5th tier, slaying 4th-tier Zhang Sen was definitely not a problem. Elder Qin, save me! Zhang Sen, knowing he couldn't escape, desperately shouted to the sky. No one can save you. Lin Bei's expression darkened as he accelerated his thrust. Buzz! In that critical moment, an invisible force descended from the sky, enveloping Zhang Sr. The god-killing thunder gun felt like it had crashed into a copper wall or iron roof, and the massive recoil pain shot through Lin Bei's wrist. Chapter 55, Space Jade Tablet. The indomitable Zhang Sen. So strong. Lin Bei was shocked inside and quickly retracted his gun, stepping back to create distance. Ha ha ha. You can't kill me. Zhang Sen's suspended heart finally settled, and his face returned to the calm smile from before. That's not necessarily true. Lin Bei drew out the dragon bone bow, placing the bowstring on the unknown beast bone at the back of the bow to increase power. Then he half sat on the ground, bracing the bow with his feet, and pulled back the bowstring with both hands, aiming the dragon bone arrow at Zhang Sen's brow. This invisible force protected Zhang Sen but also restricted his range of movement. As the bowstring was gradually pulled back, the smile on Zhang Sen's face slowly froze as he consoled himself, "You can't break it. You can't break it. This is a space barrier set up by a 9th-tier space expert. There's no way a little brat like you can break it." "Is that so? Then what are you afraid of?" Lin Bei grinned wickedly and used all his strength to pull the bowstring to its maximum. Whoosh! He released his hand, and the dragon bone arrow shot out with a whistling sound. It pierced through the air, creating a massive sonic boom. The arrow was nearly invisible to the naked eye as it moved, only to hear a loud bang as the dragon bone arrow struck the invisible wall. The invisible wall remained unscathed, not even creating a ripple, while the dragon bone arrow snapped into 2 pieces. "Ha ha ha! I told you, you can't break it." Zhang Sen secretly sighed in relief, a wild smile appearing on his face again, then he shouted to the sky, "Old Qin. This kid is not simple. If allowed to grow, he will definitely be a great threat. Please take action immediately to eliminate him. Lin Bei." At that moment, Yi Junshin arrived on a mechanical flying disc at an incredible speed. He had been waiting outside the secret realm, suddenly sensing unusual energy fluctuations within. He initially thought to send strong fighters from the secret base to check out the situation, but those people were blocked by an invisible force outside the camp. Yi Junshin realized that something big had happened, so he flew in immediately to assess the situation. "Old Qin. Act quickly," Zhang Sen urged anxiously. Crack! A rift was torn in space, and a withered hand the size of a mountain reached out from it, descending from above to strike Lin Bei. A terrifying sense of oppression surged, and Lin Bei's body became stiff, losing the ability to move. He could withstand the pressure when facing Zhang Sen, who was at the 4th stage, 9th level. But against this overwhelming force, Lin Bei felt as tiny as an ant. And this hand was like the ruler of the heavens and earth. "You really think I don't exist?" Yi Junshin appeared before Lin Bei, delivering a punch toward the giant hand above. Boom! Rumble! This punch seemed to carry the force of billions of tons. Upon hitting the withered hand, a crack appeared in its palm. Then the crack spread, covering the entire hand, and finally exploded with a roar. The shockwave rippled outwards, flattening a 100-meter-high ridge on the spot. Wherever the shockwave passed, sand and stone shattered and vegetation vanished, even giant beasts were shaken to death. Such power from just a casual blow, indeed a 9th-tier warrior is terrifying. Lin Bei was shocked in his heart, becoming even more eager for strength. Initially, he was sent to the northern border to enlist in the army, only wishing to survive and not be bullied by others. Later, he wanted to achieve something, to prove himself. And now being targeted by the whole nature, the other side definitely would not let it go, and he must quickly increase his strength. Thief from the whole nature. Yi Junshin's gaze shifted, filled with killing intent as he glared at Zhang Sen and punched out. "Old Qin, save me!" Zhang Sen exclaimed in panic. This barrier could block the 1st-tier Lin Bei, but it might not withstand a 9th-tier military god. Buzz! Light flickered, space distorted, and Zhang Sen instantly vanished from his original spot. Having failed with a punch, Yi Junshin immediately walked to Lin Bei's side, examining him from top to bottom. "Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, but it's a pity old Qin intervened suddenly, otherwise I could have killed Zhang Sen." Lin Bei lamented. "Zhang Sen is a 4th-tier, 9th-level warrior and possesses a rare wood spirit body. Are you sure you could have killed him?" Yi Junshin looked at Lin Bei with suspicion. Lin Bei recounted everything that happened just now in detail. Hiss! Yi Junshin gasped in surprise, staring at Lin Bei as one would at a monster. To control 3 elements ice, fire, and wood simultaneously and to achieve different transformations among them, there can only be 2 possibilities. One is a talent combined with an extraordinary body, and the other is a pure talent elemental tyrant. Elemental tyrants are top SSS class talents in the talent ranking, capable of controlling any element in the world and achieving transformations between different elements, undeniably powerful. Regardless of which situation it is, Lin Bei's value is greater than he previously anticipated. Yi Junshin, there might be a spy within the army. Lin Bei got straight to the point. Yi Junshin came back to his senses from the shock, nodding gravely. "Yes, the infiltration by the whole nature is pervasive, so the Dragon Group members report to me through a single line, and other military gods in the army do not know the detailed information of Dragon Group members, so you don't need to worry about this." Good. Lin Bei's expression became serious. The situation was more severe than he had anticipated. The whole nature will definitely not let you off easily. Take this, it could save your life at a critical moment. Yi Junshin took out a white jade token from his storage ring. "What is this?" Lin Bei took the jade token and asked. This is a space jade token made by a 9th-tier space expert. When you encounter danger, crush it, and I will get your location, then crush this token of mine. You can immediately travel through space to stand before you. Yi Junshin took out another piece. Good stuff. Lin Bei immediately accepted it. This incident is all my fault. You won the championship in the Four Realms Great Competition and showed such great potential. Xuanqing will definitely set its sights on you. I was careless. Yi Junshin apologized. No one could have expected that Xuanqing would be so bold, daring to act under the eyes of the martial city. Lin Bei said. Ha ha ha, you kid are good at comforting people. Luckily, you're fine. Yi Junshin laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Lin Bei's shoulder as they left the secret realm. With the end of the secret realm journey, Lin Bei's championship rewards had all been fulfilled. According to the original plan, it was supposed to be Lin Bei and Xinzhong taking a passenger plane back to Jiang City. But due to the incident with Xuanqing, Yi Junshin directly ordered that a military aircraft take the two back. At this moment, in the Han family of Jiang City, Han Zhentian stood in the ancestral hall with a worried expression, facing the spirit tablets of Hanan, Han Hu, and others. There was no hard evidence for Hanan's death, but Han Hu had made a call to the Han family before he died, specifically gathering a group of strong fighters to deal with Lin Bei. Now that they were dead, they could not be unrelated to Lin Bei. At that time, Han Zhentian had vowed in front of the Han family that he would make Lin Bei pay for blood with blood. But just now, the news of Lin Bei winning the championship in the Four Realms Great Competition reached Jiang City. In an instant, the sky fell for the Han family. The Han family, as one of the three major martial arts families in Jiang City, had a deep heritage and strong power, able to challenge the 8 camps of the Northern Territory. However, behind Lin Bei were not just the 8 camps, but also Yi Junshin, God, and the military. If they dared to make a move against Lin Bei again, it would be self-destruction. Sigh. Han Zhentian sighed deeply, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. You don't fear that your son in the underworld will feel cold-hearted for not avenging him? A voice echoed, and Zhang Xin walked out from behind a wooden pillar in the ancestral hall with a smile. Chapter 56, Nuclear Plan. Grand Return. Han Zhentian looked serious, staring at Zhang Senator. He sensed the cold killing intent behind his smile and nervously asked, May I ask who you are? Xuanqing, Zhang Senior. Zhang Sen replied with a friendly smile. Xuanqing. Upon hearing these two words, the faces of the Han family turned pale with fear, their hearts hanging in their throats. Those targeted by Xuanqing would never have a good ending. But Han Zhentian racked his brain, unable to understand when the Han family had offended Xuanqing. Zhang Sen snapped his fingers, and countless wooden branches grew from the wooden pillar in the ancestral hall, weaving into a wooden chair. He sat down and said faintly, There's no need to be so tense. I mean you no harm, on the contrary, I'm here to help you. Help us? Han Zhentian frowned in confusion. You want to kill Lin Bei, right? I've already prepared the most seamless plan for you. Zhang Sen smiled, lifting an iron box from his storage ring. Opening the iron box, the first thing that caught the eye was a timer. And under the timer was a small nuclear bomb. Nuclear bomb. The Han family was startled, instinctively getting up from their chairs and rushing outside the ancestral hall. Zhang Sen looked at Han Zhentian, the only one left in the ancestral hall, and displayed a satisfied smile. Lin Bei will arrive at Jiang City Airport by military aircraft at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. You just need to place the nuclear bomb at the airport in advance, and the plan will be complete. This is a nuclear bomb. Once it explodes, 1/3 of Jiang City will be destroyed, and countless lives will be lost because of it. Han Zhentian said this, but his mind was actually thinking of another thing. Hanan, Han Hu, and the others have been killed. As long as the Han family endures and swallows this grievance, not seeking further trouble with Lin Bei, they will likely have a way to live. But if they place the nuclear bomb and destroy Jiang City, the entire dragon country will have no place for the Han family to stand. The weight of these choices is clear at a glance. Eliminate those worthless wastes that have no meaning to the world. On the contrary, it's a very great thing, and you should be proud of it. Zhang Sen looked at Han Zhentian with a smile. I can't do it. Han Zhentian stubbornly refused. If you can't even handle such a simple thing, it seems the Han family is no different from those useless people outside. In that case, let's clean it up. Zhang Sen's smile didn't fade, and he just lightly pointed his finger. Swish, swish, swish. The ground, the roof, the wooden pillars, even the tokens sprouted countless sharp wooden branches, stabbing at all the members of the Han family. In front of a 4th-tier, 9-fold strong person, they were like helpless lambs, with no resistance to speak of, just waiting to be slaughtered. Blood splattered, and screams echoed one after another, as body after body fell. No one escaped, young or old, women or children. Thud. Han Zhentian was completely frightened, kneeling on the ground and begging, Please. Please spare them. Their lives are all in your hands, Jiang Xin said. Head of the family. Please agree to him. Yes, head of the family, the lives of others in Jiang City have nothing to do with our Han family. Han Zhentian. Do you have to wait until all the members of the Han family are dead before you agree? The emotions of the Han family members grew more and more agitated. Han Zhentian clenched his fists with red eyes, under the pressure of his entire family, gritted his teeth and said, okay. I agree. Don't think about escaping Jiang City, I will be secretly watching all of you. Jiang Xin heavily slapped Han Zhentian's cheek, his words filled with threat, then disappeared into the wooden pillars, leaving only the small nuclear bomb and the iron box. In that instant, Han Zhentian felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he slumped helplessly onto the ground. With such ruthless means, he had no doubt that Jiang Xin would kill all the members of the Han family. There was no choice but to agree. Third brother, you take people and leave Jiang City secretly right now, find an opportunity to go abroad, and I will set up the nuclear bomb, Han Zhentian said. Elder brother, what about you? The third brother hesitated to speak. If I die, it's better than the whole Han family being extinguished, Han Zhentian said decisively, his gaze resolute. The next afternoon, Jiang City Airport. Led by Jiang Yunqing, all the generals and instructors from the northern region, the director of Jiang City Guard City, the head of the Lei family, and the head of the Zhou family were all present. Everyone looked up at the sky, waiting to welcome Lin Bei's return. Why is there such a big show at the airport? Is a big shot coming to Jiang City? Haven't you heard? Lin Bei from the 8th camp of the Northern Region Corps won the championship in the Four Realms competition, and he's coming back with honor. No way, is that true? It's been over 10 years, this is the first championship for the Northern Region. With so many big shots here, how could it be fake? The airport was surrounded by cheerful spectators, and those who got close took out their phones to prepare for photos. Today might be the closest they get to a genius. Zhang Linger stood behind Jiang Yunqing, looking at the many big shots present, feeling mixed emotions. They didn't come because of orders, they all came voluntarily to welcome. On the surface, it was out of respect for the Four Realms competition champion, but in reality, it was to curry favor with Lin Bei. A small first-tier warrior, there are many such people in the northern region. But someone like Lin Bei, who can make many third, fourth, and even fifth-tier warriors lower themselves to come and welcome him, there's only him in the northern region. This is a tremendous honor, also a symbol of strength and potential. At this moment, Zhang Linger's regret reached its peak. But the arrogance from their first meeting had already left a terrible impression in Lin Bei's heart. After the defeat, trying to curry favor would only deepen this impression. For the first time in so many years, Zhang Linger regretted feeling so painful, wishing time could turn back for another choice. Here they come, arriving a few minutes earlier than expected at 3 in the afternoon, Jiang Hao pointed to a plane on the horizon. Good kid. Came back on a military special plane. Fu Tai said in surprise. Moments later, the plane landed. The hatch opened, and Lin Bei and the one-armed Xinzhong walked out. Looking at the sea of people in front of him, Lin Bei was stunned. Why such a big deal? They're all here to welcome you, let's go. Xinzhong smiled faintly, following behind Lin Bei as they descended. Lin Bei. Impressive. You've won the championship of the Four Realms competition. The North Realm is proud of you. You are our hero from the North Realm. The commanding officers of each camp changed their previously ugly expressions, scrambling to flatter Lin Bei. Leiman pulled Lei Wang and squeezed through the crowd, coming to Lin Bei's side, cupping his fist to congratulate him. Young friend Lin Bei, congratulations on winning the championship of the Four Realms competition, you've brought great honor to our North Realm. Congratulations. From now on, you will rise to great heights. Lei Wang said. Lin Bei appeared to be oblivious, ignoring the crowd and walking over to Jiang Hao and the others, smiling as he greeted, Instructor Jiang, Tai Gu. Awesome. Fu Tai punched Lin Bei on the chest, giving him a thumbs up in praise. Alright, there are too many people here, let's find a quiet place to talk slowly. Jiang Hao put his arm around Lin Bei's shoulders, weaving through the crowded crowd toward the airport exit. As they walked, Lin Bei suddenly stopped, looking curiously towards a certain spot in the waiting hall. With the support of his elemental overlord talent, Lin Bei's perception of various elements was very sharp. There were many metallic components in the airport, and the presence of the gold element was extremely strong. However, the density of the gold element in the waiting hall was somewhat strange. It was not the kind that wafted through the air but rather a concentration of gold element compressed into one point. Damn! 2 words suddenly popped into Lin Bei's mind. Chapter 57, Nuke Hydration. Talent exposed. What the hell? Jiang Hao and the others stared at Lin Bei in confusion. There's a bomb in the airport. And it's extremely powerful. Very powerful. Lin Bei said with a serious expression, emphasizing his words. What kind of international joke is this? All the strong warriors in the North Realm are here, Who would dare to place a bomb in the airport? Besides, there are strict security checks at the entrances and exits, ordinary people can't possibly bring a bomb in. Fu Tai said. My judgment is never wrong. Lin Bei immediately ran towards a certain area of the waiting hall. Weaving through the crowd, Lin Bei entered a men's restroom. He tore down the ceiling and pulled out a large iron box from inside. The source of the intense gold element was this box. No way, could it really be a bomb? Fu Tai looked at the box before him, feeling uneasy. You all step back, I'll open it. Zhang Hao snatched the box from Lin Bei's hands and cautiously opened the lid. A slit appeared in the large iron box, faintly revealing a flickering red light from inside. As the slit widened, it became evident that there was a timer inside. It was undoubtedly a bomb. Zhang Hao's heart was in his throat, feeling tense and dry-mouthed. Creak. With a harsh sound of metal scraping, the box lid opened completely. What the hell? It's a small nuclear bomb. Only 3 minutes left until it detonates. Zhang Hao's heart sank completely. What's wrong? What happened? Zhang Yunqing and the others rushed over anxiously. Someone placed a small nuclear bomb in the airport. Zhang Hao pointed at the nuclear bomb in the iron box as he explained. Nuclear bomb? Zhang Yunqing and the others were shocked and horrified. They stubbornly approached to take a look and saw the nuclear bomb counting down inside the box, their hearts also sinking. If it were an ordinary large explosive, it would at most destroy the airport. But this was a nuclear bomb. Once it exploded, the entire airport would vaporize in an instant, and everyone here would die. Even if Zhang Yunqing had 5th-tier strength, he wouldn't be an exception. Moreover, the enormous shockwave from the nuclear bomb's explosion could destroy half of Jiang City, resulting in at least 1 million innocent lives lost. Most despairing for everyone was that only a little over 2 minutes remained until the nuclear bomb detonated. In such a short time, whether it was finding someone to defuse the bomb, transporting it to a deserted area to detonate, or escaping, there was no time left. The explosion time is specifically set for 3 p.m., it seems to be a deadly trap targeting Lin Bei. Zhang Yunqing's face turned as black as coal, his mood heavy. Damn it! To set up this trap, sacrificing over 1 million citizens of Jiang City. It's so crazy. Fu Tai cursed loudly. 2-minute countdown. Zhang Hao's words made everyone look at the timer on the clock. This is their death countdown, and also the death countdown for the million people of Jiang City. But they couldn't understand, who would do such a mad thing just to kill Lin Bei? There's just over a minute left. I can dismantle this nuclear bomb. Lin Bei's mouth curved into a smile as he walked towards the bomb. It's useless. This nuclear bomb has an anti-disarm program. No matter which wire you cut, it will trigger an explosion immediately. Xinzhong frowned and warned. I won't cut any wires, I can still dismantle it. Lin Bei crouched down, placing one hand on the nuclear bomb. The elemental tyrant can control any element in the world and can transform elements from one form to another. As long as Lin Bei wanted, he could even turn this nuclear bomb into sand. However, everyone took Lin Bei's words as nonsense before dying. The mastermind had carefully prepared this deadly trap, even setting up the anti-disarm program, so naturally, they anticipated every possible outcome. From the moment they stepped into the airport, from the moment the military plane landed, the death sentence was already sealed. No one could withstand a nuclear explosion up close, at least no one in Jiang City could do it. And without cutting the connection wire between the timer and the bomb, how could the bomb be dismantled? With willpower? Obviously impossible. Xinzhong and the others had crawled out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, having brushed death countless times. Facing death, they all appeared calm. But thinking that Lin Bei would also die here and drag the million people of Jiang City to their graves made them feel a deep regret. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You dragged us into this. You dragged Jiang City into this. It should have been just you dying. Now you've caused all of us to be buried with you. Jiang Linger was frantic and desperate, her words escaping in a rush as she pointed at Lin Bei, complaining endlessly. Linger! Shut your mouth. Zhang Yunqing's sharp gaze stopped her. Mayor, what she said is right. I did drag you into this, but as long as I dismantle this nuclear bomb, we'll be clear. Lin Bei said. Dismantle? Can you dismantle it? What will you dismantle it with? There's only 1 minute left. We're all going to die here. Zhang Linger was losing her mind, pacing back and forth. 1 minute is enough. Lin Bei sped up his elemental transformation. A few seconds later, small water stains began to seep out of the nuclear bomb. As more and more metallic uranium elements were transformed into water, the water stains gradually increased. But everyone was focused on the timer, no one noticed the subtle change. 50 seconds. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Everyone closed their eyes in despair, quietly waiting for the explosion to arrive. At this moment, Lin Bei's voice rang out, "It's already disarmed." Looks like what they said online was right, a nuclear bomb exploding up close can vaporize a person in an instant, without feeling any pain. Fu Tai murmured. Yeah, I didn't expect to hear hallucinations after death. Just now I actually heard Lin Bei say it's disarmed, haha. Jiang Hao muttered to himself, eyes closed. Bullshit. Bullshit. The nuclear bomb didn't explode. Shin Zhong was the first to open his eyes. The timer had reached 0, but the bomb was still intact, with a lot of water inside the box. Jiang Yunqing also opened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Nuclear bombs can be duds? Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing reacted, looking at Lin Bei and asking, "Wait, you just said you disarmed the bomb?" "Yes." Lin Bei nodded. "You didn't have any tools, how did you dismantle it?" Jiang Yunqing urgently asked. "This works, it's not that hard." Lin Bei demonstrated, directly melting the shell of the nuclear bomb into water. Last time in the intermediate secret realm, during the battle with Zhang Sen, the secret of elemental transformation was already exposed. Later, when chatting with Yi Junshin and recalling the battle, he mentioned the elemental transformation again. It was no longer a secret. Since it was no longer a secret, there is no need to continue hiding. My goodness. Fu Tai hugged his head with both hands, shocked to the point of blurting out his hometown dialect. How is this possible? Jiang Hao looked utterly confused. Melting a nuclear bomb into water? Jiang Yunqing was equally bewildered. Element conversion. Shin Zhong's mind trembled greatly, slowly uttering these 4 words. During the last 4 realms competition, he was there watching. He saw with his own eyes Lin Bei control fire and ice, deducing that he possessed the ice and fire tyrant. Now it seems, he most likely possesses the top-tier SSS level talent, Element Tyrant. Only with the Element Tyrant talent can one convert gold element into water element. Chapter 58, Han Jintian's suicide. Promoted to Centurion. Seeking votes. Element conversion? Jiang Yunqing and the others finally reacted, looking at Lin Bei with disbelief. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that about you just now, Jiang Linger stammered, awkwardly wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Lin Bei replied coldly, his indifferent tone keeping others at arm's length. Jiang Yunqing sighed helplessly, shifting the topic. The crisis is now resolved, the urgent matter is to find the true mastermind behind the... Everyone exchanged glances and nodded, tacitly making their way to the monitoring room. They sifted through the surveillance footage, checking every suspicious person who had entered the restroom. As they watched, a familiar figure appeared on screen, none other than Han Jintian, the head of the Han family, one of the 3 great martial arts families in Zheng City. He didn't use any disguise or concealment, boldly entering the restroom carrying an iron box, and moments later, he emerged empty-handed. He noticed the surveillance above him but only glanced at it before leaving. After all, once the nuclear bomb detonated, any evidence would be erased in the dust. It's actually him? Jiang Yunqing exclaimed in surprise. He was just a pawn used by others, the true mastermind is someone else, Lin Bei stated with certainty. Could it be Luo Yuanshan? Shin Zhong asked. Lin Bei shook his head, it's Quan Xing. Although Han Jintian and Luo Yuanshan are cruel, they ultimately exist within the rules set by the Dragon Country. Only Quan Xing would be so heartless, resorting to any means to achieve their goals. Hiss. Everyone gasped in horror, looking at Lin Bei with fear in their eyes. Being targeted by these madmen from Quan Xing, it's practically impossible to survive. This time, the nuclear bomb failed to kill Lin Bei, they definitely won't let it go. No need to be so nervous, I have many ways to protect my life. Quan Xing can't do anything to me, Lin Bei smiled slightly. That's true, with General Yi watching over you, how could you die so easily? Shin Zhong joked. Even with General Ye's protection, you still need to be careful of Quan Xing. Jiang Yunqing warned seriously. I know. Lin Bei nodded. Let's go to the Han family. Jiang Yunqing's tone changed, her eyes revealing strong intent to kill. They took the underground passage away from the airport, soon arriving at the Han family. The once glorious Han family, bustling with guests, now had its doors half open, silent within. Pushing the door open, they stepped inside to find chaos, as if raided by bandits. What a heavy smell of blood. Jiang Yunqing frowned, walking towards the source of the stench. Gradually, bodies began to appear on the ground. The closer they got to the source of the foul smell, the more corpses lay on the ground. They soon arrived at the Han family's ancestral hall, where a body was hanging from the beam. It was Han Jintian. In the corpse's hand, tightly grasped, was a blood-stained letter. Shin Zhong took the letter and glanced at it. It's a suicide. The body still has residual warmth, it seems he just died not long ago, Jiang Hao remarked. Jiang Yunqing glanced at the letter's contents and said coldly, the letter states that the Han family was coerced by Quan Xing's Jiangsun, having to commit such a heartless act. Today, he hangs himself to atone, hoping we spare the rest of the Han family. So should we let them go? Jiang Hao asked Jiang Yunqing. Lin Bei, what do you think? Jiang Yunqing turned to look at Lin Bei. Guilty or innocent, the city guard will handle the interrogation, Lin Bei said lightly, effectively sentencing the Han family to death. Under an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. The Han family, as one of the three great martial arts families in Zhangcheng, usually looks down on others with overwhelming power. From the personalities of Han and Han Hu, one can see some clues. Other members of the Han family either carry lives on their backs or bear great sins. Handing them over to the city guard for capture and interrogation is the fairest solution. Moreover, there is the most important point: to cut the grass, one must remove the roots. Lin Bei has killed so many from the Han family, forging a deadly enmity. Naturally, he cannot give the Han family a chance to linger on. Good. Jiang Yunqing immediately instructed the city guard to capture the remaining members of the Han family with a phone call. The next morning, the leaders and strong ones of each camp gathered at the headquarters of the northern region for an internal meeting. Lin Bei, just a small section leader, originally was not qualified to attend such a meeting, yet he was still brought along by Xinzhong. Why such a big fuss? Is there some huge issue? Lin Bei felt something was off. You'll find out soon, Xinzhong said with a mysterious smile. Creak. Then, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. It was Jiang Yunqing, the first of Jiangcheng. She walked straight into the conference room and sat in the big seat that symbolized the identity of the northern region's military commander. Her imposing gaze swept across the whole room, and when it landed on Lin Bei, she smiled slightly. What's going on? Lin Bei was confused. Let me introduce myself. I am Jiang Yunqing, acting on orders from the military department of Wuqing to temporarily take over the position of northern region's military commander. Jiang Yunqing had a strong presence. The generals of each camp seemed to have known this matter beforehand, only the remaining section leaders and captains showed surprise. A new emperor means new ministers. With Jiang Yunqing occupying the position of the northern region's military commander, it was impossible to reuse the people left by Luo Yuanshan. On the contrary, the 8th camp would receive unprecedented privileges. Lin Bei was secretly delighted. This was fantastic news. We are all old acquaintances, so I'll be straightforward. I am a simple person. Those who contribute are rewarded, those who err are punished. However, there are always a few who like to flatter me using the same methods they used to flatter Luo Yuanshan. Bang! As Jiang Yunqing spoke, she slammed her hand on the table, causing a dozen spirit herbs to fall out of her storage ring. Most people present were startled, especially the generals, who shrank back and did not dare to breathe. The total generals of the 1st, 3rd, and 4th camps who privately bribed the military commander are all dismissed. Jiang Yunqing's expression was serious, and her tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. This matched her way of doing things, also serving as a warning to establish the military commander's authority. Otherwise, with this group of people under her, each having different thoughts, and acting with double standards, how could work be carried out? First of Jiang City, oh no, Jiang Commander, I have been in the 1st camp for over a decade. Even if there are no merits, there is suffering. You cannot dismiss my position for such a small matter. I have bled for the northern region. I have fought for the northern region. You cannot take my position. You are taking revenge. I will report you to the military department. Hearing about being dismissed, the general of the 3rd camp immediately gave up trying to save himself. However, Jiang Yunqing just smiled lightly and pointed towards the door. If you want to report, go ahead. I won't stop you. The northern region isn't under the control of a woman like you. Just wait, several people cursed as they left. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Jiang Yunqing scanned those present. Everyone lowered their heads, silence hanging heavy in the air. They rose to their current positions through countless battles, facing blades and beasts. Once they leave this conference room, it would mean that years or even decades of effort would be wasted. Jiang Yunqing nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Lin Bei and said, I just said, I am a simple person. Those who contribute are rewarded, those who err are punished. Yesterday, I personally witnessed Lin Bei defuse the nuclear bomb crisis at Jiangcheng Airport, saving millions of citizens. This is a great achievement. Therefore, I have decided to make an exception and promote Lin Bei to the rank of captain, granting him a military merit of 500,000. Chapter 59, The Undying Divine Phoenix's Strange Body. Jiang Yunqing's counterattack plan. As Jiang Yunqing's voice fell, everyone in the conference room turned friendly gazes toward Lin Bei. Congratulations, little Lin, you've become a centurion at such a young age. Your future is limitless. You are the youngest centurion in the history of the northern region. On behalf of the millions of people in Jiang City, thank you. You are a hero of Jiang City. Their smiling faces were the exact opposite of when Lin Bei left the northern headquarters in anger with Xinzhong. Back then, they ridiculed him, relying on the support of Luo Yuanshan. A group of fair-weather friends. Lin Bei sneered and was too lazy to pay them any attention, only focused on when he could get the lottery chance for the invincible war god system. Ding, congratulations to the host for being promoted to Centurion, you have received a chance to draw, would you like to draw immediately? Draw. As Lin Bei's voice fell, the familiar lottery wheel appeared again before him. Golden light flickered, and a few seconds later, it stopped. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Immortal Phoenix variant. Variant? Immortal Phoenix? Lin Bei's pupils shook, and he was stunned on the spot, unable to recover for a long time. Talents vary in strength, and variants also vary in strength. There are hundreds of known variants in the world, among which the Immortal Phoenix variant ranks at the top. Unlike Zhang Sen's Wood Spirit variant, which is a pseudo-immortal relying on the wood element to repair the body. The Immortal Phoenix variant is a true form of immortality. Rebirth of limbs and organs is child's play, even a drop of blood can lead to rebirth. Being blown to ashes, leaving no trace behind, can still lead to rebirth. This type of variant has no weaknesses, no methods to be countered. The most incredible part is that every time the owner dies, their strength increases upon revival. Moreover, the owner can condense divine phoenix wings behind them. The flight speed of these wings is extremely fast, surpassing the 5th grade intermediate wind thunder step by several levels. With this variant, I no longer need to worry about surprise attacks. Lin Bei excitedly rejoiced, his smile more difficult to suppress than 1,000 AKs. Why are you always so happy every time you promote? Zhang Hao asked with a smile. Of course I'm happy when promoted, Lin Bei replied with a vague smile. Just a small increase in rank, there's no reason to be so excited. But he possessed the invincible war god system, every promotion comes with a chance to draw. SSS level Heaven's Reward for Hard Work, SSS level Ancestor of All Soldiers, SSS level Elemental Tyrant, plus now the Immortal Phoenix variant. Such terrifying potential cannot be found a second time in the world. And this is not Lin Bei's limit. Or rather, it is not the limit of the invincible war god system. Everyone quiet down, now let's discuss serious matters. Zhang Yunqing tapped the table, and the conference room immediately fell silent. In recent decades, the people in our country have been living and working in peace, with a dramatic population increase. The current territory can no longer accommodate more people, so the military has given me a strict order: within a month, we must expand the border by 100 kilometers. Zhang Yunqing said sternly. Hundreds of years ago, mysterious powers descended on Blue Star, secret realms appeared, and giant beasts roamed. At that time, humanity did not understand the giant beasts well and suffered a series of defeats, leading to a reduction in global population by over 50%. Later, although the situation stabilized, a large amount of territory was already lost. This lost territory is not only a place for human survival but also contains extremely rich natural resources. Especially mineral resources, which are very important for the Dragon Kingdom. Forging armor and manufacturing shells require a large amount of minerals, but most of these resources are occupied by the giant beasts outside. Recovering territory has always been a pressing issue for the Dragon Kingdom, however, Luo Yuanshan has always found excuses to delay. As the words fell, the scene fell silent, and everyone's expressions were not easy. Expanding the border by 10 kilometers is not a difficult task. Expanding by 50 kilometers is possible with efforts. Expanding by 100 kilometers. This is absolutely impossible. There live many powerful fifth-order behemoths, most of which are stronger than Zhang Yunqing. With the strength of the Northern Legion, even 10,000 deaths wouldn't complete the mission. I know this is difficult, so I specifically applied to the military department for a high-energy particle bomb. The issue we need to discuss now is, who will take this high-energy particle bomb to detonate it at the fifth-order behemoth point 100 kilometers away? Zhang Yunqing's authoritative gaze swept over everyone again, except for a few from the 8th Battalion. The others all lowered their heads, deliberately avoiding Zhang Yunqing's gaze. The high-energy particle bomb is a new type of weapon made by science, lethal to any behemoth below the 6th order. With this weapon of mass destruction, the task of expanding 100 kilometers becomes indeed simpler. But, who can carry the high-energy particle bomb into the territory of the 5th order behemoths? It should be known that currently, in the northern border, Zhang Yunqing is the only 5th order powerhouse. The relocated Luo Yuanshan is no longer on this list. As the commander of the Northern Army, Zhang Yunqing has to stay in the rear to coordinate the overall situation, so naturally, she cannot take personal risks. Apart from her, who else can do it? Even if someone really has good luck and brings the high-energy particle bomb into the territory of the 5th order behemoths, what are the odds of surviving? Commander Jiang, I'll do it. Lin Bei stepped forward to volunteer. We old soldiers are not dead yet, why should it be your turn, you rookie? Fu Tai pushed Lin Bei back to his seat and then stood up. With your little three-legged cat strength, if you lose the high-energy particle bomb, it would be even more troublesome. I will do it. Jiang Hao pressed Fu Tai back down, smiling as he stood up. What are you arguing about? I haven't even spoken yet. Xinzhong slammed the table with one arm and then stood up. The farther you go, the stronger the behemoths get. Your 3rd order 7th level strength is still not enough to see. I am 4th order 7th level, barely enough. My strength is indeed not as good as yours, but this mission truly belongs to me. Lin Bei said seriously. He has just obtained the undying divine phoenix body. No one is more suitable than him to place the high-energy particle bomb. If he completes the mission, it will be a great achievement. No matter who it is, it's not your turn. Sit down. Xinzhong pressed Lin Bei, not letting him stand up, then looked at Jiang Yunqing and said, Commander, it's settled, I will place the high-energy particle bomb. As the commander of the 8th Battalion, you bear the heavy responsibility of command. It is most appropriate to assign this task to Jiang Hao. Jiang Yunqing shifted her gaze to Jiang Hao. Commander, are you serious? Xinzhong exploded with curse words on the spot. Jiang Yunqing's face was serious. The aura of the 5th order powerhouse burst forth suddenly, forcefully pressing down on Xinzhong. Xinzhong. This is the military. I am the commander of the Northern Army. This is an order. You must obey. Don't worry, I survived the last deadly mother bug nest, the simple placement task. I'll go and return quickly. Jiang Hao comforted with a smile. Xinzhong still wanted to speak, but Jiang Yunqing immediately stopped him with a look and pressure, continuing, at that time, all 8 battalions of the northern border will advance, opening 8 battle lines to distract the behemoth's attention, making the task of placing the high-energy particle bomb not too difficult. Next, we will start to determine the battle plans and responsible battle lines for each battalion. Chapter 60, Lin Bei's Crew. Resource Issues. This meeting lasted from dawn until late at night before finally ending. Jiang Hao stayed at headquarters, while Xinzhong and others took a vehicle back to the 8th Battalion. Along the way, the atmosphere was oppressive and silent. The power of the high-energy particle bomb is indeed strong. It can kill any behemoth below the 6th order, but the range is not very large. That is to say, it must be placed at the center of the 5th order behemoth group. Such a daunting task, even Jiang Yunqing did not dare to guarantee a 100% success rate. Moreover, Jiang Hao only has a 3rd order 7th level realm. It is essentially a life and death situation. But military orders are like a mountain, everyone must obey the command. After a long time, they arrived at the 8th Battalion, and Xinzhong collected his emotions and looked at Lin Bei, saying, You are now a centurion, it's time to have your own team. Good. Lin Bei's gaze was filled with, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. The squad leader could command 5 men. The section leader could command 10 men. The centurion could command 100 men. Previous events had piled up one after another, and everyone had forgotten about this. Now, to carry out the counterattack plan, Jiang Yunqing issued tasks to the commanders of 8 battalions, and each commander needed to assign tasks to the captains and centurions under their command. Now that Lin Bei was also a centurion, he was naturally included. We agreed beforehand, you can choose soldiers below 2nd tier freely, but the better the soldiers you choose, the greater the responsibility you will bear. Do you understand? Xinzhong said as he took out a roster from the office, his expression serious. I understand. Lin Bei nodded and immediately began selecting people. After more than half an hour, Lin Bei handed the list of selected personnel to Xinzhong. Xinzhong glanced at it and was shocked, saying, You really aren't polite at all. There are 37 at the 1st tier 9 level. The rest are all above the 1st tier 5 level. Hey, you said it yourself, I could choose any soldiers below the 2nd tier. Lin Bei laughed. I, Xinzhong, made a promise, so I can't go back on my word, but can you handle these old veterans? Xinzhong asked suspiciously. No problem. Lin Bei's face was filled with confidence. Last time in the intermediate secret realm, he obtained a Xianjiang fruit from Zhangsen, and after absorption, his realm rose to the 1st tier 9 level. With his powerful combat strength, he could even kill 2nd tier strong opponents. Controlling these old soldiers below the 2nd tier was more than enough. Alright, since you are confident, I won't say much more. Let's proceed with assigning tasks. Xinzhong unfolded the map of the northern frontier, marking the battle line for the 8 battalions. He also circled a point on this battle line and said seriously, You have chosen nothing but the elite of the 8 battalions, so you naturally have to bear greater responsibility. Tomorrow when the war begins, you must form a pocket here to catch all the beasts that escape. What is the highest level of these beasts? Lin Bei asked. The highest will not exceed the 4th tier. Xinzhong answered. Lin Bei's forehead was full of black lines. What's with that expression? Do you think I would send you to your deaths? There are still 20 heavy machine guns and tens of thousands of bullets in the armory, you can take them all. As soon as Xinzhong said these two sentences, Lin Bei's face immediately revealed a smile. If there was heavy firepower, this task would be much easier. Heavy machine guns use 12.7 caliber bullets. Hitting a person does not just make a blood hole, it blows them apart directly. Even if the beasts had tough hides and incredible defenses, they could not withstand the dense barrage of such large caliber bullets. General Shun, I want one more thing. Lin Bei said with a smile. What do you want? Xinzhong asked. High explosive grenades. Lin Bei replied. Xinzhong pondered for a moment and then wrote a note for Lin Bei, saying, let's go to the armory together to collect them. Thank you, General Shun. Lin Bei took the note and went to the armory, where he received 20 heavy machine guns, tens of thousands of bullets, and a high explosive grenade. Seeing this scene, the other centurions were so envious that they were about to drool. These items were rare in the army, although they couldn't deal with high-tier beasts, they were a massacre against low-tier beasts. This was no longer the past. Hundreds of years ago, when the beast calamities had not erupted, the production lines of heavy machine guns and high explosive grenades were endless, and their output crushed the entire world. But after the outbreak of the beast calamities, humanity's living range shrank, forcing them to curl up in cities. The areas outside cities belong to the beasts. It is precisely in those areas outside the cities that rich natural resources lay hidden. A clever woman can hardly cook without rice, without minerals, oil, and these natural resources. Even countless production lines cannot produce weapons and ammunition. Every year's war consumption, city construction consumption, and transactions with Saiyans require a massive amount of resources. So the resources of the Dragon Kingdom have always been in a state of unavailability. This directly led to the heavy machine guns and high explosives of the past becoming rare items today. Military weapons like fighter jets and warships go without saying. The ocean has already become a forbidden zone for humans, and coastal defense relies entirely on building a coastal defense line. Flying monsters have become the rulers of the sky, while the advanced fighter jets of the past are damaged, losing one less every time, making the situation very severe. Only on land can humans barely rely on the army of martial artists to stabilize the situation. In fact, the higher-ups all know that combining martial arts and technology is the long-term solution, otherwise, it's like walking on one leg. But technology research consumes a lot of resources, and without enough resources to support it, technological progress is naturally slow. And slow technological progress will naturally affect the investment weight of the country. For hundreds of years, no country has ever broken this deadlock. Saiyan's technology is far ahead, remaining safe and sound after being isolated overseas for hundreds of years. However, to ensure their absolute leading position, they have never been willing to disclose any advanced technology. No matter how high the price offered, they remain unmoved. Even the technology to make small items like storage bracelets has not been revealed in hundreds of years. They can only buy finished products from them. And countries have worked together for hundreds of years without getting any clues. Lin Bei took the weapons and immediately went to the playground, gathering the 100 soldiers he had just selected. The war will start tomorrow, and only one night remains. There is no time to slowly familiarize themselves. Now the most important thing is to establish the authority of the centurion in the hearts of these seasoned veterans. Otherwise, on the battlefield, if these people rely on their seniority and do not obey Lin Bei's command, it will be very troublesome. Lin Bei scrutinized them, and they scrutinized Lin Bei in return. Each one had a defiant expression, their eyes showing a bit of dissatisfaction. The 8th Battalion is the most battle-experienced among the 8 battalions of the Northern Army. This group of veterans in front of him can be said to have been through countless battles. Especially those who survived the last insectide battle, their strength is beyond doubt. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Lin Bei, the newly appointed centurion. From now on, I am your leader. Lin Bei declared with authority. We know, the champion of the Four Realms Grand Competition, quite impressive in potential, but commanding troops in battle is not just about potential, it's about wisdom. We've fought more battles than you have competitions. What qualifies you to lead us? That's right. To hand our lives over to a wet-behind-the-ears kid like you. Isn't that just asking to die? One rebel stirred things up, and immediately more people chimed in. In an instant, the scene turned chaotic. Chapter 61, Establish Authority. War begins. At this moment, Xinzhong and Fu Tai stood at a distance, both watching the scene unfold. Fu Tai understood the temperament of these veterans and was ready to back Lin Bei. These old soldiers are unruly, they all need a lesson. Xinzhong reached out to stop Fu Tai, seriously saying, you can help him once, but can you help him for a lifetime? Some things, he must learn to face on his own. But Fu Tai wanted to say something but hesitated. There is no but. If he can't even handle this small trouble, then he is not Lin Bei. Xinzhong firmly pulled Fu Tai away. Looking at the group of veterans in front of him, Lin Bei curled his lips, clearly having anticipated this situation. The essence of this world is strength first, especially in the military. 1,000 empty explanations are worth less than throwing a punch in front of them. Lin Bei strode into the crowd, lifting his head provocatively and said, "The military has never been divided by seniority, it has always been about strength. If you think I am not fit to be the centurion, then fine, as long as you can defeat me, I will leave at once." "You said it yourself. Let me see if the champion of the Four Realms Grand Competition is worth his salt." A Tier 9 veteran stepped forward. "You might have heard wrong, what I said is all of you together. As long as you can defeat me, I will leave." Lin Bei's mouth curled up. Hiss. As soon as this was said, the whole place was in shock. 1 against 100, and all are seasoned veterans above the 5th rank of the first stage, with 27 of them at the 9th rank. As far as they knew, Lin Bei was only at the 5th rank when he participated in the Four Realms competition. After receiving rewards, his level might have risen to no more than the 6th or 7th rank. To say the least, even if Lin Bei has reached the 9th rank, it is impossible for him to defeat 100 battle-hardened veterans at the same level at once. "Since he's so arrogant, let's teach him a good lesson today," said a veteran at the 9th rank of the first stage. "Good. Let's give him a lesson. Let him know that there are always mountains beyond mountains," the other veterans echoed. "Lin Bei, oh Lin Bei, still as reckless as ever," Fu Tai shook his head bitterly. In his view, as long as they dealt with those few troublemakers, the rest would naturally back down. With Lin Bei's strength, doing this wouldn't be hard. Now it's good, he insisted on making it difficult for himself. If he loses, he will definitely lose face. Xinzhong didn't think Lin Bei was reckless, instead, it felt more like absolute confidence in his strength, so he muttered, "Let's see how much your strength has improved since the Four Realms competition. Do you need time to discuss tactics?" Lin Bei asked with a smile. 100 against 1, do we need tactics? Just charge. Go! With the order from the leading veteran at the 9th rank, more than 100 people unfolded their talents. The talent levels of this group were not high, most were B and C levels, with only a few A levels. The quality wasn't high, but they had the advantage of numbers and coordination. 100 people working together could take down a second-stage warrior. But in the next second, all the veterans were stunned. Lin Bei moved like a ghost through the crowd, and all they heard were screams as people were sent flying. No one could see how Lin Bei moved, nor could anyone see when he threw a punch. Those hit only felt pain before being thrown out. And those not hit only heard continuous screams around them. "Block him!" These veterans, seasoned by countless battles, quickly took corresponding measures after their short shock. They systematically spread out, forming a tight circular encirclement. As long as Lin Bei punched someone out, the two beside them could immediately counterattack. But they still underestimated Lin Bei's strength. Lin Bei not only mastered the 5th rank intermediate Wind Thunder step but also grasped danger perception. Most of these veterans didn't even have basic combat instincts, let alone advanced danger perception. Any attack they launched was like slow motion with flaws everywhere in Lin Bei's eyes. Bang! 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 Moments later, the remaining veterans were all knocked to the ground. In an instant, it was as if time stood still, and space became solid. 100 veterans sat on the ground with astonished expressions, somewhat in disbelief. Being able to defeat the best of each realm and win the championship of the Four Realms competition, his strength was surely unquestionable. But no one expected Lin Bei could be this strong. 1 against 100, and it took less than 5 minutes. Moreover, Lin Bei hadn't even used the God-slaying Thunder Gun or the Dragon Bone Bow, otherwise, the battle could have ended even faster. "Do I now qualify to be the Centurion?" Lin Bei asked proudly. "Salute, Centurion! Salute, Centurion!" The 100 veterans stood up, respectfully cupping their fists in salute. Everything is about power. Lin Bei was stronger, so naturally, he earned their respect. What a guy! It's only been a few days, and this kid has grown so much stronger. "At least the 9th rank, right?" Fu Tai exclaimed. "Yeah, I predict it won't be long before he surpasses you," Xinzhong said. "The new generation is pushing the old, I hope he surpasses me soon." Fu Tai laughed heartily, filled with unlimited expectations for Lin Bei. Looking again at the veterans in front of him, Lin Bei knew in his heart that they were only temporarily convinced by his strength. To truly earn their trust, a process was still needed. But this process wouldn't take too long. "Next, let's start assigning tasks." Lin Bei immediately began to distribute the tasks. 100 old soldiers were grouped into teams of 5, each responsible for a heavy machine gun. What they needed to do now was to build defensive works and machine gun positions overnight to prepare for tomorrow's battle. As for the additional high-explosive bomb that was coming, Lin Bei had an even greater use for it. Now that he had the undying Divine Phoenix body, he could easily carry out a suicide attack. Especially when facing powerful enemies, when his own strength was insufficient to kill the enemy, he could use the high-explosive bomb to perish together. The next morning, countless shells pierced the sky, landing in the beast territory outside the northern border. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions rang out one after another, flames shot into the sky, and the ground trembled. This time it was an all-out war on the northern front. It was not just a small bug mother nest, and there was no way to conduct bombardment across the entire area. The 8 camps were ready, just waiting for the first wave of shelling to end, then they would rush in for close combat. Each camp had set up traps in the back. The vanguard would lure the beasts into the pockets and surround them to annihilate. Strong warriors above the 4th rank from each camp would delve into the beast territory to slay those 4th rank beasts. As for the even stronger 5th rank beasts, they could only hope for that high-energy particle bomb. Lin Bei gazed far ahead. Although he couldn't see anything, he could imagine the horrific scene of the vanguard team clashing with the beasts, then issued the order, "All teams listen up, wait until the beasts are deep in the pocket, only 100 meters away, then act." "Captain Lin, the effective range of the heavy machine gun is 800 meters, you want us to act at 100 meters, I really can't understand. The beasts have amazing defenses, at 100 meters, if a few beasts break through the line, we are done for." "Yes, whether we can hold this line depends entirely on these 20 heavy machine guns." The old soldiers protested one after another. All of them were below the 2nd rank, while the beasts they faced included many 2nd and 3rd ranks. Once a beast breaches the line, even if it's just one, it would be a catastrophic blow. Chapter 62, Perfect War. Conquering the old soldiers. Lin Bei did not explain, he just firmly spat out 4 words, "Obey the orders." An old soldier stepped out from the position and confronted him. "Do you know what it means if the defense line collapses?" Lin Bei looked at this old soldier and then at the others on the position, all with doubtful faces. It seemed they were only convinced by Lin Bei's strength, but not by his command ability. Ultimately, they relied on their seniority, considering themselves seasoned warriors, secretly looking down on the inexperienced Lin Bei. But Lin Bei had his own plan for these arrangements. The effective range of the heavy machine gun is 800 meters, it could also open fire at 500, 600, or even 700 meters. But the farther the distance, the weaker the bullet's power. This reduction might not matter much when hitting a human. But when hitting a beast, even a slight reduction could affect the outcome of the battle. Most importantly, firing early would give the beasts at the back enough reaction time, they might escape the trap. Beasts only move, they don't disappear into thin air. Those beasts that escape the trap will inevitably rush towards other defense lines. By that time, the pressure on the other defense lines would double, and it is very likely they would not hold. In addition, firing at close range could save a lot of ammunition. As for their concern that being too close might allow beasts to break through the line, Lin Bei was already prepared. At that time, he would use his elemental tyrant talent to turn the solid ground beneath him into swampy mud. With their movements hindered, the beasts would be sitting ducks. However, in this situation, no amount of explanation is useful. They never doubted the feasibility of Lin Bei's plan, they simply refused to obey Lin Bei's command. To change the situation, a decisive and resounding victory is necessary to alter their entrenched impression of Lin Bei. But before that, Lin Bei must not show weakness or yield. He fixed a stern gaze on the old soldier and unleashed his powerful aura without reservation. "I will say this one last time. Obey the orders." Damn it. We're being commanded by a wet behind the ears kid. Isn't this just using our lives for his practice? This is so damn unlucky, the old soldier grumbled as he returned to the formation. He has Instructor Jiang behind him, and General Shen. What do we have? Just a worthless life. Just accept it, another old soldier chimed in. Bang! 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 At that moment, the ground shook violently. In the distance, dust was flying, and various roars mixed together. Everyone's nerves immediately tensed up. The many old soldiers quickly returned to the formation, grouping into teams of 5, ready for battle. "No firing without my orders," Lin Bei reiterated several times. Bang! 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 The ground shook more strongly, dust was already in their faces, and gradually they could see the shape of the giant beast ahead. At this distance, they had reached firing conditions. All the old soldiers looked at Lin Bei, but saw him remain silent. Every second following was torment for them. The giant beast was enormous, some powerful Tier 3 beasts could even stand 5 or 6 meters tall. As countless giant beasts surged over, a powerful sense of pressure was inevitable. If one's mental endurance was too weak, they would have already collapsed at this moment. But every single person here was a battle-hardened veteran. They had seen scenes like this far too many times. "Captain Lin, can't we fire yet?" that old soldier asked anxiously. "Wait a little longer." Lin Bei silently calculated the distance in his heart. Damn, that old soldier punched the sandbag in frustration, feeling both angry and helpless. Time passed second by second, seeing the distance nearly right, Lin Bei slapped both palms on the ground and, while unleashing his elemental tyrant talent, commanded, "Fire." With a single order, 20 heavy machine guns erupted in a frenzy of bullets. In an instant, the giant beasts charging at the front were blasted into pieces. Blood and flesh flew, filling the air with a layer of blood mist. Combined with the U-shaped crossfire setup, the damage was maximized. Roar! The giant beasts behind howled furiously, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades as they surged towards the formation. But as they ran, the group of giant beasts noticed something was wrong. When did the hard ground turn into a marsh? With each step, they found themselves sinking deeper, until half their legs were caught in it. Countless giant beasts fell into the mire, struggling in a quagmire, unable to move. Watching this shocking scene unfold, the many old soldiers on the formation stood agape in disbelief. At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Bei ordered to fire at 100 meters. Turns out he had such a powerful trump card hidden away. Ha ha ha. Kill. I want to enjoy the thrill of killing today. I've never fought such a satisfying battle. This is amazing. Meanwhile, Lin Bei turning a large expanse of solid ground into a mire came at a huge cost. His strength was nearly drained. The elemental tyrant talent was indeed powerful, but the more elements converted, the greater the cost to Lin Bei. After taking a bottle of recovery potion, he felt slightly better. The gunfire continued for nearly an hour before it gradually ceased. The ground was a mountain of corpses, rivers of blood, with no way to count how many giant beasts had been killed. But the war wasn't over. These giant beasts had tough skin and flesh, so some that weren't hit in key areas would inevitably survive. At this time, it was necessary for the soldiers to step forward to deliver the final blow. This seemingly simple finishing task actually contained much more danger. Because the closer to death a giant beast was, the more unimaginable power it would unleash. Each group sends 2 people. Follow me to finish them off. Lin Bei, leading by example, took out the god-slaying thunder spear and charged into the battlefield first. Seeing this, the veteran soldiers were taken aback. The danger of finishing off enemies was self-evident, yet Lin Bei, a teenager, dared to rush to the front. This courage and sense of responsibility truly made them admire him. Moreover, having just won a great victory, their respect for Lin Bei had reached its peak, even bordering on a little bit of admiration. They had 20 heavy machine guns, which made their strength greater than other teams. However, the defense line they were responsible for was also more dangerous, with many third-level giant beasts inside. At this moment, they had suffered 0 casualties and secured the battle, saving a lot of ammunition. And all of this was thanks to Lin Bei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The god-slaying thunder spear waved, and under the effect of armor piercing, no giant beast could withstand Lin Bei's strike. Relying on his keen sense of danger, Lin Bei would first deal with the more dangerous giant beasts, leaving the barely alive ones for the veterans behind him. Soon, the cleanup was over. The veteran soldier who had previously confronted Lin Bei stepped forward and, Captain Lin. I was wrong earlier. I should not have questioned your plan. Whatever punishment you want to give me, I will accept. No punishment, but it must not happen again. Lin Bei replied. You can count on me. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. He. The veteran guaranteed, patting his chest. I never understood what a young talent was until now. Captain Lin is the young talent. 0 casualties in such a big battle. Captain Lin deserves great credit. Captain Lin, I previously underestimated you. I slapped myself in the face to apologize. The other veterans stood up one after another to admit their mistakes. In terms of strength, they were strong. In terms of command, they were capable. In terms of responsibility, they took it on. Such a captain is hard to find in the entire North Territory. The key is that Lin Bei is so young, his future is definitely limitless. As Lin Bei's status rises, their identities will also rise with the tide. Chapter 63, Rescue the 3rd Battalion. Kill the captain. Seeking golden ranking. Captain Lin, urgent message from the entire North Territory. At that moment, a communications soldier reported with a serious expression. Speak. Lin Bei said. A defensive line of the 3rd Battalion has been breached by giant beasts, seeking assistance from the entire territory with no response so far. Should we respond? The communications soldier took out a map and pointed to a defensive line. Leave 50 people and 10 heavy machine guns to hold the position, the rest come with me. Lin Bei ordered decisively. Captain Lin. I don't mean to confront you again, but the lives or deaths of the 3rd Battalion have nothing to do with us in the 8th Battalion. When the 8th Battalion battled the insect nest, not one of those scoundrels came to help us. A veteran said with indignation. That's right. If they hadn't stood by and done nothing, how could the 8th Battalion have lost so many brothers? What goes around comes around, the 3rd Battalion deserves it. I say, let's just watch the 3rd Battalion fend for themselves. Many veterans echoed this sentiment. Back when Luo Yuanshan was in power, all the battalions had the greatest malice against the 8th Battalion. Only the people of the 8th Battalion knew how much oppression and unfair treatment they had suffered. Now that Jiang Yunqing was in charge of the North Territory, the 8th Battalion had finally managed to hold their heads high. And now to use the 8th Battalion's ammunition to save those scoundrels of the 3rd Battalion? They would rather throw the ammunition into the sea. Lin Bei stood firmly, his gaze sternly scanning every veteran present, only saying one sentence: I am not saving the 3rd Battalion, but the entire front line. Let's go! The veterans glanced at each other, and 50 of them stepped out from the position. Then, Lin Bei quickly led them to the location of the 3rd Battalion. This time the mission was to expand the territory by 100 kilometers, which meant clearing all the giant beasts within that 100 kilometers. 5th-level giant beasts could be dealt with by high-energy particle bombs, and 4th-level giant beasts would be handled by the strong ones from each battalion. The remaining giant beasts are not powerful, but they are extremely numerous. Some defensive lines cannot withstand the pressure, which is also expected. After all, the course of war cannot be exactly the same as rehearsed before the war. Real war is full of unknown variables. After a long while, Lin Bei and his team arrived near the 3rd Battalion's position. The position had completely fallen, and the giant beasts were killing mercilessly among the crowd, with only the last 20 to 30 people struggling desperately. Having lost the advantage of long-range firearms, relying only on their weak strength and talent, close combat is absolutely not a match for the horde of beasts. Fortunately, they arrived early. If they had been half an hour late and everyone at the position had been killed, these giant beasts would have been able to invade all the battalion positions from the rear. At that point, surrounded on all sides, the outcome would be unimaginable. Each group find the best shooting point, fire only when I command. Lin Bei ordered immediately. Yes. The 10 teams spread out, quickly finding their positions. 10 heavy machine guns formed a triangular formation, creating dense crossfire. This is the advantage of seasoned veterans. Some things, Lin Bei only needs to give the order, and they can handle it perfectly. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. Seeing the 10 heavy machine guns, the despairing faces of the 3rd Battalion showed a glimmer of excitement, and they immediately rushed towards Lin Bei. Everyone, get down! Lin Bei shouted loudly. Lying down is death. Don't listen to him. Run! The 100-strong captain from the 3rd Battalion ran at the front. Lin Bei's face turned as dark as coal. The 3rd Battalion was running ahead, and the beasts were chasing behind. Soon they would run out of the machine gun's crossfire zone. By then, firing would be greatly less effective, and it is likely to accidentally injure their own people. So, Lin Bei decisively ordered, each group obey my command. Fire! Don't fire! Don't fire! Lin Bei, do you want to kill us out of personal revenge? Only after we reach a safe place can you order to fire. The 3rd Battalion was instantly panicked, running for their lives while cursing Lin Bei. The 12.7 caliber heavy machine gun bullets can turn a person into pieces with just one shot. With 10 heavy machine guns firing in crossfire, no trace would be left. Those who want to live, get down. Those who don't want to live, keep running. Lin Bei's eyes signaled each group to fire. Fire! Each group no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger, firing wildly. Bullets poured out like a waterfall, whistling from the gun barrels. The 3rd Battalion was shocked. They didn't expect Lin Bei to actually dare to order to fire. Each of them cursed Lin Bei in their hearts, but their bodies honestly lay down on the ground. Being stepped on by a giant beast might only break a few bones. But getting hit by a large caliber bullet would mean a direct encounter with the King of Hell. Puff 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 puff. The giant beasts are enormous, standing there like live targets. One bullet after another shot into the giant beast's body, the entrance wound only the size of 2 fingers, but the exit wound was bigger than a mouth. The internal organs and bones were all crushed into pieces by the high-velocity bullets spinning inside. Ordinary firearms cannot deal with high-level giant beasts, but against low-level beasts, they are invincible. After a moment, the sound of bullets gradually disappeared, and the battlefield fell silent. The 3rd Battalion crawled out from the pile of corpses, each covered in blood with terrified yet furious eyes. They scanned the battlefield, confirming all the giant beasts had been cleared before immediately rushing towards Lin Bei in anger. Lin Bei! Are you trying to kill us? The 100-strong captain from the 3rd Battalion questioned angrily. My goal is to save the defensive line. Saving you is just a secondary matter. If you don't want to live, I can send you on your way too. Lin Bei's eyes turned cold, his presence unwavering. Ha ha ha. What a proud little brat. Do you really think that winning the 4 Realms Grand Competition Championship makes you above everyone else? Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. Brothers, disarm them. From now on, these guns belong to our 3rd Battalion. The 100-strong captain of the 3rd Battalion commanded domineeringly. He knows that Lin Bei holds the god-slaying thunder spear, dragon bones, insect armor, and a lot of resources. After all, this is a battlefield. Killing and dismembering bodies can just be disguised as deaths caused by giant beasts, and no one would realize. Lin Bei sensed his killing intent and immediately took out the god-slaying thunder spear, coldly saying, "Whoever dares to take another step forward will die." "Ha! I am also a centurion. Moreover, I am your superior. Do you dare to kill me?" The centurion of the 3rd Battalion sneered disdainfully, striding towards Lin Bei, one hand hiding a dagger behind him. Lin Bei saw through it in an instant and did not hesitate to strike. Ninefold thunder spear technique. Ninth fold. The spear tip burst forth with thunder, and surging power rushed towards him. At such a close distance, and with no preparation at all, it was impossible to dodge. The 3rd Battalion centurion's eyes widened in disbelief, his domineering arrogance instantly transformed into fear. He wanted to beg for mercy, to retreat, but at this moment it was already too late. With a piercing sound, the sharp spear tip pierced his throat, stabbing straight through. You dare to kill. Blood continued to gush from the centurion's mouth, his eyes filled with fear and shock, yet he could not utter a complete sentence, the dagger hidden behind him falling to the ground. Puff! Lin Bei neatly withdrew the spear, shaking off the residual blood from the tip, and coldly scanned the remaining soldiers of the 3rd Battalion. Under an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. This saying applies perfectly to the Han family, and it still fits with the other camps in the north. Seeing this scene, the others from the 3rd Battalion were all dumbfounded, trembling in place, not daring to even breathe. If Lin Bei dares to kill a centurion, naturally, killing them would be a piece of cake. The veterans from the 8th Battalion were also stunned, originally thinking Lin Bei was just threatening, only to realize his movement to draw the spear was swift and decisive. At this moment, recalling the phrase, "I am not saving the 3rd Battalion, but the entire front line," it truly matched. Chapter 64, Teaching Official Han a Lesson. The Adoration of the 8th Battalion. Seeking the Golden List. Take over the defense line and rebuild the defensive position. Lin Bei ordered. Yes. 50 veterans responded in unison. The remaining dozen or so men from the 3rd Battalion stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Helping out would be scorned, yet they dared not leave directly. After so many years in the north, it was their first time being so awkward. Just then, another group hurriedly rushed towards the position. Seeing the person leading the way, the fear and restraint on the faces of the 3rd Battalion vanished, waving their hands loudly. "Instructor Fong. Instructor Fong. We are here." After entering the position, Instructor Fong first glanced at Lin Bei, then turned to the 3rd Battalion and asked, "What is the situation?" "All the brothers sacrificed, only the few of us are left alive," a soldier from the 3rd Battalion cried as he responded. Instructor Fong's brow furrowed tightly and asked again, "Where is Centurion Luo Ping?" As soon as he spoke, the anger of the 3rd Battalion was instantly ignited. They all pointed at Lin Bei not far away, accusing him with tears. "Instructor Fong, you came just in time. Lin Bei claims to support us on the surface. In reality, he wants to kill us along with the beasts. Centurion Luo was killed by him with one shot just for questioning him a few words. If you don't believe it, you can see for yourself. Centurion Luo's body is still here." Instructor Fong squatted down to check Luo Ping's body. There was a very clear gunshot wound at the throat. With the residual power of thunder, it could basically be concluded that he died under the god-slaying thunder spear. At that time, Luo Ping had called for help on all channels, and Lin Bei was the first to respond. He was worried that the 8th Battalion might have ill intentions, which is why he came personally to see. He never expected Lin Bei to be so ruthless, daring to kill even his own comrades. If he had come any later, was he going to kill all the people of the 3rd Battalion? Instructor Fong stood up with a somber face, forcefully restraining his anger, staring hard at Lin Bei. "Lin Centurion, you better give me a reasonable explanation. What are you to me? What qualifications do you have to make me explain?" Lin Bei sidestepped with a sideways glance, his commanding presence fully evident. "Lin Centurion, this person's name is Fong Han, he is an old instructor of the 3rd Battalion. Although the realm is only at the 2nd level, 2nd tier, the combat experience is extremely rich, and it is said that he has also comprehended danger perception. You should be careful." A veteran from the 8th Battalion quietly reminded Lin Bei by his ear. Fong Han laughed in anger. He never expected Lin Bei would dare to be so tough after killing someone. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Lin Bei, there are only two paths before you, either immediately come back to headquarters for judgment, or I'll personally capture you. That depends on whether you have the strength." Lin Bei waved the god-slaying lightning spear, his eyes showing no signs of weakness. "You are asking for trouble." Fong Han stepped forward and immediately used his B-class talent, agility. Only in close combat could the god-slaying lightning spear not exert its advantages. And with his 2nd level 2nd tier realm suppressing Lin Bei, the odds of winning were extremely high. Wind Spirit Spear Technique. Lin Bei did not sense any killing intent from him, so he naturally avoided hitting vital points. Fong Han grinned wickedly, his body moving as if it had no bones, always dodging attacks with incredible movements. The unbeatable third-tier top spear technique failed for the first time against Fong Han. Ha ha ha. Lin Bei, you aren't even a second-level warrior, you have no qualification to be a centurion at all. You were just promoted because of your achievements, thinking you can compete with second-level warriors? Our instructor Fong is a true second-level second-tier warrior. Not only does he have rich combat experience, but he has also comprehended danger perception. What do you have to fight against him? There's always someone better. There are mountains beyond mountains. Just wait to be beaten down. The members of the 3rd Battalion let out a sigh of anger, seemingly already imagining Fong Han defeating Lin Bei. The people from the 8th Battalion stood anxiously in the distance, wanting to use heavy machine guns to assist, but the two had already gotten into close combat, making it easy to accidentally injure Lin Bei if they opened fire. The key is that someone from the 8th Battalion has already warned Lin Bei that Fong Han's strength is too formidable to act rashly. Who would have thought Lin Bei's head was so hard? At the first level 9th tier, he dared to challenge the old-school second-level second-tier instructor. This is not just a difference of 3 small realms, this is the huge distinction between the first and second level. Lin Bei, you were able to win the championship in the 4 Realms tournament, proving your strength is indeed formidable. Even a second-level warrior may not be your opponent. But I have been an instructor in the 3rd Battalion for so many years, if I can't even take you down, wouldn't that be a joke? Fong Han, like a ghost, passed beyond the god-slaying lightning spear and reached Lin Bei's side. Then, he quickly struck his fists heavily towards Lin Bei's chest. Mountain crushing fist. Bang! With a loud explosion, Lin Bei stood still, unmoving, only his clothes rustling under the force of the mountain crushing fist. Returning the punch to you. Lin Bei unleashed the body refining fist with a powerful swing. Bang! Again, with an explosion, Fong Han flew backward like a cannonball, spitting blood. He scraped a long trench on the ground, only stopping after crashing into a rock. Several bones in his chest were broken, and a few bones in his back also broke from hitting the rock. Other parts of his body were affected by this punch, and he felt like his entire frame was in pain. Every breath felt like being cut by thousands of blades. In an instant, there was complete silence on the battlefield. The people from the 3rd and 8th Battalions were all stunned, unable to react. Fong Han was an established second-level second-tier warrior, and the mountain crushing fist was a third-tier martial skill, yet, with all his might, he couldn't injure Lin Bei at all. Yet, Lin Bei, at the first level 9th tier, unleashed a mere basic body refining fist and severely wounded Fong Han. Isn't this difference too great? Under normal circumstances, it should have been Lin Bei who was seriously injured. Lin. Centurion Lin, are you alright? The people from the 8th Battalion couldn't believe Lin Bei was unscathed, fearing he might have serious internal injuries. I'm fine. Lin Bei brushed the dust off his chest nonchalantly. He had already seen through Fong Han's intentions, deliberately allowing him to close in, and then ended the battle with one punch. If he used the god-slaying lightning spear, with Lin Bei's current physique, just swinging it randomly would have killed Fong Han. Damn! Is our centurion just a bit too strong? Crushing the old instructor and coming out completely unharmed, how incredibly awesome is that? Is the champion of the 4 Realms competition really that impressive? Don't forget, our captain only used his fists. He hasn't even used the god-slaying thunder gun or the dragon bone bow, nor shown any talents. The members of the 8th Battalion looked at Lin Bei with admiration on their faces. With such a powerful and domineering captain, they could speak and act a bit more boldly in their daily lives. Instructor Fong, you. At that moment, the 3rd Battalion members finally realized and rushed to Fong Han's side. They initially wanted to ask about Fong Han's injuries, but seeing him now, it was clear he was badly hurt. Fong Han coughed violently, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. As an experienced instructor, he never underestimated any opponent, especially not Lin Bei. So, he had given it his all from the beginning. But when that mountain-crushing fist struck Lin Bei, he realized just how vast the gap between them was. His body was as hard as steel, with a defense comparable to that of a giant beast. Clearly not a second-tier warrior, yet his physical quality surpassed most second-tier fighters. Ordinary 9mm bullets hitting him wouldn't just fail to hurt him, they probably wouldn't even leave a mark. Chapter 65, Deputy Inspector Yi Xiao. Assistance requested by the city defense. Get lost. From now on, this defense line belongs to our 8th Battalion. Lin Bei said lightly, yet with an undeniable commanding tone. Lin Bei, this matter is not over. Fong Han declared harshly as he left with the support of others. Captain Lin, are we just going to let them go like this? The members of the 8th Battalion all gathered around. As long as Lin Bei gave the order, they would not hesitate to kill this group of people. It was clearly Lin Bei who saved their lives, yet they not only showed no gratitude, but they also turned against him. Ro Ping, who hid a dagger intending to ambush Lin Bei, deserve to die even more. Lin Bei nodded, uninterested in wasting energy on such trivial matters. All groups, listen up, rebuild the defense positions. Yes. Everyone nodded and immediately began clearing the battlefield and repositioning. Meanwhile, Fang Han and the others returned to the 3rd Battalion camp. Fang Han did not know the full story, but it was a fact that Lin Bei had injured him and killed Ro Ping. After a colorful description from the dozen surviving soldiers of the 3rd Battalion, their anger flared up throughout the entire camp. The commander of the 3rd Battalion had been removed, leaving them already filled with frustration. Now, to be humiliated by others, who could endure that? Damn it! Our 3rd Battalion has no commander. Is it okay for them to bully us like this? 8th Battalion is just relying on Zhang Yun's support, right? Even if Zhang Yun is powerful, he is still just a substitute for the military leader. He is not the true commander of the Northern Frontier Army. Captain Li, Lin Bei killed our 3rd Battalion's captain. This is too much bullying. We can't let it go like this. Many captains from the 3rd Battalion gathered in front of Captain Li Ji, all full of rage, wishing they could tear Lin Bei apart. Li Ji shook his head, pressing his hands down to signal them to calm down. That woman Zhang Yun is involved with Xinzhong, and Xinzhong places great importance on Lin Bei. Even if we report this to the headquarters, it's likely to go unresolved. However, I heard that Yi Shao, the captain of the personal team under Lord Luo, is now the deputy inspector. We can bring our grievances to Inspector Yi. Upon hearing this, many captains seemed to see a guiding light and nodded in agreement. Inspectors operate independently from the military and the city defense, holding supervisory positions with significant power. As long as they have evidence, inspectors can even take away big figures like the commander of Jiang City and the military leader of the Northern Frontier Army. Not to mention, they could take away someone as small as Lin Bei, a mere captain. Time flew by, and this war had lasted for days without coming to an end. The various camps of the Northern Frontier mostly held their lines, and although a few defenses were breached by giant beasts, other camps could quickly send reinforcements. Both sides had fallen into a long, grueling tug-of-war, with countless soldiers dying each day. At this moment, the Northern headquarters. Several phones on Jiang Yunqing's desk rang non-stop, all from various generals inquiring about the progress of the high-energy particle bomb placement. In this counterattack plan, each battalion was responsible for holding back the giant beast swarm, creating an opportunity for Jiang Hao to sneak into enemy territory to place the high-energy particle bombs. As long as the high-energy particle bombs were not placed, each battalion had to hold back for another day, losing more lives each day. Commander Jiang. It's arrived. The high-energy particle bombs are here. Jiang Hao burst into the command room, holding a special box. They finally arrived. The tightly knitted brows of Jiang Yunqing finally relaxed a little. According to her original plan, the high-energy particle bombs were supposed to arrive by the morning of the second day of the counterattack plan. However, they were held up for so many days by the newly appointed Deputy Inspector of the North, Yi Shao, who used various excuses to delay it. He was a trusted aide of Luo Yuanshan, so this delay must have been instructed by Luo Yuanshan. Yet Jiang Yunqing couldn't understand. Luo Yuanshan had a notorious track record and was already dismissed from all positions by the military. How could he have such power to push Yi Shao into the position of Deputy Inspector? Commander Jiang, there's more good news. Jiang Hao's words interrupted Jiang Yunqing's thoughts, and he continued, the city guard has learned that we are counterattacking the giant beasts and has specially sent us a helper. What kind of helper? Jiang Yunqing asked in surprise. Old Liang, come in. Jiang Hao waved to a middle-aged man standing outside the command room. Jiang Yunqing sized up the middle-aged man called Old Liang and frowned, Tier 3? Commander Jiang, although Old Liang is only at the 3rd tier, he possesses the rare A-class talent for Earth evasion, Jiang Hao explained. Upon hearing the words A-class talent for Earth evasion, Jiang Yunqing's frown relaxed once again. This kind of talent allows him to move freely underground at great speed. Although there are also powerful giant beasts below the ground, compared to the number of giant beasts on the surface, they are negligible. Be careful. Jiang Yunqing solemnly reminded. Understood. Jiang Hao nodded and immediately set off with Old Liang. As they used the Earth evasion talent, the two disappeared from their original spot, sinking about 5 or 6 meters underground. Earth evasion does not directly dig a tunnel underground, instead, it compresses the surrounding soil with the talent, forcibly squeezing out a path. As a person walks forward, the soil behind them immediately restores to its original state. With Jiang Hao and Old Liang setting off, Jiang Yunqing quickly notified her subordinates, providing real-time updates on the placement progress of the high-energy particle bombs to each battalion. As soon as this news came out, it was like a shot of adrenaline, and each battalion finally saw hope for the war's end. A few hours later, tracking showed that the high-energy particle bombs had entered the Tier 4 giant beast area. In at most half an hour, they would be entering the Tier 5 giant beast area. Jiang Yunqing sat in the command room, anxiously waiting, quietly praying that everything would go smoothly. Commander Jiang, the signal has stopped. A subordinate reported while pointing to the tracking map. After a long time of intense talent use, their bodies must be overwhelmed, perhaps they just stopped to rest, Zhang Yunqing dismissed. Another half an hour passed, and the signal still remained in the same position, not moving an inch. A serious expression crossed Zhang Yunqing's face as a bad feeling arose. Both of them had brought plenty of medicine before setting out, so stopping to rest was understandable. But stopping for at most a few minutes and then moving again was expected once the medicine kicked in. This time, they stopped for half an hour. Could it be that they encountered an attack by a giant beast? Zhang Hao was the chief instructor of the 8th Battalion with solid strength, but he wouldn't be able to exert his power underground. The only one with combat capability was old Liang from the city guard. Just as everyone in the command room was on edge, the signal moved again, though much more slowly. It was just a false alarm. A heavy weight lifted from Zhang Yunqing's heart, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Jiang, there is a mysterious signal invading our wartime channel, a subordinate reported. The weight that had just lifted from Zhang Yunqing's heart hung in the air once more. The wartime channel is absolutely confidential, outsiders cannot know, and no one dares take the risk of imprisonment to crack it. Unless, the other party is coming for the northern border. Answer. Zhang Yunqing quickly walked over and picked up the headset, placing it to his ear. I am Zhang Yunqing, the commander of the Northern Border Army. Who are you? Zhang Yunqing stated his identity directly. If the other party had inadvertently cracked the wartime channel, they would surely back out now. My name is Zhang Senior, Zhang Sen replied. Zhang Sen? Zhang Yunqing's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 66, Meeting with One Blade. Meeting Zhang Sen again. Request for the Golden List. Commander Jiang, there's no need to be so surprised. I mean no harm to the northern border and have no intention of disrupting the grand plan of recapturing territory. I just have a small request that I hope you can agree to. Zhang Sen said. What request? Zhang Yunqing asked. I want Lin Bei to come meet me. Zhang Sen said. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Yunqing firmly refused. Zhang Sen had long expected to be rejected. He was neither anxious nor angry. Commander Jiang, even if you don't care about Zhang Hao and old Liang's lives, you must care about the high-energy particle bomb, right? This concerns the success or failure of the counteroffensive plan. Moreover, a high-energy particle bomb is useless to me. If it accidentally detonates in a crowded place, that would trouble the northern border as well, wouldn't it? Using the softest tone, he made the harshest threat. Once the high-energy particle bomb explodes within the northern border, there would surely be countless deaths and injuries, and the counteroffensive plan would fail because of it. The responsibility for these two matters would ultimately fall on Zhang Yunqing. However, if he agreed to Zhang Sen, Lin Bei would undoubtedly die. Zhang Yunqing felt a bitter hatred, slamming his palm down on the table, instantly shattering the wooden table into pieces. Everyone in the command room was startled, not daring to breathe. Commander Jiang, I am not a patient person, you have only 1 minute to decide. Zhang Sen said. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. With each tick of the clock on the wall, everyone's heartstrings in the command room were tugged once. In fact, everyone understood that no matter what honors Lin Bei had, how much potential he possessed, or how high his future achievements would be, his life was not as valuable as the counteroffensive plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the northern border. But this decision could only be made by Zhang Yunqing. 30 seconds left. 20 seconds. Well, it seems Commander Jiang still thinks Lin Bei is more important, then there's no further need for discussion. Just as Zhang Sen was about to end the call, Zhang Yunqing hurriedly said, Wait. Wait a moment. Zhang Sen's tone carried a hint of laughter. Has Commander Jiang changed his mind? Send my orders. Let Lin Bei come to headquarters. Zhang Yunqing commanded. After a long while, Lin Bei walked into the command room of the headquarters. Seeing everyone's serious expressions, Lin Bei knew something big had happened. Zhang Yunqing pulled Lin Bei to sit beside him and immediately lay out the whole situation. This is roughly how it is. Now the success or failure of the counteroffensive plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the northern border depend on you. Wow. Lin Bei felt ecstatic, not expecting that after all the twists and turns over so many days, the task of placing the high-energy particle bomb would still come back to him. Zhang Yunqing's expression froze. There had been a chance of survival when placing the high-energy particle bomb, but now being specifically named by Zhang Sen for a meeting meant a certain death. Yet Lin Bei agreed so readily. She had originally worried that Lin Bei would treasure his life too much, which was why she intentionally said, now the success or failure of the counteroffensive plan and the lives of over 100,000 people in the northern border depend on you. She had underestimated Lin Bei's courage and responsibility. A deep sense of guilt surged in her heart, and Zhang Yunqing admired Lin Bei's determination and courage even more, praising loudly, Great! Truly worthy of the soldiers raised by Shinzhong. You have guts. As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Yunqing pointed to the headset beside her, making a shushing gesture. Lin Bei instantly understood, realizing that someone on the other side could hear their conversation. Following that, Jiang Yunqing took out paper and pen. Gently write down the words, "I will protect you in the dark." Lin Bei nodded, taking a positioning tablet from the table that would show the location of the high-energy particle bomb in real time. Be careful. Jiang Yunqing reminded. Okay. Lin Bei left headquarters, driving straight to the location of the high-energy particle bomb. After Jiang Yunqing finished giving instructions, he quietly followed suit. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains abroad, Jiang Hao and old Liang were pinned to a tree trunk, their limbs pierced by wooden thorns, close to death. Below the tree trunk stood two men. One of them was Zhang Sen, the other wore an airtight black robe, his words and actions extremely strange. The black-robed man toyed with the high-energy particle bomb in his hand, casually asking, "Are you really planning to return this thing to them?" Zhang Sen shook his head, a wicked smile crossed his face, tricking them. The black-robed man seemed to have anticipated Zhang Sen's answer, smiling silently and saying, "What a pity, a talent like Lin Bei does not wish to join Chuanqing." With so many good seeds joining Chuanqing this year, having one more or one less doesn't matter at all, Zhang Sen said. True, then let's wait. The black-robed man leaned against the tree trunk, speaking lightly. After a long while, the black-robed man suddenly opened his eyes wide, his tone serious. Jiang Yunqing has also arrived. Are you sure? Zhang Sen asked. Yes, when my puppet spotted her, she also noticed me. The black-robed man said. Jiang Yunqing has S-level control talent, her combat power far exceeds that of ordinary 5th-level strong fighters. If we team up, we might be able to kill her, but Lin Bei restrains my wood spirit body. We must separate the two and take them down one by one. Zhang Sen said. Understood, I've already had 2 4th-level 9th-tier puppets intercept them on the way. They should be able to delay for more than half an hour. The black-robed man replied. More than half an hour is enough. Zhang Sen's lips curled up, a bloodthirsty smile appearing on his gentle and refined face. Soon, the sound of a car engine could be heard rumbling from the distance. The two looked up, and a military green SUV came roaring toward them. Sitting in the driver's seat was Lin Bei. With a sudden stomp on the brakes, the SUV skidded to a stop right in front of Zhang Sr. Are you scared after being defeated last time, so this time you specifically brought a helper? Lin Bei stepped out of the car casually. Creak, creak. Zhang Sin was hit where it hurt, his fists clenched tightly as his anger ignited. As a dignified 4th-level 9th-tier strong fighter, being hunted by a mere 1st-level warrior and nearly losing his life. Because of this, he became a laughingstock in Chuanqing. Moreover, Zhang Sin would not allow someone who could restrain the wood spirit body to grow stronger. No matter what, Lin Bei must die. I've already come, according to our agreement, you should now release them and hand over the high-energy particle bomb. Lin Bei pointed at the near-death Jiang Hao and old Liang pinned to the trunk. I can't hand them over. Zhang Sin shook his head. Are all strong fighters in Chuanqing untrustworthy like you? Lin Bei mocked. I never said I would exchange their lives for the high-energy particle bomb, it was Jiang Junju who misunderstood my meaning. Zhang Sin smirked, keen to see Lin Bei's flustered expression. But unfortunately, Lin Bei was not flustered. Because he knew that an organization that would stop at nothing to achieve its goals could never be trustworthy. At this moment, the black-robed man stepped forward, still wanting to try once more. Lin Bei, Jiang Yunqing has been blocked behind, she has no time to come save you. If you want to live now, you can only join us in Chuanqing. Both Jingbei University and General Yi have tried to recruit me, offering their respective terms. You in Chuanqing only know how to threaten? That's just too low, no wonder you've lived like sewer rats all these years and never made it big. Lin Bei dismissed him disdainfully. Chapter 67, Living Puppets. Taking down together. Seeking honor. We can also make conditions, ensuring better terms than Jingbei University and the military. The black-robed man promised. Don't be fooled, he just wants to buy time. Zhang Sin interrupted. Watching Lin Bei's sneering smile, the black-robed man finally grasped the situation. Suddenly furious, dare to trick me. You seek death. Want to kill me? You need the ability to do so. Lin Bei immediately used the Wind Thunder Steps to create distance. After several days of training, Wind Thunder Steps had reached perfection. At high speeds, it was as swift as the wind and as quick as thunder, leaving behind it most 3 identical shadow images of himself. Hurry up! Don't let him escape. Zhang Sin urged. Rest assured, a mere first rank cannot escape my grasp, the man in the black robe sneered, and 3 more puppets emerged from the forest, surrounding Lin Bei and blocking all his escape routes. Living puppets? Lin Bei was shocked. These 3 puppets looked no different from ordinary people, but their faces were pale, their eyes vacant, and their movements were very stiff. Clearly, they were no longer alive. You are not old, but you know quite a lot to recognize living puppets. The man in the black robe proudly introduced the three puppets as if presenting perfect works of art. Puppets made of wood or iron are just empty shells and not very powerful. Puppets made from living humans can possess the talents and skills they had in life, making them much stronger. However, the success rate of creating living puppets is extremely low, and the method of creation has been lost for over 100 years. At this moment, Lin Bei understood why Jiang Hao and old Liang were still alive in Xuanqing's hands. The man in the black robe must also plan to turn them into puppets. You have the talent of the elemental tyrant and master so many powerful skills. If you are refined into a puppet, you would definitely be a treasure. Hee hee hee. The man in the black robe let out a strange laugh, and the three puppets immediately launched an attack. Lin Bei used wind thunder steps to dodge and took out the dragon bone bow and dragon bone arrows from his storage ring. The moment he took them out, he secretly activated the high explosive bomb. He had initially sought out Shen for this high explosive bomb to deal with Xuanqing, and now it finally came in handy. The high explosive bomb was silently counting down in the storage ring, without a sound or any sign. Once it detonated, the storage ring would be blown to ashes, and the terrifying power could at least severely injure Zhang Sen and the man in the black robe. But there was one condition: the two had to be close enough to the high explosive bomb and have no time to defend. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two dragon bone arrows flew out at supersonic speed, instantly pinning two of the puppets to a tree. The puppets were not afraid of pain, forcing their way through the dragon bone arrows, and each developed a blood hole in their bodies. Good bow. Good arrows. The man in the black robe's eyes showed a greedy glint. Don't waste any more time. Kill him quickly. The god-slaying thunder spear and the dragon bone bow belong to you. The insect armor belongs to me. Zhang Sen urged again. His body is also mine. The man in the black robe pointed, and the three puppets simultaneously used their talents and skills, attacking Lin Bei in unison. Success rates for creating puppets from living people are higher, and they can retain all the talents and skills of the living. But creating them from the dead has a lower success rate and may not retain all talents and skills. However, Jiang Yunqing was already rushing over. There was no time to waste with Lin Bei. Lin Bei used the wind thunder steps to appear to dodge, but in reality, he was calculating the explosion range to avoid affecting Jiang Hao and old Liang, who were pinned to the tree. This distance should be enough. Is it really necessary to be so troublesome for a first-rank ant? Zhang Sen asked in confusion. The man in the black robe, annoyed that he hadn't taken Lin Bei down after several attacks, grew angry upon hearing Zhang Sen's question. Damn. He almost killed you last time. Can he be an ordinary first rank? Once again being poked at a sore spot, Zhang Sen's face darkened as he held back his anger. Jiang Yunqing is still behind. It's best to kill him quickly. I know. Unable to watch any longer, the man in the black robe took action himself, seizing the opportunity while the three puppets blocked Lin Bei's escape path, and threw a punch. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. Ninth Layer. Lin Bei took out the god-slaying thunder spear, the spear tip bursting with thunder as it stabbed at the man in the black robe. Boom! The armor-breaking effect erupted, and the man in the black robe's arm instantly shattered, turning into a pile of shredded meat. The black robe was also torn apart by this force. Revealing its true form, it was actually a puppet. Puff! Suddenly, a dark arrow shot through Lin Bei's back head, creating a blood hole the size of a thumb. Blood poured out, and in an instant, his body was drained of all strength. With a bang, Lin Bei fell to the ground, completely out of breath. So hard to kill even at the first stage. If he steps into the fourth stage, I'm afraid neither of us will be his match. The man in the black robe still felt lingering fear from that shot. But soon, this fear was replaced by excitement. He quickly stripped the insect armor off Lin Bei, along with taking the god-slaying thunder gun and dragon bone bow. Then he crouched down, obsessively admiring this perfect body. After killing Lin Bei, the god-slaying thunder gun and dragon bone bow belong to you, and the insect armor belongs to me. Didn't we agree on this? Zhang Sen rushed to the corpse but was still a step too late. Yes, the god-slaying thunder gun and dragon bone bow are my reward for helping you kill Lin Bei, but you didn't tell me that Jiang Yunqing would also intervene in this matter. I lost two fourth-stage puppets to block Jiang Yunqing. Is it too much to take one more insect armor? The man in the black robe forced a stiff smile, then pointed at the storage ring on Lin Bei's wrist. This kid must have many treasures. Everything in the storage ring belongs to you, so you haven't lost anything. The insect armor had already been taken away by him. Wanting to get it back would require killing him. But both of them were fourth stage ninth layer. It wasn't easy for Zhang Sen to kill him. The key was that there were all puppets here and they didn't know where the real bodies were. Killing him would only bring more trouble. So, Zhang Sen had no choice but to bite the bullet and swallow this humiliation before crouching down to open the storage ring. Beep. 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 Just as he opened the storage ring, a crisp ticking sound rang out. Zhang Sen raised his eyebrows. He felt the sound was somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Then his gaze focused on the interior of the ring, and the first thing he saw was a timer. Red numbers jumped, leaving only 3 seconds. Damn! This kid wants to die with me. Zhang Sen's pupils shook, and the fear of death surged over him again. At such a close distance and with such a short time, he definitely wouldn't make it in time to escape. He didn't even have time to think. Driven by the instinct to survive, Zhang Sen activated the wood spirit body, and countless wooden branches surged from the ground, forming thick wooden walls in front of him, trying to block the explosion's power. Boom! A dazzling and blinding white light erupted, instantly engulfing Zhang Sen and 4 puppets. Then came a deafening explosion, shaking the entire earth. At the center of the explosion, everything turned to ashes. The powerful shockwave spread in all directions, shattering boulders and uprooting trees. In the distance, Jiang Hao and old Liang, pinned to the tree trunk, were also blown away by this shockwave and fainted on the spot. After a long while, the light dissipated, and the dust cleared. A naked figure walked out from the center of the explosion. It was Lin Bei. Chapter 68, Harvesting Hidden Weapons. Puppet Master. Seeking the Golden List. The Immortal Divine Phoenix Body. Indeed terrifying. Lin Bei secretly marveled. His whole body, both inside and out, was perfectly intact, not a single hair was missing. Even being blown to ashes, he could resurrect. This truly deserved to be the top of the extraordinary bodies. Moreover, Lin Bei's realm had advanced further, stepping from the first stage 9th layer into the second stage. With a lower realm, the improvement in strength after rebirth would be significantly apparent. As the realm increases, the energy required to advance each level multiplies, and this improvement effect would inevitably weaken. This is why some prodigies can break through multiple realms in a month during their rookie period, but in the later stages, they may take several months to advance just one realm. However, Lin Bei had the SSS level talent, and with diligent effort, his cultivation speed was still hundreds of times faster than the average prodigy. Moreover, the reason the Immortal Divine Phoenix body ranks first on the extraordinary body list has always been its resurrection effect. Improvement in strength is just a side effect. Lin Bei turned his head and looked around. The ground was blown out into a long pit 20 meters long and 3 meters deep, the shockwave's lethal range exceeding 200 meters. At the center of the explosion, everything was obliterated, and Zhang Sen and the puppet were nowhere to be found. The god-slaying thunder gun, dragon bone bow, and bug armor were all 5th-tier quality, naturally safe and sound. Besides these 3 items, there was something else in the pit that was intact. Lin Bei bent down to pick it up and examined it closely. It resembled a wrist guard, with 6 small holes at the front, each containing a needle finer than a strand of hair. It looks a bit like a hidden weapon. Lin Bei cautiously slipped it onto his wrist. The next second, the wrist guard transformed with a mechanical feeling, until it perfectly fitted Lin Bei's wrist. In the whole world, only Sciency could create such a precise weapon. Lin Bei turned his wrist over to look closely, and indeed in the corner, he saw Sciency's exclusive mark. After transforming, the wrist guard also revealed a button at the front. At this point, it could be basically concluded that this was a hidden weapon produced by Sciency. Surviving such a massive explosion unharmed, while being carried by Zhang Sen, a 4th-tier 9-layer warrior, its power could definitely kill a 5th-tier warrior. Zhang Sen, worried about unreliable teammates, specifically brought this thing as a backup, right? What a pity that in the end, it all comes to me. Lin Bei's mouth curved upward, instantly running towards Jiang Hao and the others. Both of them were heavily injured and had been dazed when pinned to the tree. After enduring the shockwave from the explosion, they had already fainted. Before setting off, Lin Bei had placed all the purchased potions in the 8th Battalion, knowing that once the high-energy bomb exploded, everything in the storage ring would disappear. So, Lin Bei directly opened Jiang Hao's storage ring, and the first thing that caught his eye was the high-energy particle bomb. Lin Bei took out a few recovery potions, fed them to the 2, and then took out clothes to wear. Moments later, Jiang Hao was the first to wake up, looking at Lin Bei in front of him and thinking he was hallucinating. Lin Bei, are you also dead? Lin Bei had a black line on his face and explained, I'm not dead, and neither are you. Fallen into Chuanqing's hands, how could we possibly survive? Jiang Hao looked around in disbelief, and indeed there were no signs of Zhang Sen and the black-robed man, only the huge pit that suddenly appeared in the distance. What kind of terrifying power must it take to create such a big pit? A 3rd-tier warrior definitely couldn't do it, and even a 4th-tier would struggle to achieve it. But besides Lin Bei, no 4th person could be found at the scene. The 2 people from Chuanqing have already been blown to death by me. Lin Bei explained concisely. Jiang Hao's face was full of suspicion, clearly not believing this answer. The strong from Chuanqing are all as cunning as monkeys, how could they be easily blown up? And to blow up 2 at once? Time is pressing, we must focus on placing the high-energy particle bomb. Lin Bei said, taking Jiang Hao's storage ring and putting it on his own hand. What are you doing? Jiang Hao grabbed Lin Bei tightly. Instructor Jiang, you are seriously injured and are no longer fit to continue the mission, Lin Bei said. But it's not for you to decide. Jiang Hao held on to Lin Bei tightly without letting go. Eliminating Chu Wenqing does not mean that all crises are resolved. Going further will lead into the territory of the 5th-tier giant beasts, which are all powerful 5th-tier giant beasts, the danger level maxed out. Even a 5th-tier powerhouse like Zhang Yunqing could perish within. Lin Bei didn't want to expose the secret of the immortal divine phoenix body, so he had no choice but to mention Yi Junshin. Instructor Jiang, I have life-saving methods left by Yi Junshin, these 5th-tier giant beasts can't harm me at all. The death of the Chu Wenqing warriors is also related to Yi Junshin, right? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Lin Bei nodded without hesitation. Jiang Hao suddenly realized that if this matter related to Yi Junshin, then it made much more sense for the Chu Wenqing warriors to be blown up. Okay, since you're absolutely confident, I won't say more. I'll send Instructor Jiang back. Lin Bei looked at the recently awakened Lao Liang and said. Understood. Lao Liang nodded, immediately using his Earth Escape ability to take Jiang Hao away. Ha ha. Ha ha. I really didn't expect that besides having the elemental tyrant talent, you also possess the even rarer undying divine phoenix body. You are simply perfect puppet material. At that moment, a cold and eerie laugh echoed from the shadows. Soon after, another man in a black robe stepped out from the darkness. He raised his head, staring lifelessly at Lin Bei. Another puppet. Don't worry, I will keep the secret for you, because your secret will soon become mine. Ha ha. The man in the black robe walked step by step towards Lin Bei. Since you know my secret, there's no reason to let you live. Lin Bei's wrist turned down, concealing a deadly intent. A mere 2nd-tier dares to boast in front of me. The man in the black robe grinned stiffly, unleashing a powerful pressure of 4-tier 9 levels. Lin Bei. At the critical moment, Zhang Yunqing stepped through the air and fell in front of Lin Bei. Jiang Hao and Lao Liang have already left, the high-energy particle bomb is on me. Lin Bei explained. Zhang Yunqing nodded, her eyes filled with killing intent as she glared at the man in the black robe. You filthy bastard. How dare you wreak havoc in my northern territory? Today, you will have no way back. Commander Jiang, your S-level control talent is indeed very strong, but since I dare to come to the northern territory, I am certainly well prepared. The man in the black robe coldly laughed, waving his hand to reveal 30 puppets from his storage ring. This group of puppets scattered, their faces displaying stiff smiles, their eyes lifelessly staring at Lin Bei and Zhang Yunqing, an eerie sight that made one's skin crawl. Besides the number, what troubled Lin Bei and Zhang Yunqing even more was the strength of these puppets. The weakest were all 3-tier, with one 5-tier puppet and nearly 10 4-tier 9-level puppets. Zhang Yunqing frowned, feeling the tremendous pressure. Did you bring out all your assets just to kill Lin Bei? No, it would be too much of a waste to kill such an excellent material like Lin Bei. I want to make him the most perfect work of art of my life. The man in the black robe had a crazed expression. These puppets cost him decades of hard work and are invaluable. But as long as he can turn Lin Bei into a puppet, destroying all the puppets is worth it. Crazy. Zhang Yunqing cursed, turning to Lin Bei in warning, since the high-energy particle bomb is in hand, we should retreat quickly. Chapter 69, 6th-tier Beast King. True form Xiaoyu. Seeking gold ranking. Lin Bei did not respond, rushing towards the 5-tier beast point. The counterattack plan had already been delayed for several days, with heavy losses in various camps putting immense pressure on everyone. If it continued to drag on, some defensive lines would surely collapse. Moreover, once they retreated to headquarters, Zhang Yunqing would definitely arrange for others to carry out the placement task. Such a great merit would be given away for nothing. And most importantly, the man in the black robe already knew the secret of Lin Bei's undying divine phoenix body and had to be eliminated. Lin Bei could only deeply delve into the 5-tier beast point, giving the man in the black robe continued opportunities to pursue him, which also gave him a chance to counterattack. Hey! The way back is this way. Zhang Yunqing shouted. Commander Jiang. Leave the task of placing the high-energy particle bomb to me. Please hold off these puppets for me. Lin Bei activated the wind thunder step and hurried away. Zhang Yunqing wanted to persuade him further, but Lin Bei had already vanished without a trace, cursing, the upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. The 8th camp is full of stubborn donkeys that are not afraid to die. Go! The man in the black robe flicked his fingers, and 2 3-tier puppets chased after Lin Bei. You filthy bastard! Your opponent is me. Zhang Yunqing soared into the air, fiercely tearing the 2 3-tier puppets apart. Since Commander Jiang is so eager for battle, then I'll entertain you, and today we will determine our fates. Facing the 5-tier S-level powerhouse, the man in the black robe dared not let his guard down, needing to summon all his energy to fight. His true form is hidden nearby. The action is indeed risky, but as long as they can capture Lin Bei alive, no risk is too big. That is the undying divine phoenix variant. And it possesses the talent of the elemental tyrant. Turning Lin Bei into a puppet, then slowly nurturing and upgrading him, he will become the world's #1 puppeteer. At the same time, Lin Bei entered the territory of the 5th grade giant beasts. Although his strength is not as good as Zhang Hao's, he has comprehended danger perception. After promoting to the 2nd grade, the range of danger perception expanded to 100 meters around him. Once a 5th grade giant beast appears within the perception range, Lin Bei will immediately sense and evade. The explosion range of the high-energy particle bomb is limited. I need to go deeper. Lin Bei advanced cautiously, occasionally glancing back. The only methods he has to kill the man in black are two: a high-energy particle bomb in his hand and the hidden weapon he obtained from Zhang Sr. The self-destructive method has already been used once, it's hard to succeed a second time. That leaves only this hidden weapon. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the roars of giant beasts echoed through the air. The ground trembled and buzzed, raising a cloud of dust more than a meter high, as numerous 5th grade giant beasts rushed towards the northern border. Just when Lin Bei was puzzled, another roar sounded from behind. This sound was incredibly sharp, as if it could tear the soul apart. Looking up, he saw a flying giant beast with a wingspan of over 30 meters circling and screeching in the sky. Thunderfire Eagle. 6th grade Beast King. Lin Bei's heart shook violently. Under normal circumstances, the strongest giant beasts beyond the 4th realm should be 5th grade. Any beast above the 5th grade would be transported to the beast battlefield by space warriors. Unless this Thunderfire Eagle has just advanced to the 6th grade. Giant beasts outside the secret realms are strictly divided by strength and territory. In the deepest parts, there are many 5th grade giant beasts. They do not care about the lives of the lower grade beasts outside. Moreover, these 5th grade giant beasts do not submit to each other, making it hard to form a unified camp. Now it's different. A 6th grade Thunderfire Eagle has been born in the 5th grade giant beast territory. With its absolute strength and the considerable wisdom of higher grade beasts, it undoubtedly becomes the king of all beasts outside the realm. In the eyes of the Beast King, the places outside the northern border are all its territory. It cannot simply watch as humans devour it. Now, with the 6th grade Beast King commanding them, these giant beasts outside will form a cohesive battle force, at least increasing their strength by 2 levels. And this is just the battle power of the giant beasts. It doesn't even count the 6th grade Thunderfire Eagle. Don't forget, the #1 powerhouse in the northern border, Jiang Yunqing, is only 5th grade level 1. In this situation, the high-energy particle bomb will no longer play a decisive role. It may even provoke the giant beasts and trigger a large-scale beast tide again. The top priority now is to inform General Jiang and prepare. Lin Bei turned decisively and headed back the way he came. After running for a while, he was blocked by a man in black. The man grinned menacingly. "Lin Bei, we meet again." Lin Bei was taken aback but unafraid, saying, "The puppets are all used up, the true form finally reveals itself? Not afraid of death? I know you have a high-energy particle bomb in your hand, but the same method cannot kill me twice," said the man in black, taking something from his storage ring, explaining, "This is a control device produced by science, able to link and control all science-produced items within its detection range. If you don't believe it, you can press the activation button of the high-energy particle bomb right now." Lin Bei, not believing in evil, pressed the activation button, and as the timer reached 0, it indeed did not explode. The power of science technology once again opened Lin Bei's eyes. Such backdoor operations are very common. After all, science has to guard against various countries attacking them after purchasing their weapons and equipment. Isn't it a bit too close for comfort to obtain so many high-tech products from Saints? The man in the black robe cackled coldly and walked toward Lin Bei. "Just immediately become my puppet. Don't worry, this process will be quick and not painful at all." Getting closer, Lin Bei finally saw the man's face clearly. He seemed a bit familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. That's right. 7 parts resembled the divine General Xia from the military department of Wu City. The man in the black robe also noticed the surprise in Lin Bei's eyes, and then no longer concealed his identity. He took off the black robe and confessed, "You guessed correctly, Xia Chengyun, one of the 12 generals of the military department, is my father." "You are Xia Yu? But weren't you supposed to be dead?" Lin Bei suddenly realized. Back then, Xia Yu betrayed the Xia family and joined the All-Power. When Xia Changyun learned of this, he ruthlessly killed Xia Yu for the sake of righteousness. "The one who was killed back then was just a living puppet that looked like me," Xia Yu said. "Xia Changyun let you go." Lin Bei's heart jolted. Even he could tell the difference between a puppet and a real person. As a 9th-level powerhouse, Xia Changyun could not have overlooked this. He noticed it and claimed that Xia Yu had been killed, clearly intentionally giving Xia Yu a way out. Or perhaps one of the 12 generals of the military department, Xia Changyun, is also a member of the All-Power. Whether it is or not, it no longer matters. Xia Yu obsessively scrutinized Lin Bei from top to bottom, as if admiring a perfect work of art. "You All-Power really are remarkable. Lin Bei backed away step by step, looking for a chance to release his hidden weapon. Once released, the 6 needles would strike together. There is only one chance. Once released, it will be a guaranteed kill. Xiaoyu noticed the subtle movement of Lin Bei's wrist and contemptuously flicked his finger. In an instant, it seemed that several invisible threads bound Lin Bei's limbs and body, making him gradually stiff and uncontrollable. The perfect thunderstep that had been achieved became clumsy when executed. In the presence of the ancestor of all soldiers, his marksmanship also became sluggish and unfamiliar. It was as if a body had 2 souls. These 2 souls fought to seize control of the body, turning actions extremely stiff and strange. My S-level puppet talent not only allows me to refine puppets but also to control targets as puppets. With your mere 2nd level strength, you cannot break free from my control. Just obediently accept your fate. Xiaoyu lightly raised 2 fingers, controlling Lin Bei to slowly walk towards him. Lin Bei struggled while tightly gripping the god-slaying thunder gun. The struggle and the grip on the god-slaying thunder gun were all just feigned for Xiaoyu. Even getting closer to Xiaoyu without control was intentional. The real killing blow was the 6 silver needles hidden under his wrist. Watching Lin Bei's stiff movements of taking 2 steps forward and 1 backward, Xiaoyu's smile grew broader. Some 3rd-level martial artists are like marionettes in front of me. You are actually able to resist to this extent, truly worthy of the one chosen possessing the elemental tyrant talent and the undying divine phoenix body. But soon, you will become my strongest puppet. Ha ha ha. 10 steps. 5 steps. 3 steps. Lin Bei silently calculated the distance in his heart, then raised his arm and drew his gun. 9 layers of thunder gun technique. 9th layer. Zzzzz. Endless thunder surged from the gun body, like electric snakes gathering at the muzzle, radiating a terrifying light that was hard to look at directly. With one shot, it shattered everything. Having witnessed the power of this shot, Xiaoyu, afraid to take it head-on, did not dare to resist. He waved his hand, and the arm that Lin Bei used to hold the god-slaying thunder gun, against his will, stabbed downward. The sharp gun tip pierced the ground, and the terrifying thunder incinerated nearby grass and wood into ashes. The opportunity came. Lin Bei's expression brightened, and he immediately pressed the switch for the hidden weapon. But just as his finger was about to touch the switch, he was bound by a powerful mysterious force. Xiaoyu grabbed Lin Bei's arm and lifted it up, looking at the hidden weapon on the wrist. With a smirk he said, Zhang Sen's Xianin sleeve arrows were indeed taken by you. Your act was good, and the idea was not bad, but sadly your strength is lacking a bit. Don't be too happy too soon, Lin Bei said. If you have other tricks up your sleeve, just use them all, Xiaoyu mocked. Look at the sky, Lin Bei said. 6th Order Beast King. Xiaoyu looked up, a gigantic figure blotted out the sun. It was the Thunderfire Eagle. Taking advantage of his distraction, Lin Bei exerted all his strength to press the switch of the hidden weapon. Swoosh! 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 6 silver needles shot out, flying towards the Thunderfire Eagle under Xiaoyu's gaze. The silver needles moved incredibly fast, piercing through the mighty wings of the Thunderfire Eagle in the blink of an eye, creating 6 bloody holes. Screech! The Thunderfire Eagle screamed in agony, lowering its head to viciously glare at Lin Bei and Xiaoyu on the ground. In the eyes of the giant beast, there was no distinction between good and bad among humans, no difference in camps, only strong and weak. When faced with the strong, it would cower. When confronted with the weak, it would simply eat them. In fact, the Thunderfire Eagle had long noticed these 2 humans, it just ignored them because they were too weak. It was like a giant walking down the street, encountering ants as tiny as grains of sand. It wouldn't bother turning its head to crush them. But now, it was different. The tiny ants dared to attack the giant, simply seeking their own demise. Holy shit! You crazy bastard! Xiaoyu panicked immediately. Afraid? If you're scared, that counts as time wasted, Lin Bei grinned brightly. Xiaoyu's face was grim, filled with regret and anger. He lifted Lin Bei's hand that was disguised with the Xianin sleeve arrows to take a closer look at the hidden weapon on the wrist, not expecting that this careless move actually created an opportunity for Lin Bei to ambush the Thunderfire Eagle. If he had pressed the arm down, the sleeve arrows would have only shot into the ground. Now that the 6th Order Beast King Thunderfire Eagle was locked onto them, capturing Lin Bei alive was impossible. He had to think about how to escape. Screech! The Thunderfire Eagle unleashed another piercing shriek, then spewed out high-temperature flames mixed with lightning power from its mouth. The thunderfire cascaded down like a waterfall from the sky, burning everything in its path. With the furious attack of the 6th Order Beast King, standing firm against it meant searching for death. Xiaoyu helplessly let go of Lin Bei, constantly dodging the thunderfire. Zing! Zing! As the thunderfire approached, Lin Bei tilted his head back, arms wide open, standing still in place. His clothes turned to ashes, completely naked, with only the Xianin sleeve arrows and the storage ring left on his wrist. Xiaoyu! You need to run faster, or you'll end up dead. Lin Bei, smiling, loudly reminded. If*** K your mother. Xiaoyu cursed, furious enough to want to skin Lin Bei alive. Lin Bei possessed the elemental tyrant talent, fully immune to all attributes. He also had the undying divine phoenix body, a true immortal existence. And although Xiaoyu had a 4th order level 9 and S-class puppet talent, facing the 6th order Beast King Thunderfire Eagle now meant only running for his life. Damn it! I shouldn't have revealed my true form. Xiaoyu continued to shout curses. He had been cautious with puppets for half his life, only to sink in Lin Bei's hands at the last moment. Not only had he lost all his puppets, but he might also lose his life here. The more Xiaoyu thought, the angrier he became. Simply insulting Lin Bei's family wasn't enough, he cursed the already dead Zhang Sun 1,000 times. Screech! As Xiaoyu ran further away, the Thunderfire Eagle roared and chased after him. Holy shit! It was Lin Bei who used the hidden weapon to hurt you, not me. Why are you only fixing your gaze on me? Xiaoyu dodged left and right, evading. Lin Bei, unhurried, took out a new military uniform from the storage ring and put it on, watching the show and saying, instead of cursing, why not escape quickly, it's about to catch up with you. Xiaoyu looked back and saw the Thunderfire Eagle was only a few meters away from him, his heart jumped to his throat. Lin Bei. You have the elemental tyrant talent and the undying divine phoenix body. You must be able to think of a way to divert the Thunderfire Eagle. If you save me this time, I promise all past grievances will be erased. I guarantee I won't bother you again. And I can also keep your secret. If you die, won't everything disappear? Lin Bei said. I still have many treasures and resources. I can give them all to you. Xiaoyu continued to raise the offer. If you die, won't all of this be mine? Lin Bei said. Fuck you. Xiaoyu exploded on the spot. In an instant, the Thunderfire Eagle swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws striking Xiaoyu. The claws dug 3 inches into his flesh, crushing the bones. Sizzle! The Thunderfire Eagle used its claws forcefully, tearing Xiaoyu's body in half. Blood splattered everywhere, and Xiaoyu did not die immediately. He still had his eyes open, looking at the shrieking Thunderfire Eagle, his eyes filled with endless regret. If he hadn't agreed to help Zhang Sun, if he hadn't used his true form, he wouldn't have ended up like this today. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world, everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Screech! The Thunderfire Eagle turned its gaze, looking fiercely at Lin Bei on the ground. Chapter 7, Puppet Secret Technique. Dragon Group Strong Ones. Seeking the Golden List. Come on. Lin Bei opened his arms fearless. Screech! The Thunderfire Eagle felt provoked and spewed thunder and fire, engulfing Lin Bei. As the thunder and fire disappeared, Lin Bei stood there unharmed. In the Thunderfire Eagle's long, narrow eyes, surprise appeared just like a human's. Then, 2 more bolts of thunder and fire shot out. Around Lin Bei, a radius of hundreds of meters was burned bare by the flames. But as the flames vanished, Lin Bei still stood there with a smile. Screech! The Thunderfire Eagle dived down in disbelief, its sharp claws piercing into Lin Bei's body. Sizzle! With a slight force, it tore the body into bloody halves. But the next second, the severed upper and lower halves moved simultaneously and reconnected. The surprise in the Thunderfire Eagle's eyes grew stronger, and it immediately rushed up to tear the 2 halves into pieces. The pieces crumbled like mud, it couldn't possibly not be dead yet, right? However, the scattered bits of flesh on the ground reassembled together. After reassembling, there were no signs of stitching on the body. The Thunderfire Eagle was dumbfounded, it kept trying to burn, strike with lightning, and tear with its claws, even picking Lin Bei up and throwing him down from 1,000 meters high. It used almost every killing method it could think of but could not kill Lin Bei. After a while, the Thunderfire Eagle gave up. It roared at Lin Bei in frustration and led the giant beast army toward the northern defense line. The first on the list is indeed terrifying. Lin Bei couldn't help but feel again from the bottom of his heart. With every revival, his strength would improve a little. After being killed by the Thunderfire Eagle countless times, his realm directly rose from 2nd level, 1st tier to 2nd level, 3rd tier. After the excitement, Lin Bei gradually calmed down and walked to Xiaoyu's corpse. Although his body was broken in half, the storage ring was intact. Opening the storage ring, Lin Bei poured out all the items inside. Aside from some change of clothes and personal belongings, there were indeed a lot of valuable things left, making Lin Bei's eyes widen. There were more than a dozen 2nd and 3rd grade spirit medicines, and even a few 4th grade spirit medicines, along with a large amount of gold bricks. In this resource-scarce era, gold is worth more than paper money, recognized as hard currency worldwide. Estimating by the number of gold bricks, there should be around 60 to 70 million. Adding the spirit medicines and other valuable items, the total value exceeded 100 million. It is known that the insect armor capable of making 5th level armor sells for only 40 million to the martial arts guild. Now these items, however, are worth 1 billion. If all this money is used to buy cultivation resources, it could easily push Lin Bei's realm up to 3rd tier. What is this? While Lin Bei was counting this pile of valuable items, he suddenly discovered a book tucked inside. A diary? Who writes a diary seriously? But to be with this pile of valuable things, it must be something worthwhile. Lin Bei picked it up and took a look. For big words were written on the cover, Puppet Secret Technique. No wonder Xiaoyu can create living puppets. It turns out he has mastered the puppet secret technique, which has been lost for nearly 100 years. Lin Bei suddenly understood, this was a treasure worth its weight in gold. The value of this puppet secret technique alone far exceeded the total worth of this pile of things. If he encountered a warrior with awakened puppet talents, he could sell it for an even higher price. Lin Bei casually flipped through a few pages. The secret technique recorded 2 kinds of puppet crafting methods in total. One is the ordinary humanoid puppet, made from wood or metal, created to have simply brutish strength and high defense. The other is the living puppet, crafted from a human as the material. Once forged, it retains the person's talents and martial arts, making it even more powerful. However, only warriors with awakened puppet talents can use the second crafting method. Lin Bei quickly skimmed through a few pages and closed the book. The situation was grave, and there was no time for him to slowly study this puppet secret technique. The urgent thing now was to quickly find Jiang Yunqing and prepare her for the coming battle. The beast tide commanded by the 6th tier Beast King would definitely be a catastrophic disaster for the northern border. Crack! Crack! At that moment, a slender black line suddenly appeared in the blue sky. Then, the black line was pulled open by mysterious power, forming a shape like a huge eye. Tearing space? A 9th tier expert? Lin Bei felt shocked, staring intensely at the crack. The last time during the hunt for Zhang Xin in the intermediate secret realm, Old Qin had also torn space. That was a genuine old-fashioned 9th tier expert. If a human 9th tier expert intervened in this battle, a mere 6th tier Thunderfire Hawk would be nothing to worry about. But if it was a universal expert, that would be an entirely different scene. The huge black cavity that suddenly appeared in the sky caught the attention of the entire northern border battlefield. Under the gaze of countless people, a man and a woman walked out from inside. The man on the left wore a military uniform, with a sturdy build and a chiseled face, exuding a chilling aura. The woman on the right wore a tight black leather suit, her hot body curves fully revealed. Her long, wine-red hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. With exquisite and stunning features, she radiated a bewitchingly alluring charm. Especially her bluish eyes, which seemed to possess a soul-capturing magic. Just a glance made one feel like their soul was about to be snatched away. Lin Bei looked at the enchanting woman. She looked back at him and playfully blew a kiss. Little Lin Bei, we meet. You look even more handsome than in the photos. Her voice was sweet and bewitching, making those who heard it feel weak in the knees. Lin Bei dared not look directly any longer and quickly averted his gaze. What's wrong? Don't you like your sister? The enchanting woman walked toward him, stopping in front of Lin Bei, her slender and gentle right hand lightly caressing his cheek, sliding down his neck and resting on his chest. Lin Bei guessed their origins and politely said, "New member of the Dragon Group, Lin Bei, greetings to both seniors." Senior sounds so old-fashioned, just call me charming sister. The enchanting woman took a step closer, her 2 mountains pressing against Lin Bei's arm. Stop messing around, charming. We need to deal with these giant beasts first. The man in military uniform smiled at Lin Bei and then gave orders to the enchanting woman. Little Lin Bei, you should head back for now. Sister will come find you later. The enchanting woman blew another kiss, then she and the military man plunged into the group of giant beasts. From their aura, it was clear that neither of them was a 9th tier expert. But since they could speak so lightly about dealing with the group of giant beasts, their strength was at least 6th tier. Thinking of this, Lin Bei used wind thunder steps to rush back, and on the way, he happened to encounter Jiang Yunqing. Commander Jiang. Lin Bei. Lin Bei? You're still alive? Jiang Yunqing was greatly shocked. A 4th tier and 9th circle universal expert was chasing from behind, while he also had to face the group of 5th tier giant beasts in front. Being caught between a wolf and a tiger, and he still managed to survive. How lucky can one be? Jiang Yunqing could only think about luck. She never imagined that Lin Bei could kill Xiaoyu. After all, the gap in strength between them was too great. Lin Bei smiled and proactively skipped the topic. Commander Jiang, a 6th tier beast king, the Thunderfire Eagle, has emerged abroad. It was originally a disaster, but now that a powerful force from the military has appeared, all crises have been resolved, leaving only the cleanup of many lower tier giant beasts. Do you know those 2 people just now? Jiang Yunqing asked. Lin Bei nodded. All right. With military powers supporting us, this war just got a lot simpler. Jiang Yunqing sighed in relief and immediately took Lin Bei back to the headquarters. Chapter 72, Meeting Yi Shao again. Arrest Lin Bei. After a long time, Jiang Yunqing and Lin Bei arrived at the headquarters command room. She urgently summoned the generals of each battalion and laid out the latest combat plan. The 5th-tier giant beasts and the 6th-tier Thunderfire Eagle had already been dealt with by the military powers. On the front battlefield, only giant beasts below the 4th tier remained. For the North Border Army, this was tremendous news. From the generals to the new recruits, everyone was excited upon hearing this news as if they had been injected with adrenaline. After so many days of bloody battle, they finally saw the dawn of victory. After the arrangements were complete, Jiang Yunqing looked at Lin Bei and said, "You have gone through so many dangerous things, under normal circumstances, you should stay to rest. But since you hold 2 defensive lines in your hands, it would be best to keep a close eye until the war is over." "I understand." Lin Bei nodded, then turned and left the command room. Just as he pushed the door open and walked out, he collided with a familiar face. It was Yi Xiao. Behind him, there were several young men with arrogant expressions, all former members of the close team. Lin Bei glanced at him and was about to leave but was stopped by a young man behind Yi Xiao who reached out to block his way. "I'll say it once, get lost," Lin Bei coldly shouted. The young man turned to look at Yi Xiao, and seeing him nod, he immediately became arrogant. "A mere first-tier recruit dares to act tough in front of me, truly unaware of death." Body-tempering fist. Lin Bei unleashed a powerful punch. Mountain-shattering fist. The young man retaliated with a punch. Bang! The 2 punches collided, the young man's arm broke, and he spat blood as he flew backward. Meanwhile, Lin Bei stood unharmed at the spot, not a flush on his face nor a pant in his breath. A simple exchange made the outcome clear. A 2nd-tier triple against Lin Bei turned out to be so vulnerable. Didn't he just enter the 1st-tier 5th level during the 4 Realms competition? This kid has definitely entered the 2nd tier. It's not even half a month since the competition ended. This kid's cultivation speed is terrifying. Everyone in the close team was surprised. Yi Xiao looked at his injured subordinate covered in blood, his face darkening significantly. He signaled his subordinates to act, wanting to punish Lin Bei and simultaneously give Jiang Yunqing a display of power. Unexpectedly, he was throwing stones at his own feet. Jiang Yunqing also walked out of the command room, her eyes filled with surprise. When executing the counteroffensive plan, Lin Bei was only at the 1st-tier 9th level. In just a few days, he had surged to the 2nd-tier 3rd level. Such speed matched that of several months of hard training for others. A prodigy is indeed a prodigy, one cannot view him with the eyes of ordinary people. Next time, it won't just be about breaking an arm. Lin Bei pulled out the god-slaying thunder gun, his cold gaze sweeping over Yi Xiao and the others. Hearing this, Yi Xiao became furious. "Lin Bei, you kill comrades and now seriously injure my patrol team members. With 2 charges combined, you deserve the death penalty. What do you count as? You think you can judge me?" Lin Bei mocked. "I, Yi Xiao, Deputy Inspector of the North Border. I monitor the North Border Army above and the people of Dawn below. Do you think I have no right to judge you?" Yi Xiao brushed off the dust from his coat, raising his proud head to face Lin Bei, hoping to see a trace of fear on Lin Bei's face. However, Lin Bei laughed even louder. "A mere deputy inspector really has no qualifications." "Laugh. Go ahead and laugh. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. Take him away," Yi Xiao angrily commanded. Without waiting for them to act, Jiang Yunqing immediately stepped forward. "Yi Xiao, even if you are the Inspector General, on my northern territory, capturing my northern soldiers must have a reason that satisfies everyone, right? It was already mentioned that Lin Bei slaughtered his comrades and severely injured a member of the inspection team. I am justified in capturing him," Yi Xiao said. "The severely injured member of the inspection team was provoked by your people first. If they were outmatched, it cannot be blamed on Lin Bei. As for Lin Bei slaughtering his comrades, what evidence do you have?" Jiang Yunqing protectively shielded Lin Bei and questioned loudly. "Of course I have evidence." Yi Xiao had long expected such a scene, so he snapped his fingers. Soon, a few people walked over from a distance. Leading them was Fang Han, followed by a group of soldiers. "Inspector Yi, Commander Jiang, although I did not see Lin Bei directly kill Luo Ping, it is true that Luo Ping died under the Divine Kill Thunder Gun, and Lin Bei also admitted this matter himself," Fang Han replied honestly. "Lin Bei pretended to be supporting us, but in reality, he wanted to seize our defense line and share in the glory." "That's right. Captain Luo refused to give up the defense line. Lin Bei just took action to kill. Lin Bei even wanted to kill us all to silence us. Luckily Instructor Fang arrived in time." Many soldiers from the 3rd Battalion stood up to turn black and white, depicting Lin Bei as an irredeemable scoundrel. Just hearing their words, Jiang Yunqing knew it was unbelievably false. Purely throwing dirty water. It was even possible that Yi Xiao had bribed these people to slander Lin Bei. "I know Lin Bei's character, he would absolutely never slaughter his comrades on the battlefield." Jiang Yunqing vowed decisively. I killed him, but it was he who wanted to kill me first. There is nothing wrong with me killing him, Lin Bei boldly admitted. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Zhang Yunqing felt as if the sky had fallen. Hearing the latter half, her expression gradually improved. You are talking nonsense. Captain Luo is inherently good-natured. How could he possibly kill you? Clearly, you are talking out of your hat. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion jumped up in a panic, immediately standing up to refute. Commander Jiang, Lin Bei has already admitted to killing his comrade, what else do you have to say? Yi Xiao said. A killer is always killed, Lin Bei acted to protect himself, which is indeed not wrong, Zhang Yunqing stated. Whether it was deliberate murder or self-defense, Lin Bei's words do not count, nor do yours. I must take Lin Bei back for interrogation to verify the truth, Yi Xiao said, his lips curling into a wicked smile. As long as Lin Bei fell into his hands, he would have plenty of ways to torment Lin Bei. At that time, let alone admitting to a minor murder, even making Lin Bei admit he was an all-sex member would not be difficult. Zhang Yunqing saw through Yi Xiao's scheme and resolutely opposed, no. Commander Jiang, if you continue to obstruct, you will be disrespecting the laws of Long Country. Yi Xiao, whose strength was inferior to Zhang Yunqing, could only bring up the laws. What nonsense Long Country laws, this is clearly your personal grudge, Yi Xiao. Zhang Yunqing continued to protect Lin Bei. Lin Bei smiled and patted Zhang Yunqing, Commander Jiang, it's fine. If he catches me now, he will have to kneel and beg me to come out later. If you fall into Yi Xiao's hands, he will definitely torture you, then even white can be twisted into black. Zhang Yunqing said sternly. No problem. Lin Bei still wore a calm smile. He was a member of the Dragon Group, possessing the highest status privileges. Except for the military, no other force had the right to deal with him, and he could mobilize any local armed forces. More importantly, 2 powerful members of the Dragon Group were right in the Northern Territory. When they learned that Lin Bei was captured by Yi Xiao, they would definitely demand Lin Bei back at the first opportunity. A mere Tier 4 deputy inspector, does he really dare to challenge 2 Dragon Group powerhouses over level 6? Yi Xiao did not have that courage, nor the strength. Even if Luo Yuanshan came, he would have to step aside. Chapter 73, Turn it into an iron case. Seal the King Han Bing. Seeking gold tickets. Take him away. Yi Xiao waved his hand arrogantly, and several subordinates immediately escorted Lin Bei away. When Luo Yuanshan was dismissed, his followers left in disgrace. Now returning with a vengeance, right in front of Zhang Yunqing, capturing her prized talent, this feels so satisfying. A few people walked on the streets of the northern headquarters, holding their heads high, noses in the air. Soon, they drove away from the north, arriving at Zhengcheng Weicheng prison. Yi Xiao had just taken office as deputy inspector. Without a foundation in the north, he could only temporarily use Weicheng's place. We meet Deputy Inspector Yi Nie Shuang, the director of Weicheng, bowed respectfully. Take him down, remember to keep him isolated, Yi Xiao's gaze hinted. Nie Shuang nodded, turned around, and brought Lin Bei into the prison, finding a clean and bright cell. He first used his sleeve to wipe off the dust on the bed, then said, Brother Lin, please sit down. No need to make this difficult, just do your job well, Lin Bei said. Yes, Nie Shuang nodded repeatedly, then left the cell. On one side was the newly appointed Deputy Inspector Yi Xiao, and on the other was the champion of the Four Realms competition, a favored talent by the war god. Neither side was someone this little director could offend, he had to appease both. At this moment, Yi Xiao stood at the prison gate, watching the vehicles approaching in the distance, a smile appeared on his face. Captain Li Ji of the 3rd Battalion and several soldiers got out of the car, bowing respectfully. We meet Deputy Inspector Yi. I've been waiting for you, Yi Xiao said. Deputy Inspector Yi, can we finally finish off Lin Bei this time? Li Ji asked. As long as you describe the scene clearly, I have ways to turn this into an ironclad case. Yi Xiao vowed confidently. First, let the 3rd Battalion soldiers recount what happened, and then have Lin Bei memorize the details word for word. This way, both sides' testimonies would match. What if Lin Bei refuses to cooperate? Li Ji asked with concern. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to make Lin Bei kneel and confess, Yi Xiao said confidently, then added, I'm here in the north. Aside from the auction matters with the Martial Arts Business Association, my main focus is to take Zhang Yunqing down. You gather more people to write joint letters to complain about Zhang Yunqing, leave the rest to me. Alright. There are many people in the Northern Corps unhappy with that rotten bitch Zhang Yunqing. I'll handle the joint letters. Li Ji promised, patting his chest with a flattering smile. The former commander Luo Yuanshan was powerful, and even after being dismissed, he could elevate Yi Xiao to the position of inspector. Then after taking Zhang Yunqing down, who knows, he might push another one of his own to become the northern commander. By then, both the northern inspector and the northern commander would be his people. What could Zhang Yunqing use to fight back? And that bunch from the 8th Battalion, they all must be killed. Alright, go take care of it, Yi Xiao nodded with satisfaction, then led several soldiers from the 3rd Battalion into the prison. Yes. Li Ji replied and drove back to the north. Soon, Yi Xiao and the others arrived at the cell where Lin Bei was held. Looking at Lin Bei behind the iron door, Yi Xiao did not hide his smug smile, gloating, Lin Bei, if you had listened to advice back then and chosen to serve Commander Luo, would you be facing such an ending today? You must regret it now, right? A dog that has been expelled from the north can only be loved by you trash. Lin Bei scoffed. The enormous difference in situation made Yi Xiao feel no anger despite hearing such insulting words. On the contrary, he felt somewhat pleased. This meant Lin Bei was in a dead end, only able to vent his dissatisfaction with words. The power behind Commander Luo is unimaginable. He was able to easily push me to the position of deputy inspector, which shows just a bit. Honestly, with your potential, if you had chose to serve Commander Luo back then, your future position would definitely be above mine. But unfortunately, you have no future. Yi Xiao laughed mockingly and shook his head. Lin Bei also laughed, walking to the iron door, pointing at Yi Xiao's position. Confidence was high as he said, believe it or not, soon you will be kneeling here, begging me to let you out of this prison cell. Yi Xiao looked disdainfully, don't expect Jiang Yunqing to come rescue you, she can hardly protect herself. Besides, the inspector has the power to execute before reporting, the military is far away in Wuching, and even the divine Yi Jun cannot save you. You will surely die today. Upon hearing this, Lin Bei stopped talking nonsense and turned to lie down on the bed. Several days of battle had indeed left him exhausted. Now trapped in prison, it was just the right moment to rest. When will your testimonies be ready? Yi Xiao turned to the several soldiers from the 3rd Battalion behind him. 1 day? No. Half a day. At most half a day. We can prepare the testimonies without a flaw, the soldiers from the 3rd Battalion replied firmly. Go get ready. Yi Xiao opened the iron door of the prison cell and walked inside with a fierce expression. Since he had nothing to do, it was better to torment Lin Bei a little first. When the testimonies were ready, he could directly have Lin Bei sign and save time. At that moment, Director Nie Shuang of the Weicheng Division hurriedly ran in, Inspector Yi. Inspector Yi. Someone outside specifically wants to see you. Can't you see I'm busy? No visitors. Yi Xiao said impatiently. Inspector Yi, these 2 people outside, I'm afraid you must meet, Nie Shuang said. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised, and asked, 2 people? What's their background? It looks like they are strong figures from the military, I still don't know the specifics, but they said if you don't hand over Lin Bei, they will demolish our Weicheng Division prison. Nie Shuang said timidly. What outrageous arrogance! I want to see who is so bold. Yi Xiao snorted coldly and left Lin Bei behind as he stormed out. Arriving at the prison entrance, the street before him was empty. He thought Nie Shuang was playing tricks on him and instinctively wanted to question him. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the sky, Are you Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and discovered a man and a woman standing in the sky. Though neither displayed their powers, the pressure of strength they unconsciously released surpassed that of Luo Yuanshan by countless times. 6th-level powerhouses. Yi Xiao immediately adopted a posture befitting an inspector, trying to put their status on a level field. I am Inspector Yi Xiao, may I ask how to address the 2 of you? Han Bing. Yao Rao. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, it seemed these 2 were not significant figures within the military. Since he did not hold any power, even if they were strong, they wouldn't dare to break into the prison and take Lin Bei today. Otherwise, it would mean opposing the entire Dragon Kingdom. Considering this, Yi Xiao stood even straighter. I may not know what connection you have with Lin Bei, but Lin Bei slaughtered his comrades and severely injured the inspection team members. With 2 crimes combined, he deserves the death penalty, no one can take him today. Slap. Han Bing didn't bother with words and slapped Yi Xiao across the face with one hand, release him. Silence. The entire Weicheng Division prison fell dead silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yi Xiao in disbelief. A clear handprint was on his face, and blood was oozing from the corner of his mouth. In fact, whether he was seriously injured or lightly injured was not the point was that someone dared to publicly slap the inspector. It's important to note that even Jiang Yunqing, who was both the mayor of Jiang City and the chief of the Northern Army, didn't dare to act so dominantly in front of Yi Xiao. Who were these 2 people suddenly appearing in the sky? Humph. Yi Xiao spat out the blood from his mouth and disdainfully looked at Han Bing and Yao Rao. Do you know what the price will be for striking an inspector? Slap. Han Bing's hand came back for another slap. This slap was even stronger, sending Yi Xiao spinning in the air, crashing to the ground like a dead dog. His cheekbone dislocated and deformed, part of his teeth and spit flew out. One eye was bloodshot, completely turning red. Yi Xiao, filled with rage, crawled up from the ground and roared, I am the deputy inspector of the northern region appointed by the Elder Council of the Dragon Kingdom. The military supervisor commands. The dawn of the people below. Possessing the power to strike first and report later. How dare you continuously slap this inspector? Do you believe I can surely sentence you to death? An inspector is worth nothing. An elder of the round table is worth nothing. If you do not release Lin Bei, my next slap will take your dog life. Han Bing stepped forward, a terrifying pressure like a tidal wave surged, forcing everyone present to kneel on the ground. Yi Xiao was at the center of the pressure, his bones creaking as if they were about to be crushed by this force. But he did not submit, nor did he believe Han Bing dared to kill him. If you have the guts, try. Looking for death? Then I'll fulfill you. Han Bing's eyes changed, bursting forth with a chilling and extreme killing intent. He lightly curled a finger, and the space around Yi Xiao was instantly compressed. As the space continued to shrink, Yi Xiao's body was squeezed and deformed. A space warrior. Nie Shuang gasped in disbelief, waves of shock surged in his heart. In any country in the world, space warriors are the rarest existence. These warriors can build barriers through talent, maintaining the stability of secret realms, preventing giant beasts inside from rushing out. They can also quickly transport high-level giant beasts born in secret realms or outside to giant beast battlefields to avoid triggering large-scale beast tides. Space warriors above the 6th rank are even strategic talents for the country, receiving special protection and training. No wonder he dared to disregard the inspector and the elder of the round table, he indeed had this qualification. At this moment, not only did Nie Shuang see it, but others also realized it. With the special status of space warriors, as long as it isn't a treasonous crime, they are generally given the opportunity to redeem themselves. In other words, if he killed Yi Xiao today, Yi Xiao would die for nothing. Yi Xiao naturally understood this, his face suddenly pale, kneeling on the ground, desperately pleading, I was wrong. Officer Han. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. What a worthless scoundrel. Not shedding tears until seeing the coffin. Hurry and release Lin Bei. Han Bing waved his hand, terrifying power melting like rain and snow. Yes, I will go request now. Yi Xiao genuinely got scared, climbed up from the ground, and without catching his breath, stumbled into the city prison of Wei Chang. That killing intent was like a solid entity, even thinking about it now made his heart tremble. That wasn't a threat, he truly wanted to kill him. Inside the cell, Lin Bei saw Yi Xiao's wretched appearance and already guessed the situation, unable to help but smirk, Inspector Yi, you've come. Yi Xiao opened the cell door, swallowing all displeasure deep in his heart, you can leave now. Lin Bei shook his head, sitting with his legs crossed on the bed, to catch or to release, is it really that simple? Then what do you want? Yi Xiao asked. Kneel down and knock your head 100 times, only then will I consider leaving. Lin Bei said. Yi Xiao felt furious hearing this, wanting him to kneel and knock his head 100 times was worse than killing him, Lin Bei. I'm letting you go is already good enough. How dare you threaten me? Not knocking? Then that's settled. Lin Bei casually lay back on the bed, hands behind his head. Humph. I've given you a chance, since you are not leaving, then just wait to rot inside. Yi Xiao angrily left, flinging his hand. Those two outside were very powerful, he couldn't provoke them, so he had to pretend to be humble. But Lin Bei was just a second-tier warrior, with strength, identity, and status all inferior to him, he naturally couldn't be afraid of Lin Bei like he feared those two. Yi Xiao returned to the entrance and said honestly, you too, I gave Lin Bei the chance to come out, it's his own unwillingness to come out, so you can't blame me. Han Bing and the alluring figure exchanged glances, instantly understanding Lin Bei's thoughts, the former said firmly, if you put him in, you must bring him out, otherwise, you'll lose your dog life. I've opened the cell door, he's unwilling to come out himself, what can I do? Yi Xiao spread his hands, feeling helpless. That's your problem, I'm giving you 10 minutes. Han Bing started the stopwatch. Yi Xiao was filled with dark thoughts. Anger made him want to curse. Lin Bei clearly wanted to make things difficult for him, and the two people in front of him seemed to know this and deliberately cooperated. They were forcing him to kneel. A dignified deputy inspector of the northern region, a level 4 martial artist, leading a group of younger brothers. If he knelt before Lin Bei and knocked his head 100 times today, how would he have the face to live in the northern region in the future? But if he didn't do it, Han Bing would really kill him. Everyone present looked nervously at Yi Xiao, not daring to swallow even their saliva. Especially the few inspection team members following Yi Xiao, who initially thought that returning to the northern region was like a king's return. They had no idea they would end up in such a miserable situation. 5 minutes. Han Bing said, his killing intent cold. It's only been a little over a minute. Yi Xiao retorted. 4 minutes. Han Bing's killing intent grew even stronger. Creak. Creak. Yi Xiao, angry enough to crush the remaining half of his teeth, helplessly turned and walked back to the cell. A real man can bend and stretch. He would swallow this humiliation today, but one day, he would make them pay with their lives. Thud. Yi Xiao knelt in front of Lin Bei's cell, thudding his head on the ground madly. Soon, his forehead was split open, blood pouring out, and his head felt like a ball of mush. But compared to the pain in his body, the humiliation in his heart hurt even more. Han Bing only gave him 4 minutes, and he didn't dare waste a second. Finally, after 100 head knocks, Yi Xiao staggered to his feet, his face covered in blood, his eyes looking terrifyingly fierce. His head was dizzy, feeling like the whole world was violently spinning. He took 2 shaky steps and fell to the ground, fainting. You're quite good, you promised 100 knocks, and in the end, you had to add 1 more. Lin Bei chuckled mockingly, stepping over Yi Xiao's head. Outside the cell stood many inspection team members, heads lowered, not daring to meet Lin Bei's gaze, quietly moving aside to make way. Even the deputy inspector had ended up like this because of Lin Bei. If they dared to be as arrogant as they were when they caught Lin Bei, they would definitely lose their lives. Chapter 75, Auction Festival. World Talent Battle. Seeking gold tickets. Seeing Lin Bei come out of the prison, Yao Rao immediately approached him, her hands touching all over Lin Bei's body, with a concerned look. Little brother Lin Bei, are you hurt inside? Let sister check. Lin Bei's face turned red, awkwardly taking a half step back. Sister Yao Rao, I'm fine. That's good, otherwise, sister would crush that guy's head. Yao Rao said. At this moment, Han Bing also stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Han Bing. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Han. Brother Han. Lin Bei replied. Ha ha ha, great. Then let's go back. We can talk while we walk. Han Bing waved his hand, and a gentle power lifted Lin Bei and Yao Rao into the air, flying toward the northern region headquarters. Brother Han, sister Yao Rao, did you hurry to the northern region because you sensed the presence of the level 6 Thunder Fire Eagle? Lin Bei asked curiously. Han Bing shook his head, explaining, we originally wanted to attend the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association's auction festival, buy some good things, and then head to the beast's battle arena, but we happened to encounter a level 6 giant beast. According to the law of the Dragon Country, any martial artist above level 6, regardless of identity, status, or age, must serve at the beast's battle arena once a year. After completing their tasks, they can return. When Lin Bei reaches level 6, he will also be forced to serve at the beast's battle arena. Auction festival? Lin Bei raised an eyebrow, even more curious. In simple terms, it's an auction, but because it's annual, this auction will have more and rarer items, with higher quality. Han Bing said. Lin Bei nodded in sudden realization, and even strong figures like Han Bing and Yao Rao were attracted. This auction must have a lot of good things. And he just happened to have some pocket money, wouldn't it be a pity not to participate? Han Bing saw through Lin Bei's thoughts and explained, little brother, the auction event has a threshold, only members of silver tier and above are qualified to participate. Oh, I'm a gold member, Lin Bei said. Han Bing. Yao Rao. The membership levels of the martial arts chamber are bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme, making a total of 6 levels. Spending 100,000 can make you a bronze member. Spending 5 million can upgrade you to silver membership. You need to spend over 20 million to upgrade to gold membership. What does 20 million represent? The military gives Han Bing and Yao Rao only 100,000 each month. That's 1.2 million a year, and 12 million after 10 years. You must not eat or drink for over 10 years to save 20 million. The key is that the monthly salary has many uses, it can't all be spent at the martial arts chamber. So, for so many years, the two have remained silver members. In contrast, Lin Bei had just joined the military for a little over a month and, as a mere 2-star centurion, was already a gold member. People indeed die of envy. Lin Bei changed the topic and asked, by the way, I heard generally you say that killing an entire team is a greater achievement than killing a giant beast, so if I killed the whole team, Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu, can I be directly promoted to 1,000-man leader? Hearing this, Han Bing and Yao Rao both stopped, looking at Lin Bei in disbelief, and asked in unison, did you just say you killed who? Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu, Lin Bei replied. Hiss. Both were shocked. Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu were both 4th-tier 9th-level warriors, how could they have been killed by Lin Bei? Do you have evidence? Han Bing asked. Zhang Xin's body is completely gone, and Xiaoyu's body should still be outside, Lin Bei said. Although they found it hard to believe, Han Bing completely trusted Lin Bei's character. Otherwise, generally you wouldn't have invited him to join the dragon team, but the proper procedures must be followed, otherwise, it would be chaos. Alright, when we return to the northern headquarters, I will verify this with Yao Rao. However, simply based on these 2 heads, you can't be promoted to 1,000-man leader, but I can ask for some other rewards for you. What other rewards? That depends on what you need, I will apply to the military for you then. Lin Bei pondered for a long time and suddenly remembered the puppet secret technique he found on Xiaoyu's body, which required a lot of rare materials to craft, and said, I heard the military has plenty of materials, can you reward me with some rare materials? What materials do you want? Purple gold stone, skymark stone, meteorite iron, deep sea silver mother. Han Bing. Yao Rao. Both had black lines on their foreheads and were momentarily unsure how to respond. They thought Lin Bei only needed some common materials. Who would have guessed this kid had such big ambitions? Each of these 4 materials is extremely rare. Adding them all together is worth more than an ordinary 5th-tier weapon armor. With his achievements, normally he could only obtain 1 out of these 4 materials, at most, he might get 2. Han Bing didn't want to dampen Lin Bei's spirits and said tactfully, I will report to the military according to your request, but I cannot guarantee that I can get it approved. Alright, are there any other quick ways to promote me to 1,000-man leader? Lin Bei nodded and asked again. Han Bing thought for a while and said, apart from killing enemies and achieving merit, there is a shortcut for promotion, which is to bring glory to the country. How do I bring glory to the country? Lin Bei asked. Next month, there will be a world talent battle. If you can make it to the top 100, you can be promoted to 1,000-man leader. Han Bing said. Is it that simple? Lin Bei asked. Simple? There are 197 countries in the world. Each country will send 100 warriors to compete. That's 19,700 participants. Each participant is a prodigy that their country holds high hopes for, among whom are not a few SSS-level prodigies and even more terrifying SSS-level prodigies with powerful abilities. Moreover, any warrior under 20 can participate. You have just turned 18 not long ago, while others may have practiced for an extra year or 2 and can surpass you by a whole level. Han Bing's face was serious. Lin Bei, the World Genius Battle is not trivial, and the competitions you have participated in before are on completely different levels. The enchanting figure rarely showed a serious expression. The 2 of them had also participated in the World Genius Battle when they were young, naively thinking they were the protagonist of this world. But when they got to the arena, they realized that so-called prodigies were as common as cabbages by the roadside, just grabbing one would yield a handful. There were many prodigies stronger than the 2 of them. In the end, both of them stopped outside the top 100. To be honest, with your current strength, you truly have no rivals among your peers, but what if you aged 2 more years? Would you still dare to say you are invincible among your peers? And this is just the north. What about the prodigies from the southeast and southwest? Especially in the southeast, there are countless well-established martial arts families, and the prodigies they cultivate are far stronger than you can imagine. Han Bing did not want to undermine Lin Bei's confidence, but rather was giving him a precautionary warning. So that in the future, when faced with setbacks, he wouldn't fall apart and lose heart. Yes, Lin Bei, Han Bing is not exaggerating at all. To participate in the World Genius Battle, first, there are selections in each region, then all are sent to a secret base for intensive training, and finally, the 100 selected are all the cream of the crop. The enchanting figure took over the conversation. Chapter 76, Clean Out the Worms of the North. Lin Bei rewards his subordinates. After hearing this, Lin Bei nodded seriously. The new recruits competition and the 4-region competition are merely internal contests within the military circle, and everyone is a new recruit. If the age were adjusted 2 years up, the champions and runner-ups of the previous 2 4-region competitions would emerge. They were also outstanding prodigies, and having trained 2 more years than Lin Bei, their realms would surely be higher. This time, the World Genius Battle will select the strongest 100 from all prodigies under 20 in the Dragon Kingdom. After struggling to get through the Dragon Kingdom selection, he would have to compete with the 196 other countries, totaling 19,600 prodigies. To break into the top 100 is truly not an easy task. Lin Bei has many skills, but his low realm is a heart injury. For this auction at the martial arts business meeting, he must buy more spiritual medicine to enhance his realm. Not long after, the 3 arrived at the North headquarters. You're back. Zhang Yunqing looked Lin Bei up and down, asking with concern, did Ji Shao do anything to you? That guy knocked his own head and fainted. Lin Bei laughed heartily, recounting what happened in the Wei City prison. As Lin Bei's last word fell, everyone in the command room burst into laughter, feeling quite relieved. When Luo Yuanshan was still the military leader, Yi Shao had relied on his position as the captain of the personal guard to act arrogantly. Such a lowly person who bullies others with power deserves to be punished severely. After a simple chat, Lin Bei rushed to the front line without delay. Meanwhile, Han Bing and the enchanting figure began to confirm the evidence of Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu's murder. 3 days later, the war finally ended. The generals, 1,000-men captains, and 100-men captains gathered here, waiting for a reward for their merits. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. First of all, the 100-men captain of the 8th Battalion, Lin Bei, held the 2 important defense lines alone, risking his life to save Jiang Hao and Old Liang. He is awarded 300,000 military merits and 3 fourth-grade spiritual medicines. Jiang Yuncheng announced loudly. Thank you, General Jiang. Lin Bei gratefully accepted, returning the high-energy particle bomb that hadn't been placed. This is the reward you deserve. Jiang Yuncheng patted Lin Bei's shoulder with satisfaction, continuing to announce the rewards. Half an hour later, the rewards were finished, but the atmosphere in the command room was quite strange. Nearly half of the officers received no rewards at all. Jiang Yuncheng's lips curled up as she took out a letter from her storage ring and slapped it on the table. This joint letter was supposed to be handed to Yi Xiao, but she intercepted it. The paper was filled with dense names. Each name was stamped with a blood handprint. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these names were all officers from the Northern Army. From centurions to generals, all were on this piece of paper. People who did not understand the truth would look at this paper with a blank expression. But those who had written their names on the paper felt their hearts racing, anxious to the extreme. Thump! A centurion knelt down from his chair and pleaded, General Jiang. I was forced by Li Ji. I never wanted to sign this paper. With the first person, there quickly came a second, a third. I was also forced by Li Ji. He said that if I didn't sign, Yi Xiao wouldn't let me go. General Jiang. I am loyal to you. I would never betray you. Please believe me. Li Ji and Yi Xiao are in cahoots. We have all been fooled by them. As the situation unraveled, everyone stood up to accuse Li Ji and Yi Xiao, trying to clear themselves. Seeing this, Li Ji was not angry, nor did he bother to refute them. He just laughed loudly, his laughter full of sarcasm. Since ancient times, the victor is king and the loser is a bandit. Losing is losing. There's nothing to say. Kill or torture, do as you please. Jiang Yuncheng slammed the table, her powerful aura erupting as she scolded, all those on the list are dismissed, taken to the city guard for trial. General Jiang, I am innocent. Someone still clung to hope, kneeling at Jiang Yuncheng's feet, begging desperately. Jiang Yuncheng kicked him away. Come here. Take him away. When she first took office, she worried about how to root out the bugs cultivated by Luo Yuanshan. Now, it was easy, she didn't have to identify them one by one, these bugs had jumped out themselves. Now that the external problems of the northern region were settled, and the bugs cleared away, the remaining time could be used to recuperate and develop strength. Years later, the northern region would definitely no longer be the weakest among the 4 regions. At this moment, Lin Bei returned to the 8th camp, gathering 100 subordinates. Each of them rubbed their fists, their faces filled with anticipation. This is the first battle you fought with me, and you all did very well, Lin Bei praised. Boss, stop with the formalities, just tell us how many merits you're going to reward us, a veteran urged with a smile, and others echoed in agreement. Lin Bei smiled and made a gesture with his fingers, 6,000 merits each. At this moment, the place fell into complete silence, a pin drop could be heard. They were all battle-hardened veterans and naturally understood the military's reward system. Taking this battle as an example, on average, each person should receive around 2,000 in merit rewards. But Lin Bei opened his mouth to say 6,000, tripling the amount. For 100 people, that was 600,000 merits. The headquarters probably hadn't even issued Lin Bei that many merits. Boss, did I hear you right? You just said 6,000 merits per person, a veteran asked in disbelief. Yes, as long as you can win battles, I, Lin Bei, will never be stingy with your rewards, even if it's out of my own pocket. Lin Bei solemnly promised. Drawing a big pie is not as good as directly giving a big pie. Moreover, soldiers are different from other professions, every battle they fight risks their lives. The 6,000 merits is earned with their lives. Furthermore, the more merits they earn, the faster their strength grows, the greater their chances of winning battles, and the more merits they will gain. It's a virtuous cycle. The boss is so genuine. From now on, my life belongs to the boss. Even if I have to carry a pack for you, I will do it without regrets. I've been in the northern region for so many years, and I've never seen a centurion as generous as our boss. I'm sticking with the boss. Don't worry, boss. We will definitely not embarrass you. Everyone patted their chests, promising earnestly. Well, I have other matters, so let's disperse, Lin Bei said, then headed towards the Jiang City Martial Arts Trading Association. Soon, the news spread that. The doubters fell silent, tears uncontrollably flowing from the corners of their mouths. That was 6,000 military achievements. That's 6,000 for each person. While other ordinary soldiers mostly received just over 1,000 military achievements, at most 2,000. People fear comparison. The smallest casualties, the most rewards, who wouldn't envy this? In an instant, everyone in the north was eagerly anticipating Lin Bei's promotion to the 1,000 commander, hoping for a chance to serve under him. Chapter 77, President Huang Yu. Shilin Mechanical Arm. Seeking gold votes. After a long time, Lin Bei arrived at the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce, a building over 20 stories tall. The entrance of the building was already blocked, surrounded by a circle of caution tape. Inside and outside, 3 layers of people surrounded the caution tape, and traffic on nearby streets was paralyzed as a result. In addition to the large crowd of onlookers, there were also many people attending the auction festival. Besides familiar faces like Han Bing, Yao Rao, Yi Xiao, Lei Meng, Zhang Yunqing, and Nie Shuang, there were many newcomers. These newcomers came from not only the north but also other places. Enemies see each other and burn with resentment. Yi Xiao spotted Lin Bei in the crowd and hated him so much he wished to tear him apart. Lin Bei possessed danger perception, so when hostile gazes appeared around him, he sensed it immediately, turning to look at Yi Xiao, especially provoking his forehead by saying, "Oh, isn't this the inspection officer Yi? Looks like you're recovering well." Humph. Yi Xiao coldly huffed, angrily waving his hand and leaving. Lin Bei, younger brother, give your sister a kiss, and I'll help you deal with this annoying guy. Yao Rao leaned her cheek closer. Lin Bei took a half step back and looked at Han Bing, asking, "Brother Han Bing, how's the reward situation?" "General Yi has approved it, it should arrive tonight." "That being said, General Yi really cares about you, huh? He gave you all 4 types of materials without missing any." Han Bing said enviously. Lin Bei smiled. Once the materials arrived, he could start refining puppets. At this moment, Nie Shuang and Zhang Yunqing saw Lin Bei and came forward to greet him. "Dad, should we go up to greet them?" Lei Wen in the crowd looked at Lei Meng and asked. "There's no place for us, so let's not make ourselves uncomfortable." Lei Meng sighed with mixed feelings. One wrong step leads to more wrong steps. The Lei family had already missed the chance to befriend Lin Bei. The only thing to be grateful for is that the Lei family did not become Lin Bei's enemy. Otherwise, the Lei family would surely follow in the footsteps of the Han family. Han Zhentian hanged himself, and the rest of the Han family was all arrested. A small portion of the utterly guilty were sentenced to death by the City Enforcement Division, and the rest would all serve long prison terms, unable to get out for decades. After a moment, everyone was checked for identity and queued to enter. The auction hall was spacious enough to accommodate over 100 people, with several luxurious VIP rooms on the top. Lin Bei and the others sat together, while Yi Xiao, Lei Meng, and Zhou Jia's head Zhou Shen entered the VIP room. The Lei family and Zhou family have been operating in Jiangqing for so many years. I can understand the money, but where did Yi Xiao get so much money? Lin Bei asked in surprise. Even he, a golden member, could only sit in the hall. These 3 were undoubtedly platinum members who spent over 100 million. Yi Xiao is a glove for Luo Yuanshan, so he naturally doesn't lack money, Zhang Yunqing explained. I see, Lin Bei nodded in realization. Yi Xiao curled his lips, casting a challenging glare at Lin Bei below. As if to tell Lin Bei, you deserve to be under my foot. Click. Click. In an instant, all the spotlights in the venue lit up. A graceful woman in a cheongsam walked in and introduced herself. I am Huang Yu, the president of the Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce. Welcome everyone to this auction festival. President Huang, my time is precious, no need for small talk, let's get started directly, Yi Xiao impatiently urged. Since Inspector Yi has spoken, I will naturally obey. Let's get started right away. Huang Yu smiled charmingly, operating the equipment to project an item in the center of the venue. This is the first auction item, named the Qilin mechanical arm, made by Saiyans. After wearing it, a warrior can amplify their strength more than 3 times. The starting price is 3 million, and each bid must be no less than 100,000. As soon as the words were spoken, the venue erupted in a chorus of boos. President Huang, it's indeed a good item, but unfortunately, only one-armed warriors can use it. Are you asking us to cut off our own arms for a mechanical arm? Exactly, look at all of us, who among us is one-armed? It's as useless as a chicken's ribs, let's hurry to the next item. Huang Yu looked around and found no one raising their bid. Just as she was about to introduce the next item, Lin Bei and Zhang Yunqing's voices rang out, 3 million, I want it. Commander Jiang, General Shin treats me well, let me have it. Lin Bei said. How about this, we each put in half? Zhang Yunqing suggested. Okay. Lin Bei nodded. This Qilin mechanical arm was useless to others, but for the one-armed Shinzhong, it was incredibly valuable. Amplifying his strength 3 times could nearly match a 5th-tier giant beast. I won't bid anymore, I'll give it to Lin Bei. Zhang Yunqing exited the bidding. Huang Yu once again looked around, is there anyone bidding higher than 3 million? I bid 3,100,000. Yi Xiao, standing by the window in the VIP room, smiled provocatively. Lin Bei knew he was intentionally stirring things up, so he raised the bid, 4 million. 4,100,000. 5 million. 5,100,000. Yi Xiao smirked, openly provoking, no matter how much you bid, I'll be 10,000 more than you. Lin Bei turned to Zhang Yunqing, and seeing her nod, he raised the bid again, 6 million. Yi Xiao wanted to annoy Lin Bei, 6,100,000. No matter what the final price is, we split it evenly. Jiang Yunqing stated. Lin Bei nodded, his gaze sharp, 10 million. This item is worth at most 5 million, since you're willing to pay double, how can I not do you a favor? It's yours. Yi Xiao said, satisfied, as he leaned back on the sofa drinking wine. 10 million once. 10 million twice. 10 million 3 times. Congratulations to Lin Bei for winning the Qilin mechanical arm. As Huang Yu's voice fell, the venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Lin Bei with eyes full of disbelief. Isn't just making trouble? I can do it too. Lin Bei's eyes were dark as water, secretly remembering this account. Yi Xiao was the glove of Luo Yuanshan, so he must have been sent by Luo Yuanshan to participate in this auction event. This meant that in the following auction items, there would be one or more items that Yi Xiao must obtain. When the time comes, I must make Yi Xiao taste the bitterness of being made uncomfortable. Next up is the second auction item, the mature blood red flower. The starting price is 3 million, and each bid must be no less than 100,000. As Huang Yu finished speaking, a projection of the blood red flower appeared on the screen. This time, there were no more murmurs in the venue, as everyone stretched their necks to observe. Mature blood red flowers are extremely rare, and can continuously produce blood red fruit. For martial arts families, the value of a mature blood red flower far exceeds that of second and third tier spiritual herbs. 3,500,000. 3,800,000. 4 million. The bidding voices rose and fell, and even the VIP room's Ramon and Joshin joined in. Watching this scene, Lin Bei was slightly surprised. It was originally sold for 120,000 to the Martial Arts Association, now it had skyrocketed to 4 million, and it was still rising quickly. Sure enough, the more someone needed this item, the more they could offer a price beyond market value. After several rounds of bidding, this mature blood red flower was won by Ramon for 8 million. This price was quite high, but for the wealthy Ramon family, it was still worth it. The following auction items were rarer and more precious, and the atmosphere in the hall gradually heated up. Lin Bei sat in his chair with arms crossed, not bidding even once. At first, these things were of little use to him, and secondly, as soon as he made a bid, Yi Xiao would immediately cause trouble. Because of the mutual targeting between the two, Han Bing and Yao Rao had many opportunities to pick up bargains. On this trip to Jiangcheng, the two gained a lot. Next, we will present the last 3 items of this auction event. Huang Yu used the phrase last item, instantly pushing the atmosphere to a climax. She pointed her finger, and a stunning set of armor was projected into the air. Made from the carapace of a 5th-tier insect queen at the moment of death. Its defensive power is incredible. It can withstand any lethal attack below 6th tier. The armor is of lower 5th tier, starting at 20 million, with each increment not less than 500,000. As Huang Yu's voice fell, over 70% of the crowd went wild, competing to bid. Withstanding any lethal attack below 6th tier. Even if it can only withstand once, it is a priceless treasure. Wearing it is equivalent to having an extra life. I bid 25 million. 28 million. 30 million. More than 70% of the individuals at the venue participated in the bidding. The remaining 30% were not uninterested in the carapace, they simply couldn't afford it. Yi Xiao stared at the carapace projection, filled with desire. He wanted it badly but didn't dare to place a bid. This time to Jiangcheng, Luo Yuanshan gave him a strict order to obtain the 6th-tier insect queen core from the auction. This item was neither for Yi Xiao's use nor for Luo Yuanshan's use. Instead, it was to be packaged as a gift for the big shots of the Round Table Elder Council. As long as he could get the backing of the Round Table Elder Council, all the northern military leaders, Jiangcheng's mayor, and the god of war from Wucheng would have to step aside. So, he had to save funds. No need to compete, I bid 70 million. The head of the Zhou family stepped forward, and his words silenced most of the crowd. 75 million. Raymond stood up to bid, then looked at Zhou Xin and said, Brother Zhou, my son is about to participate in the northern selection of the World Genius Battle, this item is crucial for him, I hope you can show some mercy. Zhou Xin pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, since you put it that way, an old friend must give you face. Thank you, Brother Zhou. Raymond expressed gratitude with a fist salute. In the end, Raymond won the 5th-tier carapace for 75 million. No wonder the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce is financially powerful. Lin Bei murmured in his heart. Back then, that mature blood flower cost them 120,000 to buy, but sold for 800,000. Previously, that giant carapace was bought for 40 million, and they are now selling it for 75 million. The key point is that this carapace should be able to craft 3 pieces of armor, which means over 2 billion. Money flows in and out, producing several times the profit. Earning this money is really too easy. If he could become a shareholder of the Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce, even as a minor shareholder, he could make money while lying down every day. Huang Yu smiled slightly, then introduced, next up is the second to last item of this auction event, the 6th tier insect queen core. This item is taken from the beast battlefield, containing tremendous energy. It has miraculous effects for any warrior below the 6th tier. Starting price is 50 million, with each increment not less than 500,000. Hiss. As Huang Yu's voice fell, the crowd involuntarily gasped. The 6th tier insect queen core. Such a level treasure can only be obtained from the beast battlefield. Warriors at a bottleneck can use it to break through immediately. Even direct use can easily elevate them by 2 or 3 small realms. However, the starting price of 50 million caused the crowd to fall silent. 50 million. Nie Shuang, who had been silent for a long time, was the first to place a bid. 51 million. Zhang Yunqing joined the bidding as well. 55 million. Raymond stated. 60 million. Zhou Shen's voice was loud and commanding. They attended this auction event all for the 6th tier insect queen core. Using it, Zhang Yunqing could elevate his realm. Others using it might be able to touch the threshold of breaking through to the 5th tier. For everyone, it is a must-win, and in the end, it can only come down to financial strength. The price of the 6th tier insect mother core is rising sharply, quickly reaching the 90 million mark. At this moment, Yi Xiao walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the crowd with a commanding presence, and loudly declared, "I bid 100 million. You don't need to compete anymore. The 6th tier insect mother core is something this inspector must have." Inspector Yi, the rules of the Martial Arts Association have always been that the highest bidder wins. If you want to pressure others with your status, I can only ask you to leave, Huang Yu said with a smile, using the gentlest tone to say the harshest words. Giving Yi Xiao face, he is the deputy inspector. Not giving him face, he is nothing in front of the Martial Arts Association. Yi Xiao masked his awkwardness with drinking. President Huang. I would never break the rules of the Martial Arts Association. What I want to say is, no matter how high the price, I, Yi Xiao, will definitely win it. Everyone, continue to bid, Huang Yu said, looking at the crowd. The price had surpassed 100 million, exceeding the psychological limits of Nie Shuang, Zhang Yunqing, and others. Both Raymond and Zhou Shen still had the ability to continue bidding, but they did not dare offend Yi Xiao, so they fell silent. President Huang, it seems that 100 million is the limit for the 6th tier insect mother core. Please announce the results, Yi Xiao said, his mouth curling up, feeling satisfied. I bid 105 million. Lin Bei raised his sign to bid. Yi Xiao's expression hardened, and he looked at Lin Bei in shock. He anticipated that Lin Bei wouldn't swallow that hurt and would certainly cause trouble later. But he did not expect Lin Bei to dare to cause trouble at such a high price. Once Yi Xiao stopped bidding, Lin Bei would have to buy the 6th tier insect mother core for that much money. A mere centurion, can he really come up with that much money? Lin Bei. Do you have money? How dare you shout here? Yi Xiao said. I do, and a lot. No matter how much you bid, I will always be 500,000 more than you. Lin Bei said with a smile. Last time at the Martial Arts Association shopping, he still had 18 million left. Plus the treasures obtained from Xiaoyu, his total assets were about 150 million. President Huang. 100 million is not a small amount. I request a financial verification. Yi Xiao said. Sure, Huang Yu nodded. Yi Xiao's assets were all cash, he just needed to open his balance for Huang Yu to see. Lin Bei opened his storage wristband, revealing various valuable items and a pile of gold bricks shimmering like gold, instantly shocking Huang Yu. So many gold bricks. This is a windfall. President Huang, if Lin Bei does not have this much money, I suggest expelling him on the grounds of disturbing the order of the auction. Yi Xiao said coldly. Verification complete, both parties meet the bidding requirements, Huang Yu said. Chapter 79, Borrow Money. Zhou Shen confronts Yi Xiao. Request for gold tickets. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqing and the others were utterly stunned. They held high positions and had been operating in the Northern Territory for many years, and could only come up with over 100 million cash. Although the Lei family and the Zhou family possessed assets worth billions, the liquid funds available amounted to only tens of billions, with some possibly only a few billion. Yet Lin Bei had only been in the army for a month. Where did he get so much money? Even if he were lucky and frequently encountered opportunities, it would be impossible to accumulate billions of funds so quickly. It seems Zhang Xin and Xiaoyu are quite generous, turning Lin Bei into a billionaire in one go, Han Bing said with a meaningful smile. Are there any scum among those people who are not fat? Yao Rao countered. That's true, Han Bing nodded, a hint of envy flashing in his deep eyes. In the eyes of the Dragon Team, all members of the All Nature were just moving cash cows. Killing them would yield military merit rewards and plenty of wealth. Unfortunately, this group was very shrewd, never confronting the Dragon Team directly, always doing disgusting things behind the scenes, making it difficult to catch them. Bang! 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 At this moment, Yi Xiao angrily kicked the walls in the VIP room. 100 million 10,000. Add 500,000. 100 million 20,000. Still add 500,000. Lin Bei half reclined in the chair, crossing his legs, looking very relaxed. The 6th tier insect mother core is a good thing, worth around 100,500,000 in the market. If he can get it, he might be able to push into the 3rd tier. If he can't get it, it's fine, just annoying Yi Xiao is enough. 100 million 50,000. I don't believe you can come up with so much money. Yi Xiao raised the price by 30 million outright. 100 million 550,000. Lin Bei said. Creak creak. Yi Xiao's teeth were almost ground to dust with anger, his gaze sharp enough to wish to tear Lin Bei apart. This price has already matched the market price of the 6th tier insect mother core. If it goes any higher, it's just throwing money away. The key is, Luo Yuanshan only gave him 100,500,000 in total. He can't use his own money to fill the hole, can he? Yi Xiao's gaze shifted, looking at Zhou Xun and Lei Meng in the 2 nearby VIP rooms. Master Zhou, Master Lei, I know both of you have a deep background in Jiang City. I dare to ask you for a bit of money today. Please rest assured, I am here in Jiang City on behalf of Lord Luo. After this matter is completed, Lord Luo will definitely not treat you too poorly. To borrow money, Yi Xiao lowered his stance unusually and even brought up the backing Luo Yuanshan. Though Luo Yuanshan has been dismissed, his strength as a 5th tier expert is still there. Moreover, Luo Yuanshan was able to push Yi Xiao to the position of deputy inspector, showing he still has considerable influence. Zhou Xun and Lei Meng exchanged glances, both showing signs of discomfort. From what they understood about Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan, if they lent this money, they surely wouldn't get it back. What is Luo Yuanshan worth? Just a stray dog kicked out of the northern border. Lin Bei sneered. You are outrageous. Yi Xiao shouted in anger. Why don't you look at these 2 behind me? This is called a support, understand? Lin Bei said this both to Yi Xiao and to Zhou Xun and Lei Meng. At this point, Huang Yu, with an unhappy expression, stood up to interrupt. Gentlemen, please abide by the rules of the Martial Arts Business Association. Lin Bei smiled slightly, returning to the main topic. Yi Xiao, if you don't want to, the 6th tier insect mother core will belong to me. Yi Xiao's expression darkened, staring intensely at Zhou Xun and Lei Meng. He didn't speak, but his eyes clearly expressed the meaning. If he lends money, they are friends. If he doesn't lend, they are enemies. There is no option for neutrality. 100,550,000 once. 100,550,000 twice. Huang Yu confirmed twice, and Yi Xiao was on edge to the extreme. Others know Luo Yuanshan, but he knows Luo Yuanshan even better. If he has to reach into his own pocket to fill the hole, this money is equivalent to being thrown away. But if he doesn't get the 6th tier insect mother core and messes up Luo Yuanshan's big plan, this deputy inspector position won't last long. After weighing the consequences, Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and said, 100,080,000. Alright, since you want it so much, I'll give it to you. Lin Bei smiled with satisfaction. He only spent a few million useless money, while Yi Xiao spent 30 million useless money. Comparing this now feels much better. Humph. Yi Xiao coldly snorted, his heart bleeding. This 30 million he had to spend from his own pocket was what he had saved for 10 years in the northern border. Now, in one night, all of it is gone. Fortunately, he finally got the 6th tier insect mother core, completing the task given by Luo Yuanshan. 100,085,000. Suddenly, in the VIP room, Zhou Xun raised his card to bid, his eyes exceptionally firm. Yi Xiao was a bit taken aback. He didn't go looking for trouble with Zhou Xun, yet Zhou Xun dared to actively oppose him. Zhou Xun. What the hell is wrong with you? The highest bidder wins, that is the rule of the Martial Arts Business Association. Zhou Xun said firmly. What nonsense rule? Do you know what happens to those who go against me? Yi Xiao could no longer contain himself and threatened openly. President Huang, it's not that I don't want to bid, it's really that I don't dare to bid. I'd better not take the 6th tier insect mother core. Zhou Xun was also clever, redirecting the conflict towards Huang Yu and Yi Xiao with a gesture of Tai Chi. With a wave of his hand, Huang Yu promised with great authority, Lord Zhou, my martial arts trade association has stood strong in the Dragon Country for hundreds of years, not just because of this small amount of money. You can bid with confidence, all troubles will be taken care of by my martial arts trade association. Come here. Please escort Inspector Yi out. Huang Yu turned his words sharply, showing no mercy. Yi Xiao pushed through the strong members of the Martial Arts Trade Association and raised his bidding paddle for the last time, 90 million. 91 million. Zhou Xun raised the price without hesitation. When the mountain doesn't move, the water will. Just wait for me. Yi Xiao crushed his bidding paddle in anger and stormed out of the venue. 91 million once. 91 million twice. 91 million 3 times. Deal. Huan Yu announced the result loudly. In an instant, the entire venue was in shock. It wasn't the price of 91 million for the 6th-tier bug mother core that shocked everyone, but that Zhou Shen dared to confront Yi Xiao in public. Zhou Shen was at the 4th tier, level 7, and certainly needed this bug mother core. But to offend Yi Xiao and Luo Yuanshan for the sake of the bug mother core was clearly not a wise move. The audience couldn't understand Zhou Shen's mysterious operation. In the VIP room, Lei Wen also didn't understand. Dad, has Zhou Shen gone mad? Lei Man shook his head and explained, he's clearer than anyone else. Yi Xiao was aggressive just now. We didn't choose to borrow money and have already made him resent us. Right now, we have no choice but to stand with Lin Bei for protection. Besides, Luo Yuanshan and Yi Xiao are on the decline. Lin Bei is the true king without a crown in the north. Lei Wen nodded, half understanding, and asked, if we want to stand with Lin Bei, why didn't we bid just now? We didn't have to put up these 200 million. The one who stands out will be shot. Who can predict the future? Lei Man said meaningfully. Lei Wen suddenly realized, old ginger indeed is spicier. When Lin Bei was favored by Luo Yuanshan, the Lei family immediately sought to please and befriend him. Later, when Lin Bei fell from grace, the Lei family's attitude changed 180 degrees. In the end, no one expected that Lin Bei did not falter but instead rose higher and higher. Today's Lin Bei might very well be tomorrow's Luo Yuanshan. One should always leave a way out, it's definitely not a mistake. Chapter 80, Snatching the 6th-tier martial skill. Gifted 6th-tier bug mother core. Next up is the last auction item of this grand event, the 6th-tier upper-level martial skill, 10,000 swords returning to the family. This martial skill was created by the sword god of the dragon country, Xiaoyao Feng. Once cultivated to perfection, it can control tens of thousands of flying swords to attack enemies at the same time, with boundless power that is unpredictable. Starting price, 80 million, with a minimum bidding increment of 1 million. Huang Yu passionately introduced. As the last word fell, waves of excitement swept through the venue. The 4th-tier martial skills were already the limit that ordinary martial artists could reach. Every time a tier increases, the rarity multiplies significantly. A 6th-tier upper-level martial skill is something ordinary martial artists wouldn't even dare to dream of. However, 6th-tier martial skills are extremely difficult to cultivate, and those below the 4th tier shouldn't even consider it. Moreover, only those who have awakened a sword-related talent, or are proficient in sword techniques above the 4th tier, can cultivate this martial skill. With the starting price set at 80 million, it immediately excluded over 90% of the people from the threshold. It's a pity I can't use a sword, otherwise, I would spend everything to bid for this martial skill, Zhang Yunqing joked. The northern region is barren, and there aren't many who are willing and qualified to buy it. If it were auctioned in the eastern or southern regions, it would surely fetch at least 300 million. Nia Shuang said. In the VIP room, Lei Man and Zhou Shen exchanged glances, both sharing a bitter smile. The item was genuinely valuable, there was no doubt about that. The problem is, both the Lei and Zhou families had no martial artists qualified to cultivate this martial skill. Spending substantial amounts to win it would only leave them with a skill to store in their treasure vault. When an innocent person possesses a treasure, it clearly invites those with ulterior motives. Is there something good at my home that you want to snatch? A 6th-grade superior martial technique created by the sword god Xiaoyao Feng from Dragon Country, doesn't anyone want it? Huan Yu looked around, and everyone sat there like logs. Since nobody wants it, then I'll take it for 80 million, Lin Bei smiled faintly and raised his bid card. You already dual cultivate with both gun and bow, what do you need this martial technique for? Isn't that wasting money? Zhang Yunqing asked in confusion. The enchanting Yao Liao understood the principle of not overindulging, and advised, Lin Bei, brother, a person's energy is limited. Cultivating both primary and secondary weapons at the same time is already the limit, doing more will only affect your training. Cultivating multiple weapons does give an advantage when in low realms, but as you ascend, specializing is better than being a jack of all trades. This is all experience talking, Han Bing solemnly persuaded. Yes, Lin the 100-man, you have this money, why not use it all to buy spirit herbs? Nia Shuang advised earnestly. Lin Bei understood their concerns, but they wouldn't comprehend his abnormality. With the blessing of the SSS-grade talent, ancestor of all weapons, there was no need to spend time researching, he was already proficient with all types of weapons. On top of that, with the sword ancestor's advanced talent, he could wield swords from thin air, and for every additional flying sword he controlled, the power increased by 1%. 100 flying swords, the power doubled. 1,000 flying swords, the power increased tenfold. And this 10,000 swords returning to origin could control up to 10,000 flying swords at once, which would increase the power by 100 times. Just imagine, amplifying the power of a 6th-grade superior martial technique by 100 times, how terrifying would that be? Directly crushing the 7th-grade martial techniques. Matching the 8th grade martial techniques. Even challenging the 9th grade martial techniques. This was literally a new cheat tailored just for Lin Bei. So, Lin Bei firmly declared, I have made up my mind, this martial technique must be mine. Sigh. Jiang Yunqing and the others sighed helplessly. This is a 6th grade superior martial technique. Does anyone else want to bid? Huang Yu looked at the crowd, especially at the VIP room where Zhou Xin and Raymond were. As those words fell, both the VIP room and the venue fell silent. Huang Yu sighed helplessly, he didn't expect the highest value 6th grade superior martial technique to finally sell for 80 million. Since no one is bidding, congratulations to Lin Bei for winning this martial technique. Nice. Lin Bei struggled to suppress his excitement, his heart already blooming with joy. 80 million to snag a 6th grade superior martial technique. A blood profit. With the remaining money, he could buy some flying swords, it was simply perfect. The rewards from the Dragon Group were soon to arrive, and he could refine a few more puppets, adding more aces to his hands. As the auction ended, those who didn't win items gradually left the venue. Those who won items proceeded to pay and collect what they had won from the Merchant Association. Lin Bei sold all the valuable items in his storage ring to the Martial Arts Merchant Association. The final total was slightly different from his estimate, but not by much, with total assets at 130 million. First deducting the 80 million for the martial technique, then 10 million for the Qilin mechanical arm. Then Jiang Yunqing added 5 million, leaving total assets at 45 million. At this moment, Zhou Xin squeezed through the crowd and approached Lin Bei with a smile, saying, Lin the 100-man, do you remember me? I was there to welcome you at the airport. Is there something? Lin Bei asked. Zhou Xin took out a 6th grade mother bug core from his storage ring. I have limited talent and it's difficult for me to achieve great things at the 5th level, but you are different. You are about to participate in the World Genius Battle, and this 6th grade mother bug core will be of greater use to you. So? Lin Bei asked. So, I want to give you this 6th grade mother bug core, and I hope you can accept it. Zhou Xin sincerely offered it with both hands. The events that happened that day in the Weicheng prison had already spread in Zhang City. The seemingly intimidating Inspector Yi Xiao was, in fact, just a paper tiger. Only Lin Bei was the true king without a crown in the northern realms. In truth, Zhou Xin did not want to take sides between Lin Bei and Yi Xiao, he merely wished to remain neutral and not offend either party. Yi Xiao forced him to choose sides, and after weighing his options, he decided to stand by Lin Bei. The 6th tier insect mother core was his token of allegiance. He did not expect Lin Bei to repay the Zhou family in the future, as long as Lin Bei could protect the Zhou family when he grew strong, he would be forever grateful. Give? Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished, and envy was written all over their faces. This was a treasure worth nearly 200 million. Lin Bei understood his meaning, accepted the 6th tier insect mother core, and promised, rest assured, I won't let you down. Zhou Xin clasped his hands in a salute and said, I wish Captain Lin great success in the World Genius Battle, I won't disturb you any longer. Lin Bei nodded slightly. Raymond and Raven passed by Lin Bei, only smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Please no flattery, please no offense. Remaining neutral forever was the way to survive. You kid are doing quite well in the northern border. You're almost the uncrowned king. Han Bing said with envy. It's all thanks to you guys, Lin Bei replied with a smile. We are merely a backdrop, the main reason is still your own strong ability and great potential, Jiang Yunqing said sincerely. In just over a month, he had progressed from the 1st tier 1st level to the 2nd tier 3rd level. Such terrifying speed is rare even in the Dragon Country. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Bei had mastered many powerful combat skills and was skilled in using the God-slaying Thunder Gun and Dragon Bone Bow. He was like a rising star, destined to shake the world in the future. Chapter 81, Closed Door Meditation. Spatial Teleportation. Seeking golden tickets. After the auction event, Lin Bei purchased 100 2nd-tier flying swords. Each worth 400,000, 100 swords cost exactly 40 million. To gather 10,000 flying swords, it would cost 4 billion. And that was just for 2nd-tier flying swords, to upgrade to 3rd-tier flying swords would require several times more than 40 billion. To completely upgrade to 5th-tier flying swords? One wouldn't even dare to think about it. Soon after, Han Bing and Yao Lao left Jiang City to serve at the Beast Battlefield. Jiang Yunqing personally drove Lin Bei back to the northern border, saying, last time during the merit reward meeting, I forgot to tell you about the World Genius Battle selection. As the champion of the Four Realms Grand Competition, you can skip the northern border selection and go directly to the training area. Okay. Lin Bei nodded. Jiang Yunqing turned to Lin Bei, earnestly reminding him, although your strength is very strong, rare among your peers, this time you will be facing the best talents from all over the Dragon Country, including military personnel, major universities, and powerful martial arts families. The crucial age limit for the Genius Battle is under 20, so you are at a significant disadvantage. The talented people from the Lin family will also participate in the selection, right? Lin Bei asked curiously. Yes, the Lin family had bad luck this year, awakening only 5 S-ranking talents at great cost, but last year and the year before, their luck was good, awakening 1 SSS ranking and 1 SSS ranking with a unique body, both of whom are extremely powerful. Zhang Yunqing said seriously. The corners of Lin Bei's mouth lifted, he was not concerned at all. SSS ranking talent plus a unique body is indeed very strong. But Lin Bei had 3 SSS ranking talents, plus the first-ranked unique body, the Undying Divine Phoenix. His strength was beyond theirs, and it wasn't just by a little. There's still some time before the selection ends, you should focus on closed-door meditation these days, Zhang Yunqing advised. Understood. Lin Bei nodded. After a while, Lin Bei returned to the 8th camp and happened to encounter the rewards delivered from the military. He first gave the Qilin mechanical arm to Xinzhong, then headed to the special training room on the top floor of the martial arts building for closed-door meditation. To refine puppets, he must first comprehend the secret art of puppetry. So, Lin Bei took it out and carefully studied it. The host has thoroughly read The Secret Art of Puppetry 100 times, gaining a 10,000-fold critical reward. The secret art of puppetry is complete. 7 days later, Xinzhong personally appeared at the door of the special training room, knocking and saying, Lin Bei, the northern border selection is over, it's time to head out. Got it. Lin Bei nodded, throwing the remaining small portion of the insect mother core into his storage ring, then opening his personal panel. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 2nd tier, 8th level. Rank, Centurion. Talent, SSS level Heavenly Reward for Hard Work, SSS level Origin of All Warriors, SSS level Elemental Tyrant. Body, Immortal Divine Phoenix. Weapons, Rank 5 lower grade Godslaying Thunder Spear, Rank 5 lower grade Dragon Bone Bow, Rank 5 lower grade Insect Armor. Martial Skills, Dragon Kingdom Basic Body Refinement Fist, Perfection, Rank 3 top level Wind Spirit Spear Technique, Perfection, Rank 4 top level Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique, Perfection, Rank 4 top level God Speed Arrow, Perfection, Rank 5 intermediate Wine Thunder Step, Perfection, Rank 6 upper level Myriad Swords Returning to Origin, Proficient. Ability, Danger Perception, Proficient. Immunity, All Attributes. Physique, 3345. His realm upgraded from 2nd stage triple to 2nd stage octuple. Unfortunately, time is not enough. If he could fully refine the rank 6 insect mother core, he would definitely break into rank 3 in one go. Myriad Swords Returning to Origin is indeed a level 6 upper grade martial skill. With Lin Bei's current strength, forcibly practicing it, even with Heavenly Reward for Hard Work's effect, the progress is still a bit slow. To reach the perfection level, it probably needs to be done after advancing to rank 3. Danger Perception has naturally and effortlessly upgraded to Proficient. His physique has also skyrocketed to over 3,000 points. Among ordinary rank 3 warriors, even in terms of physical strength, Lin Bei is no longer their match. Apart from these stats, Lin Bei has another significant gain. In these days of persistent effort, he finally used 4 main materials: Purple Gold Stone, Heavenly Mark Stone, Meteorite Iron, and Deep Sea Silver Mother, along with some other ordinary materials, to refine 2 rank 4 humanoid puppets. Humanoid puppets have the biggest disadvantage compared to living puppets, as they cannot use martial skills and lack talents, making their combat abilities and means much weaker. But there are also advantages: their defenses are solid, and their strength is powerful. With Lin Bei's physique of over 3,000, when using Body Refinement Fist, the puppet remains completely unharmed, while his hand aches from the impact. The God-slaying Thunder Spear is incredibly sharp. Without using martial skills, when thrusting with all his strength, it only leaves a small white mark on the puppet's surface. In terms of defense, it is not inferior to rank 5 insect armor. The strength is also quite astonishing. With one punch, he directly smashed the testing machine in the practice room, equivalent to a full-force strike from a rank 4 warrior. Imagine, in a world where most are at rank 2 and rank 3, when Lin Bei takes out 2 rank 4 humanoid puppets, what a shocking scene that would be. Lin Bei stood up and left the training room. At the door, Xinzhong had already replaced his arm with a Kirin mechanical arm. General Shun, are you getting used to the new arm? I got used to it long ago. I'm stronger than ever now. Ha ha ha. Xinzhong laughed heartily, in a great mood. By the way, it's true that as long as you get into the top 100 of the World Genius Battle, you can be promoted to 1,000-man leader? Lin Bei confirmed. Absolutely true. Xinzhong patted his chest and assured. Good. Lin Bei's goal is very simple: to become stronger, to become even stronger. In this world where strength is respected, nothing is more important than strength. At the beginning, it was because he awakened a sea-level talent that his parents turned against him, severed ties, and treated him as garbage, casting him out of the Lin family. He must make the Lin family see with their own eyes that the person they once viewed as trash will make them crumble beneath his feet. Let's go, the person responsible for the transmission has arrived, now we just need to wait for your gathering. Xinzhong urged. Transmission? Lin Bei was slightly surprised. The secret training base gathers all the talents of the Dragon Kingdom. The coordinates must be highly confidential, otherwise, other countries might maliciously target us.
Can you imagine the consequences?
Shin Zhong said seriously.
Lin Bei nodded, that makes sense.
Soon, the two left the martial skill building and headed to the field for assembly. Here, 499 people stood in neat rows, and at a glance, they were all unfamiliar faces. Lin Bei remembered clearly that Raymond had given Raywon a suit of insect armor, saying he wanted him to shine during the World Genius Battle.
Yet, he didn't even pass the Northern Border selection?
But on second thought, most of this group is around 20 years old, having practiced for 2 more years than Raywon, it's only natural for them to crush him. Moreover, the selection was not only from the military but from the entire Northern Border. The weakest among these people is already at second stage first level.
The strongest is the second level eightfold.
With Raven's talent, there's no hope this year, but next year, there should be some chance. Instructor Sun, everyone is here. Shin Shon looked towards the middle-aged man in military uniform on the stage. Let's go. Instructor Sun ripped his hands, and a huge gap instantly appeared in the space. Another space warrior. Lin Bei secretly startled. This Instructor Sun's strength is probably even higher than Han Bing's.
Chapter 82, National Talents.
The Lin family twin stars.
Immediately after checking that the 500 people didn't carry any electronic devices, they lined up and entered the spatial black cavity. The moment the black cavity closed, all 5 senses were stripped away. The fear of the unknown, uncontrollable, spread from the heart, and the nerves were tensed to the extreme. Fortunately, the transmission process was very short, and soon light reappeared in front of them. The 500 people rushed out of the black cavity, eagerly examining everything around them.
This was a huge open-air camp, with only a few buildings and a 9-story tower. All 4 sides were surrounded by space warriors, creating barriers that prevented outsiders from entering and insiders from leaving. Moreover, this space had strong electronic interference, making any electronic devices unusable.
Following Lin Bei's gaze, there were many young people of similar age standing in the distance.
They were likely all selected candidates from various regions. These candidates were clearly divided by region, with everyone from the same region standing together. The 4 large groups corresponded to the 4 regions of East, South, West, and North. But if you looked closely, you could see that the candidates from the East and South regions were generally stronger, with the weakest being second-level third-fold.
Next came the West region, with the weakest being second-level second-fold.
Finally, the North region, with the weakest being second-level first-fold. In addition to the difference in realms, there was also a difference in numbers. Only 500 people from the North region passed the selection, while the East, South, and West regions combined had 3,000 people. The East and South regions have always been wealthy places, with many martial arts families, so they naturally produce more geniuses. Lin Bei silently sighed. At this moment, a mocking and sarcastic voice sounded. I thought I was seeing a ghost in broad daylight, but turns out it's really my cousin.
Seems like the North region is really useless, otherwise, how could even a waste like you pass the selection?
Lin Bei looked towards the sound and saw a familiar face walking towards him. This person's name was Lin Yao, a fellow clansman of Lin Bei, a year older than Lin Bei. He awakened the SSS level talent of super speed last year, making him unmatched in speed.
Standing next to Lin Yao was another person named Lin Bufan.
He awakened the SSS level talent of deconstruction 2 years ago, able to deconstruct almost everything in the world, and also awakened the Eye of Heaven, which allowed him to see through any disguise or attack from his opponents. The strength of these two was progressively stronger, and they were known as the twin stars of the Lin family.
The other candidates from the East region all looked up to Lin Yao and Lin Bufan. Seeing them walk towards Lin Bei, they immediately followed.
Under the immense numerical and strength advantage of the East region, the candidates from the North region nervously retreated, afraid of offending these people. As they retreated further, in the end, only Lin Bei remained standing still. Lin Bei wasn't afraid even when facing thousands of people. He took out his god-slaying thunder gun and provocatively said, I don't like to talk nonsense. If you have the ability, let's fight for real with real weapons, to determine superiority and decide life and death. Lin Yao was slightly stunned, not expecting that Lin Bei, who had been expelled from the Lin family, would be so tough. It seemed that the Lin family's military god was right. Lin Bei, relying on his little strength, no longer cared about the Lin family. Since that's the case, then let's teach him a hard lesson, let him know that the Lin family cannot be insulted. Just as Lin Yao was about to take out his weapon and get ready to strike, the candidates from the East region stepped forward. Brother Yao, for dealing with such a waste, there's no need for you to do it personally.
Let me handle it. The North region is a barren and desolate place, or to put it bluntly, it's a gathering place for wastes. Brother Yao, let me do it.
You have a noble identity, hitting him would dirty your hands. Hearing this, Lin Yao slowly withdrew his weapon back into his storage ring, a smug look deepening on his face.
This is the Lin family. As one of the 3 top martial arts families of the Dragon Kingdom,
the family has countless strong members and a rich heritage. Warriors from all over the world are eager to serve the Lin family, like a swarm of bees. In the eyes of outsiders, they are shining talents that everyone admires. But in the eyes of the Lin family, they are just eager cattle and horses. As long as you give them a little favor, they will gladly serve the Lin family. Lin Yao turned to the people from the eastern region behind him. Just as he carefully selected candidates for battle, a voice came from behind. Brother Yao, the eastern region contestant has beaten the northern region contestant. Others will think it's only natural. How about I step in for you and teach that ignorant Lin Bei a lesson? Swish, swish, swish. As soon as these words came out, they attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the instructor looked over. Because the speaker was standing in the northern region camp, right behind Lin Bei. To please the Lin family, he has completely thrown away his dignity and backbone. Who are you? Lin Yao asked, looking at the speaker with interest. My name is Chen Shuang. I was born in the northern region, but my grandfather is a true eastern region person. It's just that after the beast broke the city, we moved to the northern region. Actually, the blood flowing in my veins is still eastern. Chen Shuang tried hard to prove himself. Lin Yao showed no interest in where he was from and straightforwardly asked, do you have the strength to step in for me? Brother Yao, you can rest assured. With my second tier 8th level realm, plus SS level talent, dealing with the 2-year younger Lin Bei is absolutely certain. Chen Shuang patted his chest and assured him. Lin Yao pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, alright, you'll do. Thank you, Brother Yao. Thank you, Brother Yao. I will definitely not disappoint you. Chen Shuang was overjoyed. What era is this? Still rushing to be someone's dog. Lin Bei shook his head and scoffed. The Lin family is one of the 3 top martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if we are dogs, we are still superior. Chen Shuang's tone changed from flattery in front of Lin Yao to sharpness when looking at Lin Bei. Weapons, spirit medicines, martial arts skills, the 3 key elements for martial arts growth. Spirit medicines grow naturally. With luck, you might even come across them. As long as you have money, you can buy high-grade weapons. But martial arts skills are different. They are created by powerful warriors, and they hardly ever reveal their unique techniques. They only remain within the family, becoming part of the family's heritage. People like them who have no background can only rely on these major forces to obtain weapons, spirit medicines, and martial arts skills more easily. Even if being a dog is required, it's not something everyone is qualified for. This Chen is really a disgrace to our northern region. The eastern region treats us with such disrespect. And rushes to lick their boots. Cursing is cursing. But this Chen Shuang's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. He is a top student from Northern Region Martial University. Second tier 8th level has actually defeated 3rd tier warriors. What a joke. A second tier 8th level can beat a 3rd tier? I'm from Martial University. Am I lying to you? After these words fell, there was a deathly silence in the Northern Region camp. They were still hoping Lin Bei could defeat Chen Shuang and give the Northern Region a sense of pride. But now it seems that pride cannot be reclaimed. What does it mean for a second tier 8th level to defeat a 3rd tier? Among the 3,500 people in the training ground, those who have reached tier 3 or possess the strength to defeat 3rd tier warriors are probably just over 100. Maybe Lin Bei's talent is not worse than Chen Shuang's. But he is only 18 years old. These 2 years can create a gap like a chasm for a genius. Chapter 83, Kill. Death Quotas. Seeking golden tickets. Looking at the scene before him, Chen Shuang's mouth curved into a manic smile. The amazement and shock of the northern region crowd would only increase his value in Lin Yao's heart. A good bird chooses its tree to perch on. This is an unchanging truth through the ages. Now he is despised by others, but when he relies on the Lin family to become strong, those who once scorned him will kneel before him, begging for forgiveness. Because the essence of this world is that strength is respected. Lin Bei wielded the god-slaying thunder spear, spinning it into a flower of gunfire, his eyes sharp as he fixed his gaze on Chen Shuang, an aura of killing intent radiating from him. I'm fighting Lin Yao, deciding both our ranks and our lives. Are you sure you want to fight in his stead? Are you afraid? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? That's also true, Brother Yao, and you share the same bloodline. He will definitely show mercy, but I will not. As Chen Shuang belittled Lin Bei, he simultaneously elevated Lin Yao. At that moment, several instructors walked over, and the onlookers wisely cleared a path. No private fights during training. Whatever grievances you have, just sign a death warrant and fight openly, Instructor Sun said, throwing a death warrant onto the ground from his storage ring. All right. Of course, I dare to sign a death warrant. The question is, does he dare? Chen Shuang's gaze shifted provocatively to Lin Bei. Good advice is hard to give to those seeking death, I'll grant you that. Lin Bei bit his finger and decisively wrote his name on the death warrant. Everyone, disperse. Instructor Sun pushed outwards with both hands, signaling the onlookers to retreat a bit further. Quickly, a large open space appeared centered around the two of them. Chen Shuang turned to look at Lin Yao, who made a throat-slashing gesture and nodded with a smile. Old son, this little guy Lin Bei is someone that General Yi specifically requested to watch over closely. What will you say to General Yi if he ends up dead after signing a death warrant? A nearby instructor whispered to Sun Lei. You all have sensed the danger, haven't you? Can't you tell that this little guy is also at the 8th layer of the second stage? Sun Lei chuckled. Upon hearing this, all the instructors stared at Lin Bei. Not knowing before was one thing, now they were shocked. Lin Bei's aura was extraordinarily robust. Clearly only at the 8th layer of the second stage, yet his presence surpassed that of an ordinary 3rd stage warrior. This can only mean his physical strength has already exceeded the limits of his current realm. The information given by the northern region doesn't even say this kid is a body cultivator, an instructor exclaimed. At 18, he can match those 20-year-old prodigies. Lin Bei's trump card must be more than what's on the data. Another instructor added. Chen Shuang took out his spear, the sharp tip pointed directly at Lin Bei. With a tone of confidence, he declared, I'll give you 3 moves out of respect for our equal standing. After 3 moves, I'll take your life. Lin Bei raised his arm and brandished his spear, 9th layer thunder spear technique. 9th layer. Zizizizi. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, then the spear shot out like a dragon. Terrifying thunder erupted from the spear's body and burst forth at the tip, resembling a thunder dragon charging toward Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang's pupils trembled, and waves of fear surged in his heart. Is this the strength of an 18-year-old warrior? Even an ordinary 3rd stage warrior would be stabbed to death by a single shot. The prior confidence vanished without a trace, replaced by extreme fear, as cold sweat drenched his back in an instant. His first reaction was to escape, but his body, overtaken by this fear, lost the ability to move, unable even to make the simplest defense. Lin Bei's momentum was too strong. It felt as if he were facing not a human, but a terrifying giant beast that had devoured countless souls. Put. Without any suspense, the thunder dragon consumed Chen Shuang. The surging thunder power exploded, his body disintegrating into countless fragments in the air. The scene fell into eerie silence, with a pin drop audible. Every person present, including the instructors, was shaken by Lin Bei's overwhelming strength. One shot. With just one shot, he crushed and killed Chen Shuang. That was an academy prodigy at the 8th layer of the second stage defeating a 3rd stage warrior. From this battle alone, Lin Bei qualified to rank among the top 100 prodigies of the Dragon Nation. All competitors from different regions put away their disdain for the northern region. To be precise, they dared not underestimate Lin Bei. The people from the northern region stood with hands on their hips, looking up with a satisfying sense of having vented their anger. With the great Lin Bei backing him, no one at the training ground would dare to bully him. The trash from the northern territory is indeed unreliable. I still have to take matters into my own hands. Lin Yao spat in displeasure and prepared to move forward. Lin Bufan shook his head, reaching out to stop Lin Yao. If you act now, people will only think that the Lin family is bullying the weak and winning disgracefully with sheer numbers. Brother, this dog has repeatedly humiliated the Lin family. If we don't teach him a lesson, how can the Lin family maintain our dignity? How can we continue to hold authority in front of this crowd? Lin Yao said unwillingly. The training is divided into comprehensive training, Shadow Tower training, Beast Island combat training, and finally the chaotic battle training. Are you afraid there won't be a chance to deal with Lin Bei? Don't forget, every year there are death quotas in training. Lin Bufan said coldly. All right. I will listen to you, big brother. Lin Yao smirked mischievously. At this moment, Sun Lei stepped forward, snapping his fingers gently, instantly burning the shattered remains of corpses on the ground with flames, and said in a deep, authoritative voice, every year, there are death quotas in training. Last year there were 27, the year before that 22, and this year at least 20 is a baseline. I know you are all top talents from various places, but here, what we have the most is talent. Sun Lei glanced around the crowd, pausing for a moment on Lin Yao and Lin Bufan, then continued, the training ground is for selecting talents for the country. Here, only strength matters, not status. It's getting late, head back to your dorms to rest. Training selection officially begins early tomorrow. Lin Bei, follow me. The chief instructor wants to see you. Sun Lei said. Lin Bei nodded and followed Sun Lei into an office inside the building. An elderly man, with hair and beard as white as snow, dressed in a black tang suit, was sitting on the sofa brewing hot tea. Chief instructor, Lin Bei is here. Sun Lei said. You can go now. I want to speak to him alone. The old man said lightly, and after Sun Lei left, he waved his hand gently, closing the office door. 8th Company, Northern Army, Captain Lin Bei, pays respects to the chief instructor.
Lin Bei stood straight and saluted. The old man pointed to the sofa in front of him. Please sit and try this top-grade mother tree de Hong Pao.
I can't drink it.
Lin Bei sat down and directly refused. The old man paused slightly, a trace of subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Other competitors at the training ground, including the instructors, would not dare to refuse his invitation. Even if they were allergic to tea, they would still drink that cup of hot tea. I also have long jing.
The old man enumerated.
Is there cola?
With ice.
Lin Bei interrupted.
The old man froze for a moment. How could he, the chief instructor of the training ground, nearly 100 years old, possibly carry cola with him?
No. Then forget it.
You called me here for something? Lin Bei asked, getting straight to the point. I hope you will give up participating in this year's World Genius Battle and join in 2 years. The old man said seriously.
Chapter 84, Elimination Below Third Stage. Challenge Lin Yao. Impossible.
Lin Bei refused without hesitation. The old man remained expressionless, clearly having anticipated this answer. Lin Bei, you have dual talents, one of which is the SSS Great Elemental Tyrant, and you master many powerful martial arts and special abilities.
You may even have hidden cards that I can't see through. But the World Genius Battle is not as easy as you imagine.
The old man paused, his withered hand resting on Lin Bei's shoulder. I can be very straightforward with you, being at the second stage, 8th level, you absolutely have no chance of winning the championship, at most you will barely make it into the top 100. Of course, being in the top 100 is also a great honor, but showing extraordinary talent too early may lead to premature failure.
Do you understand what I mean?
This is not just a competition, it is a life and death struggle. After his words fell, Lin Bei silently shook his head. 2 years can indeed create a vast gap, but the unparalleled military god system is enough to erase everything.
Sigh.
The old man sighed helplessly. Waving his hand, he signaled Lin Bei to go out. The reason he sought out Lin Bei alone was because Lin Bei's potential was astounding, and his fame was not great. Figures like Lin Yao and Lin Bufan from renowned families or the top talents from various universities had long been recorded by intelligence agencies from other countries. Their realms, talents, abilities, special skills, and even combat habits were nearly all public knowledge. When the World Genius Battle begins, each country will send specially selected contestants to target them. But Lin Bei was different. He was only famous for a while in the northern region, and no intelligence organization from other countries could possibly pay attention to him. As long as he remained patient and kept a low profile, 2 years later he would definitely shine in the World Genius Battle and claim the championship. Unfortunately, he was stubborn and could not heed the advice of his predecessors.
The next morning, the assembly whistle echoed throughout the camp.
Lin Bei was the first to appear on the playground, while the others arrived one by one. Seeing the 3,500 people scattered like loose soldiers, the chief instructor and several instructors looked very unhappy. Before the formal training starts, let me give a brief introduction. I am Ho Jing, the chief instructor of this training camp. The 4 beside me are Sun Lei, Zhou Qian Kai, and Ning Shui. Hiss. As Ho Jing's words fell, there was an uproar in the crowd. At first, they only knew these instructors were strong, but they never expected them to have such a big background. Sun Lei, Zhou Qian Kai, and Ning Shui were all well-known strong figures in the Battle God Hall, with the lowest realm at the 8th stage. Ho Jing was one of the vice leaders of the Battle God Hall, having entered the 9th stage several decades ago. The so-called Battle God Hall is a force independent of the Guard City Division, military, major universities, and prominent families, created by the Dragon Kingdom's monarch, and it only answers to the Dragon Kingdom's monarch. No one can apply to join the Battle God Hall, only those chosen by the monarch will receive an invitation. The Battle God Hall has only a little over 100 people developed to this day. But among these over 100 people, the lowest strength is at the 6th stage, and there are many at the 7th and 8th stages, with the Hall Master being one of the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, everyone put away their previous casual demeanor and stood up straight. Ho Jing's gaze swept over everyone with authority, pausing for 2 seconds on Lin Bei, slowly saying, there are only 23 days left until the World Genius Battle begins.
To save time and resources, anyone below the 3rd stage will be automatically eliminated.
A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the scene exploded instantly.
Automatically eliminating anyone below the 3rd stage? Couldn't there be a direct threshold set during the selection process?
If they passed step by step to reach the training ground, only to be kicked out before training even began, who could accept that? The 4 instructors were also stunned for a moment, as they had intentionally lowered the standards during the selection to allow more people to enter the training ground. There were 2 benefits to this. First, with a large base, perhaps a dark horse might emerge unexpectedly. Second, for those not qualified to participate in the World Genius Battle, being able to train at the training ground was also an opportunity. Now, as soon as Ho Jing spoke, he wanted to eliminate all contestants below the 3rd stage, naturally stirring up emotions in the crowd. It should be known that among the 3,500 people, there were at most 1 or 200 contestants who had reached the third stage. Silence. In this place, my rules are rules. Ho Jing stepped forward, and a Mount-Tai-like pressure descended from the sky, instantly silencing the originally noisy playground. Just as everyone closed their mouths, Lin Bei spoke up, "Chief Instructor, I believe my strength is not inferior to that of third-stage warriors." "Right. I have an S-grade talent at the second stage, and I've also defeated third-stage warriors. If you must eliminate anyone below the third stage, that's fine, but it can't be based solely on realm, it should consider strength." "Exactly. Everyone should be judged by their strength. If I lose, I will accept it." A large group of second stage 8th and 9th level warriors stepped forward. "Chief Instructor, you want to save time and resources, that's fine, but directly eliminating those below the third stage is indeed a bit hasty." Sun Lei whispered a suggestion. "Do you all think this way?" Ho Jing looked at the other 3 instructors. Zhou Mi and the others nodded. "Alright, then I'll give you a chance." Ho Jing listed out 137 third-tier contestants according to their rankings. Each contestant's age, talent, and realm were clearly displayed. The first on the list was Xiao Linger, third-tier 4th level, dual talent. The second was Lin Bufan, third-tier 3rd level, SSS level talent plus a unique body. The third was Lu Yi, third-tier 3rd level, dual talent. The top 3 were exactly the 3 greatest martial arts families' descendants in Longwa. The remaining 134 people all showed an age of 20. As long as you can defeat anyone on the list, you will qualify to stay. After saying this, Ho Jing focused his gaze on Lin Bei. Since soft methods didn't work, he decided to use hard ones. Whatever it takes, he had to stop Lin Bei from participating in the World Genius Battle this year. As Ho Jing's words fell, the scene fell into silence. No one dared to step forward to choose an opponent. The group that had just shouted out had only defeated ordinary third-tier fighters. Yet the third-tier martial artists on the list were all peers at the top level, they were true talents. Though their realms were the same, their strengths were vastly different. "Chief Instructor, I want to challenge Lin Yao." Lin Bei stepped out from the crowd, his tone calm and confident. "Sure." A trace of not easily detectable amusement flashed in Ho Jing's eyes. He had been worried that Lin Bei would choose the last-ranked soft target to stay. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei was so arrogant as to specifically challenge Lin Yao, who was ranked 67th. Lin Yao's realm was only third-tier 1st level, but he had SSS-level talent and speed, capable of bursting 10 times the speed of sound at his peak. If he could cultivate to the 9th tier, his maximum speed could rival the speed of light. In terms of speed, during this training period, no one was comparable. Lin Bei is a bit impulsive. Yeah, with Lin Bei's strength, dealing with the last few should be no problem. I suspect the chief instructor suddenly changed the rules just to target Lin Bei, wanting him to compete next year. Letting him settle for another year isn't bad. With his talent, he would have a great chance to win next year. The 4 instructors whispered among themselves, not very optimistic about Lin Bei's abilities. Chapter 85, SSS Level Speed. Life for life. Hearing Lin Bei was going to challenge Lin Yao, over 3,000 people from the 4 realms were shocked. The prodigy carefully cultivated by the Lin family was definitely not something a fake talent like Chen Xuan could compare with. Moreover, the reason Lin Yao was ranked 67th was that everyone ranked 66 and above were all third-tier 2nd level. Otherwise, with his strength, breaking into the top 30 would be no problem. Crazy. Lin Bei is definitely crazy. Why challenge Lin Yao? Does he really think winning the 4th realm competition makes him invincible? Foolishly arrogant. Yao bro. Teach him a lesson. Let him know your strength. Lin Yao stood with his hands in his pockets, a smirk on his face. In an instant, he took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot, appearing right in front of Lin Bei the next second. Short-range high-speed movement looked like teleportation visually. SSS-level speed talent was indeed terrifying. So fast. It's likely even my swift arrow can't keep up with his speed. Lin Bei was slightly surprised, yet not at all panicked. Since this is a fight for qualification, I must use all my strength. If I must use all my strength, I will bear the consequences of life and death. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Lin Yao raised his head, contemptuously snorting towards Lin Bei. Lin Bei was just about to say this and smiled. Of course, life and death depend on me. Everyone heard that. Life and death depend on him. Lin Yao's smile vanished, and intense murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Heaven has a path you do not take, hell has no door you forcefully enter. In this case, I'll take your worthless life. Lin Yao suddenly struck, delivering a powerful punch to Lin Bei's chest. Speed equals power, the faster the speed, the stronger the force. This punch could easily pierce through the body of an ordinary third-tier martial artist. With the blessing of the speed talent, the onlookers did not notice that Lin Yao had already taken action. Lin Bei's eyes could not capture the path of the attack, and he could only dodge in advance through a sense of danger. A punch missed, and Lin Yao was slightly stunned, dodged. Burn! Taking advantage of the attack interval, Lin Bei snapped his fingers and activated the Elemental Tyrant talent. In an instant, the fire elements within a 3-meter radius centered around Lin Bei gradually intensified. When it reached a certain critical point, it would spontaneously ignite and form a vast sea of fire. Lin Yao did not dare to charge into the sea of fire, retreating to create distance. Brother Lin, it seems that this guy named Lin Bei is not simple. He actually managed to dodge Lin Yao's sudden punch.
Louis walked up to Lin Bufan and said with a smile. His sense of danger is above mine. If Lin Yao doesn't use his full strength, he might lose. Xiao Linger said. What? Among our generation, besides you, who else has such a twisted understanding of danger perception? Oh wait. This guy isn't from our generation. He's 2 years younger than us.
Louis' smile froze, his eyes widening like saucers.
MHM.
Xiao Linger nodded with a smile, her rosy cheeks revealing 2 cute dimples.
No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Yao. Turns out he has the confidence. Louis was greatly shocked.
To comprehend a sense of danger, one must first cultivate combat instinct to perfection. Among the 20-year-olds in Dragon Country, only Xiao Linger had an extraordinary talent and was the first to comprehend danger perception. Others like Lu Yi and Lin Yao were still at the peak of combat instinct, unable to take that step. As for Lin Bufan, he awakened a special body, a so-called innate danger perception at perfection. His body may not keep up with his perception. Lin Bufan sneered, having absolute confidence in Lin Yao's strength.
Lin Bei spread his hands and shrugged, dismissively saying, "Is this the SSS level talent of speed? It's nothing special. I really can't understand how trash like you can be ranked 67th. Just now, he couldn't solve Lin Bei with one punch, so it was already a bit embarrassing. Now, being publicly mocked by Lin Bei was just a slap in the face. Lin Yao's face darkened as he tried to save face. That was just a probing move. Now it's serious." After speaking, Lin Yao began to spin wildly around the sea of fire. Extremely fast, he created a gravitational field, and the crowd saw a streak of light spinning while the sea of fire was split in half. Then, Lin Yao took out a dagger from his storage ring and unleashed a 4th-grade martial skill with all his strength, Wind Piercer. Lin Bei had predicted this strike, but Lin Yao's speed was too fast, and his body couldn't react in time. Perception ability and physical reaction were mismatched. However, this was exactly what Lin Bei wanted. Deliberately exposing a flaw had more deceptive power than the flaw itself. Die! Lin Yao stabbed towards Lin Bei's chest. Clang! The sharp dagger sliced through the clothing, hitting the bug armor inside. Most of the force from this blow was absorbed by the bug armor. The remaining power could easily be dispelled by Lin Bei's physical constitution. 5th-grade bug armor?
Lin Yao's eyes widened in disbelief that Lin Bei could have so many good things. In the moment Lin Yao was stunned, Lin Bei swiftly grabbed his arm and grinned, "Got you." Lin Yao didn't take it seriously. How strong could a mere second level 8 stage be? He constantly struggled to break free from Lin Bei's grip. But Lin Bei's 5 fingers were like iron. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape. 9th level Thunder Spear Technique. 9th level. Lin Bei held the spear with one hand, and the violent thunder power spread from the spear tip. 5th-grade armor. You're not the only one with that. Lin Yao loosened his grip and switched to his left hand to grab the dagger, stabbing towards Lin Bei's neck. In close combat, the dagger had an advantage over the spear. Moreover, he possessed the SSS level talent of speed, making his attack speed too fast for the naked eye to capture. Stop it all. At the critical moment, Chief Instructor Ho Jing immediately shouted to halt. He only wanted Lin Beiji to retreat in difficulty, never thinking of letting Lin Bei die here. But by the time he stopped it, it was already too late. The dagger had already pressed to Lin Bei's neck, its sharp blade instantly slicing through skin and flesh. With a swoosh, his neck appeared unscathed, but in the next second, blood began to seep out. Just when everyone thought Lin Bei was surely destined to die, Lin Bei struck the Godslayer Thunder Spear toward Lin Yao's chest. Seeing this scene, everyone's minds instinctively recalled the image of Qin Shuang being pierced and blown apart by this very spear. However, Yi Bufan wore a smile. How could someone like them, heavily trained by their families, not have a few treasures for life-saving? Though the Godslayer Thunder Spear was powerful, and the 9th layer Thunder Spear was also strong, it couldn't break through Lin Yao's defenses. Bang! The Godslayer Thunder Spear struck Lin Yao, and the violent thunder instantly shredded his clothing, revealing the golden armor underneath. 5th-grade top-quality golden scale armor. Everyone present was shocked. The golden scale armor was crafted from the hardest scales of the Jiao Dragon, with astounding defense. Let alone Lin Bei, who was merely at the 2nd stage 8th layer, even someone at the 3rd stage 8th layer or 4th stage 8th layer wouldn't be able to inflict fatal damage on Lin Yao.
The foundation of the great families truly is terrifying. Chapter 86, Lin Yao is dead. Comprehensive training. However, the next scene left everyone present wide-eyed. Lin Yao spouted blood, flying dozens of meters away like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a large crowd before finally stopping. His golden scale armor was intact, yet he continued to spit out blood foam. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the blood foam mixed with bits of flesh and internal organ fragments. What a terrifying spear! The power actually penetrated the golden scale armor, shattering Lin Yao's organs. This guy named Lin Bei is too terrifying. If he participates in the World Genius Battle in 2 years, he could probably suppress global talents with just one hand. Yes, but it's a pity he was cut by Lin Yao and died together. Everyone discussed fervently, shocked yet slightly regretful. Countless gazes shifted from Lin Yao's body to Lin Bei beside him. Not looking was one thing, but seeing made one jump in fright. The cut on Lin Bei's neck from the dagger had somehow healed. If so, it wasn't a mutual destruction. Instead, Lin Bei had killed Lin Yao, one of the twin stars of the Lin family, by stepping up. His strength was likely stronger than imagined. Not only were those from the fourth layer shocked, but even several instructors, including Ho Jing, were startled. They were powerful and experienced enough to notice that besides possessing the elemental tyrant talent, Lin Bei must also have some other healing talent or restorative ability. If that were true, Lin Bei would become a rare global genius with 3 talents or a dual talent with exceptional abilities. But none of that was the most important thing now was to save Lin Yao's life. Every SSS-grade genius was a key talent for the country. Instructor Ning Shui rushed forward, prying open Lin Yao's mouth to pour a bottle of potion down, but it had no effect. Then she poured a second and third bottle. How is it? Is there still a chance? Ho Jing asked in a deep voice. Ning Shui shook her head gravely. His bones, meridians, and internal organs have all been shattered, and even part of his blood has evaporated from this power. If it weren't for this golden scale armor, Lin Yao would have ended up in the same fate as Chen Xuan, with not even bones left. Hiss. Hearing this, the entire crowd took a cold breath. They thought Lin Yao had died from being shaken to death, but unexpectedly, he had been completely shattered. The effect of the 5th grade top quality golden scale armor was merely to preserve the body. What an eye-opener. Ho Jing's expression darkened, his brow harboring fury. If Lin Bei had only been cut in the throat, and treated in time, there would still be a chance for survival. But Lin Bei's spear. No chances were given to Lin Yao. From the moment he specifically named Lin Yao to challenge, he likely had murder in his heart. Killing Chen Xuan was just killing. Lin Bei had the support of the North region and the military behind him, so Wuhan University couldn't stir up too much trouble. But Lin Yao was one of the twin stars of the Lin family, an SSS-grade genius. The Lin family poured countless efforts into him. If he died, all efforts would go to waste. Given the Lin family's style, they would never let this go. Moreover, with the strength and foundation of the Lin family, the North region and the military might not be able to protect Lin Bei. Fists and feet are blind, life and death are one's own responsibility. Of course, if anyone is unconvinced and wants to step up to avenge Lin Yao, I, Lin Bei, will also accept. Lin Bei waved his god-slaying thunder gun and executed a technique, his sharp gaze aimed directly at Lin Bufan in the crowd. Arrogant. It was simply too arrogant. Having just killed Lin Yao, now he dared to challenge the 3rd stage, triple-layered Lin Bufan. Everyone gasped, looking at Lin Bei with disbelief in their eyes. However, Lin Bufan's face was as calm as ever, not even a trace of sadness could be seen. It was as if it wasn't his cousin who died, but just a stranger unrelated to him. About this point, Lin Bei deeply understood. In a noble family like the Lin family, kinship is the most dispensable thing. Everything is respected based on strength. Those without strength or potential will be treated like garbage and kicked out. Even parents can cruelly expel their own sons to fend for themselves, let alone between cousins. What they cared about was merely the reputation of the Lin family. TSK, the people who decided to expel Lin Bei back then must regret it deeply now, Louis said with schadenfreude as he looked at Lin Bufan. The 3 top martial families, the Xiao family, the Lin family, and the Lu family have always been at odds. After all, there are only so many resources in the country. If you take a bit more, others will have to take a bit less. The contradictions can never be reconciled. Fortunately, with the nation keeping an eye on them, the conflicts among the 3 families remain within a controllable range. However, seeing the Lin family personally drive away a genius and have another genius die is definitely something the Lu family welcomes. There are many geniuses in this world, but not every genius has the chance to live to the end. Lin Bufan said expressionlessly. Everyone sensed a strong killing intent from this statement. Thus, the looks aimed at Lin Bei turned into pity and regret. Offending one of the top 3 martial families in the Dragon Kingdom, the Lin family, basically meant death was near. At this moment, seeing Lin Bufan's lack of movement, Lin Bei turned to Ho Jing, Chief Instructor, do I now qualify to stay?
Ho Jing nodded grimly, then looked at the others. Who else wants to challenge the third stage? As soon as he finished speaking, most people took a step back, but some moved forward. Aside from the few dozen like Lin Bei, most of the people were already over 20 years old. If they missed this year's World Genius Battle, they would never have the chance to participate again. They had to take a gamble. However, just over half an hour later, all challengers below the third stage were defeated. Most challengers lost in a single round, with only a few lasting for over 10 rounds. Ordinary third-stage fighters and third-stage geniuses are completely different concepts. It was precisely their complete defeat that highlighted Lin Bei's terrifying strength. As the others were teleported away, only 137 people remained in the vast training ground.
The rest is up to you now. Ho Jing sighed wearily and left.
Although the one who killed Lin Yao was Lin Bei, as the chief instructor of the training ground, he must also bear responsibility when an SSS-grade genius died during training.
Moreover, this was also a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom.
The first round is comprehensive training, focused on weapons and martial arts. We will do our best to help you break through to the perfect realm in the next 7 days. As Sun Lei's voice fell, Zhou and the three stepped forward together. To be selected as a training camp instructor, it's not just about strength, but also overall ability. Taking Sun Lei and his three companions as examples, after they stepped into the 8th level of martial arts, their progress in realms slowed down. Thus, they focused more energy on refining weapons and martial techniques. Ordinary martial artists might master a few martial techniques and 1 or 2 types of weapons, but each of them has perfected various weapons to a perfect state, and each one has mastered over 100 martial techniques. The higher the level, the deeper the understanding of weapons and martial techniques, making practice easier. Especially for martial techniques below the 5th level, practicing them is as easy as eating and drinking for them. And this is the fundamental reason why they can serve as instructors at the training camp year after year.
Chapter 87, The Great Perfection of Martial Techniques. 1,000-meter target.
Report, Instructor. My weapon and martial techniques have already been refined to perfection.
Can I directly proceed to the next training?
Lin Bei stirred up a great wave. Everyone turned their eyes towards Lin Bei, all filled with doubt. Advancement in realms depends on talent and resources, while the improvement of weapons and martial techniques depends on comprehension and accumulation. High comprehension means understanding faster than others, but to reach perfection in weapons and martial techniques still requires daily accumulation. Even top talents like Xiao Linger, Lin Bufan, and Luigi, with their powerful family backgrounds, have not refined both weapons and martial techniques to perfection, showing that there are no shortcuts on this path. Moreover, in the history of the training camp, there has never been a genius who has simultaneously refined weapons and martial techniques to perfection.
There hasn't been one before, and there won't be one in the future. There are none domestically, and there won't be any internationally. After all, everyone's energy is limited. Especially since Lin Bei is only 18 years old, 2 whole years less than others, making it even more impossible. Of course, there is another possibility, which is that Lin Bei has only practiced one martial technique and one weapon. Sun Lei pulled out Lin Bei's information, frowning slightly in doubt. Dragon Kingdom Basic Body Refinement Fist, Top-Tier Wind Spirit Spear Technique of the 3rd rank, Top-Tier 9 Thunder Spear Technique of the 4th rank, Top-Tier Swift Arrow Technique of the 4th rank, Intermediate Wind Thunder Step of the 5th rank. Are you sure all of them have been refined to perfection? Yes. Lin Bei nodded.
The Advanced Martial Technique 6th grade All Swords Return to the Source was only just bought at the auction, so it's normal that it wasn't recorded in the information. Moreover, there is one more point: no one believes that a second-level martial artist can comprehend an advanced martial technique on their own without guidance.
All 5 martial techniques perfected. Is bragging tax-free?
The Wind Thunder Step is a 5-rank intermediate martial technique. Even with your talent, you could only refine it to the entry level at most.
Damn.
If Lin Bei really refined all 5 martial techniques to perfection, I will eat his poop.
The voices of doubt in the crowd came one after another.
They thought Lin Bei had only practiced one martial technique, but unexpectedly, he had practiced 5. 2 of which were top-tier martial techniques of the 4th rank, and 1 was a 5-rank intermediate martial technique. Awakening talent at 18, then walking the path of martial arts. In just 2 short months, he managed to refine 5 martial techniques to perfection? Clearly impossible. Even if every minute of the day, 24 hours, was spent on cultivation, even if a day had 48 hours without eating, drinking, sleeping, or using the restroom, it would still be impossible. Sun Lei frowned even tighter, also not fully believing Lin Bei's claim, and said in a deep voice, "Empty words prove nothing, a battle will tell."
Okay.
Lin Bei held a spear in his left hand and launched the body refinement fist towards Sun Lei with his right hand. The fist wind was swift, and the fist momentum was like thunder. Just by looking at the starting pose, one could determine that Lin Bei had refined this martial technique to perfection. However, the body refinement fist was merely a basic martial technique, so achieving perfection was not difficult.
Continue.
Sun Lei dodged this punch with a swift movement.
Wind Spirit Spear Technique.
Lin Bei thrust the spear forward, and dense spear shadows rushed towards Sun Lei like a net.
Once again, perfection.
Sun Lei was surprised in his heart, continuously retreating to dodge.
Ninth layer of thunder gun technique. Ninth layer.
Lin Bei executed the wind thunder step, leaving a spear-wielding illusion in place. However, his real body had already circled behind Sun Lei, and a violent thunder erupted at the spear tip, crashing towards Sun Lei's back.
Watching the two Lin Bei appear on the field, all the onlookers were dumbfounded. With the naked eye, it was already impossible to tell which one was the real body.
Sun Lei possessed danger perception and detected that the one behind him was the real body, sensing a trace of danger.
A dignified Tier 8 warrior actually sensed danger from a Tier 2 warrior. If this got out, no one would believe it. But the fact was, this was true.
Sun Lei dared not be careless, employing his movement technique to evade the shot, while putting distance between himself and Lin Bei. Lin Bei took out the dragon bone bow from his storage ring, bending the bow, knocking an arrow, aiming, and shooting, all in one smooth motion.
Whoosh!
With the boost from the bow of the ancestors and the speedy arrow, this arrow flew at supersonic speeds.
An explosive sound erupted, and a fan-shaped airflow formed at the arrow's tail, leaving the crowd in a daze. So fast an arrow.
There's no time to dodge. Sun Lei, possessing complete danger perception, still couldn't avoid this arrow.
He could only move in the very limited reaction time to avert critical hits.
A loud bang was heard as the arrow struck Sun Lei's left shoulder. The clothing on his shoulder burst open, revealing the thick armor underneath. Sun Lei looked down at his left shoulder, his eyes filled with shock. You have even perfected the wind thunder step. What kind of monster are you? Lin Bei's arrow actually hit Sun Lei, and there is a whole 6 major realms of difference between them.
Jomi exclaimed.
Although the dragon bone bow and the speedy arrow can increase the arrow's speed, that last arrow from Lin Bei was clearly unnaturally fast. This kid's methods are too peculiar. Ning Shui also expressed her admiration.
5 martial arts techniques perfected. This can't be explained by simply being a martial arts genius. This is a martial arts monster.
Xian Kai, who had remained silent, also let out a sigh for the first time.
The murmured voices of the instructors were not loud, yet they clearly reached everyone's ears. It was like a heavy bomb sinking into the bottom of a lake, and then exploding with a loud bang, creating huge ripples.
18 years old, 5 martial arts techniques perfected. A Tier 2 warrior shooting an arrow that hit a Tier 8 warrior. Every word in there, they could understand. But when combined into one sentence, it sounded incredibly strange.
Moreover, such two niche things appeared in the same person.
Compared to Lin Bei, the halos of top talents from Shaolinger, Lin Bufan, and Louis seemed less dazzling. After all, they had enjoyed the best resources, the best guidance, and the highest talents since childhood, yet none had perfected all martial arts techniques.
Instructor Sun, since you've already passed the martial arts test, shouldn't we try the weapon test next? Lin Bei asked.
Sun Lei's shock from before had not yet subsided, and he was again stunned by Lin Bei's words. Your spear technique and archery are also perfected?
Lin Bei nodded.
Alright. Then let's first test your archery.
Sun Lei signaled to Jomi.
The latter immediately understood, running to 1,000 meters away to set up an arrow target. Following the crowd's gaze, the target in the distance was merely a small black dot, and it was difficult to see exactly what it was.
If one didn't look carefully, they might not even notice something was there.
I'll give you 10 chances. As long as you can hit the bullseye from 1,000 meters away once, you will pass the archery test.
Sun Lei said. Alright. Lin Bei bent the bow, knocked an arrow, aimed casually, and released the shot. Then came the second arrow, the third arrow.
The crowd only heard the sound of something slicing through the air, and flashes of white light kept appearing before their eyes. Soon, all 10 arrows were shot, and everyone turned to look at the target. Having already perfected 5 martial arts, could it really be possible that he had also perfected his archery?
Is it even possible?
Everyone in their hearts had the same doubt, waiting for Jomi to bring back the target to reveal the answer.
Chapter 88, Defeating Sun Lei. Gravity Room.
After a moment, Jomi returned, holding the target and 10 arrows. He stood the target up in the open space, pointing to the only arrow hole in the center. 10 times, all hit the bullseye in the same spot. This archery test is passed. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present gasped in disbelief. The target was over 1,000 meters away, appearing as a tiny black dot to the naked eye, and without focused attention, one could easily overlook the small dot's existence. Just hitting the target was already impressive. 10 arrows, each hitting the exact same spot on the bullseye.
Is this still a normal human?
It's known that a trained sniper with an 8x scope wouldn't guarantee 10 shots landing in the same spot. Besides accuracy, Lin Bei's arrow speed was also terrifying.
Even an 8th-tier warrior couldn't fully dodge them. These 3rd-tier warriors were like live targets. Among many prodigies, the only one who could dodge was the SSS-class Speedy Lin Yao.
Unfortunately, he had already been killed by Lin Bei. Xian Kai, Ning Shui, and Sun Lei exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. They were all experts in archery, yet even they couldn't guarantee hitting the bullseye 10 times in a row from a kilometer away.
Instructor Sun, there's only one last challenge left. Lin Bei retracted his long bone bow and arrows and took out the god-slaying thunder spear.
Sun Lei also took out a long spear, stating seriously, let's spar purely in spear techniques without using any skills.
If you can last half an hour under my hands, then you pass.
Lin Bei twirled the god-slaying thunder spear, a smirk on his lips, saying, 3 minutes is enough, no need for half an hour.
What do you mean? Sun Lei raised an eyebrow, not understanding the statement. In 3 minutes, I will defeat you. Lin Bei asserted confidently. Arrogant. Sun Lei stepped forward, initiating the attack first.
The spear tip lunged straight for the lower body.
As Lin Bei dodged, Sun Lei aimed to unleash a more ferocious attack.
The offensive was a chain reaction, he wanted to see who would falter first within 3 minutes.
However, the scene that followed left Sun Lei wide-eyed in disbelief.
Lin Bei swiftly raised his spear, stabbing upward toward his neck, forcing him to retreat in avoidance. Next, he closed the distance, continuously attacking, disrupting Sun Lei's rhythm of offense.
Onlookers watched with excitement. Experts discerned the subtleties.
Striking first after being struck, using slowness to counter speed. Just that alone was enough to prove Lin Bei's spear skills were on par with Sun Lei's. But Sun Lei had been practicing spear techniques for over 20 years, how long had Lin Bei practiced?
1 month? Or 2 months?
Even if he had started practicing in the womb, it had only been just over 18 years. Zhou and the others racked their brains, utterly confused, and could only explain it with the word genius.
Good kid.
Sun Lei, being pressed back step by step, had no chance to fight back. In front of Lin Bei, he seemed like a novice who had just started practicing with a spear. Every strike was easily neutralized by Lin Bei, who then seized the openings to counterattack. The continuous pressure and tense atmosphere made Sun Lei's heart race, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead and back. He could no longer hope to defeat Lin Bei within 3 minutes, just lasting 3 minutes under Lin Bei's hand was already quite impressive. But the next second, the sharp tip of the god-slaying thunder spear pressed against Sun Lei's throat, and Lin Bei smiled, saying, Instructor Sun, you lost.
I admit defeat.
Sun Lei accepted his loss sincerely.
Oh my goodness.
Instructor Sun actually lost to Lin Bei. To be precise, Lin Bei defeated Instructor Sun in 3 minutes.
Mastery of spear techniques. Mastery of archery. Mastery of 5 martial arts skills. I would call him the strongest prodigy in manhwa. Who just said they wanted to eat Lin Bei's, you know what? Come out and take a few steps. The onlookers were astonished, their gazes toward Lin Bei completely transformed.
No one would look down on Lin Bei just because he came from the northern region.
They showed contempt. On the contrary, they were now filled with awe for Lin Bei.
Those who previously flattered the Lin family no longer dared to mock Lin Bei. Because Lin Bei had killed Chen Shuang and Lin Yao, and with such powerful strength, hunting them down later would be as easy as crushing ants. Let's not even mention his skill of hitting the target from a kilometer away, who could possibly dodge that? Brother Lin, it seems Lin Bei's strength is not weaker than either of ours, Louis said, delighting in their misfortune.
What does it matter if his weapon and martial arts are perfected? A mere second-tier 8th stage can't change the world. Lin Bufan sneered. With his third-tier 3rd stage strength, plus his SSS-level talent and unique vision, killing Lin Bei would not just be easy, it wouldn't be too difficult either. Moreover, among the remaining 137 talented individuals, many had close ties to the Lin family. When the time comes, with their help, Lin Bei would be doomed. At this moment, Sun Lei put away his spear and placed a hand on Lin Bei's shoulder. Since you don't need to participate in the first round of comprehensive training, you can stay in the gravity chamber for these few days. Okay. Lin Bei felt secretly happy.
The gravity chamber was also manufactured by Cience and was extremely expensive. A standard gravity chamber costs over 100 million, and maintenance costs hundreds of thousands each month. Only powerful martial arts families can afford it, making it a symbol of identity and status. In a training ground like this, which is used for national talent selection, the gravity chamber used would surely be worth over 1 billion. The only benefit of training in such a place is the honing of physical strength. A powerful physical body can possess higher strength, defense, speed, recovery, agility, and more. For martial artists who are not body cultivators, the importance of physique can't be seen in ordinary battles.
But when it really comes down to life and death, the role of physique will be infinitely magnified.
At the same level, the stronger the physique, the longer one can last on the battlefield, the more martial arts one can unleash, and the greater the chance of survival. Comprehensive training lasts a total of 7 days. Lin Bei gets to stay in the gravity chamber for 7 days.
How great! According to past rules of the training camp, only those who perform exceptionally can enter the gravity chamber. Doesn't this break the rules? With their weapons and martial skills perfected, isn't that exceptional? You're just jealous. While everyone was discussing, Chief Instructor Ho Jing was also watching everything happening on the playground from his office. All of Lin Bei's strengths exceeded his expectations. The only drawback was his realm being too low. He was the only second-tier martial artist among the 137 talents. If he could reach the third-tier fourth stage like Xiaolinger, securing a top 10 position in the World Genius Tournament would be a sure thing. Unfortunately, with only a little over 20 days left until the World Genius Tournament, the most he could hope for was to break through one or two stages. And while he was breaking through, the other top talents wouldn't be standing still, their realms would also rise. The bottom line was that Lin Bei was too young, only 18 years old. Clearly having the potential to win, yet exposing his strength too soon. Sigh, Ho Jing sighed again. Chapter 89, 5th Stage Body. Shocking Ho Jing. At this moment, Lin Bei entered the gravity chamber with Sun Lei, under the envious gazes of many talents. This was a massive black stone chamber, all 6 sides made of unknown ore, with golden threads embedded in each wall. The first feeling was mysterious and heavy, as if a sleeping ancient giant beast lay within. Just standing at the door and looking in gave a sense of disorientation. The initial gravity of the gravity chamber is double that of the outside, go in and get used to it, Sun Lei reminded. Okay. Lin Bei nodded and stepped inside. As soon as his toes crossed the threshold, a force of gravity descended from above. The sudden gravity nearly threw Lin Bei off balance, but fortunately, he quickly stabilized his body. He stepped inside. Sun Lei handed the controller to Lin Bei, reminding him, this is the controller for the gravity chamber, adjustable up to 100 times the gravity. However, hurrying in training will lead to setbacks. Since you are just starting with the gravity chamber, it's best to take it slow. Okay, thank you, Instructor Sunday. Lin Bei accepted the controller. Then train by yourself, and be sure to know your limits. Sun Lei repeatedly reminded him before finally turning to leave. Lin Bei pressed the plus button on the controller, the numbers on the screen jumped, and the gravity surged from 2 times to 20 times in an instant. Under the immense pressure, Lin Bei began to sweat gradually, his breathing rate increasing rapidly. His body felt as if it were filled with lead, and his movements became slower and slower. But this was still far from Lin Bei's limit. He continued to raise the gravity, which shot up from 20 times to 50 times. The moment the gravity conversion was successful, it felt as if a huge stone had fallen from the sky. Caught off guard, Lin Bei stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. After taking a deep breath and steadying himself, all the blood vessels and meridians in Lin Bei's body expanded, the flow of blood quickened, and his whole body heated up, drenched in sweat. Under 50 times the gravity, every step was incredibly difficult, even breathing required immense effort. Tired. Exhausted like never before. Lin Bei gritted his teeth and persevered, only by enduring longer would the results be more apparent. Ding! The host is training under 50 times gravity in the gravity chamber, obtaining a 10,000-fold critical hit reward, physique plus 1,000. With a surge of 1,000 in physique, it reached an astonishing total of over 4,000. He had already touched the threshold of a 4th-tier warrior. Earlier, when he felt exhausted and short of breath, it was much easier now. Lin Bei took out the controller again and raised the gravity by another 10 times. 60 times the gravity fell instantly, the terrifying pressure nearly crushing Lin Bei's blood vessels. At that moment, a powerful force erupted from within, and the pressure on him suddenly lessened. Lin Bei was surprised to find that his level had risen from 2nd tier 8th rank to 2nd tier 9th rank. The gravity chamber really lives up to its reputation. Lin Bei thought in amazement, continuing to grit his teeth and persist. In the following days, Lin Bei spent all his time in the gravity chamber except for eating and sleeping. The diligence rewarded effect triggered several times, but the results diminished the more he trained. During the first trigger, his physique surged by 1,000. In the last trigger, his physique only increased by 300. However, it should be said, taking the same kind of medicine too many times can lead to resistance, until it eventually becomes completely ineffective. Training in the gravity chamber was similar, so Lin Bei could only keep increasing the gravity multiplier. On the 7th day, he finally adjusted the multiplier to the limit of 100 times. Host, Lin Bei. Realm, 3rd tier 1st rank. Military rank, Centurion. Talent, SSS level reward for diligence, SSS level ancestor of all soldiers, SSS level elemental tyrant. Other body, immortal divine phoenix. Armaments, 5th tier lower grade god-slaying thunder spear, 5th tier lower grade dragon bone bow, 5th tier lower grade insect armor. Martial skills, Dragon Country Basic Body Refining Fist, perfect, 3rd tier top Wind Spirit Spear Technique, perfect, 4th tier top 9-fold Thunder Spear Technique, perfect, 4th tier top Godspeed Arrow, perfect, 5th tier intermediate Wind Thunder Step, perfect, 6th tier upper grade 10,000 Swords returning to 1, perfect. Ability, Danger Perception, mastered, dot. Immunity, all attributes. Physique, 55-26.
Looking at the updated personal panel before him, Lin Bei's heart surged with excitement. After 7 days of training in the gravity chamber, his realm rose from 2nd tier 8th rank to 3rd tier 1st rank. He had not consumed any spirit medicine nor used the remaining 6th tier insect mother core. Only relying on 0.1% effort and 99.9% external assistance. The effects of practicing martial skills under high pressure were even better than usual. In just 7 days, he raised the 5th tier upper grade martial skill 10,000 swords, returning to 1 to perfection. Now, it was truly a complete mastery of martial skills and weapons. However, during these 7 days, the greatest gain was his physique. It surged over 2,000 points, reaching an amazing total of 5,526. In simple terms, that is to say, Lin Bei's current physical strength is enough to rival a 5th tier powerhouse. He can now fully unleash the power of the god-slaying Thunder Spear, and can easily pull apart the enhanced Dragon Bone Bow with his hands. Under full power, 1 spear and 1 arrow can instantly kill any genius in the training ground. Even if the other 136 people unite to attack Lin Bei, he is not afraid at all. Lin Bei left the gravity chamber and went to the playground to gather. Instructor Sun Lei was announcing the training results. Those who failed would be kicked out. Some were extremely nervous, while others were relaxed. At the same time, Chief Instructor Ho Jing appeared in the gravity chamber to check the equipment and assess Lin Bei's training over the past 7 days. When he pulled up the gravity records from the gravity chamber, his weary eyes filled with shock. A long record extended from the top to the bottom, with the left side displaying the record dates and the right side showing the gravity multiples. 2 times, 20 times, 50 times, 60 times. On just the first day, he adapted to 60 times gravity. Ho Jing held his breath and continued to look down, only feeling more and more astonished. When he saw the last record showing 100 times gravity, the hand operating the device trembled slightly. 100 times gravity is indeed nothing for top powerhouses like Ho Jing and Sun Lei. But Lin Bei is only at the 2nd tier. 100 times gravity could instantly crush his blood vessels and meridians, shattering his bones and organs. If all the records showed 100 times gravity, it must be a malfunction. But the current record starts from 2 times gravity, eventually reaching 100 times gravity. Adapting to 100 times gravity in 7 days. What kind of monster is this kid? Ho Jing couldn't help but recall the day Lin Bei was cut by Lin Yao at the neck, but healed automatically. Considering these two events, Lin Bei must not only have the talent of the elemental tyrant and cultivation enhancement, but also possesses a physical anomaly. Having dual talents with an anomaly is extremely rare. Moreover, with Lin Bei as such a genius, losing one Lin Yao doesn't seem a significant loss for Dragon Country. Just him alone is worth more than half of the geniuses in the training ground. If the Lin family were to make a move against Lin Bei because of Lin Yao's death, then Ho Jing would stand in their way no matter what he had to say. It has nothing to do with position or right or wrong, it's simply because Lin Bei's survival is more important for Dragon Country. Chapter 90, Shadow Tower. Shadow Warriors. Seeking gold tickets. At this moment, Sun Lei announced the comprehensive training results, with a total of 16 geniuses being eliminated. The remaining 121 people were then taken to the front of a 9-story tower. This tower is called the Shadow Tower, and it is manufactured by science. Standing about 30 meters tall, the main body is made of science metal, possessing very strong defensive and self-repair capabilities. Each level inside the tower is an independent virtual world. Whenever a warrior enters, the Shadow Tower will create an identical Shadow Warrior. The talents, weapons, martial skills, realms, and battle habits used by the warrior can be replicated 100% by the Shadow Warrior. The Shadow Tower has a total of 9 levels, with the Shadow Warrior on the first level being on par with the warrior. With each level you go up, the comprehensive strength of the Shadow Warrior increases by 10%, with a maximum increase of 80%. Sun Lei pointed at the towering building behind him and said straightforwardly, "This is the Shadow Tower. Passing the first 3 levels in 7 days means you are qualified." Lin Bei took the chance to ask, "Instructor Sun, is there a reward for clearing all 9 levels of the Shadow Tower?" "Clearing all 9 levels of the Shadow Tower? You really dare to dream. The champion of the World Genius War 30 years ago only made it to the 8th level. Are you saying you are stronger than the champion?" "Lin Bei, your strength is indeed great, but clearing the Shadow Tower is simply impossible. Getting to the 6th or 7th level is already impressive, reaching the 8th level makes you a seed for the World Genius War champion." Everyone began to speak up, mocking Lin Bei for his ignorance. In that barren and cold northern land, how much high-tech stuff could there be? Not having heard of the power of the Shadow Tower also makes sense. Sun Lei was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He had never thought that among this group of talented individuals, someone could clear the Shadow Tower. He then replied, "It's said that after clearing the 9 levels of the Shadow Tower, one will receive the hidden prize from Saints. As for what the prize contains, no one knows." "Saints prize? It sounds interesting." Lin Bei strode into the shadow tower, disappearing from everyone's sight. Following closely, the others entered the shadow tower one after another. What do you think? How many levels can Lin Bei reach? Sun Lei asked the other 3 instructors. 6 levels. The 3 instructors exchanged glances and gave the same answer in unison. Lin Bei's weapons and martial arts are at perfection, which would be a huge advantage against other enemies. But inside the shadow tower, this advantage would vanish. Because the shadow warriors can perfectly replicate all of Lin Bei's abilities, including perfected weapons and martial arts. I think at least 7 levels, and there's a 50% chance he might reach the 8th level. Chief Instructor Ho Jing said confidently as he walked over from a distance. Upon hearing this, the 4 instructors were shocked. What other means does Lin Bei have not yet shown to make the chief instructor so confident in him? A 50% chance of reaching the 8th level. This could rival the champion of the world 10 years ago. No. That champion was already 20 years old back then, while Lin Bei is only 18 now. Strictly speaking, Lin Bei is stronger than that champion. Meanwhile, Lin Bei entered the first level of the Shadow Tower's virtual world. In front of him stood a shadow warrior. Lin Bei took out the God-slaying thunder gun, and the shadow warrior also manifested a God-slaying thunder gun. Lin Bei moved to the left, and the shadow warrior moved to the left as well. Can everything be copied? Then let's see this move. Wind Spirit Spear Technique. A glint of cold light flashed first. Then the spear shot forth like a dragon. Countless spear shadows pierced toward the shadow warrior. Almost at the same time, the shadow warrior executed the perfected Wind Spirit Spear Technique in the same posture. With the enhancement of the God-slaying thunder gun, the power of this technique was not the slightest bit weaker than Lin Bei's. Ninefold Thunder Spear Technique. The ninth fold. After the attacks cancelled each other out, Lin Bei advanced instead of retreating. Crackle. Thunder light exploded, resembling a thunder dragon pouncing toward the shadow warrior. The shadow warrior once again executed the perfected ninefold thunder spear technique in the same posture. The 2 God-slaying thunder guns clashed, and the terrifying power of thunder swept through all directions, creating ripples of blue lightning. Burn! Lin Bei activated his elemental tyrant talent, releasing a sea of fire around the shadow warrior. However, in the next second, the shadow warrior copied the elemental tyrant talent and transformed all surrounding fire elements into water elements. Then, using the same method, released a sea of fire around Lin Bei. Watching this scene, Lin Bei was shocked. Weapons, martial arts, and talents were all copied 1-to-1, and it seemed even danger perception was copied as well. In this situation, even if Lin Bei used the 1,000 swords returning to one technique, the shadow warrior would surely be able to block it with the same martial arts. To break the deadlock, he could only find the shadow warrior's weakness. Or rather, discover his own weaknesses through battling. Lin Bei suddenly realized and finally understood the true meaning of the Shadow Tower's practical training. Training with instructors and peers at the same level increases practical experience. But practicing against himself would allow him to see the overlooked weaknesses. Once those weaknesses were found and resolved, his strength would surely reach a new level. Understanding this, Lin Bei no longer rushed to clear the levels. Instead, he began to enjoy the fight with the shadow warrior. Time flew, and soon a day had passed. 121 talented individuals emerged from the Shadow Tower, and each person's training status was displayed in real time on the tablets held by the instructors. Xiao Linger, Lin Bufan. Louis and other top talents leveled up 3 layers in just one day. Most of the others passed the first level. Only a handful of people, just over a dozen, were stuck at the first level. And among those few, there happened to be Lin Bei. Sun Lei looked at the information displayed on the tablet, then glanced at the chief instructor Ho Jing, wanting to say something but swallowing it back. Ho Jing also couldn't understand. The first level isn't difficult, you just have to find the weakness and defeat it. Lin Bei's observation skills can't be this poor, right? Lin Bufan also saw the information on the tablet and seized the chance to mock Lin Bei, saying, "Someone just said they would clear the Shadow Tower, but after a whole day, they haven't even passed the first level. Don't you feel embarrassed?" A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone knew the someone Lin Bufan was talking about was Lin Bei. No way? With Lin Bei's strength, he can't even get past the first level? How can his observation skills be so poor if he has cultivated weapons and martial arts to perfection? If it takes so much time to even pass the first level, I estimate he won't clear the first 3 levels in 7 days. Everyone directed doubtful looks towards him. Having witnessed Lin Bei's strength earlier, everyone instinctively felt he belonged to the first tier of talents, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qi Linger and others. Not to mention passing 3 levels in one day, he should at least pass 2 levels. And now, here he is, stuck on the easiest first level. The huge gap in strength immediately cast a shadow of doubt on his abilities. Sharpening the knife doesn't hinder the cutting of wood, passing the first level too early may not be a good thing. Lin Bei said calmly, then returned to his dorm to rest.
Chapter 91, Ho Jing's Night Visit. Quick past the Shadow Tower. No means no, why make excuses for yourself? Lin Bufan shouted loudly at the retreating figure. Lin Bei not passing the first level really is surprising, Louis said. Yeah, if he wastes too much time on the earlier levels, he won't have enough time to tackle the harder levels later, Ji Linger added. Based on past records of the Shadow Tower combat training, people who can't clear the first level on the first day are very likely to be eliminated. Even if they are lucky enough not to be eliminated, they won't be able to challenge the higher levels of the Shadow Tower. At most, they might make it to the 4th level. And the 4th level is just the standard for ordinary talents. Which of the major martial arts families doesn't train their talents to reach the 6th or 7th level? In the following days, everyone worked hard to pass levels. Only Lin Bei lingered at the 1st level. As time passed, the voices of mockery and doubt grew louder. Even Ho Jing, who initially believed Lin Bei could reach the 8th level, began to doubt his earlier judgment. Little son, is there a problem with the equipment? With Lin Bei's strength, he cannot possibly take 4 days to pass the 1st level, Ho Jing asked. Chief Instructor, the 4 of us checked the equipment and there is no problem at all. Also, I asked Lin Bei last night, and he is indeed still at the 1st level. Sun Lei replied. Ho Jing was baffled. What exactly does this kid have up his sleeve? I don't know, it could also be that his observation skills are too weak and he truly hasn't noticed his own weaknesses. Sun Lei said. 2 more days passed, and there was only 1 day left until the Shadow Tower combat training ended. Ji Linger rushed to the 6th level, while Lin Bufan, Louis, and a dozen other top talents climbed to the 5th level. Most of the others cleared the first 3 levels. Only Lin Bei remained stuck at the 1st level. Ho Jing could no longer contain his doubts and that night stormed into Lin Bei's dorm. Lin Bei was shocked to see Ho Jing. Chief Instructor, what brings you here? I want to know why you are still stuck at the 1st level after 6 days. Is it that you can't pass, or is there something else going on? Ho Jing asked plainly. The Shadow Warriors at the 1st level are equal to my own strength. The best time to dig into one's own weaknesses. With each level up, the strength of the Shadow Warrior increases by 10%, and under such huge pressure, it is actually not beneficial for digging into one's own weaknesses, rather, it forces an eruption of one's potential to surpass the challenge. Using brute force to break through levels, what significance does the Shadow Tower's practical training really have? Wouldn't it be more direct to just arrange a few powerful opponents? Lin Bei's rhetorical question left Ho Jing stunned in place. The greatest significance of the Shadow Tower's practical training is indeed to allow this group of talented individuals to discover their weaknesses from the Shadow Warriors and thus improve their strength. However, the higher the level challenged, the stronger the individual's strength, and it also symbolizes immense honor. Past talented individuals have always prided themselves on pushing through levels, and even the instructors tend to acknowledge that those with high levels have more potential. For decades, Lin Bei is the only one who has taken the time to properly utilize the Shadow Tower. Moreover, Ho Jing sensed absolute confidence in Lin Bei's tone and thus asked, so, do you have confidence in passing 3 levels tomorrow? 3 levels? My goal is to clear the Shadow Tower. Lin Bei's tone was firm, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. After 6 consecutive days of practical combat, Lin Bei had figured out all his weaknesses. Without using his talents, he could still make it through the first 6 levels. If he used his talents, passing through the Shadow Tower would be easy as pie. Because Shadow Warriors can only replicate active-type talents, like Elemental Tyrant, but cannot replicate hard work rewarded in Father of All Weapons. Hard work rewarded has little effect in battle, but Father of All Weapons possesses advanced talents. Using the God-slaying Thunder Gun grants armor-breaking effects. Using the Dragon Bone Bow, arrow speed increases by 200%, and hit rate increases by 100%. Using Flying Swords, for each additional Flying Sword, the power increases by 1%. These 3 effects cannot be replicated by the Shadow Warriors. Lin Bei accidentally discovered this bug while using the Dragon Bone Bow. Alright. I'll wait for your good news tomorrow. After receiving the positive response, Ho Jing left with satisfaction. Killing Chen Shuang, killing Lin Yao, skipping comprehensive training, and then adapting to 100 times gravity in the gravity chamber. Lin Bei's strength has exceeded expectations. He now no longer opposes Lin Bei's participation in the World Genius Battle as much as he did at first. On the contrary, he thinks Lin Bei should first participate to gain experience. Accumulating experience will give him a greater chance of winning the championship next year. As for the issue of early exposure leading to being targeted by intelligence organizations from various countries, that problem is indeed troublesome. However, with the strength of the military and the War God Hall, once they are determined to protect Lin Bei, other countries have little chance to exploit it. The next morning, as the whistle blew, 121 talented individuals appeared uniformly on the playground. The way they looked at Lin Bei no longer held the awe from when he killed Lin Yao, instead, it was replaced with disdain. Lin Bei wasted 6 days of time on the first level, and even if he passed the first level today with luck, what about the second and third levels? At this pace, it would take at least over a month. Yet the qualification standard for the Shadow Tower practical training is to pass the first 3 levels within 7 days. Today, Lin Bei is destined to be eliminated. I originally wanted to spar with you in practical training at Beast Island, but now it seems you won't have the chance to participate in the third round, Lin Bufan said, with a smug smile. Lin Bei, unbothered and not angry, asked, how many levels did you pass? I've passed 6 levels and am currently challenging the 7th, Lin Bufan stood tall, his head held high, brimming with pride. Only 6 levels? That's nothing, Lin Bei shrugged, uninterested. Only 6 levels? Out of 121 top talents in the training base, only 9 people have passed the first 6 levels. Who isn't a renowned top talent of Dragon Country? Someone like you, who has wasted 6 days stuck on the first level, can only talk big here. Lin Bufan snorted in disdain. Lin Bei smiled and provocatively said, so do you dare to make a bet with me? What do I have to be afraid of? What are we betting on? Lin Bufan said. I bet whether I can pass the 9th level of the Shadow Tower today. If I win, you will kneel before everyone in the camp and bow 3 times to me. If I lose, the opposite will happen. Lin Bei said. Ha ha. I'll bet with you. Lin Bufan replied, full of confidence. Since moving from the Shadow Tower to the training camp, the highest record was only 7 days to pass 8 levels. And that person won the World Genius War Championship. Someone like Lin Bei, who has only passed the first level in 6 days, dares to think about passing the 9th level of the Shadow Tower in 1 day? This is reality, not a dream. Even in a dream, you can't control everything as you wish. Sun Lei and the others looked at Ho Jing together, wanting to see his reaction. But they saw Ho Jing's face was calm, not the kind of calm that watches others burn, but the calm of complete confidence in Lin Bei's strength. What happened last night? A few days ago, Ho Jing seemed so anxious like an ant on a hot pan, but in just 1 night, his attitude turned 180 degrees? Passing the Shadow Tower in 1 day, this is impossible. Xiao Linger, who passed the 7th level, knew better than anyone the difficulty of clearing the Shadow Tower. Yes, Lin Bei is indeed unmatched in martial skills and weaponry, but he is too weak in other aspects, destined to not go far in the future. Once he is kicked out of the training camp, from now on, we will be from 2 different worlds. Louis previously thought Lin Bei had great potential, wanting to win him over in the name of the Lu family. Even if he couldn't make Lin Bei join the Lu family's camp, making friends first would be good. Now it seems, it's no longer necessary. Chapter 92, the whole venue is shocked. Sane's ticket. Under the disdainful and questioning gazes of the crowd, Lin Bei strode into the Shadow Tower. Facing the Shadow Warrior again, he killed it with a single shot. The movements were neat and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Upon reaching the 2nd level, the Shadow Warrior's strength increased by 10%, but he was still killed with 1 shot. Then came the 3rd level, 4th level. Outside the Shadow Tower, Sun Lei looked at the information displayed on the screen, his eyes widening like saucers. How could this guy climb levels so fast? He's already at the 4th level. No. He's at the 5th level now. This sentence exploded like a super bomb among the crowd. Those who were preparing to enter the Shadow Tower to climb levels stopped in their tracks, gathering around Sun Lei to look at the information displayed on the screen, their hearts filled with shock. From the moment Lin Bei entered the Shadow Tower until now, it had barely been over a minute. Even walking slowly, it would take over a minute to go from the 1st level to the 5th level. This means that every Shadow Warrior was killed by Lin Bei in 1 blow, without wasting any time. This is too unbelievable. Those Shadow Warriors can perfectly replicate talents, martial skills, weaponry, and battle habits. Shadow Warriors of the same strength are already very difficult to deal with. After increasing strength by several tens of %, fighting becomes even more challenging. It feels like a huge mountain is pressing down on you, making it hard to breathe. Lin Bei is smart. He practiced with the Shadow Warrior on the 1st level, continuously uncovering his own weaknesses, and then charged through all at once, which is much easier than us pushing through too early. Xiao Linger, beneath her cute appearance, hid a wise heart. While everyone else was shocked by Lin Bei's speed of climbing levels, only she guessed why Lin Bei was able to climb so fast. However, defeating Shadow Warriors through exploiting weaknesses could only work on the earlier levels. To get through the 5th level and beyond, one must unleash strength beyond their own potential. She could only get through 7 levels. The Shadow Warriors at the 8th level were much stronger in every aspect, and she couldn't last half an hour against them even with all her effort. 2 minutes, he's at the 6th level. Louis silently calculated the time in his heart. The Shadow Warrior at the 6th level would increase in strength by 50%. It took him and Lin Bufan 2.5 days to get through this level. Even if Lin Bei uncovered all of his weaknesses. It is definitely not easy to get through this level. Indeed, it has stopped.
Looking at the information on Sun Lei's tablet that had not updated, Lin Bufan scoffed contemptuously.
It's the 7th level. Less than a minute.
Louis was shocked, his heart pounding wildly, unable to calm down for a long time.
Damn. Lin Bufan clenched his fists tightly, his face twisted in rage.
Chen Shuang was killed, and the Lin family had already lost face. Lin Yao was killed, and the Lin family's prestige was in shambles. Now, in this reality training of the Shadow Tower, Lin Bei was crushing them all, and all the pent-up frustration erupted at this moment.
Chief Instructor, 7 levels in 3 minutes. This is rarely seen in history. Sun Lei looked at Ho Jing, full of excitement.
Ho Jing smiled slightly, his goal is level 9.
Let's wait and see. It's the 8th level. The 8th level.
Just one more layer to clear the Shadow Tower. Someone in the crowd shouted excitedly, and everyone held their breath, tense and expectant. In all previous training camps, the highest record was only clearing the 8th level within 7 days.
Are we about to witness history today?
3 minutes later, the Shadow Tower flickered with light, and Lin Bei walked out with a smile on his face. Total time, 9 minutes and 27 seconds, a speedy clearance of the Shadow Tower.
When defeating the 9th level Shadow Warrior, he even obtained a hidden bonus, a ticket to enter Sane City.
The value of this ticket is no less than a 9-level martial art. Sanes has the most advanced technology in the world, and every country wants to send people to Sane City to learn advanced skills. However, Sane City is cut off overseas and is never open to the outside world.
To enter the city, one must first fly over thousands of miles of ocean.
In the sea, the ocean beasts are absolute overlords, and even 9-level warriors cannot guarantee safe passage. If lucky enough to reach Sane City, they will still be blocked by the energy barrier outside the city. This energy shield can withstand the attacks of 9-level ocean monsters, and without Sane's permission, no one can break in. So, throughout history, there has only been one way to enter Sanes, to receive an invitation from Sanes.
Tickets can also be considered a form of invitation.
In fact, in recent years, Sanes has been researching the combination of martial artists and technology. This experiment requires a large number of outstanding warriors and a lot of resources to support it. Countries have resources and talents, offering various generous conditions, desperately trying to send people into Sanes. However, Sanes never considers those recommended by countries, they have a unique algorithm to select the most suitable warriors and then issue invitations.
Among those invited warriors, some choose to stay in Sanes.
Those who choose to leave can also gain significant benefits from Sanes. For example, the Qilin mechanical arm auctioned at the Jiangchang Martial Arts Chamber of Commerce was worth around 5 million.
However, this item in Sane City only costs 50,000. And this is just an ordinary item. If they purchase some high-tech weapons, the profits would be unimaginable. Besides profits, even more importantly, it's the technology. Countries are trying their best to send people to Sanes because they want to secretly learn advanced technology. And those invited into Sanes gain the opportunity to learn the technology in secret. If they are lucky enough to master a few advanced technologies, the national power could see a leap. About 20 years ago, Sakura country was still a small island nation surrounded by oceans, always at risk of annihilation by ocean beasts. It was because a talent from Sakura received an invitation from Sanes and secretly learned several advanced technologies from Sanes that the national power of Sakura country skyrocketed several levels in an instant. With the support of high-tech weapons, all nearshore ocean beasts were cleared out, fully resolving the crisis of being overthrown. Not only that, but Sakura country also gained significant influence in the international arena with these advanced technologies. Some countries that wanted to purchase these high-tech weapons to defend their borders had to look to Sakura country for approval. Unfortunately, Long country and Sakura country are historical enemies. No matter how high the price, they are unwilling to sell. Furthermore, the Sakura nation intentionally drove of oceanic beasts to the waters near the Dragon Kingdom, causing immense pressure on the Dragon Kingdom's ocean defense. At this moment, Sun Lei looked at Lin Bei in front of him, then at the tablet in his hand, and said in a daze, 9 layers. All cleared. In this lifetime, to encounter a genius like Lin Bei is truly not in vain. Ho Jing wore a full face of contentment, then focused his gaze on Lin Bufan in the crowd, his face gradually darkening. With Lin Bei's character, it is impossible for him to submit and return to the Lin family. If that's the case, the Lin family will definitely not let him go. The Lin family is one of the 3 top martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom, with great strength and connections everywhere, but the War God Hall is also not weak. Unfortunately, Lin Bei's strength is too weak and cannot catch the attention of the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, no matter what Ho Jing said, he would have recommended Lin Bei to the War God Hall. The Shadow Tower has appeared for several decades now, right? This is the first time someone has cleared the 9 layers. We are witnessing history. The most amazing thing about Lin Bei is that it took him less than 10 minutes to clear the 9 layers of the Shadow Tower. Exactly, not to mention our Dragon Kingdom. Looking at the whole world, there's no genius from any country who can clear the Shadow Tower in 10 minutes. The sound of astonishment came one after another, and everyone looked at Lin Bei with renewed awe, even a hint of worship. Chapter 93, Lin Bufan kneels. Will he come back? Those who can still stand here are the best of the best among the Dragon Country's geniuses. Anyone picked out at random would have great fame locally. But these top geniuses now feel like waste in a garbage dump. They spent 6 days just to clear the 3rd, 4th, and 5th layers. And Lin Bei, 9 layers in 10 minutes. Xiao Linger, Lin Bufan, Luigi and other top geniuses appeared dull in front of Lin Bei. If there were levels among geniuses, Lin Bei would definitely be a unique existence. 30 years ago, someone cleared the 8th layer of the Shadow Tower and won the World Genius Battle Champion. Now that Lin Bei has cleared the 9 layers, doesn't he also have a chance to win the championship? Brother Lin Bei, I remember you just made a bet with Lin Xiao, right? What was the stake? Louis scratched his head, pretending to think for a moment, then said, "Oh right, the loser has to kneel and knock their head 3 times. Crack. Crack. Lin Bufan clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together, as if he was about to break them in fury. He had always felt that no one of the same age was stronger than him. Xiao Linger, Louis, and others were only worthy of standing on equal footing with him. And now, Lin Bei, who was 2 years younger than him, crushed his inflated pride with overwhelming strength. Lin Xiao, everyone is watching, you wouldn't go back on your word, right? A proud young master of the Lin family being untrustworthy would harm the Lin family's reputation. Louis' smug expression made Lin Bufan seethe with anger. Not kneeling would damage the Lin family's reputation. Kneeling would also damage the Lin family's reputation. Lin Bufan stood in place, feeling the gaze of everyone on him, awkward and embarrassed, wishing time could rewind. It's just a joke, why take it seriously? Give me some face, let it go. Instructor Zhou stepped forward as a mediator, trying to ease the atmosphere. Instructor Zhou, I can give you face on other matters. But this face, I cannot give. Lin Bei's expression was serious, each word ringing loud and clear. Willing to gamble means willing to lose. Even if Lin Xiangying were here today, he would have to kneel and knock his head 3 times to me. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Daring not to give face to the instructor is truly rare. Lin Xiangying is the current head of the Lin family, one of the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, he is also Lin Bei's biological father. Zhoumi's face turned ugly, wanting to continue speaking but was stopped by Ho Jing's gaze. The Xiao, Lin, and Lu 3 top martial arts families, relying on their deep foundations, continuously absorb various talents from within the country. A large amount of resources has been seized. For the people below, it's very difficult to rise up, which is why so many sharpen their heads to want to enter the gates of these big families. If it were just to strengthen the power of these families, it wouldn't be too outrageous. But these noble families have already begun to meddle in the internal affairs of the Dragon Country, with countless connections to the 12 elders of the Round Table. If it weren't for the foresight of the King of the Dragon Country, who tightly held the military department and the city guard in his hands, and established the War God Hall, the Dragon Country would have been hollowed out by these noble families long ago. Isn't it just kneeling down and knocking my head 3 times? I, Lin Bufan, can afford to lose. Lin Bufan gritted his teeth, bent his knees, knelt on the ground, and with both hands supporting the ground, he knocked his head 3 times, bang bang bang. With each knock, his face twisted more and more. After the 3 knocks, his face was so contorted that it was unrecognizable. At this moment, he felt no resentment, no anger, no embarrassment, and no shame, only boundless killing intent remained. Over the years, there haven't been many people who offended him, but there were still a few. However, he had never wanted to kill someone as firmly as he did now. Not only did he want to kill Lin Bei, but he also wanted to kill everyone related to Lin Bei. If you are not convinced, you can challenge me to a life and death duel, Lin Bei said, sensing his intense killing intent, and laid it bare. Humph. Lin Bufan gave a cold snort, ignoring the retort, and directly entered the Shadow Tower. Lin Bei could quickly pass through the 9 levels of the Shadow Tower, indicating that his strength was definitely stronger than it appeared, and he likely had many hidden cards. Although there was a chance of winning in a one-on-one fight, there were also risks. Even if there was only a 1% risk, it wasn't worth betting his life on. Besides, there was still the Beast Island practical training ahead, where he could join forces with other geniuses to set up a plan, ensuring a 100% probability of killing Lin Bei. Is young Master Lin scared? He doesn't even dare to challenge me to a life and death duel. He cleared the Shadow Tower in less than 10 minutes, how could he not be afraid? If I were young Master Lin, I wouldn't dare either. Even young Master Lin is afraid. The only one in the training camp who can suppress Lin Bei seems to be the young lady of the Xiao family now. Yes, and the key is that Lin Bei is only 18 years old. If he were 20, how much stronger would he be? The crowd marveled and gradually entered the Shadow Tower. Moments later, only Lin Bei and 5 instructors remained outside. Ho Jing laughed heartily and patted Lin Bei's shoulder with satisfaction, not bad. I originally misjudged you. I even thought of letting you give up this year's World Genius battle. Chief Instructor, with my current strength, do I have a chance to win? Lin Bei asked. Entering the top 10 is definitely not a problem. Winning the championship, Ho Jing pursed his lips and shook his head. With billions of people in the world, every year there are a few prodigies born. The Dragon Country produced Lin Bei, but other countries also might produce Zheng Bei and Liu Bei. In the last World Genius battle, the champion had dual SSS-level talents and reached the third stage's 7th level at 20 years old. Lin Bei possesses dual talents so his talents are not inferior. However, his realm is a heart injury. In the end, he is still too young, lacking a full 2 years compared to others. However, as long as he can make it to the top 10 this year, he will have a great chance to win next year. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come with me, I have something to ask you. Ho Jing waved his hand, signaling Lin Bei to follow him. Okay. Lin Bei nodded and followed behind Ho Jing into the office. After closing the door and windows, Ho Jing took out a can of Coke from his storage ring, opened it, poured it into a cup, and added a few ice cubes. I know you like Coke, so I specially left the training camp to buy this for you. Drink up. Is there something you want? Lin Bei asked straightforwardly. Ho Jing's old face revealed a sly smile. You've passed the 9 levels of the Shadow Tower, you must have obtained the Saint's egg, right? Lin Bei fell silent, neither confirming nor denying. Ho Jing leaned in closer, then asked, is it a ticket to Saints? Lin Bei still said nothing. Ho Jing saw through Lin Bei's concerns at a glance and put his arm around his shoulders, saying, don't worry. From the moment you received the ticket, it has been bound to you, no one else can enter Saints with this ticket. Lin Bei recalled the moment he got the ticket, there was indeed some kind of binding, so he admitted, Chief Instructor, I truly obtained a ticket to Saints. I knew it. In recent decades, Saints has suddenly been generous in selling advanced equipment to various countries, and the purpose is to select the talented from around the world to enter Saints. Ho Jing changed his tone, put away his smile, and asked seriously, kid, when you go to Saints, you won't just disappear, will you? Chapter 94, Ho Jing's Choice. Battle Royale Mode. No, I won't. Lin Bei answered decisively. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. No matter how good Saints is, it can't compare to the unrivaled military god system. Military ranks range from low to high, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, major, marquis, duke, prince, and military god. Currently, he is only a captain, with 5 more ranks to go, meaning he can draw at least 5 more times. Isn't this much stronger than the paltry offerings from Saints? Ha ha. Great. So when do you plan to go to Saints? Ho Jing asked again. I don't know yet, I'll wait for the World Genius battle to finish first. Lin Bei replied. Alright. Make sure to not tell a third person about your ticket. Ho Jing earnestly reminded. Understood. Lin Bei nodded. Alright. We will talk again later. Ho Jing waved his hand, tossing all the remaining cola to Lin Bei. Thank you, Chief Instructor. Lin Bei accepted the cola and then left. Ho Jing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, hands behind his back, watching Lin Bei's departing figure, his expression hesitant and lost in thought. Every ticket to Saints is priceless, no money can buy it. In a country, maybe only one person has the opportunity to enter Saints per year. And this opportunity could greatly increase the country's power. You can't hide the fire under the paper. Ho Jing could guess that Lin Bei obtained the ticket from the Shadow Tower's Easter egg, and those top martial arts families could surely guess too. If Lin Bei is drawn to these martial arts families, then what he brings back from Saints will only benefit them. If Lin Bei stands with the War God Temple, or rather, stands with the national leader, then what he brings back from Saints can benefit the entire Dragon Country. Now, Ho Jing has 2 paths before him. One is to use special means to control Lin Bei, completely binding him to the War God Temple ship, preventing him from being drawn by other forces. The second is to pretend nothing happened and give Lin Bei the right to choose. Fine, let fate decide. Ho Jing waved his hand impatiently and ultimately chose the second option. If it were another force, they would definitely stop at nothing to achieve their goals. But, representing the national leader, the War God Temple, using such dirty means to achieve goals damages the leader's face and tarnishes the country's image. At this moment, Lin Bei returned to his dormitory, absorbing the remaining 6th-tier insect mother core. After a long time, he opened his eyes, reaching a breakthrough to the 3rd tier, 2nd level. The higher the realm, the more energy is needed for each breakthrough. When he absorbed at the 2nd tier, 8th level, he could reach the 3rd tier. At the 3rd tier, when he absorbed again, he could only break through a small realm. The next morning. Once again, the familiar whistle rang out as the talented individuals jogged orderly to the playground. Yesterday, there were still 121 people, but today there were only 106 left, the remaining 15 had been eliminated. Sun Lei stood on the platform, his authoritative gaze sweeping over everyone, and said solemnly, today we start the 3rd training item, Beast Island Combat Training. Let me briefly explain the rules. Lin Bei listened very attentively, roughly understanding Sun Lei's meaning. The so-called Beast Island combat training means randomly teleporting the 106 talented individuals to different places on Beast Island. Killing giant beasts does not earn points, only defeating opponents earns points. The casualty rate of this training is extremely high, many talented individuals die every year. In fact, the training ground has protective measures, which is to provide each talented individual with a Space Jade token. When faced with life-threatening danger that cannot be resisted, crushing the Jade token will teleport them back to the camp. However, most talented individuals are highly confident in their own abilities, and it is this confidence that ultimately leads them to lose their lives. Moreover, to ensure relative fairness, no talented individual is allowed to wear armor when entering Beast Island. But there are hidden treasure chests on the island, and opening these chests can yield random armor, potions, and other items. At the same time, every hour, the barrier of Beast Island will automatically shrink until it disappears completely. Talented individuals outside of the barrier will be immediately eliminated. This also means that all talented individuals must run towards the center of the island, increasing the intensity of competition. The talented individual who eventually wins will have their points doubled. Isn't this just a battle royale elimination match for world geniuses? Exactly the same. Everyone can only obtain armor and potions from treasure chests on Beast Island. It is indeed very fair. I thought I could just survive to the end to win, but it turns out the score determines the ranking. The talented individuals rubbed their fists together, eager to try. One-on-one is a duel that completely relies on strength. And the actual combat on Beast Island also requires a little bit of luck. Perhaps an ordinary talented individual is not as strong as the top talents, and in the early stage, they may score less than the top talents. But as long as they can survive until the very end, after victory, their score will be doubled, still allowing for the possibility of overtaking. Now let's line up to receive the Space Jade tokens. As Sun Lei's voice fell, the talented individuals stepped forward in turns to collect them. When it was Lin Bei's turn, Sun Lei whispered, "Lin Bufan will definitely target you in this training round. For safety's sake, as soon as you get enough points to advance, crush the Jade token to get out, do you understand? I'm waiting for him." Lin Bei showed no fear. "Don't be careless. Lin Bufan will definitely use the influence of the Lin family to gather a large group of talents to surround you. Especially a guy named, he has a spatial talent as one of his dual talents, by then even if you crush the Jade token, you won't be able to escape." Sun Lei's expression was serious. Whoever comes, dies. Lin Bei took the Space Jade token and turned back to join the line. What a stubborn mule. Sun Lei cursed inwardly, then joined the other 3 instructors to activate the teleportation array. Buzz. The dazzling golden light flickered, and the 106 talented individuals on the playground instantly vanished. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at Beast Island. This is a 20 square kilometer inner island, lush with vegetation, resembling a primeval forest. There are a huge number of giant beasts on the island, but most of them are first and second tier. Third tier giant beasts only exist in the core area, and their strength will not be outrageously strong. The purpose of setting the giant beasts is only to add some unpredictability to this training, and not to test the strength of talents in slaying giant beasts. Once Lin Bufan determined his direction, he immediately ran towards the center of Beast Island. On the way, he encountered a few blind giant beasts. With a lift of his hand, he shattered them into pieces. After a long while, he arrived at the center position, where more than 10 talented individuals were already standing. "Young Master Lin." The group spoke in unison. "Is everyone here?" Lin Bufan asked. "Yes, everyone is here." The leader answered. Lin Bufan stepped forward, one hand patting his shoulder. "You have spatial talent. When the time comes, create a small barrier to ensure Lin Bei's Space Jade token becomes ineffective. Can you do it? Please rest assured, young Master Lin. I will not let you down." Vowed confidently. He is a core member of the North Jing University team, has dual talents, and is at the 3rd tier 2nd level. The Zhang family behind him is also a well-established martial arts family. But everything that the Zhang family owns, and everything he has now, was all given by the Lin family. He must